Gu Zhili awakened to the astonishing realization that she had found herself in the enchanting world of magic, a realm that countless individuals yearned to inhabit. To her surprise, she had become the younger sister of the protagonist in this world, Vilia Potter. As the sister of the main character, Gu Zhili was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or resigned. After all, the protagonist was her brother, which meant her fate could either be to languidly bask in victory and ascend to the pinnacle of life, or to witness her companions perish, while her brother wielded unparalleled magical prowess. Chapter 1. Gu Zhili. Gu Zhili reclined on the plush sofa, her right hand holding her mobile device, while her mouth gnawed anxiously at her left thumb's nail. She was intently engrossed in the chapters of Harry Potter displayed on her phone, fearful of missing even a single word and thereby overlooking the thrilling and suspenseful events of the story. "Oh my heavens! That nearly frightened me to death," Gu Zhili exclaimed. "Fortunately, Harry Potter is still alive. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster," as she beheld Voldemort casting the killing curse upon Harry Potter, only to see Hagrid gently carry him back to that familiar castle. Gu Zhili felt her emotions oscillate like a pendulum, reminiscent of the moment Hagrid brought Harry to number 4 Privet Drive, and now witnessing Harry awaken within Hogwarts. One moment she felt anguish, the next exhilaration, and then sheer joy, leaving her disoriented. 20 minutes later, having completed the final chapter of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Gu Zhili felt a wave of sentiment wash over her as she read the line. The scar had not hurt for 19 years. All was well. Although she had revisited Harry Potter no fewer than 10 times, each reading, despite knowing the conclusion, still left her anxious for Harry. She gently placed her phone on the coffee table and retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator. A few sips of the icy, invigorating drink rejuvenated her considerably. Glancing at the ticking clock on the wall, she noted it was already past 7 in the evening, and it was time for her to update her own work. Gu Zhili was a novelist, and although she believed her writing was fairly decent and her achievements reasonably satisfactory, it did not conceal the fact that she was a rather lethargic author, merely scraping by. Viewing her freshly completed update, Gu Zhili felt a sense of satisfaction. Her typing speed was commendable, and today's update would just about suffice. However, she assured herself that tomorrow she would surely rise to greatness. She would accumulate enough manuscripts. After publishing her update, Gu Zhili lazily reclined on her bed, switched on the television, and prepared to unwind by watching some dramas. Today, a once-in-a-century Pegasus lightning phenomenon is expected. Please minimize the use of household appliances to ensure your safety. The voice of the weather forecast presenter echoed from the television, prompting Gu Zhili to silently scoff. Pegasus lightning? Is this a heavenly occurrence? What a farce. With that, she changed the channel multiple times, finding nothing of interest, until she eventually resorted to her viewing history and revisited that familiar film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Gu Zhili found herself caught in a perpetual loop. Whenever she struggled to find an engaging television series, she would invariably turn to the Harry Potter series, despite having grown somewhat desensitized to the films. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning startled Gu Zhili, causing her to frown as she glanced outside. The rain had begun to fall, transitioning from a gentle patter to a torrential downpour. "It seems today is not a day for viewing," Gu Zhili lamented as she cast a reluctant glance at the film currently playing, ultimately deciding to turn it off. She then proceeded to meticulously check the switches of all the appliances in her home. After all, it is better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss the possibility entirely. All right. She was merely a coward putting on a brave front with her words. Boom! This time, the sound was even louder than before, sending a shiver through Gu Zhili's heart. Cautiously, she made her way to the bathroom to investigate, only to discover that her restroom was leaking. In a flurry, Gu Zhili grabbed a mop and began to sweep the water pooling on the floor towards the drain, when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout Gu Zhili's home, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 2. System 09. Welcome to the binding of System 09. Please ensure you are seated and secure. Gu Zhili was momentarily taken aback. Yet she could only sense her body slipping beyond her control, her consciousness remaining vividly alert. Had she just been struck by lightning? That couldn't be right. She hadn't even stepped outside. How could she have been hit by lightning? All she had done was drag something across the floor. Had she committed some egregious act? Otherwise, how could she find herself sprawled on the bathroom floor, drenched and resembling a lifeless pig. Please do not overthink, host. The leak in your home coincidentally led to a short circuit with a power source, and well, it just so happened. Alright, I won't deceive you any longer. In short, your home has been reduced to ruins by a lightning strike, and you have perished. The system had intended to lighten the mood between itself and Gu Zhili with a jest. But upon uttering the third just so happened, it discerned a flicker of anger in her demeanor, and inexplicably felt a twinge of trepidation towards her. Gu Zhili, a radiant beauty, an unparalleled girl, destined to become a legend in the realm of online literature, had met her untimely demise. It was utterly infuriating. So what exactly are you? After a moment of seething, Gu Zhili realized that an unknown, mysterious entity had bound itself to her. System. You may refer to me as 9 or 09. 9 introduced itself. So, what are your intentions? I have neither wealth nor a chariot. What do you seek? Gu Zhili queried, perplexed. Are you not astonished? 9 retorted, clearly taken aback by Gu Zhili's lack of typical human astonishment at encountering a system. Not particularly surprised, as a novelist. I possess a resilient capacity for acceptance. After all, even the most astonishing occurrences can indeed be real, or perhaps they are mere figments of our imagination. Gu Zhili chuckled lightly. I bind you without ulterior motives. Rather, I randomly bind individuals, allowing them to traverse to a world of their choosing and experience a different life before returning to the cycle of reincarnation. Upon receiving an answer to its query, 9 openly shared the purpose of binding Gu Zhili. So, I am merely the fortunate recipient of this chance. Upon reflection, being struck by lightning seemed less vexing. Gu Zhili jested at herself. 9 remained silent for a moment, as if recalling the protocol, then stated, Now, you may begin to decide which world you wish to inhabit. As for your identity, do not fret, I shall arrange everything for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Zhili decisively proclaimed, Then let us venture into the magical world of Harry Potter. 9 revealed its true form, a gray and white nine-tailed cat, twirling around and licking its paw, declaring, Very well, please rest for a moment, host Gu Zhili. When you awaken, you will have arrived at your destination. Gu Zhili intended to inquire why she needed to rest, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, she closed her mouth and refrained from asking further. A minute later, she peacefully drifted into slumber. Hey Lily, look. Vilia has opened her eyes. James exclaimed upon noticing the infantess gaze had brightened, quickly summoning his wife. Lily. Oh indeed, James. She is absolutely adorable. Like a little angel, Lily responded, gazing at the bewildered Gu Zhili. Gu Zhili blinked rapidly before succumbing to sleep once more. 9. What is happening? Lily and James? Are they not Harry's parents? Gu Zhili immediately inquired mentally after closing her eyes. 9 answered nonchalantly. Indeed, what of it? The crucial matter is, who is this Vilia they speak of? Gu Zhili asked in alarm. Do not tell me Harry has transformed into a girl. But who am I in this world? No, the important thing is Harry. With a hint of pride, 9 reassured her. Rest assured. Allow me to elucidate 2 significant points. Your identity and the rules you must adhere to. Chapter 3. Arrival in the magical world. 9 retracted its previously placid demeanor and spoke earnestly. Firstly, your identity. The Vilia you mentioned is your identity in this world, the daughter of the Potters, Harry Potter's only sister, Vilia Potter. Secondly, the rules you must follow in this world do not impede the natural progression of events. Should you violate these regulations, you will face consequences. Of course, you may still attend to your normal affairs. Do you understand? Gu Zhili regarded the cat with a serious expression, furrowing her brow slightly before nodding. All right. Then, do I possess any special abilities in this world? 9 proudly lifted its head and declared, I am your special ability. Gu Zhili. Observing Gu Zhili's stunned expression, 9 remarked, You seem dissatisfied with my special ability. Gu Zhili hastily shook her head, responding, Not at all. I am merely taken aback. If you harbor no disdain, then I believe you shall find this new life quite satisfying. 9 nodded in approval. Lily. Look, Harry and Vilia. Oh, come see. James exclaimed at the sight of the siblings gazing curiously at one another, filled with wonder. Lily hurried over upon hearing James's call, immediately captivated by the adorable expressions of the siblings as they observed each other. Oh, they are destined to be the best of siblings in the world. Yes, they shall undoubtedly be the closest siblings in existence. James wrapped an arm around Lily, drawing her close. Gu Zhili, gazing at the green-eyed child before her, was momentarily stunned before realizing this was Harry Potter, her brother. Oh, how incredibly handsome. So utterly adorable. Little Harry reached out, attempting to touch his sister's face, but clumsily toppled into the crib with a soft thud. Gu Zhili, oh, this is too much. Her brother is simply an irresistible little darling. James and Lily observed the siblings playing joyfully, a fleeting sense of tranquility washing over them, though it was but a momentary feeling. Lily, I'll check if we have enough food. If not, I'll go out to buy some, and perhaps pick up some formula for these little ones. Lily nodded, saying, Yes, please be careful. James leaned down, kissing both children before exiting the room. Upon reaching the front door, he swung it open and shouted, Lily, run. It's him. Run. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light streaked through the air, and with a thud, James collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, seemingly lamenting his failure to buy Lily enough time to escape. In the bedroom, Lily heard the incantation of Avada Kedavra, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her children. Yet, she could only dry her tears and gently say, Mommy and Daddy love you. With that, she kissed Harry and Vilia on their foreheads, then raised her wand to cast a protective spell over the two children. In the next moment, the bedroom door was blasted open by a destructive curse, and Voldemort, accompanied by his serpent companion Nagini, strode in. Hand over Harry Potter. Lily, wand in hand, spread her arms protectively around the children, declaring, You shall not have them. Voldemort chuckled, as if mocking Lily's futile resistance, and uttered, Avada Kedavra. Lily fell, tears still glistening in her eyes, as she felt the guilt of her inability to safeguard her children. Voldemort, gazing at the two innocent infants in the crib, felt no compassion whatsoever, and immediately commanded, Avada Kedavra. In the bedroom, wow, wow, wow. Little Harry wailed, and Gu Zhili slowly crawled over to him, extending her short arms to embrace him. Meanwhile, Voldemort had vanished without a trace, and Nagini too was nowhere to be found. Gu Zhili found herself at a loss for words. Voldemort had cast the unforgivable curse on Harry, yet he had perished himself, leaving a scar on Harry's forehead that unmistakably indicated the curse had indeed harmed him. But she had seen nothing clearly. She was powerless to prevent the deaths of James and Lily. She had thought it would at least be a few days later, yet it turned out to be today. 9. Can you help me retain their souls? Perhaps a few strands of hair or some nails. Gu Zhili instinctively uttered this plea to 9, feeling an inexplicable urge to keep something of theirs. Perhaps it was for the purpose of cherishing their memory in the future. 9 glanced at Gu Zhili's small face and replied, I can only help you keep a fragment of their souls and a few strands of hair. But what do you need these for? To perhaps utilize in a potion later. Gu Zhili replied casually, feeling a strange reluctance to divulge her instinctive thoughts to 9. All right then, 9 seemed to accept this rationale and readily preserved what Gu Zhili required. She believed that the items she had asked 9 to keep would undoubtedly serve a more significant purpose in the future, perhaps assisting her brother, Harry Potter, in vanquishing Voldemort. I'll keep those things for you for the time being, said 9 as he looked towards Gu Zhili. Gu Zhili nodded and responded, All right, thank you. Not long after, Harry gradually ceased his crying. Chapter 4. Departing from Godric's Hollow, Part 1. In the bedroom, chaos reigned. The silence so profound it felt as though no one existed. Gu Zhili gazed at Lily, who lay on the floor, a wave of indescribable sorrow swelling within her heart. She had only just arrived in this world, and her interactions with the Potters had been few. Yet in those scant exchanges, she could sense the love James and Lily held for their child, and of course, for her as well. She felt utterly powerless to prevent their demise, for it was inevitable and immutable. I'm so sorry, Gu Zhili silently whispered in her heart. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, causing her heart to tighten. Were they Death Eaters? Or Hagrid? When a frantic male figure burst into the bedroom, Gu Zhili finally recognized who had arrived. It was Snape. Snape paid no heed to Harry, who was crying in distress due to his intrusion. His eyes were solely fixed on Lily, the only son in his life, Lily. Snape knelt on the ground, clutching Lily tightly in his arms, weeping in agony. Observing Snape's heart-wrenching despair, Gu Zhili felt a pang of sympathy for him. Her mother, Lily Potter, had departed, and surely Professor Snape must be the one suffering the most. Perhaps influenced by Snape's unbearable sorrow, or perhaps from her own guilt for not being able to save the Potters, or maybe it was Harry's cries. Gu Zhili too felt tears welling in her eyes, softly weeping. Upon seeing his sister in tears, Harry, regardless of his own tear-streaked face, reached out with his small hands to touch Gu Zhili's face, as if attempting to wipe away her tears, and indeed, that was precisely what he was doing. Gu Zhili reciprocated, wiping Harry's tears away as well. The two tiny children, while consumed with their own grief, tended to each other's tears. Their cries grew louder, eventually capturing the attention of the sorrow-stricken Snape. Gently laying Lily's body on the ground, he rose and approached the crib, where he beheld the two inconsolable children. His gaze fell upon Harry's eyes, which mirrored Lily's, and then he noticed Gu Zhili. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes as he gazed at Gu Zhili and murmured, You resemble her greatly. Gu Zhili sniffled, striving to steady her emotions, contemplating that Snape must be referring to her resemblance to Lily. Snape's trembling hand gently stroked Gu Zhili's hair as he uttered, "I'm so sorry." Gu Zhili was somewhat perplexed by Snape's emotions. Weariness overcame her, and she could no longer resist the pull of slumber, ultimately succumbing to a deep sleep. The final image she beheld was Snape's proud silhouette, departing with resolute finality. In her hazy state, Gu Zhili seemed to hear the voices of Sirius and Hagrid, a blend of clarity and obscurity. "I am the godfather of these two children. They belong by my side, not with the Dursleys, those muggles," Sirius exclaimed passionately. "But, Dumbledore," Hagrid attempted to explain why Sirius could not take the children. Sirius interrupted Hagrid's explanation, stating, "Sorry, Rubius, but I can take at least one child, right? James would surely agree." Hagrid glanced at Harry and Gu Zhili before solemnly responding, "I'm sorry, Black. But Dumbledore has entrusted me with the task of bringing James and Lily's children to Privet Drive. You know I must fulfill this." Sirius and Hagrid locked eyes, resembling adversaries at odds, but ultimately, it was Sirius who relented. "All right, Rubius, let me see them once more. The Dursleys had better pray to Merlin, they do not cross my path." Sirius softly brushed his fingers against the noses of the two children. Following this, Sirius earnestly gazed at Harry, who bore the most resemblance to James, and said, "Little Harry, you must grow up well." Then turning to Gu Zhili, he added, "And of course, you too, little Gu Zhili." Sirius seemed tirelessly to impart his well wishes. Yet the slumbering Harry and Gu Zhili remained blissfully unaware of his heartfelt words. "All right, Black, I must take them now," Hagrid said to Sirius. Reluctantly, Sirius averted his gaze as Hagrid cradled Harry and Gu Zhili in his arms and exited to the yard. "Black, perhaps I'll need to borrow your flying motorcycle. Is that all right?" Hagrid glanced at the two children in his arms, then at his feet, and finally turned to Sirius. "Of course, take it," Sirius replied. Departing from Godric's Hollow, Part 2. After borrowing the motorcycle, Hagrid carefully placed Harry and Gu Zhili upon it before leisurely taking his seat in the driver's position. Looking towards Sirius and saying, "Black, I'm off now. See you later. Goodbye." Hagrid was unaware that this farewell would be the only one he would utter to Sirius in over a decade. Nor did Sirius know that this single goodbye would cost him 12 years of freedom. Hagrid rode the motorcycle gracefully through the night, the swirling clouds resembling the companionship formed by James and Lily. The children on the motorcycle slumbered peacefully, as Hagrid soared through the clouds until he finally arrived at Privet Drive, where he met Dumbledore and McGonagall. The rumbling of the motorcycle caught the attention of Dumbledore and McGonagall, effectively halting their conversation. "Hagrid," Dumbledore said, sounding as if he had released a breath of relief. "You finally arrived. Where did you acquire this motorcycle?" "Borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid replied cautiously as he dismounted the motorcycle. "It was lent to me by Sirius Black. Oh, and by the way, I brought them, sir." "Did you encounter any trouble?" "No, sir. The house is nearly destroyed. It is impossible to locate James and Lily," Hagrid said, pursing his lips. "We managed to take them away from the valley before the muggles arrived from all directions." "Oh, and they are asleep." Dumbledore approached the motorcycle and beheld the peacefully sleeping Harry and Vilia. A dark lightning-shaped scar adorned the forehead of the infant, catching McGonagall's attention. "This is him," Professor McGonagall whispered. "Indeed, he shall bear this scar for all his life." Dumbledore gently placed the two children at the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, leaving behind a letter. Subsequently, the three of them departed from Privet Drive, just as they had arrived. A gentle breeze stirred the neatly lined trees along Privet Drive, and the street lay silent and immaculate beneath the inky sky. From this moment forth, Harry and Vilia would reside here for 11 years, until the arrival of that fateful letter. Gu Zhili was unaware that she had reached her aunt's home. In that moment, she was merely in slumber, oblivious to the lengthy years ahead and how she and Harry would navigate the passage of time. She awoke once more to the shrill cries of Petunia, which also roused Harry. Being mere children, their only recourse to express their emotions was through tears. Witnessing Aunt Petunia's panic upon seeing her and Harry, her astonishment at Dumbledore's letter shifting to disappointment, her eyes filled with disdain, particularly directed at her, Gu Zhili surmised that her resemblance to her sister Lily might be the source of Petunia's contempt. After all, Petunia had long harbored envy and jealousy towards Lily for attending Hogwarts. With an expression of utter disdain, Aunt Petunia scooped up the two children, unceremoniously placing them on the living room sofa. She attempted to contact Vernon, who was at work, but he did not answer. After 3 or 4 attempts, he merely replied that he would discuss it upon his return. Feeling helpless, Petunia could only arrange for Harry and Vilia to occupy Dudley's former crib, as Dudley now had a new bed. When Vernon returned home, Petunia informed him that Lily's children would be staying with them. The couple deliberated for some time. Unable to find an alternative solution, sending them to an orphanage was out of the question, as they did have relatives. Thus, Harry and Vilia officially took up residence in the Dursley home, confined to a small storage room on the second floor. Fast forward 10 years. Gu Zhili and Harry had lived in the Dursley household for a decade, enduring the relentless bullying from their cousin Dudley, retaliating when possible, and facing scoldings from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, an inescapable routine over the years. However, with Gu Zhili's companionship, Harry's childhood was considerably improved compared to solitary existence. The passage of time had transformed them into a slender young man and a young woman. Yet, it was evident that Harry remained oblivious to the wizarding world, ignorant of the true circumstances surrounding his parents' demise, and unaware of the extraordinary adventures that awaited him. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang punctually, prompting Gu Zhili to rise hastily, flinging open the window and drawing back the bed curtains to rouse Harry. "Wake up, brother, it's time to get up," she urged, gently nudging him. What time is it, Vilia?" Harry mumbled, rubbing the corners of his eyes. "It's already 6 o'clock, Gu Zhili reminded him. 6 o'clock? Then it's time to rise." "Good morning, Vilia." Harry stretched and yawned before addressing Gu Zhili. "Good morning, brother," Gu Zhili replied with a sweet smile. After tidying their beds, the siblings descended the stairs together to prepare breakfast for the 5-member household. Gu Zhili heated the milk and toast while Harry cooked the bacon and eggs. At 6:30, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon made their timely descent for breakfast, with Dudley sluggishly trailing behind. "Harry, go fetch today's mail for me." Vernon, plump and settled on the sofa, picked up the newspaper. Harry placed the bacon and eggs on a plate, while Gu Zhili set the dish on the table, and Petunia and Dudley began their breakfast. "Vilia, bring me the milk," Dudley ordered menacingly. Gu Zhili muttered under her breath, "Humph, spoiled brat, a little piglet without any self-sufficiency, ha ha ha." Dudley seemed to catch on to her comments, shouting to Petunia, "Mom, Vilia is calling me names." Realizing the predicament, Gu Zhili quickly defended herself. "I didn't. I was just saying how handsome my cousin is. Not insulting you." Seeing Aunt Petunia nearly rise to give her a smack, Gu Zhili hurriedly showered Dudley with compliments. Despite her efforts, she could not escape a light thump from Petunia. Meanwhile, Harry collected a stack of letters at the door, inspecting the recipients on each envelope. Upon discovering his and Vilia's names on the last 2 envelopes, he was taken aback. He walked into the living room, handed the letters to Vernon, and retained the ones addressed to himself and Vilia, eagerly unsealing the letter when Dudley snatched it away. "Mom and Dad, look." Harry and Vilia received letters, Dudley exclaimed, holding the 2 envelopes high to present them to his parents. "Give me back my letter," Harry demanded, attempting to reclaim his correspondence. Gu Zhili dashed over, joining the fray. "Give it back to my brother." In a hurry, Dudley relinquished the letters to Vernon, then made a face at the siblings who were unable to retrieve their letters. Vernon glared sharply at Harry and Vilia, causing them to stand quietly like frightened quails. Vernon and Petunia opened Harry's letter, and upon reading its contents, their expressions shifted dramatically. Completely disregarding Dudley, who wished to see the letter himself, they retreated to the kitchen corner, whispering furtively. Soon after, they resolved to destroy both letters. Yet, in Gu Zhili's eyes, it was perplexing. Receiving a letter should have occurred after Dudley's birthday, not before. This was certainly an ill omen. A few days passed. Although the letters did not arrive daily as depicted in the films, life remained exceedingly calm, yet Gu Zhili sensed that the Hogwarts letters would soon come. However, it was evident that this narrative had diverged, perhaps due to a butterfly effect. Today marked Dudley's birthday, and the family set out for a day at the zoo. Originally, Harry and Gu Zhili were supposed to stay with Mrs. Fig, but her unfortunate accident left them with no choice but to accompany the Dursleys. Upon their arrival at the zoo, the Dursleys reveled in the sights while Harry and Gu Zhili trailed behind, silently enjoying the animals. Any sounds of wonder they might express would surely disturb Dudley's birthday celebration, resulting in a trip to the cupboard. In the reptile house, a cold and dim atmosphere enveloped them, with bright glass windows lining the walls, revealing various lizards and snakes slithering over logs and stones. After encountering Dudley's friends at the zoo, the Dursleys inadvertently forgot about Harry and Gu Zhili, only for Petunia to suddenly remember her niece and nephew while in the reptile house. Penny glanced around and, upon turning, spotted her 2 siblings behind her. "Listen carefully. You too," she admonished. "Today is Dudley's birthday, and if anything goes awry, you had better be wary that your rooms may become your only domains." The siblings exchanged glances, both perceiving in each other's eyes the unspoken acknowledgement that this had long since been a reality. Nevertheless, they nodded vigorously at Penny and chorused, "All right, Aunt Penny." With that, Aunt Penny turned and made her way toward Dudley, no longer concerned with Harry and Gu Zhili. After meandering through the exhibit, Dudley finally discovered the largest python in the reptile house. It appeared to be the most aggressive of the serpents, capable of encircling Uncle Vernon's car twice. then squeezing it into a crumpled heap of worthless metal. However, at the moment, the python showed no interest in such antics, for it was sound asleep. Dudley banged on the glass, striving to rouse the creature, but the python remained utterly still. Dudley whined to Vernon, who tapped the glass again, yet still. The python did not stir. It's sleeping, Harry remarked. I don't need you to tell me that. Dudley retorted. Tap it again. Once more, Vernon indulged Dudley's whims, tapping the glass a third time, but the python remained unresponsive. As Harry had said, it was sleeping. Oh no, is there any way to wake it up? Dudley inquired. But no one answered his question. Reluctantly, Dudley moved to another display window to observe a different snake. Gu Zhili watched as Harry approached the python, speaking to it. The sight of her brother conversing with a snake was utterly astonishing. She had intended to draw nearer, but before she could, Dudley shoved Harry to the ground. Gu Zhili hurriedly helped Harry up while Dudley pressed against the glass, intently watching the serpent. Suddenly, the glass disappeared. It simply vanished into thin air. Gu Zhili instinctively glanced at Harry, her astonishment evident. Clearly, the magic that had caused the glass to vanish was his doing. To be truthful, witnessing Dudley, that little chub, trapped within the display window meant for the snakes, brought Gu Zhili a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, in the original story, Dudley had relentlessly bullied Harry, and throughout her life, he had continued to torment her brother. Yet, in that moment, Gu Zhili seemed to forget that if anything were to befall Dudley, the inevitable consequences would be borne by her and Harry. From the zoo back to the Dursleys' home, Aunt Penny and Uncle Vernon were furious. The moment they returned home, Aunt Penny ordered Dudley to change out of his wet clothes, lock the front door, and, seething with anger, pointed at the siblings. I knew it. Allowing you two to go out was my gravest mistake. You two rascals, return to your rooms this instant. Without my permission, you shall not step foot outside. The barrage of accusations left Harry speechless, while Gu Zhili swallowed hard and attempted to explain. The glass. It vanished on its own. It has nothing to do with us. However, she was speaking untruths. Aunt Penny shot Gu Zhili a furious, disdainful glare. You, Vilia Potter. Remember this. Do not speak back to your aunt. Do you understand? Yet, Gu Zhili still wished to retort. No buts. Right now, immediately, go back to your rooms. Aunt Penny bellowed, pointing upstairs. At this, Gu Zhili fell silent, hastily leading Harry back to their room. Days passed since Dudley's birthday. Gu Zhili regretted speaking back to Aunt Penny, for since then, she and Harry had remained confined upstairs. Aside from assisting Aunt Penny with household chores, they had not ventured downstairs. Oh, if only the letter from Hogwarts would arrive, and if we don't go down to fetch it and hide it away. Would that lead to an endless stream of owls delivering letters? Or would Hagrid come personally to take us away? This dilemma troubled Gu Zhili greatly. Perhaps the aftermath of the Python incident had resulted in their prolonged confinement, and now, no letters had arrived, which only intensified her anxiety. Not only had they lost their freedom, but she also felt responsible for her brother missing the chance to attend Hogwarts. Was this yet another instance of the butterfly effect caused by her actions? Vilia, Harry, come downstairs and prepare breakfast. Aunt Penny knocked forcefully at the door. Gu Zhili and Harry exchanged knowing smiles, indicating that their confinement had been lifted, granting them the freedom to descend. Gu Zhili promptly replied, All right, Aunt Penny. As soon as she spoke, silence fell outside. Taking Harry's hand, Gu Zhili said as they made their way downstairs, Brother, I'll prepare breakfast while you check for your letter. If there is one, make sure to hide it from Dudley or Aunt and Uncle, or you can make breakfast. And I'll go get the letter. If there isn't one, I'll come help you with breakfast. Harry looked at Vilia in confusion, asking, Why do we need to hide the letter? Gu Zhili instinctively delivered a playful, albeit ineffective, tap to Harry's head. Brother, have you forgotten? Last time, Dudley took your letter and Aunt and Uncle confiscated it. Harry seemed to recall the incident, exclaiming, Oh right, I just remembered. Thank goodness you're clever, Vilia. Indeed. Gu Zhili smirked, feeling a sense of pride at her brother's compliment. After descending, Gu Zhili entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Harry hid in the cupboard under the stairs, waiting for the postman to ring the bell so he could seize his letter at the first opportunity. Where's Harry? Aunt Penny noticed only Vilia preparing breakfast and inquired. He felt a bit unwell this morning. He might be in the bathroom. As soon as he's done, he'll come down to help, Gu Zhili replied, not meeting Aunt Penny's gaze as she cracked an egg into the pan. Is that so? Aunt Penny said, somewhat skeptical, casting a glance at Vilia, who was busy frying eggs, before ultimately dismissing their activities. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Harry quickly emerged from the cupboard, rushing to the door and rifling through the mail for his letter. Dursley, Harry, Vilia. Harry scanned the envelopes, all addressed to the Dursley family, nearly succumbing to disappointment, until, at the last moment, his letter finally appeared. Grabbing both Vilia's and his letter, Harry dashed upstairs, making quite a noise. Is that you, Dudley? Aunt Penny called from the living room upon hearing the commotion on the stairs. Did I hear wrong? Aunt Penny muttered to herself. Vilia, did you hear someone coming down the stairs? No, Aunt Penny, I was frying eggs and didn't hear anyone coming down, Gu Zhili stated, flipping the egg. Indeed, she had not heard anyone coming down, only someone going up. Surely that couldn't be considered deception, could it? Once breakfast was ready, everyone emerged from upstairs. And Gu Zhili eyed Harry as he descended, asking, Brother, is your stomach feeling better? Harry immediately understood his sister's implication, replying, It's fine now. I'm much better. As he spoke, he discreetly gave Vilia an okay sign, indicating that he had secured the letter. Gu Zhili felt a surge of joy and remarked, Oh, you're all right. That's wonderful. Harry picked up the letter that he had previously placed on the floor and leisurely walked into the living room, handing it to Vernon with a casual, Uncle Vernon, here is today's mail. Just place it on the coffee table. Vernon, absorbed in the newspaper, replied indifferently, All right. Letters from Hogwarts, Harry informed. Later that evening, after the Dursleys had finished dinner, they set out for a walk. Harry and Vilia tidied up the remnants of the meal and hurried upstairs. Vilia, come on, hurry up. Harry urged her to move faster. I'm coming. Vilia responded. Glancing outside to ensure the coast was clear, she gently closed the door behind her. Look, I have a letter, and you have one too. But I wonder who sent them, Harry exclaimed, revealing the letter he had hidden beneath the blanket and handing Vilia her own. Mine too. Vilia raised an eyebrow in surprise as she accepted the letter from Harry. Could it be that she was deemed worthy of receiving a letter from Hogwarts? Or was it merely a prank? Upon inspecting the envelope, she noted the address, 4, Privet Drive, 2nd floor utility room, Miss Vilia Potter. The phrase was identical to the one on Harry's letter, albeit with a different name. The moment she read those words, Vilia realized this was indeed a letter from Hogwarts. A letter from Hogwarts in her lifetime. She would be the first in her reality to receive such a correspondence. With bated breath, she carefully opened the envelope and gazed at the familiar handwriting. Her heart racing as she read aloud. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, International Confederation of Wizards President, Order of Merlin, First Class. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Miss Vilia Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After reading the letter, Vilia suddenly realized, an owl. We don't have an owl to send a reply? This was not a trivial matter. Vilia, my letter states that I have been granted admission to Hogwarts, but what does it mean to reply by owl? Is this some sort of prank? Harry said, perplexed as he examined the words on the page. Upon hearing Harry's words, Vilia understood that they must have Hagrid come to fetch them. But how could they entice Hagrid to arrive? The only way was for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon to refuse their attendance at Hogwarts, leading to a cascade of owl letters before they could go. Once this notion crossed her mind, Vilia felt confident in her plan. She glanced at the letter, then at Harry, who wore a puzzled expression, and smiled. Brother, I truly believe this letter is authentic, but as for the owl reply, I'm not entirely sure how that works. We'll have to rely on Aunt and Uncle. After all, magical matters have always been fantastical. And let us not forget the mysterious vanishing glass at the reptile house, or your conversation with that giant python. These things cannot be explained scientifically. But we went to great lengths to retrieve the letter to prevent Aunt and Uncle from confiscating it. And now we're supposed to willingly hand it over? Harry voiced his confusion, though he was somewhat taken aback by her mention of him speaking to a snake. Vilia shook her finger playfully. It's not about willingly handing it over. It's about staging a little performance for Aunt and Uncle to witness and confiscate it. Harry touched Vilia's forehead, then his own, saying, Vilia, you're not running a fever. What nonsense are you talking? Well, brother, there is a method to my madness. I feel intuitively that this is the right course of action. If nothing else, you can just humor me in this little act. Vilia insisted, tugging on Harry's hand and playfully pouting. Harry found it impossible to resist his sister's charms and relented. All right. Upon hearing Harry's agreement, Vilia beamed and said, You're the best. Let us stage a deliberate performance. Vilia observed the night outside and estimated that the Dursleys would be returning soon, so she proposed, Brother, I'll take the lead in this act tomorrow, and you can just play along, all right? Harry nodded in agreement. As the door downstairs opened and closed, Harry quickly locked the utility room door to prevent Dudley from barging in and creating a ruckus. Just as he suspected, Dudley rushed upstairs the moment he got home, intending to forcefully slam the door open, disturbing the siblings. Fortunately, Harry had locked it, so Dudley only managed to batter the door with all his might. Mum, Harry and them locked the door, and I hurt myself trying to slam it. Dudley yelled from outside, hoping to incite Petunia's wrath against them. Oh, my darling Dudley. I'll teach them a lesson tomorrow, but it's simply too late tonight. Aunt Petunia consoled as she stroked Dudley's head. All right, make sure you give them a good thrashing and make them cry. Dudley feigned fierceness. Petunia soothed Dudley back to his room, then approached the utility room door, banging on it forcefully. You two better behave. I haven't raised you to be burdens in my home, squabbling with my precious Dudley. If it weren't for your mother who left us, do you think you could still be here? So listen up, don't provoke my Dudley, understood? She continued to grumble. If it weren't for that freak Lily, you wouldn't even be here taking up space. In the room, Vilia lay on the small bed laid out on the floor, gazing at Harry, who was also sprawled on the floor. She whispered, Brother, don't mind what Aunt said. You still have me. Harry shook his head, saying, It's fine, I'm not bothered. Now, let us sleep, Vilia. Good night. Good night, brother. Sweet dreams. Morning arrived, heralded by the ringing of the alarm clock. The siblings rose, descended the stairs, prepared breakfast, and awaited the Dursleys' descent. Ding-dong. Vernon, seated on the sofa, one hand clutching a sandwich while the other held the newspaper, mumbled, One of you go check the mail today. Aunt Petunia signaled Vilia with her eyes to retrieve the letter. Understanding the cue, Vilia swiftly made her way to the front door to fetch the mail. She then slyly mixed her letter in with the others and brought it into the living room, deliberately letting Dudley catch a glimpse. As expected, Dudley noticed the letter that Vilia had purposely exposed and immediately rushed over to snatch both letters, pushing Vilia to the ground in the process. Hey, give us back our letters, Vilia exclaimed, feigning distress after being shoved down. Seeing his sister toppled over, Harry quickly set down his milk and helped Vilia up. Don't worry, I'm fine, Vilia whispered to Harry. Right, just remember it's all an act. Don't hurt yourself, Harry replied with a concerned frown. Okay, I understand. Yours and mine. In the Dursley household, there are only letters that belong to the Dursleys, Vernon declared, putting down his newspaper and sandwich, puffing his cheeks in indignation. However, the letter bears our names. Gu Zhili furrowed her brow and explained. But what however? There is no however. You keep saying there's a letter, yet there isn't one. You will not receive any letters, Petunia chimed in, echoing Vernon. We should have the right to see our own letters. You cannot deprive us of the knowledge of their contents, Harry stated assertively, advocating for his rights. Silence. Dudley, embodying the essence of a spoiled child, pointed at Harry and Vilia. Just as Harry was about to speak, Gu Zhili tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to observe Aunt Petunia's expression. Petunia's gaze had transformed from calm to sharply piercing, akin to the cold, indifferent look of a mother when her child has erred. This expression sent a shiver down Gu Zhili's spine, piercing her heart with an acute sense of pain. We must move. The intensity of that gaze compelled Gu Zhili to grip Harry's hand tightly, causing him a slight discomfort. He turned to his troubled sister and whispered, Vilia, what is the matter? And nothing. Gu Zhili bit her lip and took a deep breath, retreating behind Harry to avoid Aunt Petunia's scrutinizing gaze. Harry, too, felt a jolt of anxiety under Aunt Petunia's watchful eyes. The siblings stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Vernon and Petunia, upon seeing the familiar seal on the letters, immediately recognized them as correspondents from Hogwarts. Filled with jealousy, Petunia glared at the two letters before exchanging a glance with Vernon. He handed the letters to her, and she violently tore them apart. As she ripped them, she proclaimed, These letters are merely a jest, a prank. There's no need for you to see them. Gu Zhili cautiously peeked from behind Harry, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. But upon meeting Aunt Petunia's gaze again, she quickly withdrew. Hiding behind Harry, she softly said, Brother, Aunt Petunia has torn the letters. Please don't be upset. Harry reassured her, It's all right. I'm not angry. Let us just consider it a game. As the letters were destroyed by Aunt Petunia, the days passed monotonously. The owls delivering the letters increased in number, bringing letters daily only to have them destroyed in a ceaseless cycle. Just like in a film, Hogwarts letters seemed to emerge from every corner, an unending flow. The Dursleys were becoming increasingly exasperated by the deluge of letters. Sunday arrived, and that morning, the Dursleys woke unusually early. Vernon sat on his designated sofa, a hint of joy in his eyes as he said, Oh, Dudley, do you know why I am so happy today? Why? Dudley squinted, inquiring. Because today, there is no postman, Harry replied, placing 2 cups of milk on the table. Vernon raised his eyebrows and said, You're absolutely correct, Harry. Yet, in the next moment, his joy turned to resignation as thousands of letters surged into the Dursley home from every direction. Harry stared in shock at the scene before him, while Gu Zhili raised her eyebrows in astonishment, finding it quite remarkable. Wow, this is simply extraordinary, she murmured, her voice barely audible. We must move. We must leave this place, Vernon screamed, overwhelmed by the flurry of letters. Harry and Vilia merely observed the chaos, remaining eerily still. At that moment, the Dursleys were checking into a hotel. Shortly after their arrival, The front desk staff delivered 2 letters addressed to Harry Potter and Vilia Potter. Vernon, holding the letters, took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he declared, "We need to find another place." Petunia remained silent, but upon catching a glimpse of a corner of the letters, she too inhaled sharply and stated, "The further away, the better." The Dursleys moved once again. This time, they relocated to a small island, which housed but a single tower. The tower had only 2 levels. The first floor contained a small kitchen and living room, while the second floor featured a double bed for their bedroom. Petunia and Vernon occupied the upper level. Dudley slept on the sofa, and Harry and Vilia found a spacious spot on the floor to lay out their blankets for sleep. As night fell, thunder roared and the wind howled. Gu Zhili opened her eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly midnight. She rose quietly and tiptoed to Harry's side, pulling a piece of chocolate from her pocket and drawing a makeshift cake on the floor. Just as she intended to wake Harry, she realized he was already awake, startling her and causing her to pat her chest in relief. Gu Zhili offered the chocolate to Harry and produced another piece, smiling as she said, "Happy birthday, my brother. Hagrid is here." Harry sat up, accepting the chocolate from Vilia and ruffling her hair, saying, "Thank you. Happy birthday, Vilia, my sister." Gu Zhili smiled, replying, "Same to you." They then blew out the imaginary cake and candles, savoring the melting chocolate. As Harry enjoyed the chocolate, a pang of sadness washed over him. He felt he had failed as a brother, having prepared no birthday gift for Vilia. Sensing Harry's melancholic mood, Gu Zhili comforted him, "Brother, next birthday, you must give me a piece of chocolate, okay? Let us consider this one as my treat." Harry, wanting to uplift his sister's spirits, gently responded, "All right, next time, I'll treat you." Gu Zhili nodded in agreement, and as Harry chewed on the chocolate, he found its sweetness more pronounced than before. Suddenly, a loud bang drew everyone's attention, startling the Dursleys awake and almost causing the Potter siblings to choke on their chocolate. Gu Zhili swallowed hard, her eyes wide with fear as she turned toward the door. "Apologies. I've broken your door." A giant stepped into the room, making the space feel quite cramped in comparison to his stature. Upon entering, the giant casually pushed the fallen door back into place. "Oh, Harry, you've grown much sturdier since childhood. And you must be Vilia. You look delightful," the giant greeted jovially, picking up a pink umbrella to light the fire in the fireplace. "I am not Harry," Dudley stammered, trembling. "I am Harry." Harry took Vilia's hand and stepped forward. The giant tilted his head, saying, "My apologies, Harry." Harry swallowed nervously and asked, "May I be so bold as to inquire who you are and why you are here?" The giant seemed to recollect himself and handed Harry 2 letters along with a box, stating, "I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You may call me Hagrid." Harry accepted the letters, glancing at them and recognizing them as the Hogwarts acceptance letters he had seen earlier. Vilia took the box and placed it on a nearby stool, prompting Harry to inquire, "We have received the letters, but I do not understand what Hogwarts is. What is this about an owl delivering replies?" Hagrid looked astonished, responding, "Do you not know how extraordinary your parents were as wizards?" "I'm sorry, I wasn't aware." "Wizards? My parents? I know they died in a car accident, but they cannot possibly be wizards." Harry offered an apologetic smile in response. Yet such an answer clearly left Hagrid utterly astonished. A car accident? A mere car accident could not possibly claim the lives of James and Lily. They were the most exceptional wizards. Gu Zhili observed the exchange between Harry and Hagrid, feeling that it might be best for her to remain silent, for she possessed knowledge that her brother did not. Given her brother's insatiable curiosity, it was likely he would inquire until he was satisfied. Following this, came Aunt Petunia's complaints and Uncle Vernon's attempts to prevent the two from attending Hogwarts. And then, of course, there was Dudley sneaking cake and facing Hagrid's punishment. Cake theft. Realizing this, Gu Zhili immediately glanced toward her storage box, spotting Dudley in the act of indulging. "Hey, that belongs to us." Gu Zhili's sudden interruption of their argument drew the attention of the group to Dudley. Hagrid, evidently irked by someone's disrespect towards Dumbledore, reacted, and in an instant, a long, slender pig's tail sprouted from Dudley's backside. The Dursleys were thrown into a state of panic, while their distress was already a distant memory for Hagrid, who had long departed the island with the Potter siblings. Embarking on their journey to London, Harry's probing questions filled the air, and Hagrid's candid responses echoed in Gu Zhili's ears. Diagon Alley, Diagon Alley. Upon arriving with Hagrid at Diagon Alley, Gu Zhili beheld the enchanting place she had long yearned to see. Hagrid surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "You ought to first retrieve your galleons from Gringotts." "What?" Harry replied, perplexed. "It's merely a currency of the wizarding world," Hagrid clarified. As they strolled through the alley, everything appeared extraordinarily dreamlike, and Gu Zhili felt herself becoming entranced, reluctant to awaken from this reverie. Although she had previously visited the Leaky Cauldron and encountered the stuttering Professor Quirrell, The reality of the wizarding world manifesting in her life evoked an indescribable thrill within her. Gringotts. Inside Gringotts, each step revealed a goblin at a station, ready to serve the guests. Gu Zhili gazed at everything with wide-eyed wonder, brimming with joy. Harry held her hand tightly as they followed Hagrid to the largest goblin station. "We wish to access the vault of Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Vilia Potter," Hagrid addressed an elderly goblin. "Do you have the key?" Hagrid pondered for a moment before producing a key and handing it to the goblin, who inspected it and returned it to Hagrid. Leaning closer to the goblin, Hagrid presented a sealed letter from Dumbledore, speaking in a hushed, serious tone. "This concerns the item in Vault 713. Professor Dumbledore sent me to retrieve it." The goblin opened the letter, read it, and then summoned a smaller goblin to escort Hagrid and the siblings to the underground vault. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter's vault, the key, please," the small goblin instructed. Hagrid handed over the key, and the goblin unlocked the vault door. Before the siblings stood a room overflowing with gold coins, galleons. Gu Zhili tugged at Harry's sleeve and exclaimed, "Brother, pinch my face. How can this possibly be real?" Harry refrained from pinching Vilia's face and replied, "I too find this unreal, but the truth is, this is indeed real." Gu Zhili gazed at the galleons that belonged to her, feeling lightheaded. The amount far surpassed anything she had possessed in her previous life. The siblings each filled a small bag with galleons and then followed Hagrid to Vault 713. This vault appeared more intricate than the last, but none of them paid it any heed as they watched Hagrid retrieve the item before departing the underground vault and stepping outside Gringotts. As they walked, Hagrid inquired, "What else do you two need?" Harry glanced at the first-year essentials list and stated, "I still require a wand." Gu Zhili nodded in agreement, affirming, "So do I." Hagrid looked into the distance, saying, "A wand, eh? Then we must head to Ollivander's. His wands are the finest. You two go select your wands, and I'll meet you shortly." "All right," the siblings replied in unison. No sooner had Hagrid taken his leave than they located Ollivander's wand shop. The tinkling of the doorbell summoned Mr. Ollivander to the front, and upon seeing Harry Potter, he exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Potter, Miss Potter. Your parents purchased their first wand for me. Now, it is your turn to select yours. More accurately, the wand will choose you." Ollivander smiled. "Please, Mr. Potter, let us discover what core material your wand will possess," he continued. "By the way, which hand do you and your sister typically use?" he asked. "Both right," Harry replied. Ollivander measured Harry's right arm, then Vilia's, before declaring, "Ah, splendid." He selected a wand made of yew with a phoenix feather core, measuring 9 inches in length, and said, "Here, Mr. Potter, try this wand." As Harry accepted the yew wand and turned to Ollivander, the latter gestured for him to wave it. With a flick, a nearby object toppled over. The three exchanged glances, and Ollivander retrieved the wand, stating, "It appears this wand is not suited for you, Mr. Potter." He then presented another wand. "Try this one." Yet again, the wand failed to resonate with Harry. After several attempts, Ollivander's shop was nearly in disarray. Yet the perfect wand remained elusive. "I assure you, Mr. Potter, this is the last wand I shall present to you. Give it a try." Ollivander produced a wand from the back, saying, "This is holly, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches long, excellent and flexible." He handed the wand to Harry, who felt a sudden warmth in his fingertips. With a swift motion, he waved the wand, and a red light burst forth, casting golden sparks like fireworks into the air. "It seems this is destiny," Ollivander remarked, momentarily taken aback by the wand's response. Next came Vilia's turn. Ollivander hesitated, unsure if he should present her with the same holly wand he had given Harry. After a moment, he selected an oak wand with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 10 inches and slightly curved for her to try. However, it was clear that this wand did not suit her either. Ollivander retrieved the oak wand and set it aside, then picked another wand, offering it to Vilia. "This one is made of rowan, with a phoenix tail feather core, 10 inches long and somewhat flexible." Gu Zhili felt a twinge of uncertainty. As someone not belonging to the magical world, she wondered if she could find a wand that suited her. Although she had previously taken a test online, that had only been an illusion. Now, she was faced with the reality of selecting a genuine wand. Gu Zhili was exceedingly anxious, closing her eyes and waving her wand. In an instant, a warmth radiated from her fingertips, as if brushed by a multitude of feathers. "Yes, this is the one," Miss Vilia exclaimed joyfully. Gu Zhili opened her eyes to behold the rowan wand in her hand, momentarily taken aback, before exhaling in relief and smiling. "Thank you." After procuring a wand that suited her, the siblings exited Ollivander's wand shop, only to encounter Hagrid. He held a cage in one hand and raised the cage in his left towards Harry, saying, "Harry, this is your owl, you may name it." The pure white owl could only be Hedwig. He then lifted the cage in his right hand towards Vilia, saying, "Little Vilia, this is your owl. You might choose a masculine name for it." This was a gentle reminder to Gu Zhili that the owl was male. The owl designated for Gu Zhili bore a light brown hue with a hint of white on its brow, and she resolved to name it Halber. Hedwig and Halber formed a fitting sibling duo, though this time her owl was designated as the elder brother, even if it were the younger brother. It would suffice as a name for siblings. After acquiring the essential items for first-year students in Diagon Alley, Hagrid handed them 2 tickets for the 9 train, urging, "Be sure to remember this ticket when you head to King's Cross Station. I'll take you back to that dreadful muggle home of the Dursleys. You'll have to stay there for a few days until the time comes. You must go to King's Cross Station, otherwise, you won't be able to reach Hogwarts. Don't forget," Hagrid reiterated earnestly, before casting a silent spell. The siblings had intended to ask him something. But in the blink of an eye, Hagrid's figure vanished, and they found themselves in the Dursleys' yard. Exchanging glances, they felt a sense of helplessness and finally walked awkwardly into the house. During their month back at the Dursleys, the family treated the Potter siblings with utmost caution, fearful of provoking them and causing Dudley to sprout another long, thin pig's tail. That pig's tail had kept Dudley indoors for nearly 3 weeks. As he dreaded the possibility of it suddenly appearing while he played with his friends, fearing it would mark him as a freak. Although Hagrid's spell had lost its effect, the Dursleys remained apprehensive, despite their grudging acceptance of the Potters attending Hogwarts. Vernon and Petunia still harbored anger towards that blasted giant for causing their precious son to grow a pig's tail. The dynamics during this period were marked by awkwardness for the Potters, while the Dursleys felt both resentment and fear towards them. The other 3 members of the family were entirely discontent. As the time to depart for King's Cross Station and board the Hogwarts Express drew near, the Potter siblings eagerly anticipated this journey, while the Dursleys also awaited it, albeit with the hope that the siblings would leave their home soon. 2 ticking time bombs in the house were hardly conducive to peace of mind. "Uncle Vernon, could you take us to King's Cross Station?" Harry and Vilia inquired after organizing their luggage. Vernon huffed and puffed, clearly disinterested in them, yet in the siblings' eyes, this was tantamount to consent. "What a bother, Uncle Vernon," they chorused. Vernon became more irate, pointing at them before retracting his finger, exclaiming, "Who said I agreed to take you to King's Cross Station? Doesn't he or Hogwarts have some magic carpet to fetch you?" Just as Harry was about to explain that they didn't know, Gu Zhili grasped his hand, signaling him to remain silent, and he complied. "But we're not going. If you're capable, go by yourselves," Petunia interjected sarcastically from beside the living room door. Gu Zhili feigned indifference, adopting an innocent demeanor as she replied, "But if we don't attend school, Dudley's curse may not be lifted. I had hoped to assist my cousin with that spell." Clearly aware that Gu Zhili was employing a tactic to provoke them, Petunia and Vernon fell into her trap, simultaneously glancing at Dudley's photograph before ultimately consenting to escort the bothersome siblings to King's Cross Station. Having just dropped the Potter siblings at King's Cross Station and placed their belongings, ones that Vernon would gladly have thrown out, on the ground, he swiftly departed at a speed that seemed to defy belief. Observing Vernon Dursley's hasty retreat, Gu Zhili couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He truly fled at an astonishing pace. "All right, Vilia, enough chatter. Let us organize our luggage and head to Platform 9. Gazing at the platform that seemed entirely fictional, Harry hesitated for quite some time. "Brother, why not ask someone for directions?" Gu Zhili kindly suggested, surveying their surroundings. The sensation of knowing the answer yet being unable to articulate, it was quite vexing. Complying with Vilia's advice, Harry approached a station staff member, but was informed that he must have misread or misinterpreted the numbers. "Ron, George, Fred, Percy, hurry up. Every year, there are always muggles causing such annoyance." Mrs. Molly Weasley directed her brood of red-haired children towards platforms 9 and 10. "Vilia, come quickly," Harry called to Gu Zhili. Then, rather audaciously, interrupted Mrs. Weasley. "Excuse me, ma'am, do you know how to get to platform 9? He inquired politely. Mrs. Weasley looked at Harry and Vilia with a warm expression, saying, "Oh, are you new students at Hogwarts? Can't find the platform? Not to worry, just follow us. Our Ron is also a new student this year. Platform 9 is located between platforms 9 and 10. Just run straight into that wall, and you'll arrive," she added with a smile. "Thank you, ma'am." Harry and Vilia expressed their gratitude to Mrs. Weasley. "George, you go first," Molly instructed one of the twins. "I'm Fred. It's a shame you're our mother and can't even tell us apart," George retorted, exasperated. "My apologies, Fred. Then you go first." Molly gestured towards the wall. George, with a mischievous grin, declared, "Actually, I'm George." With that, he dashed straight into the wall, closely followed by Fred. Witnessing the twins disappear into the wall added a sense of wondrous enchantment to Harry's perception of this world. "Child, do you wish to give it a try? If you're feeling nervous, you can run," Mrs. Weasley said kindly, her expression filled with warmth as she looked at Harry and the peekaboo Vilia. ALR Gu Zhili arrived at platform 9 3/4, gazing at the simultaneously familiar yet foreign digits on the wall, her heart racing with exhilaration. Vilia, stop daydreaming and hurry up, Harry called out, standing at the door of the Hogwarts Express. Gu Zhili quickly pushed her trolley over, exclaiming, "Coming, brother." The siblings settled into a compartment on the train. As Gu Zhili stared out the window, lost in thought, Harry intended to close his eyes for a brief respite. But, excuse me, is there any room left on the train? May I sit here? A familiar red-haired boy, Ron, leaned against the doorframe of the compartment. His voice snapped Gu Zhili back to reality, but before she could fully comprehend Ron's words, Harry had already consented to his presence. Alas, this time it was her turn to be momentarily dazed. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. You can call me Ron." He extended his hand in introduction. "I'm Harry Potter. And this is my sister, Vilia Potter," Harry replied, shaking Ron's hand. Ron's face registered disbelief as he stammered, Harry Potter, you are the Harry Potter. So, that lightning scar on your forehead is real, then?" Harry brushed back his hair slightly to reveal the scar to Ron. "Wow, absolutely unbelievable," Ron murmured under his breath. As the trio engaged in conversation, their friendship began to blossom from that very moment. "By the way, I learned a spell from my brother that can change Scabbers' fur color. Harry, Vilia, would you like to see?" Ron produced his wand and held up the rat, Scabbers. "Sure," the siblings responded eagerly. However, as Gu Zhili beheld Ron's pet rat, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. It was this foolish, cowardly rodent, Peter Pettigrew. He was the reason her parents had perished at the hands of Voldemort, and the cause of her godfather Sirius's 12 years of unjust imprisonment. If one were to ask Gu Zhili whom she loathed most in the Harry Potter universe, it would undeniably be Peter Pettigrew. He had betrayed James and Lily, who had regarded him as a true friend, merely out of fear of Voldemort. "Ron, may I have a look at your rat?" Gu Zhili forced herself to suppress the malevolence she felt towards the creature. Of course, Ron was just about to pass Scabbers to Vilia when another voice interrupted. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville has been searching for one." A girl with curly hair and a sprinkling of freckles spoke. "Are you casting a spell? Let me see what you're up to." Hermione. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Zhili's heart tensed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, dispelling much of her animosity towards Peter Pettigrew. Ron looked at the suddenly appeared girl with confusion, retracting Scabbers back to himself. We haven't seen any toads. Maybe you should check further down the train?" Harry suggested to the girl who had appeared outside the compartment. The girl with the voluminous curls smiled and replied, "I think Neville, the owner of the toad, will continue searching, but I would love to see your spell." Ron swallowed the bread lodged in his throat and said, "All right. Yellow, butter, sunshine, change this foolish rat to yellow." Yet, upon completing the incantation, Scabbers remained unchanged, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Are you sure that was the spell?" the girl inquired, her tone tinged with discomfort. "Of course, Fred and George taught me." Ron hastily defended himself. "Shall we become friends, classmates?" Gu Zhili observed the girl for a prolonged moment, concluding that she must be the only academic prodigy among the trio, Hermione Granger. Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili, a hint of confusion in her expression, and ultimately replied with a hint of curiosity. "All right, I'm Hermione Granger. May I ask who you are?" "I'm Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Vilia Potter. Harry is my brother." The trio introduced themselves in turn, and Hermione's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing the Potter siblings' names. "Harry Potter, Vilia Potter, you are the Potter siblings," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Harry and Vilia exchanged amused glances, realizing that this scenario had already repeated itself several times that day. "As you said, we are indeed siblings, the Potter siblings." Gu Zhili feigned an exaggerated demeanor in response. The other three burst into laughter at Gu Zhili's quirky and theatrical display. In that instant, an invisible bond seemed to draw the four of them closer together. Hermione glanced out the window and remarked, "We're likely approaching Hogwarts soon. You two boys should put on your robes. Perhaps you could step out first to let Vilia change?" Ron, confused, responded, "Why? Aren't they all the same?" Before he could finish, Harry had already pulled Ron out of the compartment. Hermione couldn't help but mutter, "Doesn't he know the difference between boys and girls?" Gu Zhili chuckled softly, replying, "Perhaps not." The Hogwarts Express had finally arrived at its destination. All the students disembarked with their luggage in tow. "First-year students, please leave your luggage in the corridor and follow me," Hagrid called out, carrying a lantern. With that, the older students had already entered Hogwarts, while the first years followed Hagrid down to the lakeside, boarding the small boats that could hold four. As they approached Hogwarts, the sight of the majestic castle left Gu Zhili utterly awestruck. "What a beautiful castle," she couldn't help but exclaim. The knowledgeable Hermione chimed in, "Vilia, this is Hogwarts School." Listening to Hermione's introduction, Hagrid chuckled, Miss Granger certainly knows her Hogwarts well. Hermione blushed slightly, modestly replying, I just read a few books about Hogwarts before coming here. Gu Zhili regarded her with admiration, stating, Hermione, you truly are remarkable. Upon reaching Hogwarts, the first year stood outside the Great Hall under Hagrid's guidance. Professor McGonagall, I have brought the new students for this year. Hagrid addressed the woman in the green cloak, standing on the steps. Thank you, Hagrid, she nodded in acknowledgement. I shall take my leave now, Hagrid smiled before departing. I am Minerva McGonagall, and you may call me Professor McGonagall. You will soon enter the Great Hall for sorting into your houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Professor McGonagall explained the sorting ceremony with utmost seriousness. Afterward, she entered the Great Hall to consult with Dumbledore about when the first years could commence the sorting. Once Professor McGonagall had departed, a boy with platinum blonde hair approached the Potter siblings. So the rumors are true, Harry Potter and Vilia Potter have both come to Hogwarts. The boy extended his hand to Harry, boasting, Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Draco Malfoy. Ron couldn't help but chuckle, though his laughter seemed to incite Malfoy's ire. I can tell from your red hair that you're one of those Weasleys who associate with Muggles. Listening to Draco's words, Gu Zhili quickly glanced at Harry, who, with an air of indifference, stated, No, I believe there is nothing wrong with being close to Muggles. This was a clear refusal to befriend Draco. Malfoy furrowed his brow and turned to Vilia, inquiring, And you, Miss Potter? Gu Zhili smiled slightly and replied, It is quite evident, Mr. Draco Malfoy, that my brother has already declined your invitation, which means his sentiments reflect my own. With her words, Draco Malfoy appeared even more incensed, threateningly asserting, Do you realize what you are rejecting? I am a member of the Malfoy family. Professor McGonagall approached with poise, stating, What are you discussing? Malfoy turned to face Professor McGonagall, begrudgingly returning to his place in the lineup. McGonagall then continued, All right, let's proceed. A sudden exclamation interrupted her, as a round-faced boy hurriedly retrieved a toad from the ground. McGonagall looked at the boy, and Gu Zhili's mind conjured the name, Neville Longbottom. She then gently shook her head, a motion that caught Hermione's attention, prompting her to lean closer and whisper, Vilia, are you all right? Gu Zhili responded with a smile, saying, Hermione, I'm fine, please don't worry. One by one, the first-year students followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall, where the floating candles illuminated the magnificence of the enchanted sky above. Gu Zhili couldn't help but let out a soft gasp and pinched her own hand, murmuring, This is real, isn't it? Subsequently, the newcomers stood at the front of the hall as Professor Dumbledore rose to speak. A piercing gaze, akin to a flame, was fixed upon Gu Zhili. She couldn't resist glancing in that direction. Severus Snape. As Vilia's gaze met Snape's, he promptly averted his eyes, engaging in conversation with Professor Quirrell, while casting a glance at Harry's eyes. Now, let us commence the sorting ceremony for the first years. With Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall lifted an old and somewhat soiled hat, announcing, When I call your name, step forward and sit upon this stool. The sorting hat will reveal your house. Hannah Abbott. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuffs erupted in cheers. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted to the stool, hastily donning the hat. Gryffindor. The hat proclaimed. Ron huffed in response as Gryffindor students cheered, and Hermione smilingly made her way to the table brimming with Gryffindors. Neville Longbottom. Observing the round-faced boy, Gu Zhili thought, Indeed, that is Neville. Gryffindor. Neville hurriedly stumbled forward, tripping as he reached the Gryffindor table, eliciting peals of laughter. When Draco's name was called, he strutted forward with an air of entitlement, and as the hat barely touched his head, it screeched, Slytherin. As more students were sorted, it was nearing Harry's turn. Harry Potter, McGonagall announced. As Harry stepped forward, a buzz of whispers filled the hall, akin to the crackling of tiny flames. Potter, is she calling Potter? The Harry Potter? Just as the hat was about to obscure his vision, Harry noticed the hall filled with eager faces, all straining to catch a glimpse of him. Then came the darkness within the hat and the wait. A faint voice whispered in his ear, Difficult. Very difficult. I can see much courage. A good heart as well. Talent. Oh my, quite remarkable. You possess a strong desire to prove yourself. How intriguing. Where shall I place you? Harry clutched the edge of the stool tightly, thinking, Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Gu Zhili observed her brother's anxious demeanor, a wave of panic rising within her, unsure whether it was for herself or for Harry. This inexplicable anxiety was most untimely. Harry seemed to converse with the sorting hat, but Gu Zhili was too far away to hear. Gryffindor. Harry trembled as he approached the Gryffindor table, finally turning to Vilia with a relieved smile. Seeing that Harry was indeed a Gryffindor, Gu Zhili returned his smile, thinking, Thank goodness, my brother is still a Gryffindor. Now it's my turn. Next, Vilia Potter. Gu Zhili's heart tightened, feeling as though an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. her steps seemingly weighed down by boulders, slow and labored. She took her seat, and McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. "Ah, another Potter. It appears your mind is quite complex, and your intellect is commendable. Let me ponder. Where shall you go?" The hat's voice echoed in Gu Zhili's ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Slytherin? Perhaps not, considering how she had just offended young Draco. Ravenclaw? No, she felt unworthy to be compared with such prodigies. Hufflepuff? A fine house, yet it would mean being separated from her brother. Gryffindor? While she would remain with her brother, would she even be accepted? For a moment, Gu Zhili's thoughts became a chaotic whirl, and the sorting hat remained silent for a lengthy spell. Please don't let it be like one of those jokes online, where I end up in Azkaban. Noticing that the hat still hadn't made its decision, Gu Zhili murmured, "Is the hat broken?" "Little girl, I am not broken, merely finding you a suitable place. Let me consider a bit longer, then you shall go to Gryffindor." Upon hearing the hat acknowledge her remark, she panicked, realizing she had been overheard criticizing it. However, when she heard she was sorted into Gryffindor, her heart soared with joy, and she quietly expressed her gratitude to the hat. "This girl is quite amusing." Thanking a hat, the sorting hat chuckled. Gu Zhili settled beside Hermione, mirroring Harry's expression of relief, saying, "You scared me to death." As soon as she finished her first sentence after sitting down, the Gryffindor students erupted in collective cheers, with Prefect Percy standing up to clasp the hands of the Potter siblings, exclaiming, "You two have been placed in Gryffindor. How splendid." The Weasley twins excitedly chimed in, "We have a Potter. We have both Potters." For a moment, the siblings were swept up in the jubilant atmosphere, unable to contain their silly smiles. After a while, Ron also received his sorting, still Gryffindor. Observing the three Gryffindor stalwarts beside her, Gu Zhili felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness, the trio remained intact. The ceremony for the new students has finally concluded. Gu Zhili cast a fleeting glance at Albus Dumbledore, seated regally in the grand golden chair upon the platform, before bashfully diverting her gaze. A sharp pain radiated from her left arm. Standing, Headmaster Dumbledore raised a goblet and addressed the gathered students. "Now, let us indulge in a feast together." With his words, the atmosphere in the dining hall became increasingly lively. Everyone engaged in animated conversations with familiar classmates or friends, while the first-year students busily forged new friendships. "I am a half-blood. My mother is a witch and my father is a muggle. When my mother revealed her magical heritage to my father, it truly startled him," remarked a boy with yellow hair. Gu Zhili was drawn to his words and smiled, contemplating. "So, this must be Simon, the explosive genius, Simon Finnegan. The prospect of witnessing Simon's continuous mishaps over the coming years fills me with joy. Vilia, try this chicken leg, it's delectable," Harry said as he served a chicken leg to Vilia. Gu Zhili accepted the offering, responding sweetly, "Thank you, brother. You should eat more as well." "Oh, why isn't my brother like Harry?" Ron lamented, observing Harry and Vilia's interaction. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, then chimed in. "Oh, our dear little Ron. Do you believe we treat you poorly?" Ron, feeling defensive, quickly retorted, No, how could that be?" George quipped, "If you think we are unkind, we might just have to change our ways. Wouldn't you agree, Fred?" "Indeed, George. We are eager to demonstrate our brotherly love throughout your Hogwarts journey," Fred added. Ron protested, "No, please don't. That would be dreadful. George and Fred will surely make my life miserable." Watching the dynamic within the Weasley family, Gu Zhili mused that sometimes a little mischief is necessary, perhaps even to intimidate the Dursleys. Harry observed Vilia savoring her meal, and his gaze inadvertently drifted to the teachers on the platform, particularly Albus Dumbledore. Harry raised his goblet in salute. Next, he noticed Hagrid, whose enormous stature was unmistakable. They exchanged smiles and lifted their goblets in camaraderie. Suddenly, Harry caught sight of a sinister face engaged in conversation with Professor Quirrell, whose eyes briefly met his. In that instant, Harry felt a sharp sting from his scar, as though it were ablaze. Startled, he nudged Ron, who was clutching a chicken leg. "Ron, do you know who that professor conversing with Quirrell is?" Ron glanced up, swallowed his bite, and suggested, "You should ask Percy. He knows more." "All right," Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, reiterating the question to Percy. "That is Professor Snape. You're already acquainted with Quirrell. His nervousness is hardly surprising. Snape teaches potions, but is rather reluctant about it. Everyone knows he covets Quirrell's position. Snape is quite adept in the dark arts." Gu Zhili, eavesdropping, cast a discreet glance at Snape, only to discover that he seemed to be watching her in return. It was not mere vanity. She genuinely perceived Snape observing her, likely through the lens of her resemblance to Lily. Harry scrutinized Snape for a moment, but the latter did not return his gaze. Turning to her brother, Gu Zhili found Harry again fixated on Snape, and following his line of sight, she caught another glimpse of Professor Quirrell. In that moment, her heart raced, and a burning sensation coursed through her left arm. Gu Zhili subtly pressed her robe against the area just above her shoulder. Hermione noticed and inquired, Vilia, is everything all right? Do you feel unwell? No, I'm fine, Gu Zhili replied, feeling guilty, her mind racing. What is happening? Why does my arm feel as though it has been scorched? As time passed, the students finished their meals, and the remnants on the table vanished in an instant. Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more, restoring silence to the hall. Now that everyone is satiated, I wish to share a few words. At the beginning of the term, I must remind you of a few important points. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. Even our older students should remember this, Dumbledore said, his bright eyes glancing toward the Weasley twins. Moreover, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Those wishing to join their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid unfortunate accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now, students of each house, please follow your prefects back to your common rooms, Professor McGonagall announced. The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the bustling crowd, exiting the hall and ascending the marble staircase. As they passed through the concealed door behind the sliding panels and hanging curtains, Gu Zhili felt fatigue wash over her. She quietly asked, Hermione, how much longer until we reach the Gryffindor common room and dormitory? I'm so tired. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, took Vilia's hand and replied, Vilia, I'm not sure. If you're tired, you'll just have to hold on a little longer. Harry turned to observe his drowsy sister and chuckled softly. At this hour, Vilia should probably be asleep. It's no wonder she is tired. Ron, surprised, looked at Harry and asked, Harry, how do you know Vilia's bedtime so well? Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated. Are you daft? Vilia is Harry's sister, of course. He knows when she goes to sleep. Ron pursed his lips and replied, oh. Suddenly, they came to a halt as Percy warned, watch out, it's Peeves. A wand appeared before them, and soon a small imp manifested, its wicked black eyes and wide mouth grinning as it levitated cross-legged in midair, clutching the wand tightly. Oh, it's that pesky first-year troublemaker. How delightful, he exclaimed, lunging towards the students, who gasped in shock. Peeves' appearance caused an uproar among the Gryffindors. Harry quickly turned to Hermione, saying, Hermione, cover Vilia's ears, and don't ask why. Hermione swallowed her impending question and covered Vilia's ears. Get away, Peeves, or I'll inform the Bloody Baron. I'm not joking, Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. But not before the wand struck Neville squarely on the head. Percy warned everyone to be wary of Peeves, explaining that the Bloody Baron was the only one who could keep him in check. Peeves didn't even heed the words of the prefects. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very plump woman dressed in all pink. Password? She inquired. Dragondung, Percy replied. The painting swayed and moved forward, revealing a round hole in the wall. Subsequently, one by one, the students stepped through the opening, entering the Gryffindor common room. Percy continued. This is the Gryffindor common room. The boys' dormitory is on the left, while the girls' dormitory is on the right. The portrait at the entrance requires the password Dragondung. If you forget the password, you shall not gain entry, so please remember it. Hermione removed her hand and asked Harry, why did you ask me to cover Wilia's ears earlier? Harry glanced at Wilia, noticing her attention was completely elsewhere, before responding, well, Wilia is quite sensitive to sound. When she's fully awake, she's fine, but if she hears loud noises while in a semi-conscious state, she might react aggressively. Also, if she has had a tiring day and is still asleep the next morning, waking her up with noise will likely provoke the same reaction. To calm her down or prevent her from reacting, it must be someone she recognizes or an apology must be offered. After listening to Harry's explanation, Hermione looked at Wilia, who was busy carrying her suitcase to the girls' dormitory, and remarked, thank goodness you explained, Harry. I wouldn't have guessed Wilia could be grumpy in the mornings. Harry clarified, it's not every day, it only happens when she's unwell. By the way, Hermione, if you're living close to Wilia, I would appreciate it if you could look after her. Hermione pouted slightly and responded, of course, Wilia is the first friend I've made since coming to Hogwarts. Gu Zhili, observing her brother and Hermione engrossed in conversation, felt a twinge of suspicion about whether her brother harbored ulterior motives. Hermione, come on. Let us get our luggage sorted first. Gu Zhili had to interrupt their conversation. All right, Hermione replied, taking her luggage and walking towards Wilia, who was headed to the right towards the girls' dormitory. Coincidentally, Wilia and Hermione ended up as roommates, the kind where they could whisper secrets to each other even in the dead of night. Gryffindor loses 20 points. As night deepened, all the girls in the dormitory had fallen asleep. Gu Zhili opened her eyes and sat on the windowsill, illuminated by the moonlight. She lifted her left sleeve. On her snow-white arm lay a scar, resembling a lightning bolt. Gu Zhili recalled the origin of that scar from that fateful night. Voldemort had indeed attacked Harry, but he had also harmed her. It was unknown whether it was due to her crossing over or her identity, but the scar remained hidden from everyone. She pondered whether concealing the existence of her scar was a good thing or a bad thing. What if she were also a Horcrux? After all, Harry was not the only one who could converse in Parseltongue. Gu Zhili's heart was heavy with worry as she hugged her arms tightly and buried her head in her knees. She had thought she would simply glide through, unaware of the troubles that awaited her. Vilia? Hermione rubbed her eyes and turned towards Vilia, asking, "What's wrong? Can't you sleep?" Startled by Hermione's voice, Gu Zhili hastily covered, "Yeah, I'm a bit restless." Hermione got off her bed, moved beside Vilia, and said, "It's all right. It's the first day. The coming days will be better." Gu Zhili replied with a smile. "Vilia, I have a question that I can't comprehend," Hermione said, biting her lip. Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow curiously. What question? What could possibly stump Hermione, the academic prodigy? "It's about the first time we met on the Hogwarts Express. I've been pondering how you became my friend so quickly. I always thought friendships developed gradually," Hermione explained. Gu Zhili feigned enlightenment, smiling as she replied, "That is quite simple. Some friendships, like you mentioned, do take time, while others are instant connections, where one person takes the initiative to befriend another. I felt an instant connection with you. It was clear that you are a very intelligent girl." Hermione blushed slightly at Gu Zhili's compliment. "Is that so?" "Absolutely." After several evenings of conversation, Gu Zhili and Hermione's friendship flourished, culminating in their impending tardiness for potions class on Friday. "Hermione, hurry. We're going to be late." "It's potions class. Professor Snape's class," Gu Zhili exclaimed, grabbing Hermione's hand as they hurried down the corridor. "I know, Vilia. Just run a bit faster so I can keep up." Hermione attempted to release Vilia's hand to speed ahead, but Gu Zhili held on tightly, saying nothing. Wait for us." A familiar voice called from behind, and Gu Zhili turned to see the unmistakable red hair and lightning scar of her brother and Ron. "You're late too," Hermione remarked at the two boys who had caught up to her. "Forget that for now. If we don't hurry, we'll really be late." Gu Zhili quickly interrupted Ron as he opened his mouth to speak. "Exactly, Ron," Harry chimed in. The group raced through the corridors of Hogwarts. Finally arriving at the potions classroom, they stared at the closed door, exchanging glances, each hoping the other would be the first to open it. Ultimately, it was Hermione who pushed the door open. "Oh, let me see who almost arrived late to my class." Snape squinted, stating, "Miss Granger." Hermione awkwardly replied, "Professor Snape. You might want to make a note of this." "What?" Snape frowned, looking at Hermione. As she entered the classroom, the other three followed suit, heads bowed. "Miss Potter, Mr. Weasley, don't hide your face behind a book. Your foolish red hair has already given you away. And you too, Mr. Potter." "Very well. Gryffindor loses 20 points." Snape observed with a mocking grin as he noted the names of the 4 tardy Gryffindors on his parchment. "Did you leave your brains with a troll? Or did Peeves dismantle your alarm clocks? Now sit down." Upon hearing this, the 4 hastily found their seats as Snape began the lesson. "Do not scribble indiscriminately in my class. I hope your minds are not as empty as Mr. Potter asks." Just as he finished this sentence, Snape noticed Harry scribbling something with his head bowed. "Very good, Mr. Harry Potter. Please tell me what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Gryffindor gains 10 points. Gu Zhili, listening to this, had the translation of that very phrase flash in her mind. "The lily falls into bitter sorrow, my profound regret over Lily's death, from which I have lived a hellish existence." These words struck Gu Zhili profoundly as she gazed at Professor Snape's shadowy visage. Wishing to glimpse the deep-seated guilt that lay behind his eyes, Gu Zhili understood the deeper meaning behind Snape's words. While others merely assumed he was displaying disdain for Harry, seeking to assert his authority and demonstrate his severity. In the classroom, the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin shared a common sentiment, with the notable exception of Gu Zhili. Harry pressed his lips together, furrowed his brow, and apologized. "Professor, I do not know." Snape fixed his brooding gaze upon Harry and remarked, "It seems that notoriety does not equate to knowledge, does it, Potter?" He cast a fleeting glance at Vilia, who was covertly observing him, and continued addressing Harry. "Now, let me pose another question. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of Dunkstone, where would you seek it?" Hermione raised her arm eagerly, wishing to respond. But Snape paid her no heed. Harry, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, stiffened his spine and said, "I apologize, Professor, but Hermione clearly knows the answer. Why not allow her to respond?" Snape regarded Harry with a sardonic expression and said, "It appears that the illustrious Harry Potter has not engaged in any reading on potion making before the term commenced, has he? Can you tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Gu Zhili swallowed hard, her voice wavering as she slowly raised her hand. "Professor Snape, May I answer? I know the answer. Snape raised an eyebrow at Vilia and said, Ah, it seems another Potter wishes to make a name for herself. Very well, do share. Gu Zhili stood up, took a deep breath, and stated, Firstly, combining daffodil powder and mugwort can create a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Furthermore, Dungstone is a type of stone extracted from a goat's stomach, possessing remarkable detoxifying properties. She gulped again before continuing. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant and are collectively known as monkshood. Snape watched Vilia as she answered all the questions and mused that her aptitude for potions was commendable. Perhaps she should pursue it further. Very well, you may sit down. Observing the stupefied expressions of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students, Snape's demeanor darkened. I believe Miss Potter has articulated a crucial point that warrants documentation, correct? So, why are you not taking notes? The dazed Gryffindor and Slytherin students snapped back to reality, hastily jotting down Vilia's responses. Snape smirked slightly, somewhat displeased. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Gu Zhili exhaled in relief and glanced at Harry, who smiled at her and mouthed, Well done. Witnessing the exchange between Vilia and Harry, Snape decisively proclaimed, Miss Potter, I would like you to visit my office after class. Gu Zhili trembled at the words and stammered, Why yes, Professor. Ron regarded Vilia with a sympathetic gaze, while Harry and Hermione expressed concern for her. Following this brief interlude, Snape commenced his lesson. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy lamented the missed opportunity to witness the Potters' simultaneous embarrassment. Class dismissed. Come with me, Miss Potter, Snape announced after the lesson concluded. Gu Zhili managed a rueful smile and replied, All right, Professor, I will be there shortly. While she was eager to be called upon by Professor Snape, it did not imply her desire to be summoned for a private conversation. Hermione approached Vilia and said, Vilia, come back soon. I'll be waiting for you in the dormitory. Ron offered a sympathetic grin. Good luck, Vilia. Harry said nothing, merely watching Vilia with worry in his eyes, conveying his anxiety regarding her visit to Professor Snape's office. Noting the concern etched in Harry's gaze, Gu Zhili chuckled. Don't worry, brother. Professor Snape isn't as fearsome as you think. Right after assuring the trio, Gu Zhili hurriedly followed in Snape's footsteps to his office. In the aftermath of class, Harry glanced back repeatedly at Vilia as she made her way to Snape's office, as if she were heading into battle. As Vilia's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, Harry's elder brother instincts were on high alert, prompting him to ramble incessantly with Ron and Hermione. Do you think Vilia will be punished by Professor Snape? Harry pondered anxiously. Ron yawned and replied, Harry, Professor Snape isn't going to eat her. Besides, Vilia told you not to worry. Hermione frowned, trying to reassure him. I believe Professor Snape called Vilia to his office merely because of her answer. There is likely nothing to be concerned about. Harry hesitated, but there are no buts. Instead of worrying about Vilia, you should take care of yourself. Go back and prepare for your next class. Hermione interjected swiftly, sensing Harry's inclination to continue the conversation. In Snape's office, the professor sat in his chair, his piercing gaze fixed on Vilia. Miss Potter. Gu Zhili felt a wave of tension wash over her upon entering Snape's office. When he called her name, she responded, Huh? Were you off in Merlin's sock or something? Snape narrowed his eyes, maintaining his focus on Vilia. Gu Zhili, adopting a diligent student demeanor, replied, No, not at all. Professor, did you call me here for a specific reason, or was there something I did incorrectly during class? Snape observed Vilia's eyes meeting his, yet he averted his gaze, saying, No, I wish to inquire about your thoughts on potion class. Gu Zhili appeared puzzled, contemplating for a moment before responding. Well, Professor, I feel somewhat lost regarding potion studies. I'm not certain if I enjoy it. My sole desire is to achieve good grades. As for my thoughts on the subject, I can only say that I am willing to learn and put in the effort. Whether I truly like it can only be determined through gradual exposure. Listening to Gu Zhili's words, Snape felt a profound resonance, akin to Lily standing before him, elucidating her feelings about her relationship with James over the years. Oh, is that so? Would you be willing to learn alongside me? Devote additional time each day to study? Snape inquired. Gu Zhili turned to him, a slight smile gracing her lips as she responded, Of course. However, Professor, could you please address me by my name, Vilia, in class? It would help distinguish me from my brother, with one being Miss Potter and the other Mr. Potter. I prefer being called Vilia. Snape paused, taken aback by her request, then replied, Very well, Vilia. Gu Zhili felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself, I found myself an ally. So, when shall I come each day, Professor? Gu Zhili cheerfully asked. Snape, intrigued by her informal title of Professor, queried, Is that what you wish to call me, Vilia? Gu Zhili replied sheepishly, Yes. If you find it inappropriate, I apologize, Professor. Snape chuckled softly, Not at all. Just come to me after all your classes each day. That title, Professor, is quite agreeable. Feel free to use it. Snape glanced at the clock and said, Class is about to start. You should head back. All right, thank you. With that, Gu Zhili exited Snape's office. As Gu Zhili departed from Snape's office, she felt as though the experience was steeped in fantasy, enveloped in an air of unreality. She had been summoned by Professor Snape, and to her astonishment, she had referred to him as Snape in such a casual manner. Remarkably, he had not scolded her. How extraordinary. It seemed that she was indeed benefiting from her mother's legacy, Lily. However, witnessing Snape's stern demeanor made her feel genuinely intimidated. Yet, even in his severity, there was an endearing quality. Gu Zhili walked quietly along the corridor back to Gryffindor, her mind abuzz with thoughts. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the trio of her friends immediately surrounded her with a flurry of questions. Vilia, how are you? Is everything all right? Inquired Harry. Vilia, what did Professor Snape summon you for? Asked Hermione. I told you there was nothing to worry about, right? Chimed in Ron. Listening to their inquiries, Gu Zhili smiled and replied, Of course, I'm fine. Come on. Don't treat Professor Snape like some ferocious beast. He just wants me to come by after class for some extra learning. With her answer, the trio gradually calmed down. Hermione was the first to pick up on the subtle shift in Gu Zhili's words, exclaiming, Vilia, did you just call Professor Snape Snape? Confused, Hermione pondered why it was acceptable to refer to him in such a manner. Gu Zhili explained, It's simply my way of addressing him. I find Snape much easier to say. And don't you think it makes our relationship feel more approachable? Ron imagined Snape in a brotherly light, which sent a shiver down his spine as he replied. Maybe not. That is a bit too hard to accept. Harry, however, found nothing amiss, considering Gu Zhili's penchant for nicknaming others, such as calling Dudley Little Fatty, Aunt Petunia Wolf Ant, and Uncle Vernon Pigsy. To him, calling Snape Snape seemed quite normal. Hermione, tempted to adopt a similar approach, hesitated at the thought of Snape's glare from earlier that day and decided against it. Gu Zhili glanced at the time and reminded them, Have you all thought about it? Is there something you might have forgotten? Ron, perplexed, asked, Forgotten what? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and exclaimed, Class is about to start. In a hurried rush, the four dashed out of the Gryffindor common room, racing toward their classroom. However, this time, they were not late. After another class concluded, the four made their way to Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Outside, they noticed a thestral and a pair of rubber boots. Just as Harry was about to knock, they heard a commotion inside, accompanied by anxious barks and Hagrid's voice saying, Back up, Fong, back up. Once Hagrid had settled Fong, he stepped outside and greeted them. Oh, it's you lot. Come on in. With Hagrid's warm invitation, they entered the hut and sat on small stools, chatting amiably. Harry pursed his lips and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that Professor Snape despises me. Ron and Hermione remained silent, while Hagrid questioned, What? Why would Snape hate you? I'm not sure, but I sense it, Harry replied. Gu Zhili observed Harry's troubled expression and added, Perhaps he does harbor some resentment towards you. Harry, I feel that too. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. Vilia, you think so too? Gu Zhili nodded, continuing, But I believe it's not pure hatred. It could simply be because you were late, which he dislikes, and you interpret that as him hating you. Ron, puzzled, interjected, What hatred? Harry, Snape might just be annoyed at our tardiness, but Vilia's perspective spares us some disdain. Hermione concurred, I think so too. All right, enough of that. Look what I found. Gu Zhili exclaimed, pointing to a small piece of paper tucked under Hagrid's tea cozy. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet. The latest report on the Gringotts break-in, the investigation into the unlawful intrusion on July 20th, is ongoing. It is widely believed to have been perpetrated by an unidentified dark wizard. The goblins at Gringotts reiterated that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that was searched had already been completely emptied earlier that day. A goblin spokesperson stated this afternoon, We cannot disclose what was kept in the vault. It is best not to interfere with this matter. Harry and Gu Zhili exchanged knowing glances, recalling that day on the train when Ron had mentioned an attempt to rob Gringotts, though he hadn't specified the date. After conversing with Hagrid for a while, they returned to the castle, but a shared memory lingered in the minds of the siblings. The day of the Gringotts break-in coincided with their visit to retrieve galleons. And it was precisely the item Hagrid had gone to Vault 713 to collect, the very object Voldemort coveted, the Philosopher's Stone. As twilight descended, Gu Zhili and her friends made their way to the dining hall, unexpectedly encountering Draco and Goyle. Oh, look who it is. It's Potter, the so-called savior who can't answer questions. Draco mocked with exaggerated disdain. Clenching her fists, Gu Zhili stepped forward and retorted, Oh, is that so? But I believe the illustrious Draco Malfoy also failed to answer the professor's question, did he not? Draco's smirk vanished, and he replied stiffly, Is that so? Aren't you Gryffindors always eager to steal the limelight? You claim I can't answer, yet it's you who craves attention. Hermione stood beside Gu Zhili, adopting a stern demeanor, and said slowly, That's not true. All right, Vilia, there's no need to stoop to their level. Gu Zhili smiled, You're right, Hermione. There's no need to engage with them, especially since they can't even raise their hands to respond. With that, she took Hermione's hand and marched past Draco and his companions, continuing toward the dining hall. Ron and Harry followed closely, and Ron could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Harry, your sister transforms from a quiet little girl into a commanding presence the moment anything related to you arises." Harry chuckled, watching Vilia ahead. She's always been this way. Even at the Dursleys, she never allowed anyone to speak ill of her. In the dining hall, Harry gazed at the sumptuous array of food before him and awkwardly swallowed. "Vilia, are you sure we can finish all this?" Hermione chuckled at the sight of chicken legs, hamburgers, desserts, and more. Ron, however, teased, "Vilia, are you a bottomless pit? Why order so much?" Gu Zhili grinned mischievously and waved to George and Fred behind Harry. "Come on, George, Fred, hurry up," Ron gasped, turning around. "You called George and Fred too?" Gu Zhili narrowed her eyes, feigning a demeanor of solemnity and skepticism, and remarked, "Ron, is it truly unacceptable for me to invite George and Fred to partake in some food?" Ron felt an enigmatic force emanating from his brother, compelling him to respond, "And no, it's fine. Then let us take our seats and enjoy the meal," Gu Zhili said with a warm smile. The group settled down, while Harry and his companions remained perplexed about why Vilia had summoned George and Fred, and thus could only sit quietly, eating and observing. Holding a slice of pizza, Gu Zhili addressed George and Fred. "You two are quite adept at pranks, are you not?" In unison, they replied, "Of course, little Vilia, are you interested?" Gu Zhili chuckled and shook her head at Harry's bemused expression, saying, "Well, I would like to consult you both on a matter. Is that permissible?" Hermione immediately inquired. Why? It was clear she questioned Vilia's intentions regarding the prank. Gu Zhili offered Hermione a reassuring glance and continued, "It's nothing dire. I merely wish to teach certain individuals a lesson." The first person that came to mind for everyone, aside from the Weasley twins, was Draco, who had just spoken ill. The three fell silent, for it was evident that whatever Gu Zhili intended to do, they could not thwart, not even Harry, who recognized that his sister Vilia was seldom deterred from her pursuits. George observed Vilia in her familiar state of excited mischief, reminiscent of their own antics when toying with others. Thus, he said, "Vilia, I believe the moniker Little Imp suits you quite well. From now on, we shall call you that." Fred immediately chimed in, "Indeed." Gu Zhili, momentarily caught off guard by the new nickname, could only acquiesce, saying, "Very well, I shall consider that your agreement." The Weasley twins snapped their fingers in unison, affirming, "Of course." Harry and Ron looked on, bewildered by the transaction taking place between Vilia and the twins. As they moved on to their flying lesson, Hermione regarded Vilia's self-assured demeanor and glanced at the two boys, who appeared utterly dazed, expressing her exasperation. "I suppose you two are utterly baffled, so just focus on enjoying your food." Gu Zhili echoed Hermione's sentiment, adding, "It's not a significant matter. I merely wish to learn a few tricks for teasing others. It's harmless, really," the Weasley twins concurred. "Indeed, brother, do you not find it exhilarating to prank Draco?" Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow, signaling her intent to use pranks against Draco. However, in truth, Gu Zhili aimed to employ the Weasley twins' mischievous tactics on several individuals, with Draco being just one among them. After dinner, they returned to the Gryffindor common room, parting ways with the boys. Gu Zhili sat on her bed, gazing at Hermione, who returned her look. After a moment, Hermione asked, "Vilia, could you enlighten me as to why?" Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow, replying, "Hermione, I had thought you were already aware." Hermione shot her a glance, retorting, "Only Harry and Ron assumed you were using pranks on Draco. I suspect you have other motives concealed from us." Gu Zhili stared at Hermione, saying, "Ah, the astuteness of Hermione. It's merely a personal matter. A relative at home requires a bit of discipline." She briefly described how a troublesome child in her family needed to be frightened into obedience. Hermione eyed Vilia skeptically, questioning whether that was truly the case. Yet she dismissed the thought, as Vilia had claimed she merely wished to teach the troublesome child a lesson. Likely just a simple scare. "Well then, Hermione, I shall rest now. You should also retire early. Good night." Gu Zhili bid Hermione good night before changing into her pajamas and lying down. As Vilia settled in for the night, Hermione couldn't help but smile wryly, murmuring, "Good night." A peaceful night ensued. The next morning, Gu Zhili rubbed her eyes awake, dressed, and roused Hermione before they set off to the dining hall for breakfast. Seated and enjoying cheese sandwiches, Gu Zhili remarked, "Hermione, today we have flying lessons, correct?" Hermione sipped her milk, affirming, "Yes, flying lessons." Ron, yawning, joined Hermione at the table, exclaiming, "You two are up awfully early." Harry, looking equally sleep-deprived, settled next to Gu Zhili, greeting, "Good morning, Vilia." "Good morning, brother. Would you like a beef burger?" Gu Zhili inquired, allowing drowsy Harry to lean against her shoulder. Harry, still half asleep, mumbled, "Sure, I'll have some." "What did you all do last night? You look as if your souls were sucked away," Hermione remarked, frowning. Ron, with an air of grievance, replied, "It's because Harry was sleep-talking about going to the Forbidden Forest to find something, which scared me into thinking he was sleepwalking. Turns out, he was just talking in his sleep. Ridiculous. Did you not hear your own dog gnawing on wood and grinding its teeth in the middle of the night?" Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed. Ron retorted, "How could Fong possibly grind his teeth?" As Harry and Ron were on the verge of arguing about Fong's dental habits, Hermione quickly interjected, "All right, enough about teeth grinding. Can't you both prepare your things for class?" Harry and Ron snapped to attention, glancing at each other before simultaneously asking Hermione and Vilia, "What class do we have next?" Gu Zhili, chewing her sandwich, replied, "Flying lessons. Flying lessons involve riding broomsticks. By the way, do you know about Quidditch?" As Harry frowned, Ron elaborated on the flying lessons and casually inquired about Quidditch. During the flying lesson, Gu Zhili remarked, "Ron, you seem quite knowledgeable." She turned to him, suggesting, "Why don't you tell us about Quidditch?" Instantly animated, Ron exclaimed, "Quidditch. Let me tell you, it's an exhilarating flying sport. And there are actual competitions in the wizarding world. It's truly impressive." Ron was so excited he could hardly contain himself, but sadly, class time interrupted his lengthy explanation about how he fell in love with Quidditch. On the vast field, Gryffindor and Slytherin students gathered once more for flying lessons. The last time they shared a class was in Professor Snape's potions lesson. It must be noted that Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed to share quite the connection. The students from both houses stood in a line, each beside a broomstick. You will all find a broomstick to your left. Now, place your left hand above the broomstick. Concentrate, and with feeling, say up. Then, mount your broomstick and give it a strong kick-off with your feet, and you shall fly. Now, give it a try, Professor Hooch declared, striding confidently between the rows of Slytherin and Gryffindor students. As her words echoed in the air, all students extended their left hands towards the broomsticks, saying with conviction, "Up." Harry's broom was the first to respond, soaring into his grasp. Seeing this, Hermione, filled with determination, exclaimed with even more fervor, "Up." Ron shook his head and shouted, "Get up." The broomstick suddenly sprang to life, and Ron, oblivious to the impending chaos, was struck on the head by the overly enthusiastic handle of the broom. However, the focal point of the scene was none other than the round-faced boy, Neville Longbottom. Perhaps due to his trepidation about his inability to fly, Neville was the first to mount the enchanted broom and soared into the air. Gu Zhili, clutching her broom, tilted her head to observe Neville, who wore a bewildered and terrified expression as he rode through the sky, murmuring, "What a tragic sight, Neville." "Mr. Longbottom, come down," shouted Madame Hooch, addressing the airborne Neville. Trembling with fear, Neville stammered, "I'm sorry, but I don't know how to get down." A group of students watched as Neville was whisked around by the flying broom, only to ultimately plummet from the castle wall, exclaiming in shock, "Neville." Madame Hooch was the first to rush to Neville's side, checking for injuries, and after a moment, she said, "Your wrist is broken." Frowning, she addressed the students. "I will take Mr. Longbottom to attend to his wrist injury, and you had better not let me see anyone else flying." With that, she escorted Neville to the hospital wing. As Madame Hooch and Neville moved further away, Draco smirked wickedly, picking up Neville's fallen memory ball, and mockingly remarked, "I suppose Longbottom has forgotten how to dismount from his broom." With that, Draco and his companions erupted into laughter. Harry frowned in displeasure and extended his hand, saying, "Malfoy, give me Neville's memory ball." Draco raised an eyebrow and then mounted his broom, soaring into the sky, taunting Harry, "Come and get it yourself if you dare." Hermione, witnessing Harry's intent to fly up and retrieve the memory ball, called out, "Madame Hooch doesn't allow us to use brooms without permission, Harry." Gu Zhili intercepted Hermione's attempt to stop Harry, whispering, "Hermione, let him be. My brother has already decided to go after that ball." Harry, intending to speak, flashed a smile at Gu Zhili, as if to convey his gratitude for her understanding, and then mounted his broom to pursue Draco. The two raced through the skies above Hogwarts, nearly neck and neck, until suddenly Draco hurled the memory ball with great force. Alarmed, Harry quickened his pace, catching up to the ball and ultimately reclaiming it just in front of Professor McGonagall's window. Inside, Professor McGonagall, who was grading papers, was startled by the sight of Harry swooping past her window, nearly leaping from her chair as she hurried to the window to witness the spectacle. Harry firmly grasped his broom with one hand while triumphantly holding up Neville's memory ball with the other as he soared toward the Quidditch pitch. On the grounds, the Gryffindor students cheered as Harry retrieved the memory ball, and it wasn't until he reached Gu Zhili's side that she meticulously checked to ensure he was uninjured, finally saying, "Thank goodness, you're all right, brother." Although she had agreed to Harry's endeavor to retrieve the memory ball, this did not imply she would cease to express her concern once he returned. With a somewhat teasing smile, Gu Zhili regarded Harry and remarked, however, "You ought to clarify your intentions next time. Not everyone can decipher your motives as I do." Harry, feeling an inexplicable chill at Gu Zhili's smile, forced a chuckle and replied, "All right, I'll be more careful next time." "Professor McGonagall," Ron called out, noticing her approaching quickly. As soon as Ron's words fell, Professor McGonagall arrived before the Gryffindor and Slytherin students, her expression carrying a hint of delight. She then said, "The rest of you may carry on. Harry, you will accompany me." At her words, a wave of concern washed over some students while others reveled in schadenfreude. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances regarding Harry's fate under Professor McGonagall's scrutiny, while Gu Zhili remained unconcerned, confident in her brother's talent. Surely, he would make the Quidditch team. If not, she would write her name backward. Draco observed Harry's retreating figure with a sinister smile, contemplating, this time, Harry Potter is bound to receive a thorough reprimand. After class, Gu Zhili, Ron, and Hermione hurried to find Harry. Gu Zhili was the first to inquire, "Brother, what did Professor McGonagall want with you? Did she scold you?" Ron and Hermione turned their gaze to Harry, eagerly awaiting his response. Harry hung his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied, "Professor McGonagall took me to see the Quidditch team captain, Oliver Wood. She said I would make an excellent seeker. And then, I became the seeker for the team." Ron observed Harry's demeanor with confusion, asking, "Harry, why do you look so glum?" Gu Zhili also cast a questioning glance at Harry, who sighed, "I'm worried I won't be able to handle this position. After all, I've never even played Quidditch before." Upon hearing this, Hermione chimed in, "Harry, you're worrying unnecessarily. Don't you know your father was also a seeker?" "What?" Harry replied, bewildered. Hermione, noticing his confusion, beckoned him to follow her. She led the group to a glass display case, pointing to a medal. "Look." Gazing at the medal that bore the name of Seeker James Potter, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within Harry. "Harry, you've never mentioned your father was a seeker," Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry turned to Ron, perplexed. "I didn't know." "Well, now you do. See, brother, even your father was a seeker. You will undoubtedly be an excellent one too," Gu Zhili said with a smile, pointing at the medal. Harry nodded with a smile, stating, "I believe I will be a great seeker." Nearly headless Nick floated by, conversing with a lady. "Did you know? Harry Potter is the youngest seeker to join the Quidditch team." The lady responded, "Really? I can hardly believe it." Draco wore a scowl, clearly displeased. Goyle approached and asked, "Draco, what's wrong?" Draco fumed, "How can Harry Potter become a seeker? It's infuriating." Goyle, in his usual simple-mindedness, replied, "What's the big deal? If Harry Potter embarrasses himself during a Quidditch match, wouldn't that just make things more enjoyable?" Draco pondered this and found merit in Goyle's reasoning. "What do you want to learn today?" Draco mused, observing the animated conversation between Harry and his friends, and beckoned Goyle closer, whispering something into his ear. Goyle nodded and smiled, understanding the cue. While Gu Zhili was engaged in conversation with Harry, she inadvertently noticed Draco instructing Goyle on something. She began to pay attention to Draco and his companions, wondering what the ensuing plot would entail. Would it unfold according to the original storyline? Or would it deviate and replay events anew? After all, the previous letter from Hogwarts had already served as a warning. To speak candidly, Gu Zhili was filled with concern. The thought that her involvement might lead to the tragedy of others weighed heavily on her mind. She pondered deeply and resolved to adhere to the plot, contemplating what Draco might do next. The ensuing events would likely involve encountering the three-headed dog, wouldn't they? "Vilia? Vilia?" Harry called out to his sister, who seemed lost in thought. After several attempts to rouse her, he gently nudged her shoulder, finally bringing Gu Zhili back to her senses. "Huh, what's the matter?" Gu Zhili queried, gazing at Harry with a look of confusion. Harry placed his hand on Vilia's forehead and then tested his own, remarking, "You don't have a fever, so why were you unresponsive for so long?" In response, Gu Zhili, both amused and exasperated, swatted Harry's hand away, saying, "I'm not feverish, I was simply deep in thought. And you rather skillfully interrupted my train of thought." After hearing Vilia's words, Harry could only scratch his head awkwardly, mumbling an apology. Hermione, ever curious, interjected, "Vilia, what were you thinking about? Share it with me, and perhaps I can help." Gu Zhili, not one to conceal her thoughts, replied candidly, "I was contemplating what Draco might do." At that moment, the Weasley twins appeared seemingly out of nowhere, having overheard her musings about Draco. With eager expressions, they inquired, "Little demon, do you have a crush on Draco?" The sudden arrival of the twins startled the quartet, causing Gu Zhili to instinctively place a hand over her heart to soothe her startled nerves. "I absolutely do not like Draco," she exclaimed. "I'm merely concerned about any unfriendly actions he might take towards my brother." George raised an eyebrow at Fred, his expression one of disbelief. "Little demon, are you speaking the truth?" Gu Zhili, exasperated, declared, I swear by Merlin's hair that I have no interest in Draco. The twins remained skeptical, and Fred added, by the way, Professor Snape has summoned you to his office. All right, Gu Zhili responded. But why would that old bat Snape call you to his office? To conduct potions experiments, perhaps? George queried. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by the question, Gu Zhili turned to Hermione and the others for assistance, stating, could you please enlighten these two pranksters? I must take my leave. With that, she made her swift exit, leaving the Weasley twins and Harry exchanging puzzled glances. Fred broke the silence, asking, so, who wants to explain why the little demon is off to see the old bat Snape? Arriving at Snape's office, Gu Zhili knocked on the door and announced, Professor Snape, it's Vilia. As soon as she spoke, the door swung open. Stunned for a moment, she stepped inside the office. Snape, holding a small cup, regarded Vilia with his usual intensity. Vilia, you've arrived. What would you like to learn today? Gu Zhili, bewildered, stammered, huh? Not just one request. The inquiry caught her off guard. Was this truly her Snape? Had he been abducted by aliens? Observing her bewilderment, Snape continued, Vilia, regain your composure. Don't offer your brain to the trolls. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili finally snapped back to reality. This was indeed her acerbic Snape. The earlier inquiry about her learning preferences must have been an impostor. What do you wish to learn? Snape frowned. Hearing the question again, Gu Zhili felt a flicker of despair and stuttered. Professor, have you been swapped with a troll? Snape, rolling his eyes, replied, Miss Vilia, are you suggesting I am an impostor? Well, otherwise, how could you possibly ask such a question with your usual acerbic demeanor? Gu Zhili countered, explaining her reasoning. Snape, amused yet exasperated, said, must I always be acerbic? If I exhibit a kinder demeanor towards you, is that so unwelcome? Gu Zhili quickly replied, no, not at all. Why would it be? Well then, enough of this banter. State what you wish to learn, and I shall teach you according to your chosen potion. Snape resumed his cold demeanor. Professor, aside from potions, could you also teach me defense against the dark arts, or even about dark magic itself? Gu Zhili cautiously inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Snape raised an eyebrow in response, retorting, you seem to be getting a bit greedy. However, if you wish to learn, I can accommodate. Just as Gu Zhili was about to express her excitement, Snape added, but there are conditions. Her expression fell as she muttered, there are conditions? Snape, keenly aware of her murmurs, replied, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you desire something, you must exchange something in return. It's a simple principle that requires no further explanation. Gu Zhili laughed awkwardly. Understood, Professor. What are the conditions? Snape gazed into Vilia's emerald eyes, stirring a sense of guilt within him. After a pause, he stated, the requirement is simple. You must memorize everything I teach you word for word. This demand, while seemingly straightforward, carried its own weight. Gu Zhili lowered her gaze and pressed her lips together, affirming, I will. There is a second requirement, Snape continued. Stunned, Gu Zhili stared at Snape, exclaiming, Professor, there's a second requirement. Snape chuckled at her reaction. Did I ever imply there was only one? Well, no. Gu Zhili replied, her lips twitching in resignation, asking, Professor, are there more than two conditions? Snape smirked. You are quite astute, far more so than your brother. Gu Zhili wiped away the inexplicable sweat forming on her brow. Regardless, if you wish to learn, you must comply, correct? So more conditions are not an issue, right? Vilia? Snape placed the cup he had been holding down and gestured to a chair in the corner, inviting her to sit. As he took his own seat, Snape fixed his gaze on her, stating, the second condition is to ensure your own protection. Gu Zhili was momentarily taken aback, replying, understood. We will discuss the other conditions later. Let us begin the lesson. However, seeing as you seem unable to decide, I will choose the subject matter, Snape declared, standing up. Gu Zhili thought to herself, relieved that it was Snape who chose the course, for had she been tasked with selecting it as an outsider, it could have ended poorly. Snape handed her a book, instructing, take this book and read it thoroughly. Once you have done so, we can assess your understanding. As Gu Zhili accepted the book and glanced at it, she recognized Snape's handwriting. The implication of needing to read it thoroughly before being tested felt daunting. Akin to being thrust from heaven to the depths of despair, the book was practically a summons for an examination. Ultimately, Gu Zhili resigned herself to the task at hand, acknowledging that this was the path she had chosen. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat on the sofa and turned to Ron, saying, Ron, how does your brother possess such a knack for journalism? Every question he asked was pure gossip. Ron sprawled across the long bench, feeling utterly drained as he replied, I never thought that George and Fred had interests beyond pranks, Harry. Hermione sat upright on another sofa, holding a book yet seemingly lost in thought. Ron inadvertently glanced up and noticed Hermione's dazed expression, subtly gesturing to Harry to take note of her. Following Ron's cue, Harry looked over at Hermione and, puzzled, asked, What is the matter, Ron? Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "Look at Hermione. She's actually holding a book, but seems to be daydreaming. This must be the first time she hasn't been reading, right?" Harry observed Hermione for a moment before responding quietly. Perhaps Hermione is pondering matters like wisteria? Hermione, having regained her focus, glanced at the two of them whispering and couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying, "Could you two stop being so foolish? Instead of speculating whether I'm daydreaming, why not familiarize yourselves with the material?" With that, Hermione stood up, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as she exited the common room. Ron and Harry exchanged awkward glances before quickly diverting their gazes and simultaneously declared, "I'll take my leave then, Ron, Harry." With that, the two of them departed the common room. Gu Zhili emerged from Snape's office, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, appearing utterly exhausted. Hermione had been waiting outside Snape's office for Wisteria. Upon seeing her emerge, she approached and said, "Wisteria, you've learned. Should I ask why you look as if your soul has been drained?" Gu Zhili managed a weak smile, replying, "Let us walk a bit further before we discuss it." All right. Hermione observed Wisteria's evident fatigue, and thus supported her as they walked to a bench in the corridor to rest for a moment. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Gu Zhili regained some energy and stepped out from the shadow of the recent class, saying, "Hermione, thank you for waiting for me outside." Hermione smiled softly and replied, "I merely thought you would be finishing class soon, so I came to wait for you at Professor Snape's office. Wisteria, you should wipe your sweat." As she spoke, Hermione handed Wisteria a tissue. Gu Zhili accepted the tissue and wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead, exhaling, "That feels better." It was then that Hermione inquired, "Wisteria, you looked utterly exhausted earlier. Did Professor Snape punish you?" Gu Zhili shook her head, explaining, "No, Professor Snape didn't punish me. It's just that his teaching style was a bit terrifying for me." Hermione, puzzled, responded, "But isn't Professor Snape's class quite normal? Just teaching from the textbook and such." Gu Zhili raised a finger, shaking it as she feigned profundity, saying, No, my experience in class was different from everyone else's. You see, Professor Snape made me identify a poisonous plant among over 100 aconites, and he even had me smell several indescribable potions." Hermione blinked, saying, Wisteria. Gu Zhili, oblivious to Hermione's reaction, continued, "I felt as though my sense of smell was nearly gone." Hermione tugged on Wisteria's robe, asking, "Wisteria, what's wrong?" Gu Zhili furrowed her brows in confusion, looking at Hermione. "I think Miss Granger is suggesting you should be quiet, Wisteria." Snape's voice echoed from behind Gu Zhili, sending a chill down her spine. A wave of cold surged from her spine to her head, compelling her to slowly turn around and face Snape. "Miss Gu," Snape said, gazing down at the awkward and anxious Wisteria, "I believe I am not well, am I?" Ha. Gu Zhili stood up, attempting to pull Hermione away slowly, saying, "Professor, I think you're quite good, really very good. And now, Hermione and I shall take our leave. Goodbye, Professor." With that, Gu Zhili seized Hermione's hand and dashed down the corridor. Snape crossed his arms and watched as Wisteria and Hermione sped away. That ungrateful Wisteria, who he had worried about during class, had someone else to comfort her now. With that thought, Snape chuckled helplessly and turned to exit the scene. Gu Zhili and Hermione reached another corridor and stopped once they confirmed Snape was no longer behind them. Gu Zhili, panting, exclaimed, "Oh, my little angel Hermione. Why didn't you tell me Professor was right behind me? I was terrified." "I did warn you." Hermione leaned against the wall, stating, "I blinked to alert you. And I even tugged on your robe. Didn't you notice, Wisteria?" Gu Zhili, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Did you?" "Yes," Hermione confirmed. Gu Zhili waved her hand. All right, no more of this. Let us head back to the dormitory." Hermione nodded in agreement, and together they supported each other as they made their way back to Gryffindor. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry were engrossed in conversation, and upon the return of Gu Zhili and Hermione, they immediately noticed the lively discussion. Thus, Gu Zhili supported Hermione, and Hermione in turn aided Wisteria as they approached Ron and Harry, taking a seat beside them. Gu Zhili and Hermione settled onto the same sofa, and she asked, "Bro, Ron, what are you discussing? Could you share it with me?" Hermione slumped on the sofa, clearly exhausted from her escape from Snape. Gu Zhili felt similarly drained, but was driven by her strong will to inquire why Harry seemed troubled. In truth, Gu Zhili was merely concerned that Harry might be facing issues he hadn't disclosed, leading to unforeseen consequences that she could never rectify. Ron, observing the fatigue etched on their faces, asked, "Did you two just battle in the Forbidden Forest? Why do you look so worn out?" Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron, saying, "I hope you won't ask that question just yet. We're still exhausted. Let us discuss it later." Harry handed each of the girls a glass of water, saying, "Drink some water first. We can chat while we sip, all right?" The exhausted duo nodded in agreement. Ron replied, "Fine, The question isn't important. Harry then settled back on the sofa, saying, Malfoy has challenged me to a duel at midnight on the 4th floor. Gu Zhili nearly spat her water out, exclaiming, cough. Cough, Draco wants to duel you. At midnight. My goodness. Hermione perked up at this, looking at Harry and warning, you know that after curfew. No one is allowed out of the dormitory, Harry. Gu Zhili echoed, exactly. Only halfway through her agreement did Gu Zhili realize that if Harry didn't attend the midnight duel, how would the plot progress? And if he did, how could he ensure he wouldn't be caught by Filch? Observing Wisteria's hesitation, Hermione continued, Harry, you mustn't go. Ron, you shouldn't go either. If you get caught by Filch, it's you two who will lose points for Gryffindor. Ron murmured softly, they really have a lot of say, don't they? Hermione shot him a glance, and he immediately fell silent. Harry, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I don't want to go either, but if I don't, Malfoy will boast about how Gryffindor is cowardly and that we lost to him. The common room had been caught in a web of tension. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili's lips twitched uncontrollably, and after taking a sip of water, she quietly said, Draco truly harbors deep affections for my brother, dreaming of luring him to the 4th floor at midnight. Hermione, arms crossed and with a stern expression, looked at Ron and Harry and declared, you absolutely cannot go. With that, she took Vilia's hand and headed back to the girls' dormitory, leaving the two bewildered boys staring at each other in confusion. As Gu Zhili was pulled back to the dormitory by Hermione, she was still dazed, utterly unaware of what had transpired, just like that. They were back in the dormitory. However, seeing Hermione sulking by the bedside, she felt the need to offer an explanation. Hermione, dear. I think that my brother and Ron might not actually go. The odds are 50-50. Look, a 50% chance. But considering their personalities, that 50% becomes an absolute certainty that they will go. Hermione, observing Vilia earnestly trying to explain, sighed and said, My dear Vilia, you do not understand. I fear that if they do go, and if Malfoy is absent, they might instead be caught by Mr. Filch, which would cost Gryffindor points. We are already down by 20 points. You can help us regain 10, but we would still be in a deficit, wouldn't we? The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, ultimately sitting on the bed, her brow furrowed in worry as she gazed at Vilia in distress. With a sly smile, Gu Zhili then feigned seriousness and said to Hermione, Hermione, why don't we wait in the common room at midnight? If my brother and the others try to sneak out, we can stop them. Yes, Vilia, we can prevent them from going to the 4th floor. Hermione's worries dissipated, replaced by a bright smile. Gu Zhili and Hermione high-fived, both feeling a sense of triumph. Midnight, Gryffindor common room. Hermione and Vilia hid behind a sofa in a corner, with just half their heads peeking out, enough to see the path from the boys' dormitory to the common room. Gu Zhili covered her mouth, feeling drowsy and stifling a yawn. Hermione observed Vilia, who looked as if she wanted to sleep but couldn't, and suggested, Vilia, why don't you go to sleep? I can wait here. Gu Zhili shook her hand, rubbing her eyes as she replied, It's fine. I can wait a little longer. Hermione hesitated briefly before saying, Or perhaps you should shoo, Hermione. Gu Zhili glanced at the two shadows near the boys' dormitory and exchanged a knowing look with Hermione. Hermione fell silent as the shadows drew nearer, finally revealing themselves in the common room. Harry, do you know this is my first time sneaking out at midnight at Hogwarts? Ron said as they walked. Harry, with a hint of resignation, explained, Ron, it's my first time too, but this feels undeniably strange. Ron shuddered, looking at Harry with a stammer. Harry, does that feeling you mentioned mean we're being watched? Harry looked at Ron in surprise, asking, How did you know? Ron, with a bitter smile, pointed towards Hermione and Vilia's hiding spot, saying, I think we might be under the watchful gaze of something. What? Harry frowned in confusion, scrutinizing the spot Ron indicated. That's what? It's probably just a glowing little light, right? Is it? Brother. Gu Zhili stood up and strode confidently towards Harry. Standing directly in front of him, where do you think you're going? To find Draco. She refused to let her brother fail to recognize her. If he didn't recognize her, that was one thing, but calling her a little light was simply intolerable. Vilia? Harry looked at the suddenly appearing Vilia in bewilderment, feeling quite awkward. Hermione, watching Vilia impulsively step out, covered her eyes in dismay, muttering, Oh dear. Vilia, how could you expose yourself so quickly? As Vilia approached the two boys, Hermione, with a fierce demeanor, walked forward. Hermione, Ron exclaimed, spotting Hermione approaching. What are you doing here? Were they both foolish? Hermione gazed at Ron with an air of superiority, retorting, Why? You two are allowed to be here. Am I not permitted to be here as well? Ron was left speechless, looking helplessly at Harry, who was too busy being scolded by Gu Zhili to notice Ron's plight. He felt a desire to seek help himself. Gu Zhili squinted, stifling another yawn, but continued to scold Harry. How could you mistake your lovely sister for a lamp? And you want to go out. You still want to find Draco. I am genuinely upset. Harry could only placate her. No, no, Vilia. I haven't even gone out yet. Please don't be angry. Seeing Harry still intent on leaving, Hermione interjected, Harry, where do you think you're going? And you, Ron, you want to follow Harry too? If you both get caught and lose points, don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili turned to Hermione and asked, Hermione, do you agree to their going out? Hermione crossed her arms, turning her head away. No, Vilia, you heard wrong. Harry and Ron, sensing their opportunity, fervently gestured and pleaded. All right, enough of this. I'm going back to the dormitory now. Vilia, let us go. Hermione turned and grasped Vilia's hand, intending to head back. Gu Zhili felt a bit lost, glancing back at the two equally perplexed yet still determined boys, and quietly asked Hermione, Hermione, what are you? Shoo. Hermione signaled for Vilia to be quiet as they hid around the corner of the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. Hermione's vigilant demeanor prompted Gu Zhili to unconsciously mimic her movements. Pressing against the wall, just as Gu Zhili was about to ask a question, Hermione said, Vilia, don't ask me what I'm doing, just follow my lead. All right, now let us go? What? Gu Zhili hadn't grasped the situation before Hermione pulled her out of the common room. What had just happened? Had she broken the rules? No. They had all broken the rules together. Hey, this is impressive. Thus unfolded Gu Zhili's inner turmoil as she was dragged away by Hermione. On the fourth floor, Ron asked, rubbing his eyes and yawning, Harry, do you think we can go back now? Harry looked around, noticing Draco was still absent. Not yet, Ron. Malfoy hasn't arrived. Hermione, hidden in the shadows, face-bombed, saying, do they really think Malfoy will show up here? Vilia. Gu Zhili nodded earnestly, affirming, I believe that's exactly what they think. Are they both foolish? How can they trust in such things, coming here after we spotted them? Hermione grumbled in frustration. Gu Zhili scratched her forehead and said, Hermione, I thought you agreed to let them come here. Not at all. Hermione retorted stubbornly. Although she conceded to their outing, she would never admit it. Besides, wasn't she accompanying them alongside Vilia? Just in case. Yes, precisely, just in case. Gu Zhili observed Hermione's stubborn demeanor and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, Oh, Hermione, you are simply adorable. I've truly been bested by you. Hermione, leaning against the wall, glanced at Ron and Harry with a hint of exasperation, stating, Vilia, please stop messing around. Noticing Hermione's growing irritation, Gu Zhili promptly assured, All right. These two fools, why haven't they returned yet? The more Hermione watched, the angrier she became, while Harry and Ron continued to loiter. Meow. A cat with crimson eyes called out from the doorway of the fourth-floor classroom. Oh no, it's Filch's cat. The moment Hermione heard the meow, she immediately turned to Vilia and said, We need to move. Gu Zhili frowned as she glanced at the two fools still waiting for Draco. Without hesitation, she grabbed Hermione's hand and dashed towards Ron and Harry. Hermione was taken aback, exclaiming, Hey, Vilia, there was no time to explain. We must flee, Hermione. Gu Zhili said as they ran. Harry and Ron, upon seeing Hermione and Vilia, wore expressions of astonishment and asked, Aren't you supposed to be in the dormitory? What are you doing here? Filch is coming. We need to find a place to hide. Gu Zhili didn't want to waste time and immediately explained the urgent situation. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and quickly followed Hermione and Vilia, who were already searching for a hiding spot. Who's here? Did you see anyone else come in? Filch's voice echoed in the empty room. Meow. A human and a cat were having a disjointed conversation in the room. After a while, Filch left with his cat, and those hiding behind the box, including Vilia, let out a sigh of relief. Ron was the first to speak. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping in the dormitory? Hermione crossed her arms, responding, Why is it that you boys are allowed to roam freely while we girls aren't? Harry frowned as he surveyed the surroundings before addressing Vilia. Vilia, you shouldn't have come out. Gu Zhili bit her lip, unsure how to respond. If she said she wouldn't have come out if Vilia hadn't then if Harry truly didn't venture out at midnight, the plot would fall apart. However, should he venture out, the trio would undoubtedly be there, and she herself would certainly follow Hermione. Hermione couldn't bear to hear Harry utter such self-deceiving words to Vilia and retorted, Harry, Vilia came out because she was worried about you, and besides, it was I who brought her out. Moreover, would we have come out if you hadn't? Ron's eyes widened in surprise, as if to say, What the heck? Wasn't it you who agreed? What? Gu Zhili felt a headache coming on and said, All right, let us not argue. What do we do now? Of course we should head back, Hermione replied. Harry and Ron clearly looked reluctant to return, with Ron gritting his teeth, saying, Since we're already here, shouldn't we wait a bit longer? Ron, have you lost your mind? Do you really think Malfoy will show up? Hermione couldn't help but give Ron a light smack on the head. However, they couldn't simply leave empty-handed. Ron rubbed his head where Hermione had hit him and murmured, But we can't just leave without anything. Harry suggested, how about we just hang around here for a bit? Hermione's fingers trembled with indignation, exclaiming, You all. Gu Zhili tugged at Hermione's robe, saying, Come on, Hermione, since we're already here, we might as well see what this place is like. Hermione crossed her arms, looking into Vilia's eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. But, Vilia, All right, little angel Hermione, it's settled, Gu Zhili declared playfully. Hermione and Vilia exchanged glances for what seemed an eternity. Ultimately, Hermione relented, saying, I've truly been bested by you. The three-headed dog. Hermione gazed at Vilia, who was beaming with delight, unsure whether to laugh or feel exasperated. This was her first friend, the first to proactively reach out to her. Though a bit mischievous, she was genuinely thrilled to be friends with Vilia, providing her with a sense of pure safety amidst the chaos of Hogwarts. Gu Zhili surveyed the surroundings and noticed a locked door, asking, Where do you think we should go? Gu Zhili thought to herself, Look over there. Quickly, look over there. Ron spun around and, spotting the door Gu Zhili had indicated, suggested, Why don't we check that out? It looks rather unsafe. Harry squinted at the corner door. But we have no choice but to go, right? Hermione interjected. Clearing her throat, Gu Zhili coughed discreetly, covering her nose. Achoo. Meow meow. As Gu Zhili's sneeze echoed, another cat's meow resonated from outside, sending shivers down the spines of the four. Dear, are you certain someone is here? Filch's hoarse voice drifted from afar. Meow, a cat meowed in response to Filch's inquiry. The group exchanged glances, and without hesitation, decided to hide behind the ominous door. After all, it was better to conceal themselves than be discovered by Filch. They rushed to the door, but Ron immediately grasped the handle, only to discover it was locked. This door is locked, he lamented. Hermione swiftly pulled Ron aside, brandished her wand, and confidently addressed the lock, Alohomora. With a click, the door swung open. Ron stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Hermione in awe. That's amazing, Hermione. How did you do that? Hermione, exasperated and a bit incredulous, rolled her eyes and replied. It's in the textbook, Chapter 7 of Standard Spells. Haven't you both read it? Harry and Ron sheepishly scratched their heads, while Gu Zhili nervously whispered. Shouldn't we be a bit quieter? That's true. The three didn't realize the looming danger behind them. It doesn't seem like there's anything fun here. Ron casually scanned the room, seemingly unaware of any threats. However, Gu Zhili was fixated on the three-headed dog that was stirring awake. Unable to suppress a gulp as she asked, Ron, are you sure? Of course, as Ron was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent. Ron? Harry looked at Ron, puzzled, only to find him staring at something with an indescribable expression. Following his gaze, Harry too fell silent. Harry? Ron? Hermione turned to see the two in a stupor, perplexed as to why they were zoning out at such a critical moment. Gu Zhili grimaced, tugging at Hermione's robe to indicate the colossal creature that had left everyone in stunned silence. Hermione gasped, awkwardly exclaiming, Wow, oh. She had intended to urge everyone to leave this place quickly, but the next moment, she realized she didn't need to explain, because the giant three-headed dog had slowly opened its eyes. The four instinctively held their breath as the creature revealed its sharp, drool-soaked teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. Oh. They nearly got caught. The three-headed dog glared at the petrified group, seemingly intent on approaching them, as if eager for a substantial meal. Gu Zhili stared at the monstrous hound, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She had always harbored a fear of dogs. Even the tiniest of puppies were tolerable. But any dog comparable in size to a car tire was a torment in her eyes. As for those that surpassed even a tire in size, they were nothing short of a nightmare. In a swift turn of events, though terrified and trembling, Gu Zhili's primal instinct was to flee. She grasped Harry with her left hand and Hermione with her right, while Ron was pulled along by Hermione. And together they made a hasty escape from the scene of the menacing canine. Loris, are you certain you've spotted any students in this vicinity? Filch crouched down, observing his cat, while gently stroking its soft fur. Loris trotted about lightly, turning under Filch's palm, lazily meowing as its crimson eyes surveyed the surroundings. Following Loris's gaze, Filch looked into the impenetrable darkness and then lifted Loris into his arms, asking, My dear, do you wish to return, or shall we continue this way? Just as Gu Zhili had successfully led her companions away from danger, she caught the faint, raspy murmur of Filch from afar. Instinctively, she urged her friends against the wall, pressing themselves tightly to it. Releasing Harry's hand, she placed a finger to her lips and whispered, Shoo. Ron, abruptly yanked backward, collided painfully with the wall, grimacing as he uttered a soft ow. The moment he did, Hermione shot him a fierce glare, rendering him instantly silent. Filch, cradling Loris, turned toward the hiding spot of Gu Zhili and her friends, frowning as he scanned the area roughly 30 meters away. Loris, Would you care to check if there happens to be an imprudent student daring enough to roam the halls at midnight? His voice bore an unmistakable edge of irritation. Mew. Loris responded, flicking its tail haughtily as it trotted toward the shadows. Gu Zhili watched as Loris approached, her heart racing uncontrollably. Thump, 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 thump. The rapid beat of her heart intensified, and she cursed her misfortune upon meeting Harry's concerned gaze. A flash of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she silently called out. Number 9, are you there? A languid yet slightly magnetic voice responded. What is it? Feeling as if she had found a pillar of strength, Gu Zhili hastily exclaimed. Golden thigh, golden finger, brother 9, big shot. We are about to be exposed. I implore you to conceal us. Please, don't let Gryffindor lose points. Number 9 let out a resigned yawn. Is that all? You summoned me for such a trivial matter? Are you not using your brain? Big shot, please. Gu Zhili implored with an earnest yet hopeful gaze that seemed to pierce through the world to Number 9's eyes. With a lazy flick of its tail, Number 9 curled up comfortably and fell asleep. In the mere span of half a minute, Loris had altered its course right before Gu Zhili's eyes and returned to Filch's side. Mew. Loris shook its head at Filch and then leaped into his embrace. Upon seeing Loris's demeanor, Filch understood that the area was now devoid of any students and departed. The quartet huddled in the corner exchanged glances as Filch's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Ron poked his head out for a look, bewildered as he remarked. He just left? I thought we were about to be discovered. Hermione interjected. Ron, do you really think this is the time to question such phenomena? I truly cannot comprehend your thought process. With a look of exasperation, Hermione rolled her eyes and exchanged a glance with Gu Zhili, shaking her head in resignation. Gu Zhili merely offered Ron a polite, yet awkward smile. Harry whispered, Ron, perhaps we should refrain from discussing this now and return to the dormitory. After all, the fact that you all ventured out at midnight and were nearly toyed with by Draco will surely come to light, right? Gu Zhili completed Harry's thought. Realization dawned on Ron, and he quickly replied, all right, let us head back to the dormitory. Hermione's eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion as she gently brushed against Gu Zhili's hand, casting a fleeting glance elsewhere. Let us go, Vilia, she said. Completely oblivious to Hermione's lingering gaze, Gu Zhili cheerfully responded, let us go. The group stealthily made their way out of the 4th floor. During their descent, Ron could not contain his grievances about how Draco, that spoiled brat, had deceived them, how Filch's ears and Loris were so perceptive they nearly caught them, and that ferocious, three-headed dog. As they walked, Ron's small yet comical complaints elicited a peculiar sensation among the other three, akin to knowing that an act was forbidden yet feeling invincible in their belief that they would not be caught. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry hung their heads, looking sheepish, clearly aware that they were about to face inevitable reprimands and ridicule. Hermione and Gu Zhili regarded them with icy indifference, smirking at their predicament. Hey, Harry and Ron managed a sheepish yet awkward grin. Gu Zhili, wearing an innocent smile, playfully tugged at one of each of their ears, saying, you two have truly outdone yourselves. It was one thing to go out, but to nearly be caught is another. Yet you two dimwits were foolish enough to linger on the brink of exposure. Just how much has Draco promised you to make you trust him so blindly? Harry rubbed his ear, wincing as he explained, we intended to return. Besides, you were right behind us too, weren't you? Ron, looking perplexed, added. You were just as much involved in this escapade. Gu Zhili retorted, Mr. Ron Weasley, would you care to repeat that? What is there to be afraid of? Ron began to retort when Harry, in a state of panic, clamped a hand over Ron's mouth, exclaiming, No, Vilia, Ron was just joking. Gu Zhili regarded Harry with a cold expression. Hermione, crossing her arms, turned to leave but paused at the corner of the girls' dormitory staircase to coldly warn. If you two venture out again, I better not catch sight of you, or we all risk expulsion from Hogwarts. With that said, Hermione's shadow gradually disappeared from the wall, leaving behind a warning that made it clear to the remaining three that this time, Hermione was genuinely upset. Gu Zhili shot a fierce glare at Ron, then glanced at Harry before hastily making her way to the girls' dormitory staircase, declaring, I'll settle the score with you two tomorrow. Humph. Just because you're my brother doesn't mean you can escape. Sharing a glance with one another, Harry and Ron could see the shared exasperation in each other's eyes, paying no mind to their distress. Gu Zhili returned to the dormitory and instantly spotted Hermione lying quietly on her bed. Bathed in moonlight, Gu Zhili noticed the hint of unease on Hermione's face, adorned with freckles, suggesting an unspoken discontent. She stealthily approached the bedside, whispering, Hermione? Little Mimi? My darling Hermione? Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili, who had quietly tiptoed to her bed, and replied, Hush, Vilia, it's time for us to sleep. Whatever it is, we can discuss it tomorrow. I'm going to rest now. However, Gu Zhili yearned to express more, but upon witnessing Hermione close her eyes and feign slumber, she swallowed her unspoken words and climbed into her own bed, shutting her eyes. She appeared to be asleep, yet it seemed she was reminiscing about the events of the day. Through the silvery moonlight, a subtle unease flickered across her tranquil visage. After a while, Hermione, attuned to Vilia's movements after she settled in, slowly opened her eyes to gaze at her peacefully slumbering friend. Vilia, are you truly from the wizarding world? Reflecting on the occurrences in the fourth-floor classroom, Hermione's expression grew grave. It was inconceivable that Mrs. Norris, so close to them, had failed to notice their presence, only to turn away without alerting Filch. This was utterly implausible. Setting aside Ron, that foolish boy, was it not rather peculiar that Harry and Vilia were siblings? Or could it be that Harry was the one who did not belong to the wizarding realm? Or perhaps neither of them did. Hermione's eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, she succumbed to the weight of her fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber, burdened by her doubts concerning the Potter siblings. As for why she did not suspect Ron, Hermione pondered. Given his capabilities and naive nature, she preferred not to entertain such thoughts. In the Gryffindor common room, observing the retreating figures of the two girls and the warnings they left behind, Harry and Ron felt a twinge of helplessness and quietly returned to the boys' dormitory. As Ron climbed into bed, he suddenly sat up, as if recalling something, and exclaimed, "Hey, Harry, did you see that cat just walk away like that? It was really odd." "Shoo," Harry hissed, raising a finger to his lips. "Keep it down, Ron." Ron nodded immediately, apologizing. "Sorry, Harry, but did you see it?" "I did. But how do we explain it? Surely that cat didn't deliberately let us go, right?" Harry replied with a tight-lipped expression. Ron added, "Exactly. Hey, do you think Vilia and Hermione noticed that strange occurrence? We should ask them tomorrow." As Ron continued to ramble, Harry had already nestled into his blankets. Closing his eyes as he said, "Let's talk about tomorrow, Ron. I'm going to sleep to avoid being late for class." Right. I should get to sleep too. Good night, Harry." The mention of the possibility of being late for class made Ron promptly quiet. "Good night." A gentle breeze swept over Hogwarts, leaving a flurry of pear blossoms at Gu Zhili's window, only for another gust to scatter them away. High above the clouds, Number 9 gazed down upon the entirety of Hogwarts, an icy glint in its eyes as it licked a paw. It seemed they had underestimated the situation. A cold war, perhaps? Morning arrived. When Gu Zhili woke, Hermione was already absent from her bed. Noticing that Hermione, who usually called her to rise, had not done so today, Gu Zhili found it curious but did not dwell on it. After tidying her bedding and washing up, she donned her wizarding robes and made her way to the dining hall. In the corridor leading to the dining hall, "Hey, little imp, good morning." George and Fred emerged from seemingly nowhere, playfully tapping Gu Zhili on the back. Turning, she was greeted by the sight of the identical Weasley twins. She exhaled in relief, as if startled, replying, "Oh, it's you. Good morning, George." "Good morning, Fred." Fred raised an eyebrow and asked, "Little witch, you seem to be able to distinguish between us?" George, intrigued, looked at Vilia and inquired, "Little imp, can you really tell us apart? Even our mother can't." Gu Zhili smiled slyly, walking as she countered, "Do you think I can?" The Weasley twins, now engaged, responded, "You can." Arriving at the dining hall entrance, Gu Zhili playfully told them, "If you think I can, then I can. If you think I cannot, then I cannot." With that, she stepped into the dining hall, leaving the twins pondering the meaning of her words. Upon entering the dining hall, "Hi, good morning, Hermione." Gu Zhili immediately spotted Hermione seated at the long table, enjoying a sandwich, and greeted her with enthusiasm. Hermione glanced up at Gu Zhili, offering a forced smile as she replied, "Good morning, Vilia. Are you going to have breakfast?" "You eat first. I have to go. I'll see you later." "Hey, Hermione." Gu Zhili noticed Hermione rising with her unfinished sandwich, and a peculiar feeling stirred within her, making her uneasy. She had intended to catch up with Hermione for a heartfelt conversation, but had to sit down first. After all, one cannot engage in deep discussions on an empty stomach. After breakfast, Gu Zhili made her way to the classroom, only to find another girl seated beside Hermione. Gu Zhili bit her lip and approached Hermione, whispering, "Hermione, you are." Before she could finish, Hermione's apologetic eyes met hers. "I'm sorry, Vilia, but I might not be able to sit with you in class today." "Oh, okay." Gu Zhili managed a strained smile and took a seat 2 rows behind Hermione. Hermione glanced back at Gu Zhili, biting her lip. "I'm sorry, Vilia, but until I can confirm whether you and Harry are safe, I'm afraid I cannot be with you for the time being." As Gu Zhili sat down, reflecting on the memories from yesterday and this morning, it became clear to her that Hermione must be upset, and it included her as well. But what should friends do when they are upset with each other? Engage in a cold war? She certainly did not want that, for a cold war felt akin to being isolated by everyone. Should she apologize? Yet, she was uncertain about what had offended Hermione. How should she apologize? Perhaps she could try to soothe her? That was a possibility worth considering. But how to go about it? After much contemplation, Gu Zhili still could not devise a solution. At most, she thought she would first comfort Hermione, then admit her fault, and ultimately just apologize. With the passage of time, Gu Zhili felt as though this class was dragging on, although every previous lesson with Hermione had flown by, filled with endless discussions. As the professor announced the end of class, Gu Zhili swiftly gathered her books and hurried toward Hermione, who was attempting to escape the scene. Hermione, wait for me. Hermione reluctantly halted, telling the girl next to her, you go ahead, before turning to face Gu Zhili. As Gu Zhili approached, Hermione felt her heart race, thumping almost out of rhythm. Vilia, is there something you need? Hermione inquired. Gu Zhili was at a loss for words, staring at Hermione for a long moment. Took a deep breath, and said, I'm sorry, Hermione. I was wrong. Hermione. Hermione found herself momentarily perplexed, inquiring, why are you apologizing to me? You have done nothing wrong, Vilia. Gu Zhili frowned and replied, but I sense that you are upset. You haven't called me today. Hermione seemed to reflect for a moment before responding. Vilia, I simply feel the need to contemplate some matters regarding you and your brother Harry. So, well, we may need to maintain a certain distance for the time being. Do you understand my meaning? Do you think something is wrong with me? Gu Zhili pondered Hermione's words for a moment. Hermione nodded and then shook her head, appearing indecisive, and said, in any case, let us take some time apart and see how it goes, shall we, Vilia? Gu Zhili felt a pang of discomfort, biting her lip, and finally said helplessly, then, when can we play together again, Hermione? I don't know, perhaps just a few days. I must take my leave now, Hermione replied, turning away. At that moment, a flicker of regret flashed in her eyes. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Gu Zhili felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if this friend were drifting away from her. The next morning, Draco was astonished to see that Harry and Ron had not been expelled from Hogwarts, albeit looking somewhat fatigued. With a disdainful expression, Draco remarked to his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, it is utterly infuriating that Potter and Weasley are still attending Hogwarts. Goyle suggested, perhaps they never went there at all. Crabbe nodded in agreement, I think so too. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were enjoying a lively conversation at the dining hall, animatedly recounting their encounter with the fierce three-headed dog the previous night. Harry, did you know? That dog was enormous. Ron exclaimed, only to pause as he noticed an owl approaching him, clutching a parcel. Hey, Harry, look, he called out, pointing at the flying owl. Harry glanced up to see the familiar figure of Hedwig gliding towards him. The owl dropped the parcel above his head. It was long and slightly bulky at one end, resembling a broomstick. After Hedwig released the parcel, another unfamiliar owl swooped in, dropping a letter before swiftly departing the dining hall. Quick, Harry, open it. Ron urged impatiently. Harry smiled and nodded, first unsealing the letter, which fortuitously read, do not open the parcel on the table. It contains your new Firebolt 2000. I wish to keep it a secret from everyone else so that they do not covet it. Oliver Wood will be waiting for you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 tonight for your first lesson. Professor McGonagall, prepare for the excitement. Harry felt an immense relief wash over him, grateful that he had not opened the parcel containing the Firebolt 2000 first. Harry, you can open it now. Ron began to urge Harry to reveal the obviously broomstick-shaped parcel, but halted upon seeing the letter Harry handed him. Wow, that's incredible. After reading the letter, Ron felt disbelief wash over him, followed by a tinge of envy, for in his family, it was customary for the older brother to use something before passing it down to the younger one, much like his pet rat, Scabbers. Draco and his companions observed Harry and Ron from a distance. Witnessing their jovial exchange, Draco felt an unacknowledged flicker of jealousy in his eyes, disdainfully muttering, Potter is truly insufferable, and that red-headed pauper Weasley is no better. Goyle smirked. Indeed, Weasley follows Potter around like a shadow, and even his sister has a little sidekick. Crabbe chimed in, that so-called wizard is just a muggle born, to put it bluntly, a mudblood. A sardonic glint flashed in Draco's eyes as he smirked slightly, contemplatively stating, that wizard, indeed. Gu Zhili wandered aimlessly down the corridor when suddenly she halted, as if struck by a realization. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? She exclaimed, slapping her forehead and sprinting towards a certain destination. In a corner of the corridor, Hermione cautiously peeked out, gazing silently at the spot where Gu Zhili had just departed. Vilia does not seem like a villain. Perhaps I should keep an eye on Harry, she mused, lowering her gaze before turning to head back to the dormitory. Harry Potter. Gu Zhili stormed towards Harry, who was holding the broomstick, stopping before him. In an instant, her anger transformed into curiosity. Brother, what is this? Vilia, this is... Harry began to explain the parcel he had received, but was interrupted by Ron. Wow, Harry, did you see that? Your sister just changed her expression in the blink of an eye. That was faster than the golden snitch. Ron teased excitedly. So, Are you saying she changed her expression faster than turning a page? Gu Zhili retorted, not dwelling on Ron's comment. Brother, what is this? Is it a broomstick? Harry nodded, walking as he replied, yes, it is a broomstick. Let's return to the common room to discuss it, shall we, Vilia? I know you are eager to open it. But not right now. Gu Zhili's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze drifting away as she replied, I understand. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry unwrapped the parcel, revealing a splendid-looking broomstick. Wow, the Firebolt 2000. Gu Zhili exclaimed as she approached to touch it. Let me see, Harry. Wow, this is so cool. Ron admired, having never had the chance to feel such a broomstick since starting school. Harry too touched his new broomstick, unable to conceal his joy. Suddenly, Harry recalled that Vilia had come to see him for a reason earlier, so he inquired, by the way, Vilia, did you need something when you came to find me? Gu Zhili, momentarily taken aback, then smiled, revealing a grin that would be hard for Harry and Ron to forget, a grin that sent chills down their spines. Hee. It seems this is fate, brother. So, brace yourself for your sister's wrath. Help number 9. What? Harry was taken aback, and the next moment, The common room was suddenly filled with 2 agonizing cries. The first came from Harry, while the second was from Ron. The cause of their distress? Gu Zhili had swiftly yanked on one of each of their ears, pulling them up sharply. My dear older brother, you have quite the nerve. You would rather believe Draco than inform a teacher. Are you foolish? Gu Zhili taunted viciously. Hiss. Vilia, could you please let go? Just let go? All right, Ron pleaded, baring his teeth. Gu Zhili cast a cold glance, her sarcasm dominating the scene. You think you can escape unscathed, Ron Weasley? And you? Not informing the professors or your brother Percy, but instead, following my brother into mischief. You are simply a fool. Harry, feeling guilty, chuckled nervously and attempted to explain. Vilia, it's not a big deal, is it? Please don't be upset. Telling Percy? Come on, it's nothing major. By the way, what does fool mean? Ron furrowed his brow, refusing to tell Percy, and curiously asked. It means you're as foolish as my brother. Gu Zhili, exasperated and resigned, released their ears and settled onto the sofa. The 2, now freed from their ear torment, promptly rubbed their ears in hopes of alleviating the pain. Ugh, so frustrating. Gu Zhili lamented, her expression troubled. Brother, what should I do if someone is angry? How can I appease her? Harry, wrapping his Nimbus 2000 again, sat opposite Gu Zhili and said, Did you have a fight with Hermione? Gu Zhili looked at Harry and replied, Am I that obvious? It's not a fight, just, well, it's complicated to explain in a short time. She then anxiously tousled her hair, leaving it in disarray. Harry pondered for a moment and suggested, Why not treat Hermione to a piece of chocolate? Gu Zhili shot him a look, silently conveying that Hermione wouldn't appreciate that. Harry shrugged, indicating he had no other ideas. Forget it, better to rely on myself. Gu Zhili lay on the sofa, closing her eyes. Vilia, Professor Snape is looking for you. In his office. Percy entered and called out to Gu Zhili, who was sprawled on the sofa. Oh, okay, thanks, Prefect. Gu Zhili, feeling somewhat drowsy in just a few minutes, was suddenly jolted awake by Percy's voice. She then stood up, bid farewell to Ron and Harry, and left the Gryffindor common room. Ron frowned and asked in confusion, Harry, did your sister really pull our ears over that incident? Was it necessary? Harry explained with a sigh, she feels compelled to address certain things she has said, and she will insist on doing so unless she forgets. But it's partly my fault. If I hadn't reminded her to find us, she probably wouldn't have pulled our ears. Gu Zhili strolled leisurely down the corridor, her expression somewhat vacant, but her mind was frantic with pleas. Ninth brother, what do you think Hermione is angry with me about? I just can't figure it out. Help me out, please. The urgent tone of Gu Zhili stirred Ninth from his dreams, his drowsy cat eyes filled with confusion. As he lazily rubbed his eyes and asked, What's the matter? Hearing Ninth's voice calmed Gu Zhili's anxious heart a bit, and she quickly said, Ninth brother, you must be aware that Hermione seems to be in a tiff with me recently. Do you have any advice? Halfway through her sentence, Gu Zhili inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt, intending to continue her plea, but was interrupted by Ninth, who was taken aback by her words. What? You're at odds with Hermione? When did this happen? Ninth quickly processed Gu Zhili's words and bombarded her with questions. Gu Zhili replied, Honestly, Ninth, do you have any idea what has transpired? At her words, Ninth's sleepy eyes sharpened, drifting off as he repeatedly denied. I haven't, don't say that. His hasty denials only served to heighten Gu Zhili's suspicions. You're denying it so quickly and smoothly. Tell me, are you trying to deceive me? Ninth raised a paw to wipe away non-existent sweat, insisting, No. How could that be? All right, just tell me why you're looking for me. Oh, it's like this. Hermione seems to be avoiding me, but I don't know what I did to annoy her. Do you have any solutions to help me resolve this issue? Gu Zhili, upon hearing this, ceased to tease the clearly clueless Ninth and laid out her thoughts plainly. Ninth, aware that Gu Zhili was making excuses, lazily stretched and waved his paw. Wait a moment, let me check, and I'll find you later. With that, Ninth fell silent, leaving Gu Zhili standing just a few steps from Professor Snape's office, hesitant to enter. Ninth, in the system space. Observe the events that transpired days ago when the Gryffindor quartet was on the 4th floor. Honestly, such trivial matters come to me. Do they think I'm just a golden finger, a golden thigh to lean on? Though he grumbled, his speed in reviewing the memories increased significantly. Soon, with a sweep of his paw, Ninth paused a frame of memory, revealing the scene where they evaded Loris's search, only for Loris to leave as if oblivious to their presence. Ninth's eyes widened slightly as he murmured, so that's how it was. His left paw continued to wave, and the footage resumed, but with each moment, Ninth's expression grew increasingly solemn. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Zhili felt a pang of anxiety. The last time she was caught by Professor Snape for speaking ill of him. And now he summoned her to his office. It was hard to believe he wanted to have a friendly chat. Please state the password to enter. A voice inquired from the door. Gu Zhili glanced up, noting it was a portrait, but something felt off. The last time she visited, she didn't need to provide a password. This must be one of the punishments for speaking ill of Professor Snape, right? I'm sorry? Gu Zhili nervously scratched her mouth, tentatively stating. Incorrect answer, came the stern voice from the portrait. In the next moment, the door swung open from the inside, revealing the dim office where a voice that sent shivers down Gu Zhili's spine echoed. Come in. Gu Zhili moved slowly, her feet feeling as heavy as lead. Speaking ill of others requires discretion, Snape's voice echoed from within the office, sounding like a death knell to Gu Zhili. She lifted her foot to enter thrice, yet remained motionless. After waiting for an extended period without a sign of her, Snape frowned and peered outside, sarcastically remarking, Miss Vilia, have your feet been cursed with a forgetting charm, rendering you unable to walk? Or have you been swapped with an utterly useless wooden stick by a troll? If I must die, then let it be. After all, death is inevitable. Gu Zhili's heart quaked. She squeezed her eyes shut and steeled herself to step into the office. Upon entering, she felt her entire body tense up, overwhelmed with guilt. Oh, has Miss Vilia remembered how to walk? Snape continued to mock with a cold smile. Gu Zhili forced a smile that was more painful than tears, replying, No, Professor, I just wasn't sure what to do for a moment. Having uttered those words, Gu Zhili couldn't help but wish to slap herself twice. What kind of nonsense was that? Why would one need to find someone else for assistance? She had truly been infected by the idiocy of those two buffoons. As she noticed Professor Snape's gaze increasingly resembling that of someone looking at a fool, Gu Zhili desperately sought to salvage her dignity. That is to say, Professor Snape, I apologize. After much fumbling, Gu Zhili found herself at a loss for words that could redeem her image and resorted to her signature Lee-style apology. Snape raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued as he regarded Gu Zhili. Oh, is that so? Where, pray tell, have you erred? I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. Gu Zhili muttered, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Though she merely criticized Snape's rather twisted teaching methods, it was indeed a minuscule complaint. And to make matters worse, the very subject of her remarks had heard them firsthand. A smirk crept onto Snape's lips, forming a sardonic arc as he remarked, Is that so? Then do enlighten me. What sort of punishment do you believe you deserve? Punishment? There was more to it than just that. Gu Zhili was utterly stunned, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say, How could you be so unreasonable? From your demeanor, it appears you harbor quite the grievance against me. Snape maintained a facade of sternness, embodying the role of a merciless instructor, yet inwardly he pondered how to amuse Gu Zhili. However, Gu Zhili, feeling guilty, dared not retort and hastened to assure him, No, how could that be? Professor, you must be mistaken. Rising, Snape approached Vilia, towering over her as he declared, Very well, for today, you shall read the 1st to the 10th chapter of that book from last time. In other words, memorize it. For I shall conduct a surprise check shortly. Gu Zhili's expression morphed into one of despair. All right, fine. This really is a dreadful exam book. Resigned. She picked up the monstrous tome, as terrifying as a relentless torrent, and began to recite it with gritted teeth. As Snape turned to leave the office, he paused and delivered a parting remark. Vilia, next time you speak ill of someone, do remember to exercise discretion. At the very least, avoid being caught red-handed. As his words lingered in the air, Gu Zhili felt her cheeks burn, the embarrassment palpable, as if she could excavate a Barbie castle from her mortification. Time flew by. The expression on the face of number 9, within the confines of the system space, was one of discontent that defied description. Her feline eyes were filled with fury, yet she restrained herself, inhaling deeply to regain composure. Here we go again. I wonder how long it will be this time, she mused. Observing Gu Zhili's desperate attempts to consume the book, with a resigned smile, she sprang into the shadows. Once Snape exited his office, Gu Zhili felt as though a taut string had been released, collapsing onto the sofa that Snape had thoughtfully provided for her, exuding an aura of despair, as if she had been thoroughly tormented. "Little cabbage, yellow in the field, I am that little cabbage," she lamented, holding the exam book in her left hand while her right hand rested on her forehead, theatrically portraying her wretched fate. After a moment, Gu Zhili disdainfully picked up the book once more and resumed her reading. In the darkness, Number 9's feline gaze sharpened as she dashed across the skies above Hogwarts. Unnoticed by any, she gracefully leapt onto the windowsill of Gryffindor girls' dormitory, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the shared quarters of Gu Zhili and Hermione. Nonchalantly licking her paw, she glided through the window and into the room, landing on Hermione's bed. One of her 9 tails flicked lightly, and within moments, the entire room was ensnared in a radiant pentacle of white light. Number 9 chanted incantations, intertwining illusion and reality, blending memories. As her words fell, profound fatigue welled in her eyes, and just as she prepared to depart the dormitory, she stumbled and collapsed onto the bed. "I feel utterly drained. If it weren't for my diminished magical power, I wouldn't be reduced to this state after casting a mere spell. Teleport, system space." Drawing on the last vestiges of her will, Number 9 uttered the incantation, but soon her weary eyes succumbed to sleep, and within moments, the 9-tailed cat that should have been resting on Hermione's bed vanished without a trace. In Snape's office, Gu Zhili had finally managed to memorize the initial chapters of the book and was about to test herself when Snape entered. She quickly stood, clutching the exam book, and greeted, "Professor." Snape nodded. "It seems you are prepared, is that correct? Hand over the book. I shall select a passage for you to recite." Professor. Please wait a moment." Gu Zhili flashed a polite smile before turning away to deliver a few sharp slaps to her own face. "This is what you get for being so talkative, you accursed blabbermouth." After a few moments, Gu Zhili turned back, offering the book with both hands in a tone of despair. "Here you go, Professor." Snape accepted the book, casually flipping it open. Chapter 2, Section 4. Fifth subsection, Important Considerations Regarding Potions. Gu Zhili felt tears of frustration welling up, completely resigned to her fate, muttering, "Important considerations for potions include. Firstly, when concocting potions, one must follow the textbook instructions meticulously, blah blah." At this point, Gu Zhili had entirely forgotten about Hermione, for with Snape as her professor, how could she dare to lose focus? Vilia, it seems you are still insufficiently familiar with the earlier chapters of this book. Return and study them again. "I shall check on you later," Snape remarked, marking several crosses on a piece of parchment, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Gu Zhili recoiled slightly, nodding heavily in acknowledgement. "Very well, Professor, I shall strive to memorize them." With that, she bowed and bid farewell, hurriedly escaping the office. Observing her hasty retreat, Snape furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, pondering, why did Vilia flee so quickly? Do I truly resemble a monstrous flood? Is it necessary to dash away after just a few words? Meanwhile, Draco frequently sought to provoke Harry with verbal jabs, such as, "Potter, are you trying to hand over all the points to our Slytherin team by participating in Quidditch?" Harry, ever exasperated, found himself unwilling to engage with Malfoy. Yet the latter continued to utter words he wished to ignore, which made Harry wonder if he had somehow offended Malfoy in a past life to deserve such torment. Gu Zhili had intended to inquire of Number 9 regarding Hermione's predicament and how to resolve it, but after receiving no response for an extended period, she reluctantly abandoned the thought. In class, Gu Zhili encountered Hermione in Professor Flitwick's lecture. Hermione remained taciturn, seated with Ron, while Gu Zhili contemplated reaching out to Harry as a potential seatmate, only to find that he was already accompanied by the explosive genius, Seamus. Should I remind her brother to be cautious? Gu Zhili pondered. Unable to locate her brother seated nearby, Gu Zhili continued to occupy a position not far from Hermione. Professor Flitwick stood at the lectern, brandishing a wand as he announced, "Today, we shall practice spell casting with our wands, starting with the simplest levitation charm. Now, let your wands move, and do not forget the gestures. It is a flick and a swish. Wingardium Leviosa." As he completed the incantation, a pristine white feather gracefully ascended. Recognizing the familiar spell and witnessing the feather take flight, Gu Zhili realized that this lesson would indeed be the one where Hermione and Ron had their quarrel. "All right, now it's your turn to try," Professor Flitwick instructed. With that, the students began their attempts. Ron, grasping his wand, pointed it at the feather and attempted, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather remained unmoved. He tried again, Wingardium Leviosa. Yet again he failed. Hermione, observing him with a disapproving shake of her head, corrected, "You said it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosar." Already vexed by his inability to levitate the feather, Ron retorted, "Then why don't you give it a go?" Hermione, with a hint of haughty confidence, raised her chin and waved her wand, declaring, Wingardium Leviosa. As the words left her lips, the feather soared into the air, leaving Ron speechless and swallowing hard. Excellent. Miss Granger has mastered the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick remarked with satisfaction. Observing Hermione's success, Gu Zhili hastened to emulate her, wielding her wand with focus and seriousness as she intoned, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather fluttered and slowly ascended, witnessing her own triumph. Gu Zhili felt a surge of exhilaration, her face lighting up with delight. Miss Potter has also succeeded, Professor Flitwick noted, pleased by the second feather floating in the air. Suddenly, a loud crash drew the attention of all the students in the classroom. Gu Zhili instinctively turned to Harry. And indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Ahem, Professor, we may need another feather, Harry said, staring blankly at the nearly unrecognizable feather before him. Meanwhile, Seamus looked on with a dazed expression, still processing the shock. After class, Ron and Harry walked down a path, with Ron exasperatedly critiquing Hermione's behavior during the lesson. Coincidentally, Hermione overheard them and, with a sorrowful expression, covered her face and ran away, making sure to dart between Ron and Harry as she left. Gu Zhili, lagging slightly behind, noticed Hermione fleeing and immediately rushed forward, shooting Ron a disapproving glare before chasing after Hermione. This left the two boys feeling quite awkward and at a loss. Hermione? Hermione? Gu Zhili called out, unable to catch up with her and feeling a twinge of worry as she searched around. The entire afternoon passed without a sight of Hermione, deepening Gu Zhili's unease. The hours dragged on, and with the evening shadows closing in, Gu Zhili confronted Ron with an intensity that could ignite flames. Ron Weasley, do you not feel the slightest bit anxious? Hermione has been missing all afternoon. It drives me mad. What led to Gu Zhili's inability to find Hermione? It was thus, upon seeing Hermione flee, she had immediately pursued her, desperately searching the girls' restroom, only to find no trace of Hermione. After nearly scouring every girls' restroom in Hogwarts, Gu Zhili was left seething with frustration, prompting her confrontational visit to Ron. What could I do? I'm just as helpless, not knowing if this plot is one only Ron and Harry can unlock. While my attempts to find Hermione lead to naught, she lamented. Ron, feeling both anxious and guilty, replied, I didn't mean to. How could I have known she happened to be right behind us at that moment? Although his words bore a sense of remorse, they seemed to carry an undertone that could irritate. Clearly, Gu Zhili was further incensed. With trembling, ivory fingers, she pointed at Ron, declaring, then can you at least take some practical action to find Hermione? Preferably before I resort to hitting you. The final remark, Ron Weasley, was delivered with such venom that it instilled a sense of dread within him. I know. I'll go right now, he stammered, hastily getting up to search for her. Noticing Harry, who had been overlooked for some time, Gu Zhili turned her ire towards him. What about you, Harry? Aren't you going to help look? Hearing his sister call his name, Harry realized that she was quite upset. Viola, don't be angry. Hermione will be safe within Hogwarts, he reassured her. Gu Zhili brushed aside Harry's comforting hand from her hair, frowning. Sigh, brother, you just don't understand. I can't quite explain it. But you should help look for her, she said, her gaze downcast. Harry, unable to resist his sister's plea, immediately agreed. All right, I'll go find her now. Where to? Ron asked, returning from his search. Why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to look for someone? Gu Zhili exclaimed, her irritation flaring. Ron quickly clarified. No, I have something to say. Don't hit me. Viola. Harry, you should restrain your sister. What is it? Gu Zhili demanded, her tone sharp. Harry positioned himself between Ron and Gu Zhili, attempting to shield Ron from her potential wrath, knowing that if she truly lost her temper, he might not be able to prevent it. Seeing Harry act as a barrier, Ron spoke up. Percy just informed us to head to the Great Hall. There is something going on. By the way, I overheard Parvati Patil and Lavender say that Hermione is in the girls' restroom, crying, and she won tea, let anyone comfort her. Ron felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing about Hermione's tears, knowing he was the one who had upset her. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, I searched several girls' restrooms and didn't find her at all. Harry glanced at Gu Zhili, trying to reassure her. Viola, don't worry, let us head to the Great Hall. Perhaps Hermione will go there as well. However, Gu Zhili couldn't express that she knew Hermione was in danger from a troll and that she was aware of it beforehand. All right, let us check the Great Hall. If nothing major is happening, we can sneak out to search for Hermione, okay? Harry suggested quietly, noting Gu Zhili's growing distress. Gu Zhili looked at Harry, reluctantly conceding, fine, I'll go along with that. In the corridor, the trio walked towards the Great Hall, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Harry walked in the middle, effectively isolating Gu Zhili and Ron from one another to prevent any potential conflict should Gu Zhili's impatience resurface. Gu Zhili, with her head bowed and eyes fixed on the ground, trudged along with little strength, her thoughts adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Ron occasionally pressed his lips together, eager to explain to Gu Zhili that it was not his intention to make Hermione cry. He merely sighed during class. The trio had approached the entrance of the Great Hall when Draco, who was on the verge of entering, noticed them and sauntered over. With a smirk, Draco remarked, "Oh, what is this? Where is that disheveled Granger? Have you abandoned her, Miss Weasley?" Gu Zhili raised her gaze coldly towards Draco and retorted, "Draco, you would do well to clean up your language. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to assist in silencing you." Draco frowned, visibly displeased, and challenged, "Are you threatening me? Can't you tell? I suggest you consult a dictionary, Lord Malfoy, to learn how to articulate your words properly, lest you fail to comprehend what your professors are saying in class." As Gu Zhili's glare grew increasingly hostile, it was as though she truly meant to carry out her threat. Draco, initially poised to continue his taunts, swallowed his words and turned to leave. "Humph. You won't have it so easy next time." He left behind a remark that hardly qualified as a threat, before Gu Zhili continued, as if possessed, into the Great Hall, followed closely by Ron and Harry. Inside the Great Hall, upon inquiring with the Weasley twins, Gu Zhili learned that their presence was merely for a feast, given that Halloween was approaching. Realizing it was just a banquet, Gu Zhili sat on a bench, utterly disinterested in the delectable spread before her, her thoughts solely fixated on finding Hermione. She softly addressed Harry across from her. "Brother, do you think I can go find Hermione now?" Harry glanced toward Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall at the grand table, hesitating. "Viola, I think now is not the right time to go out. Look, everyone is seated here. If you suddenly stand up and leave, it will surely attract the professor's attention." Gu Zhili pondered this, understanding the logic, yet she feared that with each passing second, Hermione might fall victim to the troll, and as a first-year student alone. How perilous that would be. "All right, don't worry. First, have some chicken leg, all right? If you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to find Hermione," Harry offered, handing her a drumstick. Receiving the chicken leg, Gu Zhili sighed and forced herself to take a few bites. What was once a delicious meal now tasted utterly bland. Suddenly, the large doors of the Great Hall were thrust open by a figure clad in a deep purple scarf, who, as they rushed past Gu Zhili, emitted a faint scent of garlic. A sharp pain shot through the scar on the inside of her left arm, and she turned to see Professor Quirrell, who had stumbled and fallen to the ground. In a state of terror, Professor Quirrell exclaimed, "Troll! A troll has entered Hogwarts." In the basement. With that, he seemed to lose consciousness, and his words ignited panic among the students, unleashing a cacophony of screams throughout the hall. "Silence!" Dumbledore rose from the grand chair and commanded. Gradually, the students quieted, awaiting the headmaster's instructions. Dumbledore, with clarity and poise, directed, "Prefects, escort your housemates back to the dormitories. Other professors, follow me to the basement." Upon hearing this, everyone complied with Dumbledore's orders and returned to their dormitories in an orderly fashion. Harry and Ron intended to follow suit when they noticed Gu Zhili heading in a different direction. Suddenly realizing that while they were aware of the troll's entry into Hogwarts, Hermione was still in the dark. Moreover, they had yet to determine her whereabouts in the girls' restroom. As they ran, Ron lamented, "What if Hermione gets killed by the troll? If I had known, I wouldn't have said those things." "Enough, Ron. Let us find Hermione first, then you can apologize," Harry urged, trailing closely behind Gu Zhili, whose pace quickened with the urgency to locate Hermione. "Hey, Harry, why are you stopping?" Ron exclaimed as he accidentally collided with Harry, who had halted abruptly. Frowning, Harry peered at a closed small door in the distance, suspicion clouding his expression, but he simply said, "It's nothing. I thought I saw a cat," and mistook it for Lorca's. Ron followed Harry's gaze, but saw no trace. "Where? You must be mistaken, Harry." Harry admitted, "I must have been mistaken." Gu Zhili, noticing the two had stopped, urged them, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and catch up." "Oh, we're coming," they replied. In the girls' restroom, Hermione emerged from a stall, wiping her tears as she approached the sink to wash her hands. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but deeply question whether Ron's words held any truth. Without Gu Zhili, would she truly have no friends? Perhaps that was the case. With her demeanor, it was likely that had Gu Zhili not taken the initiative to befriend her, she would remain friendless at Hogwarts. Throughout her life, her personality and sharp tongue had led many to harbor some degree of aversion towards her. As she splashed cool water on her tear-streaked face, she contemplated returning to the dormitory. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed at the entrance of the restroom, accompanied by a foul, acrid odor that crept closer. A piercing scream erupted within the restroom. Outside the restroom, believing they had confined the troll to a small storage closet, they were taken aback to hear a familiar voice, Hermione's voice. Gu Zhili was the first to react, exclaiming in distress, "That is Hermione's voice." Weavee led the troll right to where she is. Viola, don't act rashly. Harry attempted to intervene, but Gu Zhili interrupted him. No. Having uttered just 2 words, Gu Zhili dashed around the corner and into the girls' restroom. Seeing her enter, Harry could not remain passive, and Ron followed closely behind, both rushing into the restroom. Inside, Hermione was crouched beneath the sink, clutching a pipe tightly as the troll approached her step by step. Upon entering, Gu Zhili immediately spotted this scene and quickly grabbed a wooden plank that the troll had broken off from a stall, swinging it fiercely at the creature's head. Ugly beast, I'm right here. As Hermione beheld Gu Zhili's entrance, a rush of complex emotions surged within her: hurt, discomfort, guilt. A tumult of feelings that was as intricate as it could get. The troll, hearing the noise behind it, turned away from Hermione, no longer intent on attacking her. Gu Zhili breathed a sigh of relief. However, her moment of respite was short-lived as she realized the troll was now advancing towards her. Hermione, you need to hide. Gu Zhili urged, before calling out to the dazed troll, Hey, ugly, come after me. With that, she hurled another piece of wood, striking the troll squarely in the belly, inciting its wrath as it began to stomp towards Gu Zhili. Viola, Hermione cried out anxiously, watching as Gu Zhili diverted the troll's attention. Just as Gu Zhili had taken a few steps away, Ron and Harry blocked her path. What are you doing back out here? Ron asked, but before he could finish, he noticed the troll, a mere few meters behind Gu Zhili, advancing toward them with a furious expression. Oh, the 12-inch tall giant, wielding a somewhat hefty wooden club, advanced with a menacing swagger toward the 3 individuals stationed at the entrance of the girls' restroom, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ron nervously swallowed, stammering, Harry, I think we're in trouble. Harry, preoccupied with the approaching threat to his sister, disregarded Ron's apprehension and urgently called out to Gu Zhili, Vilia, be careful. Gu Zhili furrowed her brow, asserting, Brother, Ron, you both need to step aside. Don't block the door. As she spoke, she attempted to draw her wand to cast a spell at the giant, but stumbled on a wooden block beneath her feet, twisting her ankle. A sharp pain surged through her foot, prompting her to cry out. Unfortunately, her instability and the resultant shout caught the giant's attention, and with a swift motion, he seized the fallen Gu Zhili in his massive hand. Vilia, 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 the other 3 exclaimed in unison, their expressions a mix of urgency and concern as they gazed at Gu Zhili, now ensnared in the giant's grasp. Hermione quickly extricated herself from beneath the sink, rummaging through her robe in a frantic search for her wand, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. Frustrated, she muttered under her breath, Damn it. Does anyone have a wand? Her voice rose as she looked at Gu Zhili, who was being tossed about like a mere toy by the giant, making it nearly impossible for her to maintain her composure. Ron hastily produced his wand, declaring, I have one. Although Harry also possessed a wand, he resorted to the most primitive method, using a wooden block to strike the giant, hoping it would compel the creature to release his sister. Gu Zhili, dazed from the giant's rough handling, struggled to articulate a coherent thought, muttering, Quick, wand, stick, levitate, ugh, Wingardium Leviosa. As she spoke, her head throbbed increasingly, and her complexion began to pale. What did you say, Vilia? Harry asked anxiously, noticing that Gu Zhili seemed to have lost consciousness. Upon hearing her fragmented words, Hermione immediately urged, Ron, hurry. The levitation charm we just learned today? Ron, fraught with anxiety, had already attempted the spell several times without success. However, observing his friend's distress, he suppressed his unease and, with determination, brandished his wand, declaring, Wingardium Leviosa. In an instant, the wooden club in the giant's hand floated into the air. Ron sighed in relief, but in that very moment of respite, the levitating club came crashing down upon the giant's head with a resounding thud. The giant, dazed and seeing stars, inadvertently released Gu Zhili, who fell to the ground as the creature collapsed beside her. Vilia, Hermione, and Harry rushed to Gu Zhili's side, anxiously checking her condition. After a considerable moment, Gu Zhili began to recover from the disorienting dizziness. Just as she regained her composure, Professor McGonagall and others appeared at the restroom entrance, wearing grave expressions. Noticing that the group was unharmed, McGonagall exhaled in relief. What on earth are you all playing at? You should be in your dormitories. Professor Snape hurried onto the scene, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the chaotic state of the restroom, his brow furrowing further upon spotting Gu Zhili being supported by Hermione and Harry. What has happened here? The professors scrutinized the students, who were supposed to be safely confined to their dormitories. Ron, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the professors, froze momentarily, but at Harry's prompting glance, he slowly lowered his raised wand. McGonagall's face turned pale, while Snape's expression remained cold and brooding, with Professor Quirrell lingering at the back, his demeanor inscrutable. As silence enveloped the group, Snape's icy voice pierced through, devoid of any emotion. Can any of you explain what transpired here? McGonagall echoed. Yes. Who among you can clarify what has occurred? Gu Zhili, still somewhat dazed, struggled to comprehend the situation. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. Just as Hermione's voice broke the tension in the restroom. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. It's my fault. They were looking for me. Hermione spoke softly, her head bowed. McGonagall regarded her with a furrowed brow. Miss Granger? I came to confront the giant because I thought I could handle it alone. You see, I've read about them and know quite a bit. Ron shot a glance at Harry, their eyes conveying disbelief at Hermione's audacity to fabricate such a grand lie in front of a teacher. Harry mirrored his astonishment. If they hadn't found me, I might have been eaten. Vilia and Harry struck the giant with a block, and Ron used the giant's own club to knock it out. They didn't have time to call for help when they arrived. The giant was about to swallow me whole. Gu Zhili, still appearing weak and dizzy, fought against the nausea, her lips slightly pale as she added, Yes, that's exactly it. I intended to fetch help, but... Harry quickly interjected. It was too late. The situation was dire. Ron nodded in agreement, affirming, That's right, exactly. The two endeavored to feign familiarity with the tale they were spinning. Oh, if that is the case, McGonagall mused, her gaze fixed upon the quartet. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think you could confront a giant alone? Hermione lowered her head in shame. Harry cast a complex glance at Hermione, pondering the irony that she, the most rule-abiding student, would resort to lying to extricate them from trouble. Miss Granger, as a consequence of this incident, Gryffindor House will lose 5 points, McGonagall declared, inhaling deeply. I am quite disappointed in you. If you are uninjured, you ought to return to the common room. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast. Hermione nodded. And as McGonagall prepared to leave, she paused to add, Consider yourselves fortunate. Few first-year students would dare confront a full-grown giant. Each of you will earn 5 points for Gryffindor. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of today's events. Now, you may leave. Eager to escape the restroom. The group was about to depart when a chilling voice interrupted. Not so fast, Professor McGonagall. I have a few more questions for them before they return. They cannot go just yet. Once I am finished, I will escort them back to Gryffindor. Snape's voice reverberated, causing the students, who thought they had evaded scrutiny, to feel a renewed sense of dread. Professor McGonagall glanced between Snape and the students, finally conceding, Very well, Professor Snape. With that, she ensured the giant was dealt with before taking her leave. The sensation of dizziness finally subsided, and Gu Zhili's pale lips gradually regained their rosy hue, as if her consciousness was slowly returning to her. Harry cast his gaze downward, and, with keen eyes, noticed a newly acquired wound on Snape's calf. Gu Zhili rubbed her temples and inadvertently caught sight of Snape's foot. Just as she contemplated how to alert Snape about the injury, she observed him deftly concealing the wound beneath his robe. I have a question that piques my curiosity. Miss Granger just mentioned that you and Mr. Potter were using wooden blocks to strike that troll. If so, why does Miss Vilia appear so unwell at this moment? Has something else transpired? Or were you simply deceiving the professor? The mere mention of deceiving the professor sent Ron's heart soaring, fluctuating erratically. Hermione hesitated before explaining, It is like this. Gu Zhili subtly tugged at Hermione's robe, prompting her to turn and wonder why she was being interrupted. With a meaningful glance, Gu Zhili urged Hermione to allow her to speak. Allow me to clarify, Professor. I inadvertently became a plaything in the troll's grasp and was swung about, which is why I appear so unwell. Gu Zhili succinctly recounted a piece of her past she was reluctant to revisit. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened further. I see. It seems Miss Vilia's unique Gryffindor bravery is indeed commendable. Gu Zhili forced a smile and inquired, Professor, may we return now? Snape stepped aside, leaning against the wall. Very well, I shall escort you back to Gryffindor. The other three exclaimed in unison, No need to trouble yourself, Professor. We can manage on our own. Gu Zhili nodded in agreement, affirming that it was unnecessary for him to accompany them. Snape replied, It is evident that you are resistant, but must you express it so overtly? Humph. With a huff, Snape suppressed the pain from his wound and hastily departed. The group, having witnessed Snape's exit, followed suit and left the restroom. On the way back to Gryffindor, silence enveloped the four, each lost in their thoughts, unsure how to shatter the awkward stillness. Hermione frequently cast furtive glances at Vilia, who was nearly leaning against Harry for support, feeling a mix of worry and guilt. She had previously told Vilia to avoid her, akin to severing their friendship. Why then did Vilia come to her aid? It left Hermione feeling distressed, unable to comprehend how to mend their bond. Her heart ached, torn between concern for Vilia and Harry's true identities and the bizarre behavior of Loris that fateful night, coupled with the guilt of her hurtful words juxtaposed against Vilia's continued kindness. In that moment, Hermione felt as though her heart was ensnared in a web of tangled strings. Ron, on the other hand, hesitated over whether to apologize to Hermione, fearing the embarrassment of her rejection. Harry, devoid of any particular thoughts, simply observed Gu Zhili's pale face, feeling a pang of sympathy for his sister's plight. Gu Zhili, too, felt little desire to speak. The dizziness returned in waves, making her feel utterly miserable. Just moments ago, she had been fine, yet now she found herself at a loss for words, compounded by the dull ache in her foot. As the night deepened, the road fell silent, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds. Ron glanced at Hermione, then at her again, ultimately deciding to break the silence. So, we earned 20 points for Gryffindor, right? I contributed 5, Harry 5, Vilia 5, and Hermione's 5, so Gryffindor should have no deductions left? Hermione responded. We lost 20 points in Professor Snape's class, but Vilia's contribution restored 10. Today, I incurred a 5-point penalty for violating school rules, which brings our total deductions to 15. However, it is fortunate that the points deducted have been compensated by those earned, leaving us with an additional 5 points. Upon hearing Hermione's response, Ron felt a surge of joy and resolved to continue his line of thought. Today, I truly owe you my gratitude, Hermione. Thank you for stepping up and helping us out of trouble. He acknowledged, but added with a smirk, though we did save you as well. At this, Gu Zhili rolled her eyes and retorted, Ron, if we hadn't foolishly locked that troll in a room, Hermione wouldn't have been attacked in the first place. Ron sheepishly scratched his head, realizing the truth of her words. They had intended to confine the troll before seeking Hermione, but their good intentions had inadvertently led to misfortune, locking the creature in the very restroom where Hermione was present. As they continued walking, Harry supported Gu Zhili and chimed in, exactly. If we hadn't trapped that beast in the girls' restroom, I doubt Hermione would have needed anyone to save her. As they spoke, the group arrived at the portrait of the fat lady guarding Gryffindor's common room. Pig snout. Harry uttered the password, and the portrait swung open, allowing them to enter one by one. Once in the common room, the group dispersed. Ron watched Hermione's figure fade into the distance, regretting not having apologized sooner and missing a prime opportunity. Frustrated, he followed Harry back to the boys' dormitory. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Zhili eagerly flopped onto her bed, rolling over with a contented sigh. Ah, this feels wonderful. Hermione, amused by Gu Zhili's antics, settled on her own bed and gazed at her. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured, Vilia, are we still friends? Gu Zhili opened her eyes slowly, staring at the ceiling, and murmured, of course we are. Hearing this, Hermione felt a pang of bittersweet emotion wash over her. She pressed on, are you upset with me for what I said? Gu Zhili, unaware of which words Hermione referenced, replied, upset? Not at all. I thought you were the one angry with me. I was even contemplating how to apologize to you. As we all share some responsibility for the troll incident, Hermione felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had not lost such friends. She thought that even if Vilia and Harry were in danger, she no longer cared. Just then, Gu Zhili sprang upright from her bed. Oh, just the other day? I meant to explain things to you and clarify some points, but for some reason, I completely forgot. Gu Zhili lamented, lying back down and pressing her head. Hermione, watching her lively friend, chuckled and released her earlier doubts. It was because of that time we went to the 4th floor. You know we couldn't risk being discovered by Loris, but oddly enough, Loris returned to Filch as if he hadn't noticed us at all. I couldn't help but feel that something was amiss among the 4 of us. Otherwise, given our first-year abilities, it would have been unlikely for us to evade Loris. As Hermione recounted the events in vivid detail, Gu Zhili maintained an expression devoid of cracks, while internally, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. For she was the one who had instigated the turmoil. The confusion of memories, 3, began to unravel as Hermione articulated her recent journey from suspicion to estrangement, culminating in the current state of unease, meticulously sharing each thought with Gu Zhili. As she listened, Gu Zhili felt a twinge of embarrassment. The very source of her belief that Hermione was upset stemmed from her own actions. The vigilance of Wilhelmina and Loris needs no further elaboration, especially with the presence of Filch. Yet ironically, we managed to evade Loris's notice, and even Filch remained oblivious to our presence. This was simply incredulous, leading me to harbor doubts about you and Harry afterward. Gu Zhili gazed at Hermione, who sat at the edge of her bed, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, then why are you willing to share this with me now? What if, hypothetically, my brother and I truly are dangerous individuals? And what about Ron? Hermione turned her gaze towards the window, the night deepening outside, and replied, I don't know, but at least right now, I feel you wouldn't harm me. As for Ron, well, I honestly believe he poses little threat, based on the impression he made on me. Gu Zhili couldn't help but smile. Ron's endearing clumsiness had somehow shielded him from Hermione's suspicions. Was it luck or misfortune? The dormitory fell into a profound silence. Wilhelmina, would you harm me? After a prolonged silence, Hermione finally inquired. Gu Zhili, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, earnestly assured her, I would never harm you. Unless absolutely necessary. Hermione, I promise you, Wilhelmina Potter will never intentionally harm Hermione Granger. Upon hearing this vow, the weight of worry that had burdened Hermione for days seemed to lift, her lips trembling slightly as she responded, Yes, I believe you. Beneath the moonlight in the dormitory, the misunderstanding between Hermione and Gu Zhili regarding the recent troll attack was finally resolved. Good night, Hermione. Good night. At the stroke of midnight, both Hermione and Gu Zhili had fallen into a deep slumber. Having endured a life-and-death battle, the bonds between them had seemingly strengthened. At least, it appeared so in the aftermath of their sleep. As they drifted off, a faint, ethereal light flickered in the room, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. A seal-like trace formed in the air, darting towards Hermione's mind, vanishing in an instant. None noticed this peculiar occurrence. However, as the mark entered Hermione's consciousness, she vaguely sensed something she had forgotten, her mind feeling considerably lighter. In the boys' dormitory, Ron returned with a glum expression, collapsing onto his bed. Ron, what's wrong? Harry inquired. Ron lamented, Harry, do you know? I was just on the verge of apologizing to Hermione. Harry nodded, and then? Ron, on the brink of tears, explained. Then you saw the outcome. I failed. Harry frowned in confusion. What is so vexing about that? At this, Ron retorted, Do I look that agitated? Harry nodded again, affirming his observation. Ron, in frustration, raked his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, Harry, what should I do? If I don't apologize to Hermione, your sister might kill me. Despite this, he himself wished to convey an apology to Hermione. Harry chuckled, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, you can apologize tomorrow. Besides, Wilhelmina's memory is hit or miss. She might forget by then. Patting Ron's head, Harry comforted, You want to be killed, Ron. Now, I'm off to sleep. Hey, Ron wanted to continue the conversation, only to realize Harry had indeed closed off the dialogue, apparently drifting off to sleep immediately. Memory confusion. 4. The morning light flooded the room as Gu Zhili rubbed her eyes and yawned, stretching leisurely before rising, casually glancing at Hermione's bed. She was relieved to find Hermione still asleep. Thank goodness, it's not a dream. Gu Zhili approached Hermione's bedside, gently rousing her. Upon seeing Hermione's bewildered expression, Gu Zhili playfully declared, Hermione, you're going to be late. Hermione jolted awake, hastily slipping on her slippers and making a dash for the washroom, only to be halted by Gu Zhili's grip. Just kidding, Hermione. Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili, then at the washroom, her reflexes slowly catching up as she exclaimed, You're tricking me. Wilhelmina, how could you? With that, Hermione pretended to be miffed, playfully tickling Gu Zhili. The two erupted into a whirlwind of playful antics before finally tiring and heading to the washroom to freshen up. In the corridor, Gu Zhili held Hermione's hand. Feeling an immense sense of satisfaction, Hermione harbored no anger towards her, and they had reconciled, or rather, cleared up their misunderstanding. How wonderful! Observing the lawns and corridors of Hogwarts, Gu Zhili felt a fleeting sense of forgetfulness regarding something important. Thus, she began to mentally tally her concerns to prevent overlooking any critical matters that could lead to grave errors. First, the issue between her and Hermione had been resolved. Secondly, the troll incident was also behind them. Then who else? Ron? No, that fool was with her brother, so nothing would likely go awry. Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall? Hagrid? Draco? Oh, yes, it was him. With a sudden realization, Gu Zhili remembered the events of the previous night, her expression transforming into one of enlightenment. Hermione, I need to find someone urgently. Hermione, perplexed, quickly responded, What? Wilhelmina, class is about to start. Can it wait until after? Spotting Professor Quirrell entering the classroom, Gu Zhili halted, her thoughts consumed by Quirrell's presence as she replied absently, All right, fine. Today was Quirrell's class, and attending attentively was a must. Since the troll incident had already unfolded, he must surely be in league with Voldemort. It seemed she needed to discreetly consult with Dumbledore. But could a first-year student even approach the headmaster? With that thought, Gu Zhili swiftly quelled her musings to avoid forgetting something crucial. As Quirrell approached the podium, he greeted the students with a warm smile, announcing, Now, let us begin class. After class, Gu Zhili noticed Hermione sitting motionless at her desk, which caught her attention. Hermione, what's wrong? Aren't you leaving? Huh, class is over? I'll head out now. Hermione snapped back to reality. Wait. Gu Zhili hadn't finished her thought when Hermione sprang up and hurriedly exited the classroom, leaving Gu Zhili momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they resolved their misunderstanding? Why was Hermione avoiding her? This didn't seem right. With that in mind, Gu Zhili quickly chased after Hermione, pulling her into the restroom. Her expression grave as she demanded, "Are you avoiding me again?" Hermione found herself at a loss for words, meeting Gu Zhili's inquiring gaze and slowly articulating, "Vilia, I feel as though something is amiss. My recollection of that night on the 4th floor is rather hazy. One might even say it's obscured, and I cannot recall many significant details. My memory is fragmented." Gu Zhili, taken aback, exclaimed, "How is that even possible?" Hermione, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Yet, that is the truth. I was caught off guard just now, which is why I sought solitude to gather my thoughts, and then you appeared. But this is difficult to explain." Hearing Hermione's words, Gu Zhili struggled to accept this unsettling reality. Hermione was in trouble. The most formidable intellect, Hermione, was facing a dilemma. This was indeed a grave matter. Gu Zhili paced anxiously in the restroom, biting her nails while brainstorming and reassuring, "Hermione, do not fret. This may only be a temporary issue. You need not worry." Hermione observed Gu Zhili's greater anxiety and remarked, "You seem more distressed than I am." Gu Zhili halted, unthinkingly responding, "Of course. Your mind is far more valuable than my brother's and Ron's combined." Hermione could not suppress a chuckle. "If Harry were to hear you say that, he would be utterly disheartened. But never mind that. What should we do?" Gu Zhili, in a fit of urgency, suddenly proposed, "Shall we seek Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore? If they are unavailable, Professor Snape would suffice." Hermione countered, "Let's not. I don't believe it's a grave matter. I merely have a lapse regarding that night. Everything else seems fine. However, as you suggested, how do we explain the incident on the 4th floor to the professors? That would also violate school regulations." Gu Zhili felt overwhelmed and said, "What should we do then?" "Let it be," Hermione advised. "Now, didn't you mention something you needed to do?" Hermione patted her robe and said, Gu Zhili, as if just recalling, exclaimed, "Oh, right, thanks for the reminder. Hermione, I'll go find Professor Snape first. See you later." With that, she dashed out of the restroom, leaving Hermione to process her thoughts alone. In Professor Snape's office, Gu Zhili knocked on the door. Unlike last time, she decided to try knocking first. "Enter," came Snape's voice from within, and the door swung open. "Professor," Gu Zhili stepped inside, inhaling deeply. "I would like to inquire about how to brew a potion for treating wounds inflicted by large magical creatures." Snape raised an eyebrow, his expression turning skeptical. "Why do you ask? Are you injured?" Gu Zhili hastily clarified, "Not me. I'm not hurt. It's Ron." "Yes, Ron's father is injured. And he told me today. I want to help him brew a potion." Snape scoffed derisively. "How noble of you. To concern yourself with others when you cannot even manage your own affairs." Gu Zhili replied with a sheepish smile, "Isn't that what you taught us, Professor? So, about brewing the potion." Snape's demeanor turned icy. "You are not yet prepared to brew potions. As for Mr. Weasley, I believe he will seek a healer himself. You may leave now, Vilia." Gu Zhili wished to protest further, but noticed a hint of perspiration on Snape's forehead, possibly from pain, and quickly fell silent. Exiting the office. Outside Professor Snape's office, Gu Zhili remained motionless for a while, staring blankly at the closed door before letting out a deep sigh. As she took a step forward, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, prompting her to grimace and exclaim softly, "Ouch. Why does it hurt again? It was fine before I went to sleep last night." It seemed prudent to consult Hermione first. I should tend to my ankle before addressing Professor Snape's concerns. At least for now, it appeared Snape was unwilling to expose his injury in public. Yet, she realized she was naively overlooking the fact that, at this stage, Snape would never reveal his wounds to draw attention. She had grown too comfortable at Hogwarts, forgetting the original narrative. Enduring the escalating pain, Gu Zhili limped toward the common room. In the office, Snape observed the concern etched on Gu Zhili's face before she departed. Feeling an unfamiliar pang of jealousy mixed with confusion. The jealousy stemmed from Vilia's intention to brew a potion for that insufferable Arthur Weasley. However, the confusion was deeper. He had noticed her worried expression just before she left. Did Vilia see the injury on his leg yesterday? If so, was she contemplating brewing a potion for him? Snape scoffed at himself, realizing he was overthinking. A person as detestable as him could hardly provoke concern in Vilia. Moreover, there was Lily. At the mere thought of Lily, Snape's expression turned impassive, enveloping the room in an eerie silence that rendered it devoid of life. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, Ron, and Harry sat on the sofa, discussing their encounter with the troll the previous day. Ron was pondering how to subtly hint to Harry that he wished to apologize to Hermione, attempting to convey his desire to make amends. Hermione pursed her lips, feeling puzzled, and asked, "Harry, did you call me for something?" Harry, resting his chin on his left hand and completely ignoring Ron's intense gaze, replied, "Well, I wonder if you noticed the new scar on Professor Snape's leg yesterday?" "A scar?" Ron exclaimed in surprise, yet his mind remained preoccupied with his desire to apologize. Harry nodded, continuing, Right, Ron? Do you recall before we found Hermione, when I stopped and accidentally bumped into you? Ron nodded but responded with confusion. Yes. But what of it? You said you mistook me for Loris. Hermione listened quietly, her mind analyzing the implications of Harry's words, sensing there must be more to it. Harry shook his head, clarifying, I didn't see Loris. Ron interjected, see, I told you, but Harry continued, however, I believe I saw Professor Snape passing through the corridor. Though I don't know where he went. What I can assure you is, he did not head to the dungeon as Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned. Harry's serious demeanor caught Ron off guard, and as he observed the gravity in Harry's eyes, he gradually swallowed the words he had been about to say. Hermione, however, quickly grasped the crux of the matter, retorting, Harry, are you suggesting you suspect Snape went to the 4th floor where the three-headed dog is and was subsequently injured by it? Precisely, Harry affirmed. Ron pondered. But what would his motive be? Harry recalled the moment before arriving at Hogwarts when Hagrid had escorted him and Vilia to the depths of Gringotts, specifically to vault number 713 to retrieve a certain parcel. I believe he was after that item, Harry stated, lost in thought. Hermione, unable to hear him clearly, inquired, what? The injury at my ankle, Harry replied earnestly, Gringotts, vault 713, the stolen item. Ron, puzzled, turned to Harry and asked, wasn't that vault already robbed? What does Snape have to do with the stolen item on the 4th floor? Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, Harry, why are you so certain that Snape's intentions revolve around that item? Harry hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge the matter, but eventually spoke up, before coming to Hogwarts. Hagrid took me and Vilia. Just then, a voice from the doorway interrupted him. Brother, could you help me? It was Gu Zhili, seeking assistance. Which cut off Harry's train of thought. Vilia? Harry quickly rose and approached Gu Zhili, offering her support as he asked, what happened? Where have you been? Hermione joined him at Gu Zhili's side, assisting her as they made their way to the sofa for her to sit down. Gu Zhili explained, well, I forgot to mention, I twisted my ankle yesterday. It didn't hurt before I fell asleep, but today, it suddenly started to ache. Suddenly started to ache? What did you do? Harry frowned. Gu Zhili, feeling guilty, poked her fingers together and mumbled, I just, well, ran a little. Harry regarded her with disbelief. Are you sure it was just a little run? All right, it was more like vigorous exercise that injured my poor foot. Is that better? Gu Zhili seemed to have grasped Harry's temperament, conceding with a sigh. Harry, upon hearing this, poked her forehead, adopting a maternal tone of admonishment. Oh, you twisted your ankle and still dared to run like that. Do you still want your foot? Of course I do. Gu Zhili, though chided, maintained a playful demeanor. You. Harry sighed in exasperation. Gu Zhili quickly attempted to change the topic, asking, what were you all discussing just now? Hermione replied. Harry suspects Professor Snape went to the 4th floor yesterday and was injured by the three-headed dog. Gu Zhili, taken aback, realized the situation had escalated. Ron chimed in. Yes, Harry said he noticed a new scar on Professor Snape's leg yesterday. Unable to restrain herself, Gu Zhili foolishly asked, Brother, did you see it too? Harry, intrigued by her question, replied, what do you mean too? You saw the injury on Professor Snape's leg? Gu Zhili quickly recognized her slip of the tongue and stammered, no? I meant, Harry, fixing her with a serious gaze, urged, Vilia, speak the truth. Under the weight of Harry's intense green eyes, Gu Zhili found it difficult to hide her thoughts and slowly admitted, I did see a scar on Professor Snape's calf. However, I don't think it was necessarily caused by the three-headed dog. After her words, Gu Zhili couldn't help but search for an excuse to downplay Snape's injury. Hoping to alleviate Harry's suspicions, Harry fell silent at her response. Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili's foot, feeling compelled to remind everyone of something. Although she couldn't fully recall the events of that night on the 4th floor, she knew enough to suggest, Harry, I think Vilia has a point. But shouldn't we first attend to her foot? Hearing her name, Gu Zhili braced herself, thinking she was about to be questioned. But upon hearing Hermione's words, she gazed at her with starry-eyed admiration. Oh, my little angel Hermione is so wonderful for caring about whether my foot needs treatment. Harry glanced at Gu Zhili, ultimately deciding to abandon the conversation. Ron, feeling forgotten once again, trailed behind Hermione, a picture of dejection. In the infirmary, Gu Zhili didn't mind her twisted ankle much. The pain was merely bothersome and needed to be resolved swiftly. Sitting on the bed, a doctor, clad in white akin to those in the Muggle world, approached and examined her foot before retrieving a potion from a shelf brimming with various remedies. He handed it to Gu Zhili, saying, your sprain isn't severe. It may have worsened due to excessive activity. However, don't worry. After you take this potion and avoid vigorous movements, your foot should heal in a few days. Listening to the doctor's advice, Gu Zhili nodded and casually asked, Doctor, besides the sprain remedy, do you have anything else? The doctor glanced at her and asked, is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Gu Zhili shook her head. No? No, I was just asking. Hermione, observing Gu Zhili's poorly concealed attempts to divert attention, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ron, noticing her laughter, whispered, Hermione, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. I just remembered something amusing, she replied. Ron, intrigued, pressed, what funny thing? Do tell. Hermione shot him a look of mild disdain. Thinking, can't he discern that I don't want to share? With a sigh, she said, this amusing thing would be beyond your comprehension. Ron, feeling slighted, thought to himself, fine, don't act like I can't see you just don't want to share, and yet you disdain me. And here I was, planning to apologize. Resolving to muster his courage, he decided to approach Hermione. Hermione. Hermione turned, puzzled, and saw Ron fidgeting awkwardly. Ron, what are you doing? Despite his embarrassment, he pressed on, Hermione, I'm sorry. I apologize for my previous actions. I was in the wrong. Once he spoke, it felt as though a great weight had lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling lighter, though his face betrayed some discomfort. Hermione was taken aback. Wait. Did Ron just apologize to me? She lowered her gaze and replied, no, it's fine. What happened before is in the past. Ron scratched his head, appearing rather foolish in Hermione's eyes, and asked, is that it? Hermione countered, what else would you like to say? Ron felt a twinge of disappointment, replying, nothing more, then. The atmosphere between Ron and Hermione grew awkwardly tense, steeped in an uncomfortable silence. Gu Zhili had her injured foot tended to. Yet she remained seated on the small bed. You all may return, she said. I wish to inquire further about my foot and will join you shortly. Harry, somewhat uneasy, replied, Vilia, I'll accompany you to ask your questions. It would be more convenient that way. Gu Zhili hastily declined. Brother, there's no need for such trouble. You should head back. However, Harry was determined to stay until she had her questions answered. At that moment, Hermione interjected, Harry, why don't you and Ron head back first? I can stay with Vilia to help her with her inquiries and then ensure she gets back safely. Besides, we share a dormitory, so I can listen in and take care of her. Initially, Harry intended to refuse, but upon learning that Hermione and Vilia were dormitory mates, he changed his mind. Then I'll leave it to you, Hermione. Why is acquiring medicine so arduous? Gu Zhili pondered, observing as Harry and Hermione organized everything. It took her a moment to process. Is this truly necessary? Wouldn't this delay your classes, Hermione? Hermione smiled and shook her finger. It won't interfere with my classes at all. Now, Harry, it's settled. You and Ron should go to class, and please remember to excuse both me and Vilia. Understood. Harry nodded, then turned to Ron. Let us go, Ron. Oh, all right, Ron responded, and the two departed the infirmary. Gu Zhili still wished to send Hermione away. Hermione, wouldn't it be better if you returned? It's not a significant matter, right? Hermione crossed her arms and smiled. Not an option. I promised Harry. You wouldn't want me to make a solemn promise in front of him and then fail to uphold it, would you? That would make me a deceitful little dog. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't you agree, Vilia? With this statement, Hermione spoke with a depth that made Gu Zhili feel as though Hermione was already aware of her intentions. Sighing, she thought. All she wanted was to procure some medicine for Professor Snape. Why was it so difficult? Brewing potions was off limits, as Snape forbade her from touching them. Yet, the healing properties of potions were so effective. Surely, she could manage to obtain a simple remedy? But why was it still such a challenge? Not only was her brother trying to hinder her, but even the angelic Hermione was interjecting to stop her. She felt utterly beleaguered. Gu Zhili fell silent for a while, and Hermione, observing her perturbed expression, could not help but smile, realizing that Vilia had this adorably vulnerable side. Hermione sat beside Gu Zhili's bed and whispered, Vilia, are you hoping to acquire medicine for Professor Snape? Gu Zhili's eyes widened in shock, her expression clearly communicating. How did you know? Stammering, she replied, no, not at all. Seeing Gu Zhili's reluctance to share, Hermione continued. It's all right if you don't wish to disclose it, but I know you want to get medicine for Professor Snape. Gu Zhili hesitated, contemplating. Yes, I do want to get medicine for him, Hermione. Don't you want to ask me why? Hermione nodded. I do, but if you'd rather not say, then I won't press. Gu Zhili felt as though her heart had been nourished by a clear, warm spring. Hermione, you're truly wonderful. What's so wonderful about it? Just do what you wish, Hermione smiled, recognizing the simplicity of her own statement, which paled in comparison to Gu Zhili's regard for her. With Hermione's encouragement, Gu Zhili felt emboldened to inquire about the medicine and obtain it. Upon acquiring the long-awaited remedy, her heart brimmed with joy, a sense of delight that even Hermione could perceive. Just a bottle of medicine, and you're this happy? Hermione teased. Gu Zhili nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm very happy. But am I that obvious? Indeed, Hermione affirmed, then asked, I'm somewhat puzzled, Vilia. Why do you care so much for Professor Snape? Gu Zhili's mind conjured the image of Snape, the most solitary figure within the halls of Hogwarts. Caught between light and darkness, Snape had always been the loneliest of souls. I think Professor Snape is truly remarkable, truly remarkable, which is why I wish to show him kindness. Even though her parents had perished due to Snape's revelation of a prophecy to Voldemort, ultimately, he had paid with his life. Though she did not fully belong to the magical world, her kindness towards Snape was not rooted in those tragic events. It stemmed from her belief that he deserved it. Yes, Snape had erred, but he had striven to atone for his mistakes. This is the essence of the saying that even the most detestable individuals possess their pitiable facets. She could not confide in Hermione about these thoughts. As the narrative was unfolding towards a tragic conclusion where Snape would meet his demise at Nagini's jaws. Thus, she wished for him to experience a bit of joy during his time at Hogwarts, devoid of heavy burdens and guilt. Listening to Gu Zhili's words, Hermione appeared contemplative, noting the concern reflected in Gu Zhili's eyes. For reasons unknown, she found Vilia to be truly enigmatic. Quietly administering the potion, Gu Zhili returned to her dormitory. Seated at her desk, where she penned a note and placed it alongside the medicine. Rising, she glanced out the window. It was still early, and she planned to deliver the potion to Professor Snape later in the evening. Meanwhile, Hermione was engrossed in a thick book, and Gu Zhili curiously approached to see. Before she could get too close, Hermione set the book down and inquired, "Is there something you need, Vilia?" Gu Zhili quickly replied, No. I just wanted to see what you were reading. It seems like such a hefty book would take quite a while to finish." Hermione raised the book. It's not particularly interesting. I just use it to pass the time. I can read it twice in about 4 or 5 days." Gu Zhili was astonished. Moving closer to Hermione and feeling the thickness of the tome, estimating it to be about 5 or 6 centimeters. Such a thick book read twice in just a few days. Truly, a scholarly genius. Hermione was indeed the remarkable Hermione. As evening approached, students gradually returned to their respective common rooms to rest. Harry and Ron arrived as well, immediately seeking out Hermione and Gu Zhili. However, neither could be found in the Gryffindor common room or dormitory. This absence puzzled Ron and Harry. Weren't they supposed to be resting comfortably in the common room? Where could they possibly be? At the entrance of Snape's office, Gu Zhili stood hesitantly, clutching the medicine, uncertain of how to present it to Snape. "Hermione, how should I give the medicine to Professor Snape?" Hermione, puzzled, replied, "Just give it to him directly, right?" Gu Zhili explained, "If I give it to him directly, won't that expose our knowledge of his injury?" Hermione regarded Gu Zhili thoughtfully, gently touching her forehead, and then her own. "Vilia, you're not feverish. So why do you seem a bit confused?" "Confused? How so?" Gu Zhili countered. With a sigh, Hermione said, "If you hand the medicine to Professor Snape, he will undoubtedly realize someone is aware of his injury. That's a fact, all right? We merely provided him with the potion, allowing him to become acquainted with its name." Upon hearing this explanation, Gu Zhili felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that her previous words might have been rather foolish, casting doubt on her clarity of thought. She bashfully scratched her head and replied, "You're right. But, what do you mean?" Hermione, puzzled, inquired further. Gu Zhili shyly turned away and confessed, "I don't dare to directly hand the potion to Professor Snape. To be honest, I feel a bit intimidated every time I see him." Hermione, both amused and exasperated, suggested, "Then let us simply leave the potion at his office door. Didn't you write a note earlier? Professor Snape should be able to recognize your handwriting, correct?" Gu Zhili, uncertain, responded, "I suppose so, right?" Without further concern for whether Snape could discern Gu Zhili's handwriting. Hermione took the potion from her hands and squatted down to place it in a small corner at the entrance of Snape's office. Having secured the potion, Hermione took Gu Zhili by the hand, leading her away from Snape's office. Throughout the entire episode, Gu Zhili exhibited no reaction, only coming to her senses when they had distanced themselves from Snape's office and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Was it truly that simple to deliver the potion to Professor Snape? What an astonishing speed! Upon seeing Hermione and Gu Zhili return, Harry quickly stood up and approached Gu Zhili, asking, "What were you two up to just now? Ron and I couldn't find you anywhere after we came back." Just as Gu Zhili was about to respond, Hermione interjected, saying, "We took Vilia for a walk and stopped for a restroom break." Her words were blunt, and Harry, upon hearing this, scrutinized Gu Zhili from head to toe. Seeing that she was uninjured, he sighed with relief. "Next time, please leave me a note or inform someone, all right?" The potion was delivered. Limping slightly, Snape returned to his office. Just as he was about to enter, his gaze fell upon the small bottle of potion in the corner. Frowning, he slowly crouched down to pick it up, examining it closely. A note fluttered down, and Snape picked it up, scrutinizing the handwriting and the message. Momentarily lost in thought, he pondered, "Is this the potion from Vilia? How did she? No, she truly did see the wound on his foot that night?" Without uttering a word, Snape grimly entered his office. In the Gryffindor common room, upon their return, Gu Zhili and Hermione were promptly bombarded with inquiries from Ron and Harry. Next time you go out, please leave me a note, all right? Harry said, looking at Gu Zhili. She felt it unnecessary and replied, Brother, that's not needed. I simply went for a stroll. If something important arises, I'll leave a note, okay? Harry, upon reflection, realized he might have been overreacting and said, just be careful in the coming days. Your foot isn't healed yet, so try to avoid running around. Hom. Gu Zhili nodded in agreement. Hermione, seemingly struck by a thought, asked, Did you two remember today's assignments? What were they? Ron cast a pleading glance at Harry, who happened to meet Ron's gaze, and in that moment, the sound of a crow cawing echoed in the room. Hermione, exasperated, quirked her lips and said, You didn't take notes? Ron, feeling guilty, averted his eyes and awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair, remaining silent. Harry, feeling embarrassed as he caught Gu Zhili's expectant gaze, absent-mindedly fiddled with the hem of his robe, unsure if he was trying to comfort himself or Gu Zhili. After a long pause, he said, Wait a moment. Let me think, as he began to pace around the common room, attempting to recall what the professor had assigned. Oh, what a memory I have. Gu Zhili and Hermione observed Harry's restless pacing and Ron's sheepish demeanor, sharing a moment of mutual exasperation. Indeed, relying on these two bumbling fools proved less fruitful than depending on oneself. Days passed, and today was Saturday, no classes. Gu Zhili idly sat on the sofa in her dormitory. Gazing out the window, Hermione was seated at another desk, engrossed in a hefty book from a few days prior. Gu Zhili sighed towards the window and lamented, how boring. These past few days had been filled with classes, and Professor Snape had not summoned her to attend his lessons. Perhaps due to the potion she had delivered to him. Moreover, she had not heard from him in days. Even when she sought him out, there was no response. She wondered how he was faring. Hearing Gu Zhili's sigh and noticing her dispirited demeanor, Hermione inquired, What is the matter, Vilia? Gu Zhili sprang up with a jolt and flopped onto her bed, exclaiming, Hermione, I'm so bored. I've finished all my assignments, and now I don't know what to do. Hermione pondered for a moment and suggested, Why not read a book like I do? I have a few that could pass the time and help us learn some spells. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili sat up straight, looking at Hermione with renewed enthusiasm. Hermione, why don't we head to the library? I've heard Hogwarts has so many, fascinating books. After a moment of consideration, Hermione set down her hefty tome and stood up, saying, Then let's go. As they stepped out of the dormitory, they spotted Harry and Ron playfully wrestling in the common room. Gu Zhili hurriedly approached them and asked, What are you two doing? Upon hearing her voice, the two immediately halted, with Harry explaining, Oh, nothing much. We were just comparing our strength. Gu Zhili couldn't help but roll her eyes at their childish antics. Brother, Ron, you both are so immature. Harry immediately released his grip on Ron's shoulder, retorting, I am not. Ron followed suit, shrugging off Harry's hold. Exactly. We were just trying it out because we were so bored. It's not childish, all right? Gu Zhili feigned understanding, responding dismissively, Sure, you're not childish at all. All right, Vilia, let us go. Just as the three were about to continue their banter, Hermione swiftly interjected, reminding them, Vilia, remember we're heading to the library. Realizing her purpose, Gu Zhili replied, Oh, right. Let us go? Where are you going? What are you up to? Harry asked eagerly. Gu Zhili, holding Hermione's hand, answered as they walked, Brother, Hermione, and I are off to the library for a bit. We should be back by the afternoon. With that, the two vanished through the common room door. Ron turned to Harry, saying, Harry, I have a question. Has Vilia always liked reading? Harry shook his head, replying, I don't know. We rarely saw any books, so I'm not sure if Vilia enjoys reading or not. It was hardly surprising, given that in the Dursley household, there were no books to be found. Even if there were, Aunt Petunia would certainly mock them, and Dudley would undoubtedly interfere. In the Dursley home, simply managing to coexist with Vilia was a considerable feat, but thankfully, they were now at Hogwarts, no longer needing to worry about the Dursleys. Ron chose not to respond further, but Harry suggested, Why don't we follow them and see what they're up to? After all, we have nothing else to do. Ron nodded in agreement, indicating his assent. In one of the long corridors of Hogwarts, an unusual and somewhat comical scene unfolded. Two young girls strolled ahead, their laughter and chatter creating a delightful melody of friendship as they walked, exuding an air of joy and camaraderie. Trailing behind them were two boys, stealthily lurking and dodging, embodying the essence of furtive thieves, sneaky and unsettling. Observing the animated exchange between the two girls, Ron, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Harry, why are we following them so covertly? After a moment of contemplation, Harry replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it feels strange to follow them openly. Ron countered, Isn't it even stranger to follow them secretly? Harry glanced at the girls, then back at himself and Ron, conceding, You have a point. So what shall we do? Ron shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know. Harry responded with a sigh. Ron suggested, why don't we just forget it? They're headed to the library. And neither of us has much interest in books. How about I take you to play wizardess chess? Intrigued yet puzzled, Harry asked, wizardess chess? Ron nodded enthusiastically. Words can't do it justice. Let me show you. With that, Ron led Harry in a different direction. In Snape's office, he sat in a chair, holding a vial of potion in his hand, while a wrinkled note lay on the desk. The faint handwriting revealed a message. Professor, this is a potion for treating scratches. I noticed you were injured, so I took the liberty of bringing you this. Reading the note brought a warmth to Snape's heart, mingled with a tinge of anxiety. Did Vilia suspect anything about his injury? The thought made him smirk self-deprecatingly. Why would she doubt him? Wasn't it a normal thing? During Quidditch practice, Snape gazed at the scar on his foot, lost in thought, his fingers caressing the vial repeatedly. He pondered whether he should use the potion. Although it was a gift from Vilia, did he truly deserve it? If it were a potion he had procured himself or concocted, it would be different. But this vial felt burdensome, not merely because it was given by her, but because he felt unworthy. The silence in the office stretched on, and after a long contemplation, he placed the vial on a shelf, choosing not to use it. In the library, Hermione could hardly contain her excitement as she released Gu Zhili's hand. Her steps light and her eyes darting eagerly across the shelves brimming with books. Hogwarts has an astonishing collection of books, she exclaimed. Gu Zhili, noticing Hermione's eagerness, feigned a look of disdain and waved her off, saying, all right, go find your books. Oh, fine. Hermione playfully pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although she adored reading, being called out by Vilia made her feel a tad bashful. Gu Zhili smiled and nodded. Go on. Indeed, the allure of books for a scholar is beyond imagination. Now, she needed to search for books on Nicholas Flamel and dark arts. With a determined gaze, Gu Zhili approached the first shelf, beginning her search. She murmured to herself, Nicholas Flamel, Nicholas Flamel. Hermione had already found a book and settled at a desk, while Gu Zhili continued her quest. Standing before the innermost shelf, she frowned and muttered, what is going on? Did I mix something up? Wasn't it supposed to be found in the library? Or perhaps, as an outsider, she was unable to access the narrative triggers of this original world. If that were the case, she would once again be left waiting for the plot to unfold, unable to take any action. This cursed narrative. Frustrated, Gu Zhili tugged at her hair and muttered a curse under her breath. Damn the plot obstacles. Hermione, engrossed in her reading, could faintly hear Gu Zhili's resentful murmurs. Quietly rising, she approached Gu Zhili, placing a hand on her shoulder. Vilia, what's wrong? Haven't you found the book you were looking for? Startled, Gu Zhili turned to see Hermione and calmed her racing heart, replying, I'm fine, Hermione. I just haven't found anything interesting. Looks like I'll have to settle for textbooks. With an expression of resignation, she gestured at the shelf and shrugged. Conveying her helplessness, Hermione inquired further, what book are you looking for? The Hogwarts library is vast. Surely there must be something you like? Nicholas. Gu Zhili began to respond but halted, changing her tune. It's an introduction to a character, but I can't quite recall the name. It's something like Nicholas something. During Quidditch practice, Hermione tilted her head. So, you forgot the name of the person you wanted to find. Which is why you can't locate the book about him, right? Realizing Hermione had been drawn into her confusion and disregarded the name, Gu Zhili breathed a sigh of relief. Though they could interact, it felt a bit premature to do so. Disrupting the narrative's flow might come with consequences. With that thought, Gu Zhili chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I forgot, so I couldn't find it. I guess I'm not worthy of the books here. She self-deprecatingly joked. Hermione contemplated for a moment, holding her book in one hand while taking Gu Zhili's hand with the other. They walked to a shelf where Hermione placed her book on a table, then, on tiptoe, retrieved a book from the top shelf, handing it to a slightly dazed Gu Zhili. Here, Vilia, if you can't find a book, start with this one. As Gu Zhili accepted the book, her emerald eyes widened in surprise, and her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Oh my goodness. Hermione, not hearing clearly, furrowed her brow. What did you say? Gu Zhili quickly reassured her. Oh, nothing. Thank you, Hermione. Holding the book Hermione had found, she pulled Hermione to a desk, beginning to flip through the pages. As she examined the book on advanced wizards, she couldn't help but reflect, indeed, it seems I don't belong here. While Hermione effortlessly uncovered plot points, Gu Zhili struggled to even find the girls' restroom. In the dining hall, Harry and Ron were engrossed in a game of wizardess chess, each taking turns as the pieces moved in response. Harry exclaimed with delight, Ron, this is incredibly fun. Ron, beaming with pride, declared, Isn't it? The queen moves to e3. With that, he swiftly commanded the queen piece to crush one of Harry's black pieces. Harry, you've lost. Harry gazed at the chessboard, remnants of shattered pieces strewn about, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Ron. Ron, haven't you won nearly 5 games already? I've only managed to win 3. Ron, brimming with pride, replied, Heh, a bet's a bet. Come on, Harry, let's have another round. Remember, if you win 5 times, we'll go find Hermione and the others. Right now, you still haven't won 5 times. Harry closed his eyes briefly, resigned. All right. Let's play again. The two embarked on a new game of wizard's chess, with Ron taking the first move once more. Harry? 2 familiar voices, tinged with curiosity, echoed from a short distance behind them. Ron and Harry looked up to see the Weasley twins, with their signature red hair and beaming smiles. The identical twins could only be the Weasley twins. George plopped down beside Harry, wrapping an arm around him. So, this is where you've been hiding. We had quite the search for you. Fred chimed in, continuing the banter. Ron frowned. George, Fred, are you looking for us? Fred, sitting beside Ron, feigned disdain. My dear little brother Ron, we weren't looking for you. We were searching for Harry. Ron retorted, Is that necessary, dear brother? Couldn't you be a tad more subtle? Quidditch practice 4. Harry hesitated, then inquired, George, Fred, are you here to see me? Is there something you need? Fred playfully ruffled Ron's red hair, turning it into a comical mess, and said, We're not looking for you. Someone asked us to find you. Who? Harry began to ask, but George cut in, grinning widely before his expression shifted to one of exaggerated distress. Look at my face, Ron. Can you guess who it is? Ron maintained his aloof demeanor. Who knows? With that, Fred delivered a playful thump to Ron's head. Ouch. Fred, are you still my brother? Ron shielded his head, instinctively distancing himself from his troublesome sibling. Fred nodded seriously, of course. So, Ron, can't you perceive this as our expression of affection for you? George interjected. It's you, not me. Fred, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, Did I not imply it was just me? You were an added bonus. Oh well, consider it a complimentary gift. George. Ron, does this come with a gift? It's clearly just your desire to mess around. Harry watched the 3 engage in their playful antics, unable to suppress a chuckle. He then continued, So, who is it that is looking for me? I recall that apart from Ron, Hermione, and the professors, no one else would be seeking me. Fred attempted to ruffle Ron's hair once more, but Ron was on high alert. At that moment, George turned to Harry and said, It's Wood. Fred interjected, Indeed. The Captain Wood, who seems to wish to train with Quidditch for all eternity. I reckon he would prefer there to be no other sports in the world. Taking advantage of Harry's moment of distraction, George playfully tousled Harry's hair. Fred, while George was busy with Harry's hair, added, Agreed. I believe he might want us to train for the rest of our lives in Quidditch. Having had their fun with hair, the Weasley twins simultaneously declared, By the way, good luck, Harry. With that, they scurried away faster than mice, presumably to avoid Harry's reaction. After a brief moment, Harry slowly processed what had just transpired. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Ron and asked, So, they only meant to say that Wood is looking for me to train? But why the hair tussling? Ron shrugged, Who knows? You've seen how they treat their own brother. What makes you think you'd be spared? Harry pondered this, realizing Ron had a point. If they could ruffle their own brother's hair, he was certainly not immune. In the library, Gu Zhili rummaged through information. Having searched for a considerable time, yet still found no data on Nicolarme. She furrowed her brow, muttering to herself like a seer in deep contemplation, What on earth? Why can't I find anything? Hermione rested her chin on her hand, gently tapping the table with her finger, curiously observing Gu Zhili. How many times has she said that now? Probably around 20. Gu Zhili remained oblivious to Hermione's gaze, and Hermione, aware of this, leaned closer, playfully tapping the table as if knocking on a door. Is anyone home? Gu Zhili turned to see Hermione's amused expression, somewhat bewildered. What is up? Quidditch practice 5. Hermione, noticing Gu Zhili's dazed look, raised a finger and lightly tapped Gu Zhili's forehead, saying, My dear Gu Zhili, I've been watching you for quite some time now. Have you yet to find the person you seek? Gu Zhili broke into a silly grin, setting down her book, but keeping her finger on the page she had been reading. Oh, Hermione dear, it's not that I can't find it. If I had found it, I wouldn't have been staring at it for so long. However, returning to the topic, Gu Zhili teased, Speaking of which, after watching me for so long, Dear Hermione, do you perhaps harbor some unseemly thoughts about me? She raised an eyebrow, feigning shyness. Hermione, exasperated yet amused, placed one hand on Gu Zhili's forehead and the other on her own, feigning concern. Oh dear, it seems, my dear Gu Zhili, that you might have a fever. Quick, let us go to Hagrid and get some rock cakes to remedy this. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The mention of rock cakes reminded Gu Zhili of their notorious potency, and she stuck out her tongue at Hermione, signaling a truce. Hermione, satisfied with her subtle victory, smiled and said, Wouldn't it have been easier if we had done this sooner? By the way, Hermione, what time is it? It must be almost afternoon by now. Gu Zhili observed, noticing the dwindling number of patrons in the library. Hermione glanced at the large clock on the library wall, frowned briefly, and then replied, "It's around 3:45, nearly 50. Gu Zhili followed Hermione's gaze to the clock, confirming that it was indeed nearly the time Hermione had mentioned. She then picked up the volume on advanced wizarding personalities, stating, "Then we should be heading back." Hermione nodded in agreement, and as they finished their conversation, they each obtained a borrowing permit for their books before departing the library. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry had arrived on a patch of grass, hoping to locate Wood. Ron spun around, surveying the area with a puzzled look. "Strange. Didn't George and Fred say Wood would be waiting here for you? Where could he be?" Harry, equally perplexed, "Could only speculate." Ron, "Could it be that we misremembered the location?" Ron shrugged, arms outstretched. "What do you think?" Harry, "The two of us should be unlikely to misremember the place. Is it possible we got the time wrong? But that shouldn't be. George and Fred clearly said Wood would be here around 3:30 to 7:30. Harry frowned in contemplation. Ron found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the incredulous antics of his mischievous twin brothers. Their penchant for pranks rendered their statements utterly unbelievable. Yet, he had no choice but to accept the possibility that they might be telling the truth, and if they were indeed absent, well, how could one not attribute blame to them? With this thought swirling in his mind, Ron gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his face a portrait of sorrow, embodying a soul weathered by trials. Alas, why must life be so arduous? He lamented. Harry, perplexed by Ron's sudden existential musings, wondered what had transpired since their earlier joviality. "Ron, are you certain you're all right?" he inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Ron theatrically pressed his palm against his forehead, replying, "Harry, I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, I am fine, alas." Harry, taken aback, pondered whether Ron's sigh signified his well-being or the contrary. He had thought that dealing with Ginny and Hermione was complicated enough, but Ron proved to be equally intricate. As Ron cast his gaze around, lost in his own thoughts, he felt the weight of his burdensome existence with such brothers. Quidditch practice was upon them. "Harry?" A voice tinged with curiosity emerged from behind them. Both Harry and Ron turned to see Wood approaching, one hand gripping a broom while the other carried a large box. "Hello, Harry," Wood greeted. While Ron snapped out of his daze, realizing that this time, Fred and George had not deceived them. It was all true. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley," he stammered, introducing himself to Wood. Wood offered a friendly smile. "Greetings, Ron. I'm Oliver Wood. I know you. You're the brother of George and Fred, correct?" Ron nodded, somewhat taken aback. Harry furrowed his brow, uncertain of Wood's intentions. "Wood, did you ask George to summon me for something?" Wood set the broom and box down on the grass, opening the latter as he said, "Harry, of course. We need to train. The Quidditch matches are fast approaching. And to thwart that bunch from Slytherin, we must hone our skills." Harry, still confused, was about to voice his questions when Ron beat him to it. Wood. Isn't Harry just a first year? Shouldn't he have more training before participating in this year's Quidditch?" Wood paused his task, glancing at both boys before explaining. "That is precisely our strategy for Gryffindor this year. No one knows how Harry plays Quidditch, so they underestimate him as a first year, considering him no threat. Consequently, before the match, Harry's ability to locate the snitch will flourish, and Slytherin will find themselves defeated." After Wood's explanation, both Harry and Ron began to comprehend the purpose of their gathering. Wood had opened the box and organized its contents, casually asking, "Harry, have you brought your broom?" Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Sorry, Wood. I rushed here and forgot it." "Not a problem. I'll fetch it for you. Wait here. I'll be back shortly," Ron exclaimed, dashing towards Gryffindor Tower. Observing Ron's retreating figure, Wood mused, "Let us wait for Ron to return with your broom before we commence. And remember, each time I summon you for practice, ensure you bring your broom. On the Quidditch pitch, your broom is akin to your lifeline. Without it, you're lost." Harry committed this to memory. "Understood, Wood. By the way, you should have some familiarity with Quidditch, right?" Wood inquired. Harry scratched the back of his head. I'm afraid my knowledge of Quidditch is rather limited." Noting Harry's hesitant response, Wood realized the boy's understanding of the sport was superficial. "No worries, during practice. I'll fill you in. You can also borrow books about Quidditch from the library during your free time." Harry nodded, acknowledging the advice. "Your broom has arrived." Ron's breathless voice echoed suddenly. Harry turned towards the sound to see Ron sprinting towards them, clutching a broomstick. Confusion clouded Harry's mind. Wasn't he merely supposed to retrieve his own broom? Why were there two? Upon hearing Ron's voice, Wood also turned to look, bemused. "Ron, what on earth are you doing?" Ron, panting heavily, halted before Harry and Wood, catching his breath before presenting Harry with the Nimbus 2000. "Here's your broom. Let me catch my breath." As Ron leaned against his own broom, gasping for air, Harry and Wood remained silent, patiently waiting for him to regain his composure. After a moment, Ron finally managed to catch his breath and said, "Apologies. Wood, what were you saying? Could you repeat that?" Ron. I was inquiring why you brought 2 brooms," Wood reiterated. Realizing his oversight, Ron felt a rush of embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Well, I wanted to observe your training methods," and also he hesitated, fearing that further elaboration would cause him to blush. Unfortunately, Harry, oblivious to Ron's desire to change the subject, pressed on, "And also what?" Ron bit his lip, finally admitting, "And also, I thought I might train with you guys." His face flushed with embarrassment at admitting such a desire. Wood, taken aback, chuckled. "I didn't realize you had an interest in Quidditch." Ron, growing more flustered, replied, "It's not a big deal, just a fleeting thought. If it's not feasible, I can just sit and watch." In an attempt to ease Ron's apparent discomfort, Wood said, "All right, let us consider this an opportunity for you to accompany Harry in practice." Ron blinked in disbelief, his eyes widening as he pointed to himself. "Me? Really? Is this a dream?" Harry, unable to suppress his amusement, reassured him, "It's true, Ron." Still skeptical, Ron pinched his own cheek, wincing at the pain, which confirmed that this was indeed reality and not a dream. "Enough dawdling. Let us begin training. Harry, take your broom in hand. Ron, you do the same, and follow me," Wood instructed, gesturing towards the box and urging Harry and Ron to join him. The 3 of them gathered around the box as Wood began to unveil the Quidditch balls within. "I won't delve into the rules of Quidditch too much, Harry. You will grasp them once you take to the field." He then retrieved a ball, the bludger, and tossed it into the air with great force. The ball immediately soared in all directions before descending back down. "No need to worry about this one. It's not something you need to concern yourself with. This is the snitch," Wood continued, holding up the small, golden ball for Harry and Ron to see before placing it back into the box. He then carefully extracted a minuscule golden sphere, the golden snitch, cradling it in his palm and presenting it to Harry. "This, my dear friend, is the essence of your role as a seeker, the golden snitch. You must outpace the Slytherin seeker to catch it, and, mind you, it flies with remarkable swiftness." With that, the snitch darted into the sky, flitting about like a flash of lightning, vanishing just as quickly. "All right, Harry, that little creature is your target. Now, go retrieve it." Pointing to the distant, almost imperceptible golden snitch, Wood smiled, but his words were somewhat grim. "Harry, remember this. Either catch the golden snitch or perish on the Quidditch pitch. Understood?" Harry froze momentarily, swallowing hard at the seriousness of Wood's tone. Was it truly that dire? Observing Harry's stunned expression, Wood, with a hint of exasperation, gestured towards the snitch's flight path. "Harry, don't just stand there. I was joking. However, if you don't pursue the snitch soon, I will have to reconsider your participation this year." At that moment, Harry realized that Wood's ominous words were merely jest. "My apologies, I didn't react quickly enough." Without further ado, Harry mounted his Firebolt 2000 and raced skyward. Ron, filled with anticipation, brandished his broomstick and exclaimed, "Wood, what about me? What do I do?" Wood, nodding towards Harry as he searched for the snitch, replied quietly, "Ron, do you see him? Your task is to prevent Harry from catching the snitch. Preferably, you should catch it before he does." Ron nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "Got it." With that, Ron boldly mounted his broom and soared towards Harry. Wood stood his ground, watching Harry with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Not bad. It seems Harry is poised to be the focal point of this match." He glanced at Ron, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, reflecting, "It's truly splendid to have a willing practice partner for the first time." Ron, however, was oblivious to Wood's thoughts and was currently embroiled in a relentless chase after Harry. In the skies above Hogwarts, Harry pursued the golden snitch. But several times his grasp slipped, eluding his fingers, while Ron hotly pursued him, intent on delivering a hefty blow to his friend. At the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, Gu Zhili held a character guide, while Hermione clutched a thick tome, standing before the fat lady's portrait. "Please state the password," the fat lady demanded, her demeanor regal yet somewhat stern. "Dragon Dung," Gu Zhili stepped forward and declared. The fat lady cast a disdainful glance at her, exuding an air of superiority. "Incorrect password." Furrowing her brow, Gu Zhili shot an annoyed look at the fat lady's portrait, convinced it was a mere slip of the tongue, and reiterated slowly, "Dragon Dung. Dragon Dung. I said it clearly." "Still incorrect," the fat lady retorted, seemingly delighting in Gu Zhili's frustration. Feeling incensed, Gu Zhili handed the character guide to Hermione, rolled up her sleeves, and threatened, "Do you think I'm Hello Kitty just because I'm not roaring? What is wrong with the password? Percy himself told us it." Her fury peaked as she struck her fist against the wall beside the portrait, careful not to damage it and risk being unable to enter. Hermione quickly pulled Gu Zhili back, soothingly saying, "Vilia, don't be upset. Perhaps the password has changed?" Pouting in indignation, Gu Zhili resembled a child seeking parental solace. Hermione, it's clearly her mistake. The password debacle ensued. Hermione chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement, ruffling Gu Zhili's hair. Vilia, do you genuinely believe it's her fault? Gu Zhili stuck out her tongue, transforming from a fierce warrior to an innocent and helpless little girl in an instant. Yes, it's her fault. I did nothing wrong. Gu Zhili, with a flair for dramatic exaggeration, asserted her innocence. Meanwhile, Hermione, keenly aware of the truth yet choosing silence, awaited Gu Zhili to voice her thoughts. The two exchanged glances, and the fat lady felt the awkward tension of their silent standoff. Are you two going to enter or not? She interjected, eager to assert her presence, for even a portrait yearned for recognition. Of course we want to enter, Gu Zhili exclaimed. If we don't go in, how will I put the books down and go have fun? The fat lady replied coldly, password. Gu Zhili looked to Hermione for assistance. Her lips puckered in a feigned pout. Hermione, do you know the password? After a brief pause, Hermione met Gu Zhili's eager gaze and slowly responded. I don't know either, Vilia. Perhaps we should ask someone else? Gu Zhili pondered for a moment before suggesting, what if we ask my brother? Hermione pointed towards the fat lady's portrait. Do you think we can get in? Furthermore, can you be certain that Harry and Ron are inside or outside, Vilia? Gu Zhili felt momentarily dazed by Hermione's barrage of questions, scratching her head in confusion. You make a good point. Should we return to the library instead? Indeed. We've spent the afternoon there. Perhaps it's best to avoid that. Let us see, Hermione mused, contemplating where they might go next. Gu Zhili leaned closer to Hermione, proposing, how about we visit Hagrid? Hermione glanced from the portrait to Gu Zhili, nodding in agreement. All right, let us go see Hagrid then. Having successfully persuaded Hermione to visit Hagrid, Gu Zhili felt triumphant, believing she had advanced the plot. Now, she only needed to find her brother and the lovable Ron. With that thought, Gu Zhili swiftly snatched the two books from Hermione's hands, cradling them in her own arms. Hermione, let us go, she declared, extending her hand for Hermione to take. Hermione naturally grasped Gu Zhili's hand as they set off together. The two individuals gradually commenced their forward journey, slowly distancing themselves from the portrait of the fat lady. However, before departing, Gu Zhili mischievously made a face at the portrait, casting a defiant glance that seemed to convey a challenge. If you possess the courage, come over here. Strike me if you can. You won't be able to touch me. The fat lady, observing Gu Zhili's receding figure, seethed with rage. She felt that had she not been confined to the canvas, she would undoubtedly leap out and give Gu Zhili a sound thrashing. This individual was indeed infuriating. Having indulged in this delightful mischief, Gu Zhili felt a wave of exhilaration. After all, in this fleeting existence, provoking a portrait was undeniably pleasurable. Striding with an air of triumph, she caught Hermione's exasperated glance. Truly, Gu Zhili possessed the heart of a child. Yet, witnessing the fat lady's fury also bestowed upon Hermione an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Should she really be secretly laughing at the fat lady? Uncertain of the latest password, Gu Zhili and Hermione resolved to hasten their steps toward Hagrid's hut, eager to advance the plot. Naturally, this acceleration of events would not transpire without the involvement of Ron and Harry. Look, isn't that someone we know? The cerulean sky was dotted with a few clouds as a gentle breeze wafted through the corridor, brushing against Gu Zhili's cheeks, her hair momentarily lifted by the wind, only to settle again in an instant. It was nearly 5 o'clock. On the lawn, Wood furrowed his brow, squinting at the sky, where tiny black dots were barely discernible as two figures. Ron, perched on his broomstick, was hurtling toward Harry, who was merely 5 centimeters away from seizing the golden snitch, intent on colliding with him. The impact caused Harry to veer off course, his hand slipping accidentally, and the golden snitch vanished in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Harry's failure to capture the snitch, Ron was beside himself with glee, boasting, "Hey, Harry, you seem a bit weak, don't you?" With that, Ron accelerated toward the elusive snitch. Although he was not a frequent player of Quidditch, he had certainly seen enough of it to know what he was doing. He was a fervent enthusiast of the sport. Harry, observing Ron's speed, gritted his teeth, thinking, Ron is truly insufferable. With that thought, Harry's Nimbus 2000 surged forward, akin to a frenzied bolt of lightning, racing after Ron as if to teach him a lesson about being knocked around. Wood, watching their escalating antics, felt a smile tugging at his lips, sensing that he had struck gold. In the long corridors of Hogwarts, Gu Zhili bounced along, her exuberance reminiscent of a rabbit that had just won a grand carrot prize. After witnessing Gu Zhili leap with joy for nearly half the distance, Hermione could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Gu Zhili, could you possibly calm down for a moment?" Unfazed by her own exuberance, Gu Zhili turned to Hermione and inquired, "What's the matter, Hermione?" With a sigh, Hermione adopted a tone of weary wisdom as she replied, "Oh, how should I put this? Gu Zhili, your energy is simply boundless. You've been hopping along the entire way. Do you realize that? Hermione cast a resigned glance at Gu Zhili. A goofy smile spread across Gu Zhili's face as she said, Really? I didn't notice. Then I won't jump anymore. The two exited through an arched doorway, welcomed by a gentle breeze, and immediately spotted a fellow student, Oliver Wood, gazing at the sky from the lawn. Gu Zhili furrowed her brow in confusion, seemingly uncertain, and asked, Is that Senior Wood? Following Gu Zhili's gaze, Hermione saw a figure, though she couldn't identify who it was. She urged, I don't know. But let us not linger. We should hurry along. Yet, Gu Zhili appeared rooted to the spot, declaring, Hermione, I want to see if that S really Senior Wood. Hermione, exasperated, paused for a moment before saying, Gu Zhili, honestly, are you playing with me? Shouldn't we focus on our prior business? I'm not playing with you. Why would you say that? Gu Zhili responded, bewildered. Hermione gestured towards Hagrid's hut, and then pointed at the student exuding the unmistakable aroma of a lonely heart on the lawn. She continued, Should we go to Hagrid's, or do you want to check if that student is Senior Wood? Gu Zhili, could we perhaps show a modicum of maturity? Let us handle our previous matters first, shall we? Despite her desire to investigate, Gu Zhili hesitated. Hermione, inadvertently catching sight of a sneaky figure, felt a sudden flash of insight accompanied by a voice in her head urging her to draw Gu Zhili's attention to the suspicious individual. Without a second thought, Hermione pointed and exclaimed, Gu Zhili, look over there. Isn't that person someone we know? Gu Zhili, perplexed, asked, Who are you talking about? Dazed by Hermione's words, Gu Zhili inquired, What do you mean? Hermione, realizing her vague statement had failed to clarify anything, turned her head away in embarrassment. She then pointed toward the direction of the previously spotted figure and said, I meant, look at that person over there. Doesn't he resemble? Gu Zhili followed Hermione's gaze, and both hesitated simultaneously before uttering the name in unison, Professor Snape. A sense of dread washed over Gu Zhili. How could Professor Snape be here? Wasn't he supposed to be in his office? Or had he already begun to engage with Quirrell and that unearthly entity known as Voldemort? Quickly dismissing the notion, Gu Zhili reasoned that Snape was merely suspicious of Quirrell and would not have encountered Voldemort at this juncture. Seeing Gu Zhili lost in thought, Hermione, unsure whether to speak, hesitated until Gu Zhili broke the silence. Hermione, are you certain that figure is Professor Snape? Gu Zhili's expression grew serious, her demeanor reflecting her concern. Hermione, at a loss for words, pondered, Gu Zhili, this question is rather, well. Her frustration mirrored the earlier indecision between them, without checking. How could they ascertain if it was truly him? Gu Zhili pursed her lips, recalling the silhouette she had seen earlier, and said, Hermione, never mind. I want to go check on that person. She gestured toward the lawn, and then toward the corner of the tower, adding, Let us not look over there. You're right, let us head to Hagrid's instead. Surprised by Gu Zhili's swift change of heart, Hermione raised an eyebrow but quickly responded, All right then, let us proceed. With that, she beckoned Gu Zhili to link arms with her. Gu Zhili, somewhat distracted, complied, and just as they were about to take their first step forward, they were interrupted by a familiar voice. Hermione, Gu Zhili, is that you? Ron's voice called out. Upon hearing him, Hermione's expression shifted from joy to irritation in an instant, her previous smile vanishing without a trace. Hermione muttered to herself, I'm done talking. Why must so many distractions thwart our efforts to accomplish our initial tasks? Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned around, only to behold two disheveled individuals rushing toward her, while a tall figure sauntered leisurely behind them. Hermione, you look. Gu Zhili was about to call Hermione's attention, but upon glancing back, she saw Hermione's face contorted in frustration. Did she perceive an irksome aura emanating from Hermione? Hermione displayed a weary smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely disingenuous, uttering, Vilia, Hey, what are you two discussing? Share it with us. Ron chimed in as he joined Hermione from behind. Oh, by the way, Harry and I were just training with Wood. It's Quidditch. Gu Zhili silently shut her mouth, gesturing with her eyes for Harry to refrain from speaking, and quickly closed her eyes to offer a silent prayer, as if awaiting some divine intervention. Harry promptly grasped his sister's unspoken warning, remaining silent, but forgot to caution Ron. Hermione exclaimed, I am exceedingly vexed. I feel like hitting someone. Ron attempted to continue, but was met with a piercing glare from Hermione that could have quelled a dragon. In a voice laced with icy indifference, she addressed him, Mr. Weasley. Might I request that you cease your incessant chatter? Ron felt a chill run down his spine, as if his instinct for self-preservation had been activated. Stammering, he replied, Why yes. Of course. As he spoke, he swallowed hard, fear evident in his demeanor. A moment of silence enveloped the four until Wood's arrival shattered the awkward standoff. Harry, I'm heading back now. Remember to come find me for training next Saturday. All right, I must be off. Wood, sensing the peculiar atmosphere among the group, hastily added. In a moment of existential doubt, Hagrid, too, would departed with remarkable speed, later expressing some regret for not having detained those two for training. However, he compensated by extending their training time significantly. Wood believed Harry would understand the rationale behind this increase. Harry, however, did not find the implication particularly gratifying. At this juncture, he was not merely facing the situation but rather spectating. Perhaps one could say he was enjoying the spectacle of Hermione reprimanding Ron. Hermione's cold, unyielding visage regarded Ron with a gaze devoid of emotion, while Ron endeavored to quell his own anxiety. Yet, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. With a sarcastic chuckle, Hermione remarked, "Mr. Weasley, you truly excel at this." Ron forced a smile, trying to appear composed. Yes, not that great. Someone please, rescue me." In a seemingly casual glance, Ron sought assistance from the two beside him, only to find Harry sporting a look of amusement while subtly indicating his enjoyment of the unfolding drama, and Gu Zhili fervently praying with her eyes closed. In that instant, Ron felt as though several words were indelibly imprinted in his mind. "Ron, you are doomed." Along the paths of Hogwarts, Hermione appeared invigorated, while Gu Zhili, linking arms with Hermione, stifled her laughter. Harry wore an expression that suggested he wished to laugh, but dared not. Gently tapping Ron on the left ear, who maintained his disheveled hairstyle and a face resembling that of a bitter melon. In hushed tones, Harry inquired, "Ron, have you somehow crossed Hermione? Or did you offend her in some way?" With a look of despair, Ron lamented, "Harry, how could I possibly know? If I were aware of where I went wrong, would I be in this predicament now? But it's entirely plausible that I have." Meanwhile, Gu Zhili, walking ahead, quietly posed a question to Hermione, casting a glance back at the two boys before speaking. "Hermione, earlier, when you mentioned that person, Snape, why do you think he would go to the tower?" Her own words seemed incomprehensible even to her, yet it was the best she could articulate. Hermione lifted her gaze, her calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the earlier display of aggression toward Ron. "Vilia, I cannot say. I am neither an encyclopedia nor a mind-reading parasite residing in Professor Snape's belly. How could I possibly know his motives? Moreover," Hermione pointed a finger at Gu Zhili's forehead, adding, "we cannot simply deduce that individual is Professor Snape based solely on a glance." Gu Zhili, absent-mindedly rubbing the spot Hermione had touched, replied, "True enough, but that silhouette truly resembles Professor Snape." Before she could elaborate further, Harry interrupted, "Look, Weavy arrived." His voice rang out as he stepped forward to knock on Hagrid's cabin door. "Knock, knock, is Hagrid in?" "It's me, Harry." A deep voice resonated from within. "Yes." "Just a moment, Harry." Less than half a minute later, the door swung open, and Hagrid's imposing figure made the four friends feel considerably smaller. "Wow, Harry, you didn't mention you were bringing friends," Hagrid exclaimed, spotting the quartet and teasing Harry. "Hagrid, are we not welcome?" Gu Zhili playfully interjected. The question she had almost posed earlier swallowed back, smiling as she stepped forward to tease him. After all, this was hardly the appropriate moment for inquiries. They would need to wait until they had departed and dispersed the crowd. Hagrid quickly picked up on Gu Zhili's banter, responding, "Of course not. Vilia, you are most welcome. Come in." With that, Hagrid retreated into the cabin, gesturing for them to enter and continue their conversation inside. The four friends, not wishing to be impolite, followed suit one by one, finding seats within the cozy confines of the cabin. In Hagrid's small dwelling, the five of them felt the space become considerably more cramped. Gu Zhili swiftly surveyed the room, which, while not quite as depicted in the films, bore some resemblance. Harry and Ron settled onto a long bench, while Hermione and Gu Zhili took their places on a somewhat oversized sofa. Upon entering, Hagrid first glanced at the fireplace before settling onto a small stool beside it. "What brings you all to find me?" he inquired, addressing Harry. Assuming Harry had initiated the visit, Hagrid directed his question toward him. Harry set his Firebolt 2000 beside him and quickly waved his hands, clarifying, "No, Hagrid, it's not me looking for you. I came along with Ron." Following Vilia and Hermione, he pointed toward Gu Zhili and Hermione to emphasize that it was indeed their initiative, not his. Hagrid paused in surprise, then turned his gaze toward Gu Zhili and Hermione, asking quizzically, "You two? What could you possibly want from me?" It baffled Hagrid that the two girls would seek him out for anything. Hermione gestured toward the books in her and Gu Zhili's hands, stating, "We are here to." Her words trailed off as she grappled with how to articulate her thoughts, but Gu Zhili swiftly grasped Hermione's intent, interjecting, "Let's just say it's a long story, so I'll keep it brief. Originally, we were engrossed in our reading at the library, and after borrowing some books, we intended to return to our dormitory. However, we discovered that the password to enter the college had changed, leaving us unable to gain access, and we had no knowledge of your whereabouts. Thus, we resolved to seek out Hagrid, hoping to stay with him for a while, only to serendipitously encounter the two of you along the way. Yes, that is precisely how it transpired. Upon hearing Gu Zhili recount the series of events in rapid succession, the other three expressed their sentiments, apologizing for her hastened narration and requesting a moment to gather themselves. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, widened her eyes slightly. However, after Gu Zhili finished her tale, she gradually closed her mouth. Consequently, Gu Zhili was met with three astonished faces. Had she done something peculiar? Why did these three regard her as if she were a curiosity? After a brief pause, Harry finally regained his composure and said, "So, you merely came here to wait." "No, wait. Vilia, it seems you haven't mentioned your purpose for being here, have you?" Gu Zhili reflected on her rapid-fire account and, after a brief 3-second contemplation, replied, "Oh, that is not important. What truly matters is that the password has changed, and neither Hermione nor I were aware of it. Do you happen to know?" Both Harry and Ron simultaneously shook their heads, causing Gu Zhili to slump in disappointment onto the sofa with a sigh. Hermione gently ruffled Gu Zhili's hair in a comforting manner, saying, "Hagrid, we can only stay here with you for the time being. It's still early, and by the time dinner rolls around, we will likely be leaving. We apologize for the intrusion during this interval." Hagrid smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No worries. It's not a bother at all. I'm quite pleased you came to find me." Ron timidly spoke up, "So what should I do? Vilia and Hermione can read, and Hagrid can do whatever he likes at home. What should Harry and I do? Just chat?" Gu Zhili lifted her gaze, and a sudden inspiration struck her, recalling a plot related to Hagrid. After a moment's hesitation, as if to assist Ron in finding something to occupy himself, she suggested, You could chat with Hagrid, right?" Gu Zhili couldn't help but mentally chastise herself, wondering why this always happened. She felt that her intentions were glaringly obvious. Yet, in reality, no one doubted the underlying meaning of Gu Zhili's words. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion, shrugged, and remarked, "But what can we talk about?" "Vilia, I have no idea." Hermione, setting her book down, looked at Gu Zhili with interest and said, "I believe you can simply find someone or a topic to discuss, can't you? For instance, Professor Snape, Gringotts, or the Forbidden Forest." Gu Zhili's eyes brightened as she cast a grateful glance at Hermione. Truly, she was her savior. At that moment, such divine assistance was precisely what she required. Gu Zhili felt incredibly fortunate to have Hermione as her ally to help her articulate this statement. After all, if she had been the one to say it, it would have seemed rather forced, but Hermione's delivery was simply impeccable. Upon hearing this, Harry pondered and appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, I remember, I think I mentioned that Professor Snape injured his foot." Hagrid's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Snape? He hurt his foot?" Gu Zhili thought, "This development seems to be progressing rather swiftly, and moreover, this direction seems to be veering off course." Ron, appearing to recall something, chimed in, Yes. Harry, you did mention that. I remember you said that Professor Snape's foot looked like it had been scratched by an animal." Harry eagerly nodded, affirming, "Yes, I believe he was injured by a 3-headed dog, on the very day Hermione was attacked by the troll. I suspect that the troll might have been introduced by Professor Snape." Ron wore an expression of enlightenment as he exchanged knowing glances with Harry, both providing each other with affirming nods. Hermione, meanwhile, was perplexed. Why were these two dimwits divulging the incident regarding the 4th floor? Gu Zhili was aghast, thinking, "Oh no, this development is all wrong. Shouldn't we be inquiring with Hagrid about the weaknesses of the 3-headed dog? How did it come to involve Professor Snape?" Hagrid furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, "Harry, did you just mention a 3-headed dog?" Hermione and Gu Zhili exchanged silent glances, sharing a mutual understanding of their predicament, and simultaneously thought, "This is it, we're finished." Harry instinctively replied, "Yes, the 3-headed dog." As soon as he spoke, Harry realized the gravity of the situation and hastily clarified, No, not the 3-headed dog." Ron observed Harry's desperate attempts to cover up his blunder and thought to himself, "Thank goodness he didn't mention the 3-headed dog." Hagrid had already grasped that Harry was attempting to conceal something. His expression turned serious as he said, "Harry, you ought to know that you cannot venture to the 4th floor. How could you all have gone near the 3-headed dog?" Harry, flustered, hurried to explain, "No, Hagrid. We didn't mean to go there." As he spoke, Harry recalled that he had gone to the 4th floor due to Malfoy's provocation, rendering his previous statement of "we didn't mean" to somewhat less credible. Seeing that Harry was at a loss for words, Gu Zhili quickly interjected to redirect the conversation, or rather, engage in an awkward diversion. Hagrid, do you know how animals can quickly enter a state of sleep? I noticed Fong seemed to be napping earlier, and I was quite curious." Hermione suppressed a smile at the sight of the siblings awkwardly shifting the conversation, trying to stifle her laughter. Hagrid was also drawn in by the topic of animals, responding, "Oh, is that so? Vilia, do you have an interest in animals? Let me think. Harry let out a sigh of relief, secretly commending his sister. Well, each animal has different sleeping habits. For instance, Fong is quite simple and doesn't require much of my attention, while Fluffy has a bit more of a personality. Hagrid spoke enthusiastically, sharing his extensive knowledge of animals. Gu Zhili, feigning ignorance while already aware of the answer, inquired, "We know Fong is your dog, but Hagrid, who is Fluffy?" Hagrid, oblivious to the trap Gu Zhili had set, confidently replied, "It's the one you mentioned earlier. When I first encountered him, he was so small, and I immediately thought to name him Fluffy. Fluffy needs to listen to some music to fall asleep. Isn't that a bit?" "Ah, Vilia, are you trying to lead me into a trap?" It was only after he had spoken that Hagrid slowly realized he had divulged something he shouldn't have. Gu Zhili, satisfied with the information she had gleaned, responded to Hagrid's inquiry. "Is that so?" She furrowed her brow, pursed her lips, and lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment before shrugging her shoulders innocently, saying, "I'm sorry, Hagrid, I don't recall. I believe I was simply asking how you managed to take such good care of the animals. I shouldn't have led you into a trap, should I?" She then turned to Hermione, Ron, and her brother, asking, "Hagrid, did I lead you into a trap?" Observing Gu Zhili's performance, Hermione replied, No. My apologies, Hagrid. While I did see it, for Vilia's sake, I cannot divulge it." Harry, who had been rescued by Gu Zhili, exclaimed, "No, not at all. I apologize, Hagrid." How could he expose the words of his own sister? Ron, wide-eyed and taken aback, stammered, No, that shouldn't be the case. I'm sorry, he is merely a hostage. An emotionless machine. He saw nothing, knows nothing. He is but a passerby." Hagrid found himself engulfed in a profound self-doubt, murmuring, "Could it be that I misremembered? Was that merely an illusion? No, it can't be." Gu Zhili feigned profundity, stroking a non-existent beard, and declared, "It must have been an illusion." "Hagrid, let us continue our conversation. What were we discussing just now?" As she spoke, Gu Zhili exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, who took the cue and said, "Yes. We were talking about the Forbidden Forest." "Indeed, the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid pondered deeply. Were we discussing the Forbidden Forest? Could it be that my memory has deteriorated to the point where I forget a few words? He felt a pang of disbelief, although skeptical of the children's words. Hagrid nevertheless solemnly warned them, "The Forbidden Forest is quite perilous. You would do well to avoid it. There are far too many uncontrollable creatures within, such as centaurs." Harry, however, found the thought of the Forbidden Forest rather intriguing, while Ron inexplicably shivered. Hermione nodded in agreement. "We're aware, Professor Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast." Ron, puzzled, whispered to Harry, "Did Professor Dumbledore really say that?" Harry cast a surprised glance at Ron, who, less than half a semester into their studies, had seemingly forgotten or perhaps never even heard it. Contemplating this, Harry asked, "Ron, you haven't forgotten, have you?" Ron, noticing Harry's incredulous gaze, felt an inexplicable rush of embarrassment. In a fit of anger, he wanted to shout but glanced around and restrained himself, saying, "Harry, what kind of look is that?" Harry quickly retracted his skeptical expression, replying, "What look? Ron, you must be mistaken." This remark echoed Gu Zhili's earlier comment to Hagrid, asserting, "You must have been mistaken." Indeed, the power of genetics is formidable. The siblings' talent for blatant falsehoods was strikingly similar. Ron chuckled awkwardly. Hagrid, recalling something mid-sentence, said, "By the way, I need to go out in a few days. Is there anything you would like me to bring back?" Gu Zhili pondered briefly and replied, Could you please bring back a bag? Any kind of bag will do, cloth or burlap, as long as it's a bag." The other three looked at each other in confusion, wondering, what does she need a bag for? Hagrid repeated bag several times, seemingly committing the request to memory before inquiring, "And what about you?" Hermione thought for a moment and said, "If it's not too much trouble, could you buy a bundle of quills and a few bottles of ink for me? I suspect both my and Gu Zhili's supplies are running low." Hagrid nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Harry and Ron, who conveyed their lack of needs through gestures. Hagrid chose not to press further. Suddenly, a long bell tolled from afar, and the four exchanged glances, each sensing the weight of the moment in the other's eyes. Gu Zhili glanced at the clock on the wall and noted it was past 5. Looking out the window, she observed the dimming light. "It's past 5. We should be going." "Apologies for the disturbance, Hagrid." Hagrid shrugged and smiled. "What do you mean disturbance? Come by again, Gu Zhili." As they reached the door, they waved goodbye one by one, with Gu Zhili signaling for the others to leave first, as she had one last thing to say to Hagrid. Hagrid, I feel I cannot deceive you. What you heard earlier was not an illusion. Anyway, I must be off, goodbye." Gu Zhili hesitated but ultimately decided to confess, as Hagrid had always been kind to them, and she felt she should not deceive him. However, a harmless jest to tease him should be acceptable, right? Having said that, she fled the scene with remarkable speed, leaving Hagrid slowly processing her words. By the time he grasped what she meant, the others had already disappeared from his sight. Hagrid blinked in confusion, remaining silent for a long moment. Am I to doubt my existence again? Wasn't it just an illusion? How has it transformed into something else? Is someone making a fool of me, Rubius Hagrid? As the four departed from the hut, they walked towards the dining hall, noting that it was past 5. Surely, some students would be dining by now. Perhaps the Gryffindors would be there as well? Harry felt a wave of frustration as he stared at his Nimbus 2000, his head drooping as he sighed deeply. Sigh. This sigh drew Gu Zhili's attention, prompting her to inquire, Brother, what troubles you? You appear quite distressed. Are you unwell, or is there something else? Upon hearing her speak, Hermione and Ron turned their gazes toward Harry, both expressing their bewilderment. Did you perhaps visit the boys' restroom? Harry lamented as he held his Nimbus 2000. This is rather inconvenient. I can't just waltz into the dining hall with my Nimbus 2000, can I? That would certainly give Malfoy ample fodder for ridicule. Moreover, I can't possibly stash it away in the dormitory now. After Harry finished speaking, Gu Zhili realized her brother's Nimbus 2000 was indeed quite conspicuous. Not only was it her brother's, but Ron's broomstick was equally problematic. Gu Zhili scrutinized the two brooms, furrowing her brows and biting her thumbnail, lost in thought. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she seemed to conceive a brilliant idea. I think you could temporarily leave them in the restroom. Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow and snapped her fingers, exclaiming, Right. The restroom. Hermione's right. You can leave them in there for now. Ron waved his hand dismissively, saying, Ugh, can we find another place? The restroom is a no-go, though Harry remained silent. His expression and reluctance made it clear he too was not fond of the idea. It seemed it was her turn to intervene. Gu Zhili feigned exasperation and said, Well, if that's the case, you may have to skip dinner and wait for us to finish before returning to the dormitory. Harry and Ron exchanged alarmed glances. Skipping dinner was out of the question. After 3 seconds of silent contemplation, Ron, without hesitation, declared, Let's go with the restroom then. It's better than not eating at all. Nimbus 2000. Mr. Weasley, I sense you lack heart. Gu Zhili was left speechless by Ron's remark, feeling an urge to laugh. Is it really that hasty? Ron retorted, puzzled, Is it hasty? I think it's quite reasonable, Gu Zhili. After all, dinner is important. Gu Zhili was left in awe of Ron's conviction. She sighed in resignation. All right then, I was going to ask if you needed a compromise, but judging by Ron's attitude, perhaps you don't. Harry interjected, What about him? Doesn't he matter? Sister, look at your brother. He also needs to hide his broom. Ron exclaimed. Did he just squander a brilliant idea, or rather, obliterate it with his mouth? Goodness gracious. Upon realizing this, Ron's face was etched with horror as he repeatedly insisted, No, no, no. That's not it. Harry, gesturing animatedly, chimed in, Vilia, you misunderstood. You misheard. Ron didn't mean that at all. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, All right, stop teasing them, Vilia. At that moment, Harry and Ron comprehended that Vilia was merely jesting with them. Harry shook his head in exasperation, offering a tender smile, realizing that Vilia remained as playful as ever. Fully aware that her antics were not particularly amusing, yet still indulging in them. Ron, in a daze, inquired, So, we can only hide in the restroom then? Gu Zhili's eyes twinkled as she responded, Well, it's not just the restroom. I could find a girl's restroom for you to hide in. After all, the stalls are private. And it's generally cleaner than the boys' room. Vilia, how do you know the girls' restroom is cleaner than the boys'? Have you ever been in the boys' room? Ron pointed out, hitting a blind spot. Gu Zhili, exasperated, thought, Ugh, I could just strangle this clueless fool. Why on earth would I, a girl, venture into the boys' restroom? She cast a disdainful glance at Ron, while Hermione found herself at a loss for words at Ron's foolish question. The trio stared at Ron, who was bewildered by their expressions. He merely asked a question. Was it necessary for them to look at him with such disdain? Eventually, Gu Zhili resignedly spoke up. Recognizing the plot had to progress, but laying the groundwork beforehand was also acceptable. Taking a deep breath to steady her slightly tumultuous feelings, she began with a tone that suggested she was gritting her teeth, saying, I have never been in the boys' restroom. Thank you. Now, can you give me an answer, Mr. Ron Weasley? Do you want me to help you hide or not? And, Ron Weasley, have you forgotten that you are slightly more capable than I? Isn't the girls' restroom cleaner than the boys' room you frequent? With an inextricable connection to restrooms, Ron's mind flashed back to the moment he and Harry barged into the girls' restroom. And suddenly, it felt as if a song was playing around him in a 360-degree surround sound. Green light everywhere, ha. Hermione couldn't suppress her laughter, covering her mouth. Harry, on the other hand, felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure whether to laugh or not. If he laughed, it felt like he was mocking Ron, which would also imply he was laughing at himself. Yet if he refrained from laughing, he sensed he might lose control. Ultimately, Ron bashfully turned away, saying, All right. Stop laughing. Here, Vilia, this is for you. I entrust it to you. He handed his broomstick to Gu Zhili, followed by Harry, who hesitated for a moment before passing his Firebolt 2000 to Gu Zhili and added, Vilia, how about we both in truth? Harry thought it might be better to go hungry. At least the Firebolt 2000 wouldn't have to be stashed in the restroom, after all. It was a gift from Professor McGonagall. However, Ron being hungry was a different matter, causing Harry to feel conflicted. Gu Zhili cheerfully interjected, All right, brother. Stop being so wishy-washy. Let us settle this happily, as we are almost there, and there is no turning back now. The four of them chatted as they strolled into the corridors of Hogwarts. Gu Zhili glanced around for a moment and said, You two wait here. I'll go hide your brooms properly. Okay, go ahead, Vilia. Understood, Vilia, Harry, and Ron replied in succession. The moment those words left their lips, Gu Zhili handed her book to Hermione, grasped a broomstick in one hand, and confidently walked away. In front of the girls' restroom, Gu Zhili took a deep breath, exuding a sense of resolution as she strode forward. The restroom was empty, the quietness almost allowing her to hear the sound of dripping water, causing her to shiver slightly as she murmured, why does it feel so eerie? Are you here to mock me too? Just like those girls who get angry with me. A harsh, piercing voice suddenly echoed. Gu Zhili jumped at the sound, furrowing her brows as she looked toward the source, only to see a floating ghostly figure. Moaning Myrtle. This was Gu Zhili's first thought upon seeing the spectral being. And for a moment, she felt a surge of joy, but it quickly faded. The ghost floated around, muttering incessantly, her fragmented words sounding rather peculiar in the restroom. Excuse me, are you Moaning Myrtle, Elizabeth Warren? Gu Zhili inquired politely. The ghost seemed puzzled at Gu Zhili's question, her sharp voice cutting through the air again, laced with discomfort. Did you come here just to mock me? Why are you asking if I'm Moaning Myrtle? So what if I am? Moaning Myrtle is just a pitiful, unfortunate, ugly creature. The ghost's response was nonsensical, revealing a somewhat unhinged nature. Gu Zhili glanced around. After all, this was the girls' restroom. And the only ghost that should be here was Moaning Myrtle, right? What was going on? Clutching the broomsticks tightly, Gu Zhili felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy as she observed the ghost's erratic behavior. Holding the two broomsticks with one arm, she extended her hand and, feeling a bit shy, said, hello? My name is Vilia Potter. May I ask if we could be friends? What is the password? The ghost paused, looking bewildered, pointing to herself in confusion. What? Who? Me? Are you talking to me? Seeing the ghost's neurotic and self-pitying demeanor, Gu Zhili was nearly certain this was indeed Moaning Myrtle. However, she couldn't quite grasp how she had ended up in this particular girl's restroom, which was located about 300 or 400 meters from the dining hall. Then, Gu Zhili offered a friendly, standard smile and nodded, saying, yes. So can we be friends, Moaning Myrtle? The ghost, or rather, Moaning Myrtle, quieted down, asking in confusion, what is your purpose? Why do you want with a frown? Moaning Myrtle slowly floated closer to Gu Zhili. Gu Zhili feigned deep thought and replied, purpose? None, senior. I just genuinely want to be friends. Moaning Myrtle remained skeptical, unable to fathom why anyone would be so kind, given that all she had encountered were people who simply threw stones at her. I don't believe you. What are you really here for? Don't think I don't know. You just want to use friendship as a facade to mock me, right? Gu Zhili, feeling helpless, had to clarify her intentions. Senior. Perhaps wanting to be friends was a whim, but I truly did not come here to offend you. I merely wanted to borrow some space to store my broomsticks. Look, I just want to temporarily leave them here, and we'll come back to retrieve them after dinner. I promise. As she spoke, Gu Zhili raised her hand in a pledge gesture, causing Moaning Myrtle to momentarily believe that this child was genuinely not there to scold her. Realizing this, Moaning Myrtle's previously stormy and gloomy expression softened considerably. She turned and pointed to the farthest stall, saying, there, you can put them there. Just don't deceive me. Myrtle, still feigning a fierce demeanor, threatened with a remark, while Gu Zhili swiftly opened the stall door and placed the flying broom in the corner, politely stating, Senior, could you please keep an eye on this for me? Bye. With her words lingering in the air, before Myrtle could respond, Gu Zhili departed from the restroom, leaving behind a bewildered Myrtle. After a moment, Myrtle finally processed the situation, exclaiming in anger, she came here just to toy with me. Outside the dining hall, Hermione was scanning the surroundings, anxiously awaiting Gu Zhili's arrival. Meanwhile, Harry felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, and Ron bit his lip, clearly tense. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. Where was Vilia? This was a shared concern among the trio, as they could not gauge Vilia's safety if she remained absent. Gu Zhili. Hermione's familiar voice resonated from a distance, gradually approaching and bringing a sense of relief to the group as if a heavy stone had been set down. Why are you so late? It's been almost 20 minutes. Hermione inquired as Gu Zhili finally reached them. With a charming smile, Gu Zhili replied, but I'm here now. Aren't I? Let's hurry inside. Upon entering the dining hall, they found a small group of 3 or 4 people gathered around a bench, enjoying their dinner. Within moments of their arrival, food was already laid out on the table. After dinner, as night deepened, the sparse stars twinkled across the sky, and the bright moon hung high. Gu Zhili held a character journal in her left hand while munching on a meat floss bun with her right, her gaze wandering in search of a certain someone. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she turned to Hermione, exclaiming, "Hermione, I've found the password." "Oh no, I found Percy." Hermione followed Gu Zhili's gaze and confirmed, indeed, it was Percy. Ron had been dispatched by Harry to inquire. Given that they had a plausible excuse, no one knew when the password had changed, so Percy, being your brother, Ron, it's up to you. As Ron recalled that they had insisted, he asked simply because Percy was the prefect. He felt utterly perplexed. Why was that the case? Just because his brother was the prefect? It was quite infuriating. With a slight, reluctant step, Ron approached his brother Percy, asking, "Percy, do you know what the Gryffindor entrance password is? I can't get in, as it seems to have changed." "The password is..." Percy regarded Ron's not-so-pleasant expression and frowned slightly, stating, "Ron, I told you this at 3:30 this afternoon. Why didn't you remember it then?" "Ron." He chuckled inwardly. How could he remember? He had been off with Harry meeting Wood for Quidditch and had only returned briefly to grab a broom. How could he know the password had changed? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Ron pouted, "Oh, I wasn't in the common room tower at that time, so I didn't hear it." Percy regarded Ron suspiciously, clearly dubious of his explanation, but maintained his prefect's demeanor, saying, "All right, the new password is Dragon Scale. Remember it." Elated to have learned the password, Ron felt accomplished and intended to leave, treating Percy as merely a tool for information. Before departing, he added, Okay, Percy, I'll remember it. Bye." Using him like a mere tool, Percy. Seeing Ron return with a face of delight, the other 3 understood that the password had been acquired. Gu Zhili smiled and inquired, "Ron, what is the password?" With a hint of pride, Ron declared, "Dragon Scale." Hermione tilted her head in confusion, responding, "Dragon Scale? That is a bit odd for a password. What is so strange about that, Hermione?" Harry asked, perplexed. Hermione slowly explained, "Well, dragon scales are indeed the scales of a dragon, but to be honest, I've never seen a dragon, and according to the books, most dragons don't actually have scales." Gu Zhili pondered the dragons she had seen on television before her transmigration and concurred, "That is true, but does it really matter? As long as we know the password. That is what counts, right?" Hermione shrugged, "I just thought it was a bit peculiar." Harry gazed up at the floating candles in the dining hall, momentarily lost in thought before shaking his head to refocus, stating, "All right, since we know the password, let us go retrieve the broom." "Yes, Vilia, let us hurry." Ron quickly agreed. "Then let us go." Gu Zhili shrugged, indicating it was time to leave. Just as they exited the dining hall, they encountered Malfoy and his entourage, to which the Potter siblings, especially Harry, felt exasperated. Harry lamented that he did not understand why Malfoy always felt the need to taunt him. He had no clue where he had offended Malfoy, or if it was due to that incident at the start of term, leaving him utterly speechless. Gu Zhili, on the other hand, thought Draco was truly tenacious. Every time she saw her brother, it seemed Draco was there mocking him. She wondered when this noble young man would finally come to his senses. Her brother was certainly not a delectable morsel worth pursuing. There was no need for Draco to constantly approach her brother to ridicule him, although to them, such mockery was merely playful banter, akin to a breeze passing by. Draco swaggered up with Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy in tow. "Ha, Potter, it seems you're getting along splendidly with that Pauper Weasley. Are you planning to bestow some galleons upon their family?" Draco smirked, delivering his sarcasm. As soon as he finished speaking, Pansy chimed in, addressing Gu Zhili, "That's right. Malfoy is correct. And you, Potter, don't think that just because you earned some extra points in our headmaster's class that you're anything special. Malfoy's potion skills far surpass yours." This remark visibly delighted Draco, while Gu Zhili couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in disbelief at Draco's supposed potion prowess. Was Draco truly that talented? She wondered what level he was at, feeling an urge to exchange experiences with him. However, based on the original narrative, Draco's talent was undoubtedly superior to her brother's, and she hoped to uncover more about his abilities when the opportunity arose. "We'll meet again." Gu Zhili, intrigued, smiled at Pansy and approached, saying, "Are you referring to him?" With a disdainful glance, Pansy retorted, "Yes, him." Gu Zhili stepped closer, prompting Pansy to frown and take a step back, saying, "So, what does his prowess have to do with you, Miss Parkinson?" Pansy was momentarily at a loss for words, indignantly shaking her finger at Gu Zhili, exclaiming, "You." Draco glared at Gu Zhili, asking, "What? Is Pansy wrong?" Gu Zhili glanced at Draco, replying, "Not really. I just find you all rather dull." With that, she turned to join Hermione and the others, saying, "Let us go. We have things to do tomorrow." We shouldn't waste our time with these. Gu Zhili pointed to her head, continuing, dim-witted individuals, or it might lower our own intelligence. Her words reached Draco and Pansy, who were close enough to hear, and their expressions soured immediately. This Vilia Potter dared to speak to them in such a manner. Truly, they had been pushed too far. Unbeknownst to Gu Zhili, she scoffed. Is this what they call excessive bullying? Then is the next level to be termed utterly preposterous? A few individuals abandoned Draco and the others, striding towards the opposite direction from where the flying brooms were previously stored. Ron and Harry, somewhat perplexed, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow Gu Zhili. After a considerable distance, Ron finally spoke up. Vilia, what about our flying brooms? Gu Zhili cast a reassuring glance and replied, Patience, Ron. At present, Draco and his gang are stationed at the entrance of the dining hall. It would be prudent to wait a while before retrieving them. If we go now, and they happen to follow us, spotting us emerging from the restroom with the brooms, what do you suppose would happen? Ron frowned and sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed you to stash my broom in there, after all. Only Harry's Nimbus 2000 draws attention. Hermione, somewhat exasperated, interjected, Ron, do you think bringing a broom into the dining hall would attract no notice? Yet, alas, it is all Malfoy's fault. Ron wished to elucidate the pros and cons of the situation, but decided it wiser to remain silent. Harry noticed Gu Zhili's foot tapping rhythmically, her fingers counting, radiating a seriousness that was palpable. Gu Zhili had not spoken for quite some time, silently counting in her mind. 57, 58, 59, 60. Following Ron's last remark, an awkward silence enveloped the four, prompting Hermione to glance at Gu Zhili. Observing her concentrated demeanor, Hermione began to understand the situation. Ron, don't fret. I believe the time is near, she stated. Ron, utterly bewildered, replied, What? I mean, it's time to retrieve your broom. Seeing Ron's momentary confusion, Hermione couldn't help but feel deep concern for his memory. It's time. Let us proceed, Gu Zhili announced as she counted to 180. Hermione responded. Yes. Inside the women's restroom, moaning Myrtle floated above one of the stalls, gazing longingly at the two brooms. She is deceiving me. I knew this annoying girl was just as mischievous as the others. What shall I do when next we meet? Myrtle floated restlessly, her agitation intensifying as she contemplated how to dispose of the brooms when she overheard voices at the restroom entrance. At the threshold, Gu Zhili halted, pointing towards the restroom door, saying, I'll leave the brooms here. You might have to wait for me a moment. Harry looked up and responded, Vilia, why not just grab the brooms and leave? Why wait? Ron nodded in agreement. Gu Zhili found herself at a loss for how to explain the presence of a spirit in the restroom, as she also wished to befriend this entity. Hermione, sensing Gu Zhili's struggle to articulate, interjected, Rest assured, since Vilia has promised to return the brooms, she will certainly keep her word. Furthermore, I could accompany her inside to retrieve them, or if you prefer, you can go in yourselves. Gu Zhili looked at Hermione in astonishment. Wait. Hermione wants to go in with me? What to do? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, silently agreeing, and Harry finally suggested, Vilia, let Hermione accompany you to get the brooms. After all, it was preferable to have them both enter the ladies' restroom rather than the two boys going in again. The last time it was justified as a rescue for Hermione, but if they were seen this time, it would be truly scandalous. Gu Zhili stood bewildered, observing the trio that had made decisions without her input. What on earth? She had merely suggested a single sentence, and now they intended for Hermione to accompany her. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Zhili decided it best to clarify. If bringing Hermione along angered moaning Myrtle, it would complicate their future relationship. Hermione, come here. Gu Zhili beckoned, signaling she had something to discuss. Hermione approached, asking softly, What is the matter, Vilia? Well, Gu Zhili pondered, organizing her thoughts, and leaned closer to whisper, Hermione. There's a spirit residing in this restroom. The admission brought a blush to Gu Zhili's cheeks. Hermione, taken aback, stared at her for a moment, before solemnly replying. So, you're suggesting I shouldn't go in? Gu Zhili bit her lip and clarified, Not exactly. I'm just concerned she might become irate and refuse to let us retrieve the brooms. Hermione contemplated for a moment before responding, Vilia, listen to me. I will accompany you inside. You can explain to the spirit while I enter from the doorway. How does that sound? Gu Zhili considered and ultimately agreed to Hermione's plan. Meanwhile, the two idle boys observed the camaraderie between Hermione and Gu Zhili, inciting their own thoughts. Harry felt an inexplicable oddness seeing his sister so close to Hermione. Why did it seem their bond was stronger than his own? Did Vilia find him wanting? Ron's thoughts were much simpler. He just wondered when the two would finish their conversation and retrieve the brooms so they could return and rest. As Ron watched Gu Zhili and Hermione still lingering outside, he became increasingly impatient, his mind wandering aimlessly, resembling a soulless shell. He yawned, rubbing his eyes. Are you two still not inside? You're making me sleepy. Gu Zhili shot Ron a disdainful glance and teased. Oh, Ron, how peculiar of you to feel sleepy at the entrance of a ladies' restroom. How very peculiar. Immediately alert. Ron retorted, I'm not, I didn't tea. Vilia, don't say such things. Hermione swiftly intervened, pulling Gu Zhili back from engaging in banter with Ron, while Harry restrained Ron. All right, enough of this, Vilia, Hermione urged. If we continue this way, it will truly be dark soon. Gu Zhili, upon hearing this, glanced toward the corridor, took a deep breath, and adopted a resolute demeanor that almost made Hermione want to laugh. Was this spirit truly so fearsome as to cause Vilia such trepidation? Fine, I'm going in now. Inside the women's restroom. Moaning Myrtle grew increasingly annoyed by the raucous arguments outside, crossing her arms as she drifted. Why can't they argue in the men's restroom? Must they do so here? Gu Zhili tiptoed in, cautiously announcing, Sister, I'm here. Myrtle, startled by the sudden voice, exclaimed, You can't enter quietly? Well, since you're here, hurry and take away those two bothersome brooms. I can't stand having them here. Gu Zhili hesitated but decided it best to establish a rapport with Myrtle before retrieving the brooms. Or perhaps to first take the brooms out, and then return to befriend the spirit. Sister, about what I previously mentioned, could you please consider it? After all, you have nothing to lose, right? Upon hearing those words, Myrtle glanced at Gu Zhili and, noticing the sincerity etched on her face, felt as though a soft feather had gently brushed against her heart. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, No need, Myrtle does not require friends. Observing Myrtle's refusal, Gu Zhili could not suppress her disappointment, but her eyes suddenly sparkled with a new idea. Senior, may I bring a friend in for a moment? What for? Just grab what you need and leave quickly. Do you think you can come and go as you please? This isn't a restroom. Myrtle's words came out more harshly than intended, causing a hint of amusement. Gu Zhili couldn't help but chuckle at Myrtle's exclamation. Myrtle, regretting her outburst, heard Gu Zhili's laughter and felt even more flustered. What is so funny? Nothing, Senior. I believe that having more friends is not such a bad thing. So please agree. Gu Zhili looked at Myrtle with expectant eyes. Myrtle, under that gaze, felt an inexplicable urge to acquiesce but still replied, No. Seeing that Myrtle remained unyielding, Gu Zhili decided to summon Hermione, for one person alone would not suffice. Perhaps two would do the trick. If that failed, she might have to enlist her brother's help. Meanwhile, Harry, oblivious outside the restroom, awaited his sister's return with the Nimbus 2000, muttering, Sister, I feel like you've lost your heart. Where's the good girl you promised to be? Senior, just wait a moment. Gu Zhili exclaimed as she dashed to the door, swiftly pulling Hermione inside, while saying, I need your help, Hermione. Hermione, bewildered, asked, What is going on? Gu Zhili explained her desire to befriend Myrtle at an astonishing speed. However, Hermione's face reflected confusion as she replied, Vilia, are you sure about this? You want me to talk to her? This is no joke. Convincing someone to befriend us is harder than an exam. Gu Zhili realized she was pushing Hermione too hard, but she could only apologize, saying, Oh, come on, just treat it like a debate. Please, Hermione, just go along with me. She added a pleading tone. Hermione felt a shiver run down her spine and replied, All right, but don't make me look foolish like before. It was hard to refuse when Gu Zhili acted so endearingly. Myrtle, feeling as if she were hallucinating, wondered how, in the blink of an eye, another person had appeared in the restroom. Hermione awkwardly glanced at Myrtle, while Gu Zhili offered an awkward yet polite smile. Myrtle was at a loss, thinking how strange the new students were, insisting on befriending a ghost. What peculiar hobby could that be? Senior, this is Hermione Granger, my good friend. Gu Zhili introduced cheerfully. Myrtle sighed, clearly exasperated by Gu Zhili's persistence. Vilia, right? Could you please just take what you need and leave? Don't disturb me anymore. Feeling emboldened by Hermione's presence, Gu Zhili said, Senior, if you agree, we can take our things and leave, right? So, please just say yes. Hermione stared blankly at Gu Zhili, sensing a strong, unspoken plea in her eyes. Senior, just give in to me. Looking at Myrtle and then back at Gu Zhili, Hermione swallowed hard and chimed in, Senior, perhaps you should just agree. Gu Zhili shot Hermione a grateful glance. Oh, Hermione was wonderful. Truly her little angel. In truth, Hermione felt a bit anxious uttering those words, as the scene felt eerily reminiscent of coercion. Gu Zhili continued to gaze expectantly at Myrtle, believing that if Myrtle became her friend, their upcoming adventure in the Chamber of Secrets would surely be easier, since this restroom was Myrtle's domain, and likely no one else would come. Myrtle, resigned, sighed and said, Fine, I agree. Can you just leave now? Gu Zhili's heart leapt with joy as she bowed to Myrtle, exclaiming, Thank you, Senior. Then, Gu Zhili grabbed two brooms and, pulling Hermione along, called out at the door, Goodbye, Senior. Until next time. As soon as the words left her lips, she and Hermione exited the restroom, leaving a bewildered and horrified Myrtle behind. What did she just say? Until next time? This devil is coming back. Why must she return? Is she crazy? A lunatic? Why won't she just leave me alone? Myrtle thought, feeling she had attracted a troublesome spirit, wondering why she had traded her momentary comfort for future unrest. Truly, she was too naive. In the Hogwarts corridor, Gu Zhili's beaming countenance was hard to miss. Catching the attention of Harry and Ron, Ron stealthily approached Hermione and whispered, "Hey, Hermione, what is up with Vilia? Why does she look as if she aced an exam after just a trip to the restroom?" Hermione chuckled, slightly exasperated, and replied, "Well, to put it simply, Vilia made a friend in the restroom, so I suppose that's why she is so happy." Ron frowned, still struggling to comprehend why Gu Zhili was so exuberant over a mere friendship. "It's odd, isn't it? Making a friend in the restroom and being this ecstatic about it." Hermione shrugged, admitting her own confusion. Who knows what goes on in her mind? As long as she is happy. With his broom in one hand, Ron scratched his head, saying, "Honestly, Hermione, sometimes I feel like Harry and I can't quite grasp the way you two think, as if you've created a secret language we don't understand." Hermione glanced at Ron and then at Gu Zhili, lost in thought, murmuring, "It's strange. We've never established any secret language. Yet we just seem to know what each other wants. Sometimes, I feel like Vilia and I share the same mind." However, snapping back to reality, she looked at Ron and continued, "But, Ron, you and Harry have your own kind of understanding too." Ron appeared puzzled. "Do we? Do Harry and I really have that kind of connection? Hey, you two hurry up." Gu Zhili finally realized her joy was too apparent. Noticing that Ron and Hermione had fallen behind, she urged them to catch up. "Got it," Hermione replied, quickening her pace to keep up with Harry and Gu Zhili. "Coming," Ron echoed, following Hermione's lead. Gu Zhili slowed her pace and asked, "So, Harry, what are you and Ron planning to do tomorrow?" Harry, pondering, replied, "I might have more training with Wood tomorrow. As for Ron, I'm not sure. Then I suppose I shall spend some time with Hagrid. After all, I will have the opportunity to play a match of Quidditch with you today, which leaves me quite content," Ron declared with a look of satisfaction, entirely unconcerned about his schedule for the following day. However, Hermione could not help but interject, "Ron, why can't you dedicate more time to your studies? What if their essay pop quiz during class on Monday?" Ron remained unfazed, retorting, "What does it matter? It's not as if, just because you say their essay test on Monday, that it will actually happen. That's utterly ridiculous." Hearing this, Gu Zhili cast a contemplative glance at Ron, feeling it necessary to temper his carefree attitude, not just for him, but also for her brother, ensuring they both maintained an awareness of their academic responsibilities. "Ron, I think you ought to read more. What if Hermione's prediction comes true? And you too, brother. It's far better to peruse your textbooks than to squander your time idly." "Come now, Gu Zhili, that seems a bit excessive. You're just throwing words around," Ron replied, suddenly feeling a pang of unease at Gu Zhili's words, as if the very scenario she described might indeed come to pass. Gu Zhili, maintaining a neutral expression, remarked, "You may do as you please, but as long as you feel confident about the exams, I have no objections. Nonetheless, let us at least avoid losing any more points in Professor Snape's class. If it continues, I fear we might have to rename Gryffindor to Gryffin Little." Just envisioning that is disheartening. "Gryffin Little?" Ron exclaimed, momentarily stunned, his face reflecting shock. He stammered, That's rather disheartening." The thought of Gryffindor being reduced to such a moniker due to his negligence was indeed troubling. He resolved to exert more effort. After all, while one could push oneself academically, the matter of nicknames was beyond his control. Harry, too, pondered the potential embarrassment of such a scenario, visibly shaken by the mental image, and quickly said, "Let us forget about it. I'd better return to my textbooks." Hermione, however, was less flippant, frowning as she said, "It seems we must act swiftly to recover those lost points. Gryffin Little is simply too dreadful a name." Gu Zhili was surprised to find that her words had spurred them on toward a more diligent approach to their studies. After a moment of reflection, she realized it might be beneficial to occasionally provide such motivation to her two rather foolish friends. Suddenly, both Harry and Ron felt an inexplicable chill, a profound sense of foreboding that lingered ominously. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. The familiar portrait of the fat lady greeted them, and upon seeing her, Gu Zhili's expression soured as she approached Hermione in silence. Harry, surprised that his sister was not the first to offer the password, remarked, "Gu Zhili, you don't?" Understanding Harry's implication, she wearily replied, "No, you go ahead." Her voice dropped as she gestured toward the fat lady's portrait, disdainfully whispering, "I clash with her." Harry nodded in comprehension, his expression one of understanding. "Let us discuss it inside," he suggested. Gu Zhili replied, her demeanor indicating her desire to cease conversation. Ron stepped forward, prompting the fat lady to inquire, "Password?" With confidence, Ron replied, "Dragon scale. Correct password, please enter." The fat lady responded, after which she opened the door of her portrait. One by one, they stepped inside. And the moment Gu Zhili crossed the threshold, the fat lady slowly closed the door behind them. In the Gryffindor common room, the fire in the hearth crackled, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Harry settled into the sofa area and asked, "Gu Zhili, did you have a falling out with the fat lady? Or what is the story?" Gu Zhili turned her face away in embarrassment, saying, Hermione, why don't you explain it for me? I sigh." Hermione nodded knowingly and began to recount the incident that had led to Gu Zhili's friction with the fat lady. 5 minutes later, Harry's expression shifted to one of realization, leaving Gu Zhili feeling foolish for having instigated such a conflict with the fat lady over nothing. This incident would undoubtedly stand out as a regrettable chapter of her time here. Ron, having grasped the entire situation, chimed in, "So, you're saying, Gu Zhili, that you annoyed the fat lady and didn't know the password, which is why you asked me to check with Percy?" Gu Zhili, unwilling to admit her blunder, retorted, "Who said that? Where's the evidence? I asked you to check with Percy because you're his brother, all right?" "Denial 1T work with me, Gu Zhili," Ron replied, his expression skeptical. "Don't think I don't know what you really meant. I 1T fall for your excuses again." Gu Zhili placed the character book on the small table beside the sofa and shrugged her shoulders at Ron, saying, "Believe what you want." Hermione's gaze followed Gu Zhili as she set down the book, and she began to steal glances at it every few seconds, her brow slightly furrowed, making her curiosity evident. Harry, noticing Hermione's fixation on the book, could no longer contain himself and said, "Hermione, if you really want to read it, just do so. There's no need to keep frowning at it like that. It makes me want to open it up for you." Hermione froze, suddenly aware that her previous behavior had not gone unnoticed, and felt her face flush with embarrassment. How mortifying. As Harry's words hung in the air, both Ron and Gu Zhili turned their attention to Hermione, whose desire to disappear was palpable. Gu Zhili, still in a daze, glanced at Hermione and pointed at the character book, asking, "Hermione, are you interested in this book?" Hermione quickly waved her hands, clarifying, No, I was just a bit curious about it and couldn't help but look at it a few extra times. It's not that I want to read it." Gu Zhili, by the way, what is this book about?" Hermione's interest piqued Ron and Harry's curiosity as well. Previously, they had assumed Gu Zhili had simply borrowed a novel, but Hermione's reaction suggested it was something far more significant. Gu Zhili observed the sudden interest in her book and felt a tightening in her chest, but recalling her earlier insights, she gradually relaxed. After all, the timeline of events had diverged from the original narrative, yet certain plot points remained identical. In simpler terms, the story would continue to unfold, albeit at a different pace. In that fleeting moment, Gu Zhili grasped the concerns she had previously harbored, but she wondered if it was too soon for the matters concerning Nicolo to surface. Her brother hadn't even officially taken to the Quidditch pitch yet. This book introduces several renowned wizards and witches. I spent nearly an entire afternoon searching for it, Gu Zhili explained. Harry expressed his surprise, stating, "So long? It seems this book is of great significance, doesn't it, Vilia?" Gu Zhili, feeling a mix of embarrassment and resignation, nodded and replied, "I suppose so." After a moment of contemplation, Ron posed a crucial question. "By the way, Vilia, which wizard are you searching for?" Gu Zhili thought to herself, why has this fool become so astute at this moment? How did he manage to hit upon the very point she wished to evade? Damn, I truly wish I could just bash my head against a wall. Forcing a smile, Gu Zhili decided to respond truthfully. Let me first ask you, do you know of a wizard named Nicholas Flamel?" The group exchanged glances. Hermione furrowed her brow, a trace of seriousness flashing in her eyes. She bit her lip, realizing she did not know this individual. So, was Vilia indeed searching for him? Not only Hermione, but even Ron, who usually paid little heed to most matters, wore a serious expression, while Harry's face also reflected a hint of gravity. It felt as though he had seen the name somewhere before. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione repeated the name in her mind, pondering whether she had encountered this wizard's name before. After a considerable pause, Ron could not stifle a yawn, overtaken by drowsiness, and said, "Let's discuss this matter tomorrow. I'm ready for sleep." With that, Ron yawned again, and Gu Zhili, catching his infectious yawn, covered her mouth and added, "Ron is right. It is quite late. We shall talk about it tomorrow. Besides, this book is still with me for the time being." "Well, good night then. See you tomorrow." Hermione nodded in agreement, picking up the book she had borrowed and making her way towards the girls' dormitory. Gu Zhili followed closely behind, admonishing, "Brother, remember to take care of your Nimbus 2000. See you in the library tomorrow." Harry, at the corner of the boys' dormitory staircase, turned back and replied, "Got it, Vilia. Good night." In the girls' dormitory, Gu Zhili placed the book beside her bed and, after washing up, lay down to rest. She stared contemplatively at the ceiling, momentarily unsure of what to do next. In just over 10 days, November would arrive, heralding the imminent start of the Quidditch matches. This meant that if her brother were to play, Quirrell would undoubtedly use a silent spell to control his Nimbus 2000, leaving her to ponder her next steps. The thought made Gu Zhili feel frustrated, and she sighed heavily. Just then, Hermione emerged from the washroom, towel in hand, drying her damp, curly hair, when she heard Gu Zhili's troubled sigh. Hermione approached her bed and inquired, "Vilia, what troubles you?" "Hermione, I feel quite unsettled." Gu Zhili turned over in bed and confessed, "I can't shake this feeling." Hermione, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? Is it about exams or potions?" Naturally, Gu Zhili could not divulge the true situation, so she answered vaguely, "Let's just say I feel that something ominous might be in store for us for this year, and I don't know how to handle it." Hearing this, Hermione paused her actions and said, "A premonition, perhaps?" "Vilia, such feelings often stem from one's instinctive forewarning about the future. I experienced similar feelings when I was younger, but they were merely my own unfounded worries. So, just take it easy. We can face it step by step, right? Besides, we have each other." Hermione's comforting words managed to soothe Gu Zhili's restless heart slightly. Yet, concerning the significant events looming in the coming months, Gu Zhili realized she could not easily dismiss them. At the very least, she needed to resolve the hidden trouble posed by Quirrell. However, if she were to approach Professor Quirrell directly, would that alter the course of events? In the boys' dormitory, Ron flopped onto his bed exclaiming, "Ah, my bed. So comfortable." Harry placed his Nimbus 2000 beside his bed and chuckled at Ron, who looked as if he wished to meld into the mattress. "All right, Ron. I'm going to use the restroom. Do you need to go?" Harry asked, pointing toward the washroom with his thumb. "Go ahead. I'll just take a quick nap." Ron waved dismissively, indicating he preferred to remain horizontal. "Okay, wait." Just as Harry was about to enter, Ron called out, causing Harry to turn back, puzzled. "What is it?" Ron's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. "Earlier, Vilia mentioned that Nicholas Flamel," Harry prompted. "Yes, Nicholas Flamel. I think I've seen that name somewhere." Ron sprang up from his bed, exclaiming, "Chocolate frog cards." Harry's heart raced at this revelation, and he hurried to Ron's bedside, asking urgently, "Where have you seen it?" "Think. Ron, think." This was no trivial matter. If Ron recalled, it could assist Vilia. Startled by Harry's sudden enthusiasm, Ron patted his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. "Harry, don't scare me like that." "Let me think." Ron furrowed his brow, gnawing on his fingernail as he strained to recall where he had encountered the name. "Think faster. Think faster." The pressure only heightened his frustration, leading him to smack his head a few times. Seeing this, Harry quickly intervened. "Ron, stop, stop." Feeling dejected, Ron lamented, "Harry, I had a clear memory just a moment ago." Harry too felt a wave of disappointment, as that fleeting spark of hope had momentarily ignited his desire to help Vilia. Ron lay back down, staring at the ceiling, the earlier fatigue now returning. Why did it vanish so suddenly? Noticing Ron's dejected demeanor, Harry bit his lip and said, "All right, I'll go wash up." With that, Harry entered the washroom, leaving Ron to reply only after Harry had disappeared from sight. As night deepened, mist curled around the sky. Hogwarts lay enveloped in tranquility. Gu Zhili slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to the creeping drowsiness, and eventually drifted into a deep slumber. In the realm of the system, Number 9 gradually opened her eyes, stretching languidly before rubbing her eyes with her paws, feeling invigorated. Observing Gu Zhili still peacefully asleep, she chuckled softly, "That ungrateful little pup." The term pup clearly referred to Gu Zhili. Number 9 sighed, filled with concern about her frail body and limited magical power. Pondering how much longer she could assist Gu Zhili, having cast a memory-confusing spell, she had inadvertently slept for so many days. Fortunately, this little ungrateful one had not sought her aid during this time. Otherwise, she would have found herself overwhelmed. Now, all she could do was focus on her training, striving to restore her magical prowess, allowing her to assist without worry. With this thought, Number 9 closed her eyes once more, not merely resting, but drawing upon the essence of the sun and moon to enhance her cultivation. A night devoid of dreams followed. On a tranquil Sunday morning, the air was crisp and refreshing. Gu Zhili rubbed her eyes, feeling the warm sunlight on her face. Squinting slightly, she stretched lazily in bed. "Ah, how delightful," she mused. Hermione, clad in her pajamas, peeked her head out from the bathroom, saying, "Vilia, it's time to rise. Aren't we supposed to head to the library today?" Right. "I'll get up immediately, Hermione." The reminder triggered a flood of memories from the previous night, prompting Gu Zhili to hastily rise and begin her morning routine. In the boys' dormitory, Harry and Ron had remarkably woken up early. Ron sat up, appearing somewhat dazed, and Harry, noticing this, approached and nudged him, asking, "Ron, what's the matter? You look as if your soul has been stolen." Ron turned to Harry, staring blankly, and replied, "I just remembered where I've seen that name. On the Hogwarts Express." "No. Wait, it was on an old chocolate frog card. Isn't that better than nothing?" Harry exclaimed, giving Ron a vigorous pat on the shoulder. "So, do you remember what else was written on that card?" At this, Ron's earlier look of triumph froze on his face, and he sheepishly admitted, "Well, I don't recall. I only remember the name." Harry responded with a slight grimace, and an awkward silence enveloped the two of them, unable to find a way to ease the tension. Harry nervously raked his fingers through his hair, muttering, "I think I'll go use the restroom." Ron muttered, "I'll just sleep a little longer." Pulling the blanket over his head. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Zhili had completed her morning routine, donned her wizarding robes, and picked up the character guide she had left by her bed, exuding determination as she said, "Let us go, Hermione." Hermione smoothed the creases of her robe and replied, "Yes, let us." Holding onto the book she had brought yesterday, Gu Zhili naturally linked arms with Hermione as they exited the dormitory. At the fat lady's portrait, Gu Zhili and Hermione had already been waiting for some time, yet Ron and Harry were still nowhere to be seen. This made Gu Zhili question her memory of their plans, prompting her to ask, "Hermione, we agreed to go to the library together, didn't we?" Hermione nodded, frowning slightly, "Yes. But Vilia, where are they? Could they be sleeping in?" Gu Zhili speculated, "You're the one who sleeps in." Just then, Ron emerged from behind the fat lady's portrait. Having overheard Gu Zhili's comment about him and Harry, he immediately protested. Gu Zhili jumped at the sudden outburst, clutching her chest in surprise. Rolling her eyes at Ron, she said, "You scared me. Can you please make your entrance a little less dramatic next time? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Harry chuckled, greeting Gu Zhili, "Vilia. Good morning." Ron grimaced, muttering, "Yeah, good morning. Good morning." Gu Zhili and Hermione exchanged pleasantries with Harry and Ron before Gu Zhili suggested, "Let us head to the library now and see if we can uncover more information about Nicholas Flamel beyond what's in this book." Upon hearing this, Ron suddenly beamed with pride, saying, "Hey, I just remembered where I saw that wizard's name." "Where did you see it?" Gu Zhili eagerly inquired. "Just that," Ron began. But Hermione interrupted, sensing the matter was more complex than it appeared. At Ron's hesitation, he felt a bit embarrassed, and Harry took over, explaining, "Ron only remembers the name, but not what else was written." Gu Zhili felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "TCH, I thought you found something significant, Ron. And this is all you have?" Ron retorted, "Well, at least it's more than what you two have found. I actually remembered where I saw it, didn't I? Meanwhile, you've been searching forever without any useful information." Gu Zhili fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. She and Hermione indeed had not discovered anything more meaningful than what Ron had. Sensing the atmosphere becoming awkward again, Harry quickly intervened, saying, "All right, let us not dwell on this. We can discuss it while walking." Gu Zhili thought to herself, convinced she would not be outdone by Ron, and pondered what Neville wanted from her. In the corridors of Hogwarts, as Harry was about to ask what he and Ron could do to help after their visit to the library, he noticed Gu Zhili looking somewhat troubled, which made him chuckle. Hermione walked beside Gu Zhili and asked, "So, Ron mentioned he saw Nicholas Flamel's name on a chocolate frog card, right?" Harry nodded, adding, "Unfortunately, Ron only remembers the name, but not anything else." Gu Zhili adopted a deadpan expression. "Oh, splendid." Ron sheepishly laughed, scratching his head, and explained, "Hey, bad memory. Bad memory, don't hold it against me. But at least we now have a lead, right?" "That's true," Hermione remarked, thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand. "I have an idea. Let us split up. I and Vilia will head to the library to gather information, while you and Ron should go retrieve the chocolate frog cards you have and examine them one by one. Perhaps we'll find something." Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili, who seemed lost in thought, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Vilia, did you hear me?" "Ah, yes, I heard. I understand," Gu Zhili responded, snapping back to attention, though a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks. Realizing Gu Zhili hadn't truly absorbed what she had said, Hermione reiterated her plan, leaving Gu Zhili feeling slightly sheepish. As they walked and talked, Ron headed back to the dormitory to fetch his chocolate frog cards, while Harry accompanied Hermione and Gu Zhili to the library. "Ron, I feel abandoned." Vilia, wait." A familiar voice called from behind, prompting Gu Zhili to turn. It was Neville. Gu Zhili frowned, halting in her tracks as she awaited Neville's approach. However, she wondered what he wanted. She couldn't recall having any business with him or owing him anything. Surely, Neville wasn't here to ask her about his toad. Trevor, was he? The thought made her heart race slightly. She genuinely had no idea. "Neville," he panted as he reached her, visibly shaken with fear. This surprised Gu Zhili. What could possibly frighten Neville so much? "Do you need something from me?" After catching his breath, Neville nodded, then quickly shook his head, saying, "Well, yes and no." Professor Snape is looking for you in his office. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili realized, of course it would be Professor Snape. Who else could elicit such fear in Neville? Oh, I see. Thank you, Neville. Neville waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary, and replied, It's nothing. Now that you know, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. With that, Neville was eager to depart, fearing that Gu Zhili might ask him to accompany her to Professor Snape's office. See you. Gu Zhili was just about to pose a few questions to Neville, but he had already sprinted away, leaving her to swallow her unasked queries. Beside her, Harry furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of Hermione. Hermione, does Professor Snape often summon Vilia to his office? Didn't we hear that it wouldn't take so much time? It seems like she has to go every day now. Hermione shrugged, exasperated, and explained, I don't know, but it appears Vilia is quite enjoying it. Gu Zhili turned to see the two whispering to each other. What are you discussing? Care to share? Oh, it's nothing. So, you're off to Professor Snape's office, right? Harry pondered for a moment before asking. Gu Zhili glanced apologetically at Hermione and Harry, saying, Well, I'm sorry, but I'll be back shortly. You two can head to the library. As she spoke, Gu Zhili handed her character study to Hermione. Here, you can look for something while I attend to Professor Snape. I'll come find you afterward. Hermione nodded, accepting the book. All right, then we'll go ahead. MHM, Gu Zhili replied. Is his leg not healed yet? After parting ways with Hermione and Harry, Gu Zhili proceeded down another corridor. Hermione, carrying 2 hefty tomes, continued walking, while Harry hesitated, struggling to find the right words. As Harry prepared to speak for the 10th time, Hermione sighed and said, Harry, what do you want? Please don't be so cryptic. Harry scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing that Hermione had noticed his hesitation. How about I help you with those 2 books? Oh, then here you go, Hermione said without hesitation, handing both books to Harry. He was taken aback but accepted the books, cradling them in his arms. Is it really that simple? Hermione walked ahead while Harry trailed behind, looking rather like a dutiful spouse. Outside Snape's office, Gu Zhili had arrived at the door, hesitating over whether to enter. Although it was Snape who had summoned her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she had yet to resolve the matter regarding the potion she had delivered previously. After a moment of mental preparation, she took a deep breath, raised her hand, and gently knocked on the door, saying, Professor Snape, may I come in? The door opened in response to her words, revealing that voice which sent a slight tremor through her. Come in. Gu Zhili stepped into the office, the door closing behind her. Snape sat at his desk, head bowed, a quill in hand as he scribbled on a piece of parchment. On the obsidian surface of the desk rested a bottle of unsealed potion. Gu Zhili's gaze fell upon the familiar vial, momentarily leaving her stunned, and she furrowed her brow. Isn't this the potion I delivered to Professor Snape? Why hasn't it been opened? Does that mean he hasn't used it at all? Then his leg must still be injured. Snape glanced up at Gu Zhili before lowering his head again, instructing, Please take that potion away. But, Professor, your injury, Gu Zhili began, but Snape interrupted her. That is none of your concern, Vilia. Take it away. Snape's voice was cold. Gu Zhili pressed her lips together defiantly and replied, No. You can use it or not as you wish. With that, she swiftly made her exit, leaving Snape with no time to react. Snape remained seated, watching Gu Zhili leave, his gaze returning to the potion on the desk as he sighed in resignation, stroking the vial and murmuring, What am I to do? Lily. With that, Snape set the potion down, falling into a contemplative silence. In the library, a long table held 2 books in front of Hermione, who was diligently studying the character study, her delicate fingers tracing the text. Harry sat across from Hermione, flipping through chocolate frog cards with Ron. Harry, have you found anything? Ron asked, leaning over the table. Harry shook his head. Not yet. Ugh. Ron picked up another chocolate frog card, continuing his search. Gu Zhili slowly approached and sat beside them, her complexion markedly more distressed than before. Vilia, you're here. I heard from Harry that you were called to Professor Snape's office again, Ron remarked, noting her pallid visage, which gradually silenced him. Harry, observing his sister's troubled expression, asked with concern, Vilia, are you all right? Hermione also looked up, worry etched on her face. All right. I'm absolutely splendid. Gu Zhili replied with a forced smile, her tone bordering on neurotic. Harry noted, Well, it's clear that she is in a rather foul mood. Wow, Vilia must have been scolded by that old bat. Ron exclaimed. Vilia, unsure of how to address the situation, found herself at a loss for words to soothe the visibly upset Gu Zhili. It's fine. Just let me have a moment to collect myself, all right? My mind is all jumbled. After saying this, Gu Zhili buried her head in her arms on the table, clearly attempting to suppress her frustration to avoid saying anything that might jeopardize their relationships. Hermione moved her lips, but ultimately remained silent, returning to her book. Ron, recognizing that Gu Zhili wished to be left alone, refrained from bothering her, demonstrating a measure of insight. Harry, however, felt a twinge of worry that his sister might have faced some injustice at Snape's hands, and as her brother, he was at a loss for how to cheer her up. Glancing at the cards in his hand, he felt inexplicably disheartened. But he quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts, focusing again on the chocolate frog cards. Since she was someone his sister wanted to be with, he, as her brother, certainly could not let her down. Gu Zhili, resting her head on the table, felt her heart in turmoil, simultaneously seething with frustration. She had only wished for Snape's recovery, yet he seemed utterly ungrateful, leaving her feeling profoundly defeated. In the Slytherin common room, Draco reclined on a leather sofa, exuding an air of aristocratic aloofness, yet the displeasure etched on his pale face rendered him somewhat brooding. "Malfoy, how do you propose we teach those loathsome for a lesson?" Pansy Parkinson asked, seated beside Draco, a flicker of anger in her eyes. Draco's expression darkened further at her words. How dare that Vilia Potter claim he was lacking in intellect? "Of course, we must teach them a lesson," Goyle suggested with a mischievous grin. "I concur." Crabbe chimed in enthusiastically. Draco cast a glance at the two of them, his lips parting slightly as he remarked, "Do you think I don't want to teach them a lesson? Previously, I had thought that sending them to the 4th floor would lead to their expulsion upon being discovered by Filch. Who would have imagined that they would still be at Hogwarts early the next morning?" Pansy noticed that Malfoy did not respond to her remark and, undeterred, continued along the lines of his thoughts, asking, "Perhaps they never went at all?" Draco rose and strolled around the common room, seemingly lost in contemplation. The other three exchanged bewildered glances, and after a moment, Draco chuckled softly, a sly smile gracing his lips as he mischievously remarked, "Last time we had no way of knowing if they win or not, but this time, if they are discovered, wouldn't that be a different story?" Goyle, upon hearing this, inquired, "But, Malfoy, who would dare to leave the dormitory after curfew? Last time was manageable, but what excuse shall we concoct to lure them out this time?" Draco shot him an irritated glance, as if to say, "Isn't that what I'm pondering?" Crabbe frowned and interjected, "Wait a moment, Malfoy. Aside from Goyle's question, another one arises. Who would be the one to discover them?" This question plunged the room into silence. Draco narrowed his eyes and replied, "That is of no concern to you. I have my own methods to ensure they are caught." Pansy, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Malfoy, enough, Pansy. You need not worry about that. It's settled. In a few days, once I am done with my affairs, it shall be the unfortunate fate of those dim-witted lions." Draco waved his hand dismissively at Pansy, signaling her to cease her inquiries. Gu Zhili had been resting her head on the table for 10 minutes. While Hermione was nearing the end of the character compendium, and Ron and Harry had become dizzy from perusing the chocolate frog cards. Sighing, Gu Zhili slowly lifted her head, a trace of distress lingering in her features. Hermione, noticing her, looked up and gently asked, "Vilia, are you feeling any better?" Gu Zhili nodded, indicating she was much improved, and inquired, "How about your search, Hermione?" "Still nothing," Hermione replied, shaking her head. Gu Zhili then turned to Harry and Ron, asking, "What about you two? Any luck?" Harry shrugged, and also shook his head, indicating he and T found Nicholas Flamel among his pile of cards. Ron, appearing more direct, lamented, "Ugh, I've turned everything upside down and still haven't T found him. I've gone through each name, and he's just not there." "We should step outside to talk," Ron suggested, catching Gu Zhili's attention. She asked Ron, "What do you mean by that? Going through each name? Were you not reading the content?" Ron, confused, retorted, "Aren't we supposed to be looking at the names?" At this, Hermione realized Ron must have only been scanning the names without paying attention to the details on the cards, and she sighed. "No, Ron, that is not how it works." Gu Zhili felt a sudden foreboding as a thought crossed her mind. Could Ron have been searching for information on Nicholas Flamel this way all along? Suppressing her exasperation, she asked, "Ron, please tell me you didn't just look at the names without reading the content. Isn't that how we're supposed to search?" Ron tentatively inquired. "Goodness," Gu Zhili exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. "Ron, are you daft?" Realizing he must have been mistaken, Ron quickly apologized. Sorry, Vilia, don't be mad. I'll look again." He picked up the card he had previously set aside and began to examine it more diligently this time. Gu Zhili found herself at a loss for words. How could she respond to this? Sighing, she declared, "Fine, I'll take over. You three must be straining your eyes by now." Although she was somewhat displeased, she understood that finding this information would greatly assist the progress of their endeavor, and she couldn't afford to lag behind. "It's all right, I'm fine. I'm nearly finished with this book," Hermione said with a smile, declining Gu Zhili's offer. Harry chimed in, "Yeah, I'm almost done too. You should help Ron, Vilia." Ron's heart leaped at this, glancing between Harry and Hermione, whose refusal to help Gu Zhili left him feeling utterly shocked. "Great, just great. They handed the volcano that is Vilia over to me," he thought, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. "All right then, Ron, Just pass me half of the cards you have, Gu Zhili said, as the two didn't seem to require her assistance or rest. Ron gingerly handed over half of his cards to Gu Zhili and then buried himself in his work. Gu Zhili shot him a puzzled glance, wondering if her appearance was somehow intimidating. Shaking her head, she began to sift through the cards. 15 minutes later, the clock on the library wall chimed loudly, and the four looked up to realize it was already noon. Hermione stretched and loosened her muscles, closing the hefty compendium as she stated, "I've finished this book and found no information on Nicholas Flamel. What about you?" Harry shook his head, pointing to a pile of cards on his right. "I haven't found anything either." "Me neither," Ron mumbled, his head suddenly heavy and his eyes sore. He was bewildered at how they had yet to find Nicholas Flamel. The three turned their hopeful gazes toward Gu Zhili, who smiled slightly, which kindled a flicker of expectation in them. Hermione asked, "Vilia, did you find anything?" Gu Zhili, with a smile that was neither truly amused nor entirely serious, fixed her gaze on Ron, asking in a tone that sent chills down his spine, "Ron, what do you think?" Hearing that eerily calm tone, Ron instantly felt a jolt of anxiety, stuttering, I don't know." Vilia, he couldn't shake the feeling he must have done something wrong. Gu Zhili's eyes cooled as she said, "Let us go outside to talk. This place it's not suitable for such discussions." "Are you blind?" Gu Zhili nearly ground her teeth. "It's not convenient to discuss this here. Don't you agree?" Harry gulped nervously, sensing an impending storm that was unavoidable, unsure if it was directed at him or Ron. Upon hearing Gu Zhili's suggestion to step outside, Ron was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. He cast a desperate glance toward Hermione, hoping she could rescue him. "Going outside to talk can't be anything good. It's surely a torment for me, Ron Weasley. Hermione, please save me." Hermione, however, ignored Ron's plea, even turning her head away when she caught sight of him. Realizing he was likely doomed, Ron's heart sank. He felt a heavy weight in his chest as he robotically rose to his feet, stammering, "Can't we just talk here? We can keep our voices down." He forced a smile that was more pain than pleasant, to which Gu Zhili calmly replied, "No." Harry cast Ron a look of resignation, realizing from Gu Zhili's previous attention to him that this time, it would not be him facing the wrath. He sighed in relief. Truth be told, sometimes he found it difficult to rein in his sister. Once Gu Zhili completed the book return process, she led the other three out of the library. In her hand, she tightly clutched a nearly deformed chocolate frog card, her pace brisk. As Ron observed Gu Zhili with every step she took, his heart trembled, feeling as if he were drawing ever closer to the brink of demise. After walking a considerable distance away from the crowd, Gu Zhili came to a halt, turned around, and beamed at Ron. "Ron Weasley, you truly are remarkable." Ron forced a smile, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "Oh no, not at all." Why did Vilia's tone resemble that of his mother scolding him for mischief? Gu Zhili strode forward, yanked Ron by his right ear, and shouted, "Ron Weasley, are you blind? You've driven me to the brink of madness." "Ouch, Hermione, Harry, save me." Ron barely had time to react before the sharp pain in his ear registered. Hermione, witnessing Ron's distress, could not bear it and interjected, "Vilia, perhaps you should let it go. There's no need for this." Gu Zhili cast an innocent glance at Hermione and said, "Hermione, it's just that I'm genuinely at a loss with Ron, you know? Half of my cards. Can you guess how many of them contain information about Niccolo Malfoy?" "Not too many, I suppose." Hermione furrowed her brows and speculated, "3?" Gu Zhili shook her head, scoffing as she replied, 5. With that, she yanked Ron's ear again. "Ouch, let go. I'll lose my ear." Ron felt an intense heat in his ear, as if it might just come off. Only then did Gu Zhili release him, producing the chocolate frog card from her hand and stating, "Look, this one has it. Due to his negligence, it caused me to waste so much time." This thought remained unvoiced, while Ron, clutching his ear and bowing his head, felt a bit despondent. Hermione took the card Gu Zhili handed her, examined it, and then passed it to Harry. All right, no more anger." Ron didn't mean it, Hermione reassured. Gu Zhili recognized her own unreasonable behavior, but had lost control of herself at that moment. Taking a deep breath, she approached Ron, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and said, "Ron, I'm sorry." "You don't need to apologize, Vilia," Ron exclaimed, startled by her sudden formality. He continued, "I just feel like I didn't genuinely assist you, and instead wasted your time. I feel a bit guilty myself." Gu Zhili pursed her lips. She hadn't expected that despite her harshness, Ron wouldn't be angry with her. And a sense of guilt washed over her. Tentatively, she said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tugged your ear." Harry was taken aback. It was a rare moment for Vilia to apologize, aside from the times Aunt Petunia had forced her to. Could this signal her awakening to her own mistakes? Harry cautiously inquired, "Vilia, if you were to treat me like you did Ron, would you apologize?" "Huh?" Gu Zhili looked at Harry in confusion, wondering why her brother would pose such a question. It was a rather amusing thought. Harry, with eager anticipation, asked again, if you were to pull my ear, would you apologize? Gu Zhili gazed at Harry as if he were possessed, and replied, brother, have you been switched with a troll? Why would you ask such a question? Hermione could hardly contain her laughter, thoroughly entertained by the antics of the sibling duo. Harry stubbornly sought an answer, insisting, don't dodge the question, Vilia, will you? Faced with Harry's earnestness, Gu Zhili began to doubt herself. Was she truly so violent that her brother was envisioning a future where he might need an apology after being struck? Hesitating, she asked, brother, do you think I'm violent? Is that why you asked this? No, I just thought of it suddenly, Vilia. Just give me an answer, Harry insisted. Unwilling to admit that he felt he might not receive an apology, Gu Zhili couldn't help but sigh, realizing that indeed, she might be rather fierce, even instilling fear in her brother. Brother, rest assured, I will apologize. Besides, isn't it just harmless sibling squabbling? Harry was satisfied with her answer, stating, that's good, Vilia. However, you should try to control yourself a bit more at times, all right? Gu Zhili reflected on her behavior and nodded, I'll do my best. Harry's question had lightened the previously tense atmosphere, prompting Ron to ask, by the way, Vilia, on which card did you see that? It's this one. Hermione handed the card to Ron. Ron reached out to take the deep blue card, and, upon seeing the name, was taken aback. Dumbledore. Ron rubbed his eyes, looked again, and confirmed it was indeed Dumbledore. I can't be mistaken. This isn't Niccolo Malfoy. This is Dumbledore. Gu Zhili picked up the card, quickly scanning it before pointing out the sentence that contained Niccolo Malfoy's name. Look here. Ron, still skeptical, read the sentence word by word. Dumbledore and his friend, Niccolo Malfoy. It really is Niccolo Malfoy. Hermione turned to Gu Zhili and asked, Vilia, since there's only this clue, do you have any thoughts? Harry and Ron promptly looked to Gu Zhili. Let me think. Gu Zhili furrowed her brows, pacing as she contemplated for a long while, unsure if she should voice her foolish idea. Hermione, waiting for Gu Zhili's response, noticed her hesitance and asked, Vilia, what's wrong? Can't think of anything. Gu Zhili shook her head and explained, it's not that. I do have an idea, but what? Hermione pressed. Gu Zhili tentatively began. But I think this idea is quite foolish, and it may not succeed. Harry chimed in, what is it? Just say it, let's hear it. Ron echoed, yeah? Vilia, just share it, and then we can decide whether to act on it. Clearing her throat, Gu Zhili felt inexplicably sheepish and stammered, well, it's... Gu Zhili struggled to articulate her thoughts, feeling that her idea was utterly absurd. Hermione frowned and said, Vilia, you. Gu Zhili sighed and said, I'll say it, but please don't laugh at me, all right? With Gu Zhili willing to speak, the others readily agreed, and she slowly divulged her plan. The chocolate frog card mentioned a friend, Niccolo Malfoy. So who was his good friend? Hermione pursed her lips, clearly having realized something. Headmaster Dumbledore. Gu Zhili nodded in resignation, stating, exactly, Headmaster Dumbledore. So, Hermione, you should understand my thought process, right? Hermione twitched her lips and replied, you weren't seriously considering going to ask Headmaster Dumbledore directly about this person, were you? Gu Zhili, feeling embarrassed, nodded sheepishly, then covered her face, finding the thought laughable. What does Hagrid have to do with this? The other three exchanged glances, at a loss for words. The notion proposed by Vilia was indeed most fanciful. And setting aside whether Professor Dumbledore would consent to disclose any information regarding Nicholas Flamel, the very possibility of first-year students gaining an audience with him was itself a matter of contention, was it not? An awkward silence fell over the group, and Gu Zhili felt an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and bury herself within it. She was utterly mortified. How could she have conceived such a foolish idea? Alas, could you all pretend you never heard that? Please, grant me some dignity. Squatting on the ground, Gu Zhili weakly spoke up. Hermione pondered if there might be other means to acquire information about Flamel from others. Vilia, do you think Professor Snape might know? Hermione conjectured, believing that, given Snape's expertise, he likely would. However, Ron disagreed, countering, Hermione, if Snape knows, I would wager that Professor McGonagall is even more likely to be aware. Harry nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment. Besides, I feel more at ease approaching Professor McGonagall than Professor Snape. This line of reasoning had merit, yet Gu Zhili interjected. Don't you think this is merely wishful thinking on our part? She pointed out the flaw in their discussion. Hermione, Harry, Ron. The atmosphere once again fell into a heavy silence as Gu Zhili continued to doodle circles on the ground. At that moment, Snape limped into a corridor of Hogwarts, his expression dark as though the world owed him a significant debt. Send for Malfoy to come to my office. He instructed a nearby student before awaiting their departure. Snape's countenance grew increasingly grave and uncomfortable, the pain in his leg still impeding his gait. Lately, he had been exceedingly busy, leaving him no time to brew a healing potion for his injuries, which remained untreated. What a pity, he thought. Recalling the potion Vilia had offered him, a warmth spread through him at the memory, but it was soon overshadowed by regret at having rejected her offer. Once he confirmed that the vicinity was deserted, Snape continued his laborious journey back to his office. Eureka! I've thought of someone, Gu Zhili suddenly exclaimed, only to find her legs slightly numb, and, in a moment of instability, she fell to the ground. Ow! Harry rushed over to help her up, his voice tinged with concern as he admonished, how could you be so careless? Hermione, still shaken, placed a hand over her heart, clearly startled by Gu Zhili's sudden fall. Vilia, are you all right? Gu Zhili frowned, rubbing her backside and dusting off her clothes, assuring them, I'm fine, really. Hermione finally relaxed, and Ron inquired, by the way, Vilia, you mentioned thinking of someone. Who is it? Gu Zhili replied mysteriously, guess who? Ron, unwilling to be tricked, retorted. Just tell me directly, I don't want to guess. Gu Zhili pouted, finding it dull, and said, it's quite simple, we all know this person. And we even saw them yesterday. Harry furrowed his brow, still holding on to Gu Zhili's hand as he asked, Vilia, are you referring to Hagrid? Hagrid? Ron echoed, perplexed. What does this have to do with Hagrid? Hermione suddenly enlightened. You think Hagrid might have information about Flammel? Exactly. Gu Zhili nodded, affirming her point. Eavesdropping. She smiled slightly, and began to explain the pros and cons of seeking Hagrid's assistance, saying, think about it. Wouldn't it be more suitable to approach Hagrid rather than me asking Professor Snape, or us trying to pry information from Professor McGonagall? Hermione considered this and replied thoughtfully. That does make sense. What do you all think? Harry found it agreeable, noting, interacting with Hagrid feels much more relaxed compared to facing two professors. I agree. Ron nodded, expressing his support for the idea. However, he hesitated. But Vilia, can you be certain Hagrid will actually know? I have an inexplicable feeling that this might not end well. Gu Zhili blinked, a tinge of guilt creeping in as she said, I sent that what we'll find out by asking. Huh. Hermione looked at Gu Zhili in surprise, clearly not expecting such a response. Harry was left speechless, eventually stammering. Vilia, why do I feel like you're becoming less reliable? Gu Zhili stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence as she replied, oh come on, isn't this still a valid idea? Don't be so harsh. Ron then recalled a crucial point, stating, I remember Hagrid mentioned he was going out yesterday, so he probably isn't at Hogwarts today, right? Oh yes. Gu Zhili paused, bewildered as she asked, so what should we do now? Hermione, observing Gu Zhili's childlike confusion, smiled gently as she ruffled her hair, speaking softly yet firmly, Vilia, have you perhaps lost your wits? We can always go in a few days. I suggest you head to Professor Snape's office to borrow a few books on potion making to refresh your mind. Gu Zhili appeared taken aback, then dramatically feigned a pout, saying, Hermione, you don't love me anymore. You actually said I'm dull-witted. Oh, you've stopped loving me. Harry chuckled at his sister's familiar antics, saying, all right. Enough of that. Let us go. We shouldn't linger here any longer. If we don't hurry to the Great Hall, my meal will be gone. Okay. Gu Zhili acquiesced promptly, and even though Ron had seen her do this once before, he still found Gu Zhili to be quite fascinating. After brushing off the dust from their clothes, the group headed towards the dining hall. As they departed, a head slowly peeked out from a shadowy corner of the wall, revealing a mischievous smile. It seems that rather than me orchestrating their misfortune, they are perfectly capable of doing so themselves, Draco mused, observing their retreating figures. With a spark of inspiration, he decided to make his way to Professor Snape's office. This isn't something I overheard. You all spoke too loudly. So don't blame me. Draco's spirits lifted considerably following the revelation he had just gleaned. Time rewound to several minutes earlier, where Draco was walking through the corridor in a disgruntled manner, arms crossed, muttering complaints about Professor Snape summoning him. What could that Professor Snape want from me? Enough already. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Let go! Let go! The cry made Draco furrow his brow and pause, moving forward to interrupt the commotion, hoping it wouldn't disturb him. Just as he took a step, he withdrew his foot, for he recognized the screamer as Ron. He quickly ducked into a corner, pressing against the wall while stealing glances at the group, inadvertently eavesdropping on their conversation and learning of Gu Zhili and her friends' plans to seek out Hagrid one night. What a stroke of luck. I stumbled upon this information without even trying. A bag of sweets in hand, Draco's mood was considerably uplifted, and his gait reflected his newfound joy. At that moment, even being called to Snape's office didn't seem quite so unpleasant. At the entrance of the Great Hall by a stroke of coincidence, Gu Zhili and her companions once again found themselves in the company of the Weasley twins. Hey there, little mischief maker, how have you been? I heard from Neville that you were summoned by that old bat, Snape, again. Fred exclaimed as he dashed toward Gu Zhili the moment he caught sight of her. Oh dear, you startled me, Fred, Gu Zhili replied. pressing her hand to her heart. It's nothing to be alarmed about, really. Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George, who promptly chimed in. Little witch. We've caught you by the pigtails. Gu Zhili looked bewildered, utterly perplexed, and asked, what are you two up to? Hermione, equally confused by the twins' antics, furrowed her brow and inquired, what are you trying to say? Ron stood silently nearby, well aware that his two older brothers were unlikely to offer any benevolent remarks to their weaker and more helpless sibling, thus opting to remain silent. Harry, positioned next to Ron, also chose not to speak, merely observing the twins' intentions. George was the first to break the silence, saying, oh, little witch. I thought you understood what we meant. Indeed, you've truly hurt our feelings. Fred continued, echoing George's sentiments. Gu Zhili, with a cold demeanor, retorted, who knows? All right, we won't tease you any longer, little mischief maker. The candies you asked us to find last time are right here, Fred said, producing a bag of sweets from his wizarding robe and handing it to Gu Zhili. At last, Gu Zhili comprehended the purpose of the Weasley twins' visit. Grasping the bag of candies Fred offered, she realized, so that's what this is about. I've been so preoccupied lately, I completely forgot. My apologies, Fred and George. George waved his hand dismissively, saying, no worries, just remember to call us when you plan on pulling pranks. Yes, since we've delivered the candy. We won't keep you any longer. Oh, and if Percy asks you where we've gone, make sure not to mention that you've seen us, Fred added, pausing momentarily to emphasize his point. Oh, Gu Zhili replied coldly. After the twins had delivered their message, they departed. Observing the bag of candies in Gu Zhili's hand, Hermione curiously asked, Viola, what are these for? Gu Zhili smiled, weighing the bag of sweets, and responded, let's head inside and chat while we snack. All right, Hermione agreed. The Weasley twins retreated to a corner, their faces illuminated with inexplicable excitement. Fred draped an arm over George's shoulder and said, George, did you see that? She truly can distinguish between us. George nodded, his eyes sparkling with delight as he replied, yes, Fred, I saw that the little witch can indeed tell us apart. Upon further reflection, Fred remarked, wait, doesn't that mean we've lost one less person to prank in the future? George rolled his eyes at Fred, declaring, Fred, you must be daft. While we may lose one target, we've gained another accomplice for our mischief. Fred patted George's head, conceding, you have a point. I wonder if this little mischief maker would be interested in joining us for a jaunt into the Forbidden Forest. After a moment of contemplation, George suggested, perhaps we should ask her later? Good idea. To deal with. In the dining hall, Gu Zhili sat on a bench, a bag of candies to her left, enjoying a delectably fragrant chicken leg with great relish. Hermione, spooning a ladle of vegetable soup, took a sip, savoring the flavors while her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the bag of sweets. This bag of candies was indeed intriguing, leaving her curious about its purpose. Ron was blissfully devouring his steak, completely oblivious to the gift that George and Fred had given Gu Zhili. Harry, having taken a bite of his fried egg, chewed thoughtfully before breaking the silence. Viola, could you enlighten us on what Fred and George intended with that bag of candies? Gu Zhili swallowed the morsel of chicken and, licking her lips, replied, oh, it's quite simple. It's meant to deal with certain buzzing nuisances. Hermione's eyes widened with realization, and she queried, you mean Malfoy and his gang? Correct. But there's no reward for that answer. Gu Zhili snapped her fingers and elaborated. I recall my brother mentioning that Draco and his cronies often seek you and run out to hurl insults. Harry, recalling his encounters with Malfoy, couldn't he help but express his disdain, right? I too cannot fathom why he harbors such animosity towards us. Ron, chewing on his steak, inquired. So, the plan is to give them these candies? Hermione set down her spoon, stating, however, getting them to willingly consume the candies seems rather improbable, doesn't it? But that's where you're mistaken. This bag of candies is, well, it's not the right time to divulge that term. Gu Zhili almost blurted out the word fart, but considering she was still eating, she refrained, lest it ruin her appetite. In any case, I have a way to silence them when they're busy mocking us. That should grant us some peace and quiet, Gu Zhili asserted confidently. Harry couldn't help but doubt the efficacy of her plan, asking, Viola, do you genuinely think that will work? Isn't it a bit harsh? Gu Zhili glanced at Harry and replied, do you have a better prank in mind? I merely wish to silence them, not expel them from school. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, while Ron, having finished his meal, let out a satisfied belch and said, I think Viola's plan is feasible. Fred and George's bag of candy shouldn't have any adverse effects. At worst, it'll just make them look foolish. Hermione raised an eyebrow. You're aware of that? Of course. Throughout my life, I've encountered countless of their peculiar inventions. Ron's sense of superiority flared up. Although most of those oddities had likely been aimed at him, he considered it an experience nonetheless. Once the meal concluded, The group departed the dining hall. Gu Zhili suddenly paused, pondering a thought. Wait, tomorrow is Monday, right? In just a few days, it will be November, she inquired. Hermione reflected on the date before responding. Yes, why? Gu Zhili frowned, realizing that the Quidditch match was fast approaching, and it was high time to prepare a grand gift for Professor Quirrell. Shaking her head, she remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I just feel like time is flying by, and I'll have to rise early for class tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll wake you up, Hermione offered. Gu Zhili smiled warmly, replying, Then I shall entrust that task to you, my dear Hermione. Ron, feeling a chill run down his spine, interjected, Ugh, Viola, that sounded a bit off. Gu Zhili rolled her eyes at the oblivious Ron, retorting, You really are dense, Ron. You just don't get it. The premonition came to fruition as the group playfully bickered their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Monday, 6:30 a.m. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Hermione was already awake, having tidied her bed and was in the midst of her morning routine, while Gu Zhili was still in the process of arranging her bedding. Her eyes half-lidded with sleep. Gu Zhili yawned, clearly still not fully awake. Hermione emerged from the washroom, gently patting Gu Zhili's face, the icy touch instantly awakening her senses. Oh, how cold! Gu Zhili exclaimed. Hermione chuckled and said, All right, Vilia, hurry up. If you don't speed up, we'll be late again. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili quickly patted her own cheeks to keep herself alert and dashed into the washroom to freshen up. The first class on a Monday morning was Professor Snape's potions lesson. Gu Zhili and Hermione sprinted through the corridors of Hogwarts, with Gu Zhili asking breathlessly, Hermione, since we woke up so early today, we surely won't be late, right? Hermione, running alongside her, replied, Vilia, let us not dwell on that right now. We should conserve our energy in case of any unforeseen circumstances, all right? Understood. Gu Zhili nodded and continued to run. Inside the potions classroom, a few students were already scattered about. As Gu Zhili and Hermione arrived at the door and noticed more students slowly entering, they both sighed in relief. Exchanging glances and smiles, Gu Zhili remarked, It seems we're not late this time. Hermione nodded back with a grin, affirmatively stating, Indeed, we're on time this round. As long as Ron and Harry don't show up late, I can finally relax. Gu Zhili wholeheartedly agreed, saying, You're right, as long as they arrive on time, everything will be fine. With that, Hermione and Gu Zhili entered the classroom and took seats in the third row. Not long after, Ron and Harry appeared at the classroom door, panting heavily. Ron, looking relieved, exclaimed, Thank goodness. We're not too late. Harry, with an expression of having narrowly escaped disaster, added, We made it. Let us hurry inside, Ron. Upon entering the classroom, they spotted Hermione and Gu Zhili in the third row. Ron found it quite peculiar that these two preferred to sit in the front row. Why would anyone want to be under the teacher's nose? Wouldn't it be better to sit further back and hide? Despite his thoughts, Ron and Harry settled into the row behind Hermione and Gu Zhili. At precisely 7 o'clock, Snape appeared at the door of the potions classroom, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the wound on his foot. He then strode into the classroom with an air of nonchalance and waved his wand, drawing the curtains across the windows. Snape's movements were smooth and fluid as he ascended the podium. Gu Zhili observed that he was walking without a limp, which sparked a notion in her mind. Could it be that he had already used the potion she provided? If so, his injury should be healed by now. At that moment, Gu Zhili resolved to speak with Snape later, as she needed to confirm whether his wound had truly healed or at least improved. On the podium, Snape's complexion was waxy and somber, his gaze cold and indifferent. He announced, Since everyone is present, we shall commence with a pop quiz today. Ron exclaimed, Oh no. My premonition has come true. Harry chimed in. He is going to have us for sure. Hermione remarked, Is this something that can be foreseen? Vilia, your intuition is remarkable. Gu Zhili internally lamented, What a curse it is to have such a prophetic tongue. Why must I speak such omens? During the impromptu quiz, Gu Zhili couldn't help but think that perhaps her words had been touched by divine influence. Just 2 days ago, she had mentioned the possibility of a pop quiz on a Monday, and here it was, materializing in Snape's class. In that moment, she wished she could transport herself back to the moment she uttered that dreadful premonition and give herself a few sharp slaps to silence her mouth, which seemed to have a knack for attracting misfortune. Observing Gu Zhili's expression of utter despair, Snape couldn't help but smirk, albeit for a fleeting moment. Now, I will begin calling on students. When I point at you, stand and answer my question. Is that clear? His stern voice resonated throughout the classroom, eliciting a chorus of groans from the students, who were filled with dread. Snape, displeased by the commotion, scowled and said, What is all this noise? Whoever is making a racket will be the first to answer. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, with students hardly daring to breathe. Although Gu Zhili was not particularly fond of pop quizzes, she found some solace in the opportunity to acquire knowledge. However, she turned to glance anxiously at Ron and Harry. who wore expressions of distress, wondering if these two unprepared souls could answer Snape's questions. Hermione, biting her lip in concern, raised her hand, seemingly eager to inquire. Snape's eyelids flickered as he recognized this ever-curious Granger. Could she not take a moment's respite? "What is it, Miss Granger?" he asked with an impassive demeanor. Hermione stood, politely asking, "Professor Snape, will you be calling on a few random students, or will everyone be questioned?" Her inquiry was clearly aimed at discerning whether Harry and Ron could escape unscathed. If only a few students were to be called, it would be manageable. But if everyone was to be questioned, then Harry and Ron would be in dire straits. Snape assessed the room and estimated that it would be impossible to call upon everyone, just as he prepared to provide Hermione with a definitive answer. Gu Zhili also raised her hand. Snape frowned again and said, "Miss Vilia, what is it now?" Gu Zhili stood and proposed, "Professor Snape, I have an idea." Following Hermione's point, "I believe it would be impractical to question every student today. Therefore, I suggest an alternative approach. You could pose a question and call on one student first. If that student is unable to answer, then one of the raised hands could respond. What do you think?" Inwardly, Gu Zhili felt a wave of anxiety. Her suggestion was merely an attempt to spare her brother and Ron from Snape's ire. If Snape disagreed, there would be nothing she could do. Snape let out a disdainful laugh and remarked, "Do you think your suggestion is a good one, Miss Vilia?" Gu Zhili's heart sank. She felt a chill course through her. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a brilliant idea, but it's not entirely without merit, right? You're wasting my time. Both of you sit down. We will begin the questioning regardless of who gets called or not. Keep your mouth shut." Snape's piercing gaze swept through the classroom, and the students were rendered mute. First question, turn to page 394 of your textbooks. Look at the question regarding goat horns. You have 1 minute to read. Snape said sternly. In a flurry, the classroom erupted with the sound of pages flipping as all the students hurriedly opened their textbooks to find the question. Snape glanced at the clock on the wall and declared, "Now stop. The first one up is Mr. Potter." Gu Zhili twitched her lips, feeling exasperated as she glanced at Snape. She had known it. She had known he wouldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. Hermione shot Harry a look of silent encouragement, wishing him luck on this turbulent journey ahead. "Snape, the old bat." Severus Snape addressed Harry directly, and at that moment, every student in the classroom turned their gaze toward him. Upon hearing his name, Harry felt a tightening in his chest. His expression taut as he nervously rose to his feet. Professor Snape, regarding the collection of goat horns and the locations where they might be found." Harry slowly articulated, word by word, as he desperately tried to recall his memories of the lesson. However, Snape merely scoffed, beginning to deride him. "It seems, Mr. Potter, that you are rather unfamiliar with this topic." Ron, tense and anxious, averted his eyes from Snape, hoping that Harry's inability to answer would spare him from being called upon. Yet, it was evident that Ron's premonition was in vain, as Snape's attention swiftly shifted to the hapless student who looked as if he wished to bury his face in his textbook. "Sit down, Mr. Weasley, and put your book down, shall you? You will answer." Ron's terrified eyes peeked over the top of his book as he swallowed hard, stammering, "Professor Snape." Hermione, seated in the front, observed Ron's utter bewilderment and couldn't resist lighting a candle for him. Gu Zhili looked at Ron with sympathy, then glanced at Harry, who appeared dejected. She sighed softly, "What a pity. Perhaps this will teach you to study properly. We're doomed." As time ticked by, Ron struggled to answer the question, while Snape moved methodically through the class, with only a few students managing to provide the correct responses. The deep, sonorous chime of the clock resonated through the classroom, causing Snape to frown, as he had yet to finish calling on students. Upon hearing the bell, however, the students collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to have escaped the prospect of being called upon. Class dismissed. "Those who were not called upon today may not be so fortunate next time," Snape declared coldly. Gu Zhili remarked, "It seems Professor Snape aims to be the most loathed instructor among all Hogwarts students." Once outside the potions classroom, Ron could no longer contain his frustration. "Does that old bat think we're too brilliant, which is why he decided to give us a pop quiz today?" Harry nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiments. Perhaps, but Ron, calling him an old bat might not be the best choice. Ron, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I didn't coin that term. Fred and George called him that first. I merely followed suit." "But seriously, Gu Zhili, did you jinx us with your words about exams?" The very thought of being scrutinized by his peers in class sent a shiver down Ron's spine. He never wished to endure such a feeling again. Gu Zhili raised her hands in exasperation, saying, "I can't be blamed for this. I had no idea there would be a pop quiz today. I was hoping to persuade Professor Snape to alter the rules to spare you from this fate, but alas, it was futile." She, too, felt helpless. While she cherished learning, it did not mean she relished examinations. Hermione, stroking her chin in contemplation, stated, "I believe that after this impromptu test, Harry and Ron It is time for you both to buckle down and study. What will you do when the wizarding exams approach? Harry and Ron exchanged grave looks, realizing that this quiz had indeed served as an alarm bell for them. After a moment of silence, Harry suggested, from now on, Ron and I would like to enlist your assistance, along with Gu Zhili, to help us reinforce our studies over the weekends. Although Ron was reluctant to sacrifice his free time, he recognized that failing the wizarding qualification exams would be far worse than foregoing a few leisure hours. Hermione glanced at Gu Zhili, silently inquiring her opinion on the proposal. They swiftly agreed upon it. Gu Zhili readily consented, as nothing could surpass the joy of seeing her brother and Ron excel academically and strive for improvement. I have no objections. But let's set a schedule. Every weekend at 8 in the morning, we shall convene in the library and wrap up by noon. How does that sound? Hermione calculated the time, concluding that 4 hours would suffice. That works for me, but you two had better not sleep in on the weekends. The commitment to effort must not be mere words. Upon hearing this, Ron promptly replied, just you wait. Harry and I will absolutely follow through. Harry nodded resolutely, and Gu Zhili smiled, declaring, then it is settled. Indeed, Harry affirmed. As Gu Zhili strode halfway down the corridor, a flicker of recollection crossed her mind, causing her to halt abruptly. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, oh no, how could I forget about that? Hermione, puzzled, inquired, what is it, Gu Zhili? What have you forgotten? With an apologetic smile, Gu Zhili responded, I need to speak with Professor Snape about something. I had intended to do so before leaving, but I completely slipped my mind. Our next class should be with Professor McGonagall, right? I'll catch up with you shortly. With that, Gu Zhili waved goodbye and hurriedly departed. Hermione, still bewildered, murmured, oh. Ron, confused, remarked, who enjoys seeking out professors so much? Harry, feeling as though he was often forgotten by his sister, pondered, in her world, do I seem so insignificant as a brother? Ron, sensing Harry's dismay, offered a sympathetic glance and said, ah, the older brother is at the mercy of his younger sister. Harry, perhaps one day Gu Zhili will suddenly take notice of you. Harry found some solace in Ron's words, but still felt a tinge of melancholy, responding, I shall take that as a hopeful omen. After all the students had exited the classroom, Snape returned to his office, only to be interrupted by a series of knocks. Knock, knock. Snape furrowed his brow in irritation, wondering who would dare approach him at such an hour. Enter. Gu Zhili cautiously opened the door, peeking her head in shyly as she said, Professor, I came to see you, haha, seated at his desk. Snape relaxed his furrowed brow upon realizing it was Gu Zhili who sought him. What brings you here? He queried. I just wanted to check on you. Is your injury feeling any better? Have you used the potion I provided? Gu Zhili leaned against the doorframe, not fully entering the office. A fleeting look of guilt crossed Snape's face as he replied, Is that all? Rest assured. Hearing this, Gu Zhili felt a weight lift from her shoulders, exhaling in relief as she said, That's wonderful. Professor, I wish you happiness every day. I must be off now. With that, Gu Zhili swiftly took her leave, disappearing before Snape could respond. After a prolonged moment, Snape regained his composure and retrieved the vial of potion from his drawer. He still had not used it, initially believing the wound would heal on its own. However, now that he had spoken those words, he resolved to avoid Gu Zhili for the time being. The potion would remain a keepsake, as he deemed it unnecessary for his use. Gu Zhili, why not use the potion that I worked so hard to acquire? In the confines of the system space, Number 9 quietly opened its eyes, its feline pupils gleaming with brilliance. Ah, the recovery seems rather promising this time. Number 9 was quite pleased with the recovery of his magical powers during this period. At least when Gu Zhili asked for his assistance again, he wouldn't have to succumb to the same slumber as before. With a casual flick of his paw, he beheld Gu Zhili dashing through the corridors of Hogwarts, a bemused smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed she had inadvertently stepped into a sports program. Why was she perpetually running? With a resigned sigh, Number 9 lazily stretched his body, continuing his languid observation of Gu Zhili's movements. After all, as a system, one must bear some responsibility for their host, especially since he was her golden finger. As time flowed, seconds slipped away unnoticed. With each passing day, Gu Zhili's workload steadily increased, leaving her little time to consult Hagrid regarding Nicholas Flamel with Hermione and the others. From Monday to Friday, Gu Zhili practically lived in the dormitory with Hermione, while her weekends were consumed by tutoring her brother and Ron. As for the afternoons, well, Harry was occupied with Quidditch practice. In the absence of even one person could risk missing vital information during repetitions. Thus, the 4 Gryffindor youngsters had yet to seek out Hagrid, perpetually delaying their visit. Meanwhile, Draco appeared even more perturbed than the 4, as the promise to consult Hagrid remained unfulfilled. Were they merely toying with him? Unbeknownst to the 4, Draco's daily irritability was escalating. During this period, Snape's foot injury had almost healed, and he no longer had to avoid Gu Zhili. November. One weekend morning. Harry was the first to arrive at the library, searching the vast shelves for the book, Quidditch Through the Ages. He vaguely recalled what advising him the previous Saturday to thoroughly familiarize himself with this book to better prepare for the upcoming Quidditch match. Hermione had already borrowed it for him, but he had inadvertently left it on the library shelves. Thus, he found himself arriving so early today. As his fingers brushed against the spines of the books, he finally spotted Quidditch Through the Ages on the third shelf, a wave of delight washing over him. He took the book from the shelf and immediately flipped open the cover, intending to read a bit in the library before Hermione and the others arrived for their study session. "Oh, my apologies," Harry exclaimed, as he inadvertently collided with someone he decidedly did not wish to see, Snape. The professor's expression was far from congenial. It was stern and unwelcoming. "Mr. Potter, it's you again." Upon hearing Snape's voice, Harry felt a sense of foreboding, yet he mustered the courage to greet him. "Good morning, Professor Snape." Snape scrutinized Harry from head to toe, noticing the book in Harry's hands. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, "I believe, Mr. Potter, you would do well to spend your time with your textbooks rather than waste it on such frivolities." Harry wanted to explain that he was reading the book to better understand Quidditch, but then came the thunderbolt. "Hand over that book. It is confiscated." "But I still need it, Professor Snape," Harry protested, a hint of defiance in his tone. Snape cast a cold glance at him, stating, "Then come to my office tomorrow morning after class to retrieve it." With that, Snape turned to leave, but suddenly winced as pain shot through his foot. He frowned down at his leg, shifting slightly, discomfort etched across his features. Glancing at Quidditch Through the Ages in his hand, then back at his foot, he limped away from the library. Harry observed this scene with growing concern. Is Professor Snape's injury still not healed? Or did he venture to the fourth floor again to confront the three-headed dog? This thought sent a shiver down Harry's spine. He needed to discuss this with Vilia and the others. In haste, Harry made to exit the library but was stopped at the door by the study group. Armed with quills, parchment, and textbooks, Gu Zhili, noticing her brother's anxious demeanor, quickly inquired, "Brother, what's wrong? You seem very worried." Seeing them, Harry replied, "It's a long story. Let's step inside and discuss it. I can't explain it all in a moment." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sitting at the long rectangular table, Harry decided to trim unnecessary details and said, "Hermione's Quidditch Through the Ages was confiscated by Professor Snape just a short while ago." "Snape? Why on earth would that old bat confiscate your book?" Ron asked, bewildered by Snape's logic. Harry sighed. "He insists I should focus more on textbooks rather than Quidditch Through the Ages." Hermione cast a sympathetic glance at Harry, recalling how he had been the first to be called during the last impromptu quiz. Poor Harry. Gu Zhili furrowed her brow, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. "Ron, hold on. Brother, please continue." Harry sighed like a weary father. "So my book was confiscated, right? I wanted to ask for it back, but I was too intimidated to move, watching Professor Snape leave, and I noticed his foot injury seemed to still be bothering him. I can't tell if it's not healed or if he went up to the fourth floor again." His speculation prompted thoughtful silence among the trio. Hermione bit her lip, feeling the situation was becoming rather precarious. Gu Zhili's expression grew grave, contemplating whether Snape had deceived her. Putting aside whether he truly had ventured to the fourth floor, if he had, there should have been evident traces of fresh blood. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Snape had indeed been misleading her. Ron, however, was not as deep in thought. He simply wondered why Harry had not dared to act when Snape took the book. With his peculiar thought process, Ron asked, "Harry, can you tell me why you didn't move? I didn't think you were that timid." Harry, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Why did Ron always focus on such peculiar aspects? Nevertheless, he answered, "I accidentally bumped into him and felt a bit intimidated, so I didn't dare to move." While Gu Zhili had already confirmed her suspicions of being deceived by Snape, she still questioned, "Brother, did you smell any blood on Professor Snape?" Generally, fresh wounds have a strong metallic scent. Harry reflected for a moment and shook his head. "No, I didn't catch any scent." "By your logic, then it's not a new injury?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "So, it must be that his previous injury hasn't healed." Gu Zhili, upon hearing Hermione's conclusion, felt a weight settle in her heart. "That's right." Sighing, Harry lamented, "Even though we've deduced that Snape didn't go to the fourth floor. I'm still troubled." Gu Zhili asked, "What's the matter, brother?" With a furrowed brow, Harry replied, "My book Professor Snape told me to retrieve it from his office tomorrow." As soon as these words were uttered, the three of them looked at Harry with a mixture of pity and sympathy. To seek out Professor Snape on his own was indeed a dismal predicament. Those two peculiar individuals were certainly in cahoots. Upon seeing their synchronized expressions of concern for him, Harry couldn't help but light a candle for himself. What a misfortune it was that Professor Snape had confiscated his copy of The Wonderful World of Quidditch. Now he had to retrieve it himself, which seemed utterly daunting. Gu Zhili felt it necessary to pay another visit to Professor Snape's office to question him about why he had not utilized her potion. However, what reason could she possibly provide? A spark of inspiration ignited in Harry's mind as he glanced at Gu Zhili, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a wolf spotting a lost lamb. He suppressed his exhilaration and tentatively asked, "Vilia, may I pose a question to you?" Gu Zhili responded, "Brother, just say what you need to say without all this formality, will you? It makes me wonder if you've been swapped for someone else." Harry swallowed hard and said, "Sister, I would like to request your assistance in retrieving that book from Professor Snape, if you would be so kind." Gu Zhili was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. Yes, that was indeed a plausible excuse. All right, consider it done. How could I possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Although Professor Snape had not summoned her for anything lately, and she had no pressing questions about potion making, her brother's predicament provided the perfect reason to seek him out. Hermione observed Gu Zhili's slightly agitated demeanor and couldn't help but ponder whether Vilia had an inexplicable fondness for Professor Snape's office, as she seemed to frequently gravitate towards it. Ron, idly flipping through his potions textbook, remarked, "When do you plan to start tutoring me for this course?" This question jolted Gu Zhili back to reality. Let us start right now. As for retrieving that book, don't worry, brother. I'll go help you get it back this afternoon," Gu Zhili assured him with unwavering confidence. Harry felt immensely grateful that his sister was willing to venture into the lioness den for him, while Gu Zhili was thankful to her brother for presenting her with this splendid opportunity. What a delightful misunderstanding this was. As the clock struck 12, the four of them simultaneously stretched their limbs. Harry couldn't help but yawn, exclaiming, "Studying is truly exhausting." Ron nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. It feels like my brain cells are being drained." Hermione, however, felt differently and casually remarked, "I think it's manageable. Not only am I able to help you two catch up, but I can also address my own gaps in knowledge. It's hardly tiring." Gu Zhili, being the best in potions among the four, merely smiled and remarked, "Hermione, how can you compare yourself with them?" Ron, interpreting Gu Zhili's comment as a defense of himself, chimed in, "Right. How can you compare a weirdo with two normal people like us?" Before Ron could utter another word, Gu Zhili swiftly added, "The distinction between a scholar and a normal person is that normal individuals will always perceive scholars as oddities." Ron, who had just called Hermione a weirdo, damn, those two oddities are actually in cahoots. Seeing Ron's bewildered expression, Hermione couldn't help but stifle a laugh. And even Harry chuckled softly. "Why did you deceive me?" Ron grumbled, pouting. Had he known Vilia would say something like that, he would have refrained from calling her a weirdo in the first place. Gu Zhili tidied up the books on the table and said, "The knowledge in potions should be well consolidated by now, right, brother Ron?" Harry flipped through his neatly organized notes and replied, "I'm doing okay. I shouldn't have any issues in the upcoming quizzes. I'm fine too. Hermione has already explained everything to me," Ron added, confident that with these two scholars, geniuses, around, his grades would remain stable. Hermione rubbed her temples, weariness evident in her eyes, after explaining the material to Ron repeatedly. She mused that if she hadn't had some patience, she might have already pinned him to the ground out of frustration. "Well then, let us head out for lunch. After that, I'll go to Professor Snape's office to help you retrieve the wonderful world of Quidditch." Gu Zhili glanced at the clock and realized they needed to finish lunch quickly, so they should expedite their pace. Hermione nodded and said, "All right." At the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Draco wore a long face that was unmistakably indicative of his displeasure. Pansy, following closely behind him, couldn't help but worry. What was wrong with Malfoy these days? He always seemed so irritable and sometimes disappeared altogether. Crabbe stepped back a few paces and quietly asked Goyle, "Hey, what is up with Malfoy? He always looks like that whenever I see him." Goyle, equally perplexed, replied, "How would I know? Who knows if he has constipated or something?" Their hushed murmurs caught Draco's attention, and he turned back with a frown. "What are you two whispering about?" Goyle tugged on Crabbe's wizard robe, signaling him not to mention anything about constipation. Crabbe understood and replied, "Nothing much, just wondering what you've been up to lately." Pansy, intrigued by Draco's recent behavior, also inquired, "What have you been doing these past few days?" It's been quite puzzling, noticing that the three of them were so concerned about his whereabouts. Draco felt a twinge of annoyance and said, "It's nothing. I've just been busy with my studies. I've already devised a plan regarding those foolish Gryffindors. It's just that I've had no opportunity to execute it." He couldn't fathom why those four insisted on spending 4 hours in the library every weekend. "So, do you have any other plans?" Pansy asked. Draco shot her a sidelong glance and replied, "I have my own plans." At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Zhili arrived at Professor Snape's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the office, Snape frowned, clearly displeased, yet still managed to say, "Come in." Gu Zhili took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon seeing her, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Snape. Furrowing his brow, Snape inquired, "Vilia, are you here to discuss a matter related to potions?" Gu Zhili lowered her gaze, adopting a formal and respectful demeanor. "Professor, I have two matters to discuss with you. Firstly, I would like to request the return of the book The Wonderful World of Quidditch that you confiscated this morning. Secondly, I wish to ask you why you deceived me." As soon as Gu Zhili mentioned retrieving The Wonderful World of Quidditch, Snape sensed trouble. Indeed, upon hearing the question about why he had deceived her, his heart felt as though it had stopped for 3 seconds. He opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he maintained his cold demeanor and replied, "First of all, I distinctly remember instructing your brother to come retrieve that book himself, did I not? Secondly, I believe I have not deceived you in any way." With an unblinking demeanor, Gu Zhili pursed her lips and remarked, "Professor, your foot injury has yet to heal, has it not? Is this not, therefore, a form of deception directed towards me?" This left Snape somewhat at a loss for words. "Viola, this is not a matter for you to concern yourself with," he retorted. Stubbornly, Gu Zhili replied, "Very well then, what should I concern myself with? Merely following you to study potions without question?" Her words struck a heavy chord, leaving Snape feeling a chill in his heart. Did Viola truly not wish to learn from him? The heart of a father figure felt suddenly wounded. With a mix of shock and desolation, Snape said, "You." Gu Zhili bit her lip, regret washing over her as she realized the weight of her words. How deeply they might hurt Professor Snape. "I apologize, Professor. That was not my intention," she stammered, attempting to clarify her earlier outburst. Gazing upon the face that bore a striking resemblance to Lily's, Snape sighed in resignation. "Very well. If you do not wish to continue, you need not come back." Understanding her fault, Gu Zhili stood in silence, unwilling to speak or move. Snape closed his eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. "Take this book with you," he said wearily. "Consider it compensation for the time I have forced you to study with me. Beyond this, I cannot think of anything else to offer you." At his words, Gu Zhili felt a tightening in her chest. "I am not unwilling to learn, Professor. I am simply a bit upset." Sighing, Snape hesitated. A profound silence enveloped them. After a moment, Gu Zhili lowered her head and sincerely said, "I apologize. Professor, I overstepped. I truly enjoy potions." Slowly, Snape opened his eyes, glancing at the conflicted Gu Zhili. "So, does this mean you still wish to learn from me?" She nodded, affirming, "Yes. I merely hope for your swift recovery, not to cause any trouble." Having expressed her thoughts, Gu Zhili hesitated to speak further, fearful of misstepping again. Hearing her words warmed Snape's heart, rejuvenating his spirit. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. I will use this potion now. And you may observe," he proposed, finally conceding, knowing that his ailment would not only hinder his own movements, but also weigh heavily on Viola's mind. Gu Zhili's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Really?" Snape retrieved a vial from his drawer, slowly uncapping it and taking a few sips. More genuine than gold. As you can see, as she witnessed Snape consuming the potion, Gu Zhili felt a great burden lift from her heart, a smile gracing her face as she stepped closer. "You are truly wonderful, Professor." Raising an eyebrow, Snape responded, "Am I? Severus Snape wonderful?" A hint of bitterness and solitude flickered in his gaze as he added, "Very well, take the book. Next time, things shall not be so simple." With a beaming smile, Gu Zhili accepted the book. "Understood. Thank you, Professor. Might you teach me a bit more?" Gazing at the book in her hands, she contemplated a moment before asking, "Professor, may I pose a question?" Feeling the pain in his foot diminish slightly, Snape replied, "What question do you have?" Recalling that the Quidditch match was just days away, she said, "I wish to learn something else. Can you teach me something different?" Raising an eyebrow, Snape contemplated, furrowing his brow as he responded, "What do you wish to learn? Aside from potions, I have little else to impart." He did not believe Gu Zhili would desire to study dark magic, for its self-inflicted harm was considerable, especially for a first-year student. Yet her response was clearly unexpected. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "I wish to learn dark magic. Or perhaps the shield charm." Seeing her earnestness, Snape's expression grew grave. "Why would you harbor such thoughts? Why do you wish to learn dark magic? Viola, you must provide me with a reason." Gu Zhili bit her lip, her determined gaze causing Snape's heart to flutter. "I wish to grow stronger. Not only for myself, but also to aid my brother and, ideally, to prevent the departure of every good-hearted soul." Snape cautioned, "But you are merely a first year. You lack the necessary capability." Her heart leaping, Gu Zhili replied, "So does that mean you agree to teach me?" Snape fell silent. He had not explicitly agreed. "Viola, you must understand that studying dark magic poses great risks to oneself. Like that individual. You know who I mean. I can teach you other subjects to the best of my ability, but dark magic." He did not wish for this child, who cared for him, to suffer the backlash of dark magic. Gu Zhili frowned, her stubbornness surfacing. But, Professor, if dark magic is off the table, may I learn other offensive spells? Seeing her relent on dark magic, Snape released a sigh of relief. Then I can certainly teach you that, but your leisure time will diminish. Are you willing to accept this? Gu Zhili nodded affirmatively. Of course. If I wish to grow stronger, I have made my decision. Unable to resist her resolve, Snape conceded, based on your current abilities, I can only teach you some basic offensive spells for now. The more complex ones will have to wait until your skills are adequate. Gu Zhili smiled brightly. No problem. Professor, I shall take my leave now. I will return whenever I have the opportunity to learn more from you. Goodbye. As she turned to leave, she waved cheerfully at Snape. Once outside his office, Gu Zhili exhaled deeply, glancing at the book in her hands, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Not only had she returned with her brother's Quidditch through the ages, but she had also persuaded the professor to consume the potion, and most importantly, secured his promise to teach her more. Today had indeed been fruitful. However, regarding dark magic, if the professor was unwilling to teach it now, could she not persist until he was ready? Meanwhile, Snape sneezed in his office, wondering who was speaking ill of him. Was it that wretched Potter? Quidditch match 1. With a heart full of joy, Gu Zhili approached Gryffindor Tower, clutching Quidditch through the ages, her demeanor towards the fat lady now markedly more amiable. The fat lady, exuding an air of regal aloofness, inquired, password? Unfazed by the fat lady's demeanor, Gu Zhili responded with a bright smile, dragon scale. The fat lady swung the door open, and only after Gu Zhili had entered did she realize, wait a moment, is that not the same little brat from before? What a peculiar day this is, her attitude is so amiable. The fat lady found herself questioning her own perception of reality. In the common room, Harry glanced nervously at the door every few moments, worry etched on his face, resembling a father fretting over his daughter's return. La la la. Gu Zhili skipped in, humming a cheerful tune. Upon seeing her, Harry stood up and approached her, saying, Viola, you, Gu Zhili was certainly aware of what Harry intended to say, as she handed him the book with both hands and exclaimed, Brother, here you go? Did I not say I would do it? Harry, overjoyed, accepted the book The Wonderful Quidditch and looked at Gu Zhili with excitement in his eyes, saying, Thank you, Vilia. This is fantastic. I thought I wouldn't get it back. Should we even be saying thank you between us? Brother, I, Vilia Potter, am worth two. Gu Zhili's mood was evidently much better than earlier that morning, and she began to indulge in her theatricality. Hermione, observing the interaction between the siblings, couldn't help but muse that having a sibling seemed rather delightful. Gu Zhili strolled over to the sofa and sat down, prompting Hermione to ask, It appears, Vilia, that you're in splendid spirits. Has something happened? Gu Zhili pondered whether to reveal the truth, ultimately deciding against it, as explaining would be cumbersome. What she needed to do was alter Hermione and the other stereotypical impressions of Professor Snape. With this in mind, she replied, half-truthfully, I just heard Professor Snape say he would be willing to teach me some extra knowledge, so I'm a bit excited. Hearing this, Hermione felt a twinge of envy. It was akin to having a personal tutor, and Vilia was quite fortunate indeed. Ron, perplexed, remarked, I just can't fathom how anyone could be happy about having extra lessons. It's truly unimaginable. However, Harry looked at Gu Zhili, contemplated for a moment, and inquired, Vilia, if that's the case, are you free to tutor us on Saturday morning? Even if she was willing to learn more, with so many subjects, it seemed Vilia would hardly have any time left for leisure. Gu Zhili waved her hand dismissively and said, No worries, no worries. Brother, you can rest assured that I will definitely be there for Saturday morning tutoring. Hee. With that, she shot a mischievous glance at Ron and teased, Ron, are you thinking that if I don't have the time, then there's no need for tutoring? Ron scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Well, yes. I suppose I did think that, but that's only half the thought. Gu Zhili raised an eyebrow, questioning how one could think only half of it. All right, enough of that. By the way, Vilia, when do you think we should go see Hagrid? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Hermione considered, feeling that they had all been so caught up in recent events that they had forgotten to visit Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili rested her chin on her hand and pondered the somewhat blurred plot in her mind. According to the timeline, the Quidditch match should be approaching soon, meaning that Quirrell's actions against her brother would also be imminent. As for Hagrid, after a moment of contemplation, Gu Zhili decided it would be wiser to wait until after the Quidditch match to seek out Hagrid. After all, visiting him now would likely yield little fruitful discussion, especially with the upcoming match, as both the teachers and students at Hogwarts would be preoccupied. Let us wait until after the Quidditch match, she suggested. I believe Hagrid is busy with Quidditch matters as well. What do you all think? Hermione nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning, and said, Vilia is right. All right. Just remember to call me when the time comes. Otherwise, I might forget. Ron humorously lamented his own memory. Harry chuckled, assuring him, "Don't worry, Ron. I will definitely remember to call you." Ron, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin and replied, "Humph." Having reclaimed the wonderful Quidditch, Harry scarcely let the book leave his hands, especially with the tournament approaching. As a newcomer this year, he was determined not to hinder the Gryffindor team. Hermione continued her diligent self-study while also helping Ron reinforce his knowledge. As for Harry, Hermione believed Ron posed the greater challenge, while Harry would be better off waiting for Vilia's return to discipline him. Meanwhile, Gu Zhili found herself busier than ever. Not only did she need to complete her coursework, but she also had to carve out additional time to study potions, as well as learn offensive spells and the mind-blocking charm. Incendio, Snape commanded, directing his wand at the candles on the wall. At his command, the candles ignited with a brilliant flame. Gu Zhili gazed at Snape with wide-eyed admiration, thinking, how impressive. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Snape, seemingly flustered, adopted a stern expression and said, "All right, now you try." With a gentle flick of her wand, the flames on the wall extinguished in an instant. "Very good," Gu Zhili acknowledged, taking out her own wand made of rowan wood. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and with seriousness declared, "Fire, burn bright." The candles remained unlit, and Gu Zhili twitched her mouth, glancing at her wand, convinced that the issue lay not with her, but with the wand itself. Snape frowned and remarked, "Vilia, your incantation was not fluid, and the direction of your wand movement was incorrect. Try again." Gu Zhili looked up at Snape and replied, "Oh, all right." It truly was her fault. Fire, burn bright. Gu Zhili focused intently on the candle, waving her wand. With a whoosh, a flicker of flame erupted from the candle, and she immediately rejoiced. "Yes, I did it." Snape observed the candle with the flickering flame, then waved his wand to extinguish it, saying, "Don't celebrate too soon." "Vilia." Gu Zhili quickly composed herself and responded, "Understood, Professor." Snape approached the desk, retrieving about 7 or 8 candles from the drawer, placing them one by one on the tabletop. "I will demonstrate once more, and then you will attempt it yourself." Before Gu Zhili could respond, Snape positioned himself 3 or 4 meters away from the desk, his gaze sharp as he declared, "Fire, burn bright." One by one, the candles ignited, each ablaze with flames, leaving Gu Zhili utterly astonished. "Goodness, can it really be done like that? Impressive, my professor." Gu Zhili swallowed hard, realizing this practice session would require considerable time. "All right, Vilia, now it's your turn." Hearing Snape's urging voice, Gu Zhili's heart raced. She glanced at her wand, gripping it tightly, and silently encouraged herself. "You can do this, Gu Zhili." Snape extinguished the candles, and Gu Zhili stepped to the position where Snape had stood earlier, standing at attention. Recalling Snape's movements, she waved her wand and said, "Fire, burn bright." With a swish, some of the candles ignited, but not all of them. Gu Zhili frowned, counting the number of lit candles, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Out of 10 candles, she had only managed to light 8, which was still a considerable distance from Snape's performance. However, Snape did not share her sentiment. He smiled softly, affectionately ruffling Gu Zhili's hair, and said, "Vilia, you did well." Gu Zhili looked up at Snape in confusion, pointing at herself as she asked, "Me? I did well? Professor, don't you think I still have room for improvement?" "Lighting 8 out of 10 candles on your first attempt is quite commendable," Snape noted, waving his wand to extinguish the candles. However, Gu Zhili bit her lip and said, "I don't think it's sufficient yet." Seeing her set such high standards for herself, Snape replied, "Then continue to practice until you feel satisfied. Only then will I teach you the next spell. How does that sound?" Gu Zhili was taken aback by his words, thinking, Isn't this akin to throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed?" Observing her astonishment, Snape shook his head and said, "Since you wish to practice until you are content, I will wait until you feel that satisfaction before teaching you the next spell. Does that sound agreeable?" Gu Zhili weighed the pros and cons and tentatively suggested, "Professor Snape, how about we make a deal? I'll try it once, and if I succeed, you'll teach me the next spell. If I fail, you'll still teach me the next spell today. What do you think? This way, she could learn 2 spells today." Gu Zhili was certainly clever. Snape, watching her haggle like this, couldn't help but feel as though he was raising a child, one he had willingly taken on. Reluctantly, he nodded and said, "I never said I wouldn't teach you." Gu Zhili playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Hee, I'm just being cautious in case I don't succeed." With that, she dramatically waved her hand and exclaimed, "Flame on." Suddenly, the candles were all lit, and Snape found himself quite astonished. It appeared that Gu Zhili's talent surpassed even his expectations. Realizing this, Snape felt compelled to reassess her lesson plan, for the talent she was displaying should not go to waste. Gu Zhili, seeing that all the candles had ignited, silently cheered. Yes, I did it." Not only had she mastered Flame On, but she could also learn a new spell, What splendid luck today. Professor Snape, I succeeded. Gu Zhili shared her joy with Snape, only to find him gazing gravely at the 10 burning candles. His solemn expression caused her some concern. Had she made an error? Furrowing his brow, Snape remained silent as the flames consumed the candles, extinguishing them only when they were nearly burnt down to the desk. Gu Zhili, I believe I need to adopt a different method of teaching you. Gu Zhili was left in a daze, tilting her head and asking, Why does Professor Snape want to change his teaching method? Was it because of her unreliability? Quidditch match 4. Gu Zhili, listen to me. We'll stop here for today. Go review your potions textbook. I need to rework your curriculum, Snape stated. He recognized the necessity of taking Gu Zhili's potential seriously. After all, she wished to grow stronger. And he too desired her to be formidable enough to protect herself. Gu Zhili felt bewildered. Why had he suddenly stopped teaching her? At the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, Gu Zhili and the fat lady exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Zhili thought to herself, honestly, she had reason to suspect that Snape was playing tricks on her. What about the next spell? This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The fat lady, observing Gu Zhili's prolonged silence and immobility, found herself somewhat exasperated. Was this girl too idle, standing there without a word or emotion, like a statue? Had she forgotten the password again? Another 10 minutes passed. The fat lady thought that if she didn't speak up soon, this foolish child would likely remain there in silence. Do you want to go in? If not, could you at least move a bit? Standing there like a stone is rather unsettling. Upon hearing the fat lady speak, Gu Zhili finally snapped out of her stupor, furrowing her brow as she replied, Oh. She merely shifted her foot slightly. The fat lady responded, Is that really considered moving? You just shifted your foot a little. Gu Zhili was left speechless, while Hermione, having just emerged from behind the fat lady's portrait, asked uncertainly, Gu Zhili? Upon hearing her name, Gu Zhili lifted her head, and upon seeing Hermione, her expression softened. Hermione, it's really you. I thought it was someone else. Why aren't you going in? Hermione, now certain it was Gu Zhili, was curious as to why she wasn't entering. The fat lady had already closed the entrance and interjected, You don't know? She has been standing here for ages, not moving a muscle and not saying a word. It's downright eerie. Hermione was taken aback. Ages? What could have happened to make Gu Zhili act like this? Hey, wasn't I just moving? Gu Zhili immediately retorted upon hearing the fat lady's comments. The fat lady rolled her eyes and replied, That hardly counts as moving. You just shifted your foot a tad. Gu Zhili fell silent, and Hermione frowned, pulling Gu Zhili aside to whisper, Gu Zhili, weren't you going to see Professor Snape? What happened? As Gu Zhili recalled the incident, a wave of frustration washed over her. Yes, I went to see him, but he sent me back. So you just stood here without moving for half the time? Hermione asked incredulously, unable to believe that this was something Gu Zhili would do. Gu Zhili, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head and nodded. Hermione, receiving confirmation, face-bombed and exclaimed, Why didn't you just go in and sit down? You were just saying that sitting is better than standing. Gu Zhili replied, I just forgot in my contemplation. Hermione looked at Gu Zhili, who was equally gazing at her. And in that moment, they both understood that Gu Zhili had indeed forgotten. Oh, I can hardly believe you. Quidditch match 5. Hermione gently poked Gu Zhili on the forehead with her delicate fingertip, saying, How could you forget something like that? I truly wonder how you managed to keep up with your potion studies. Gu Zhili chuckled innocently. It's different, Hermione. The two of them playfully bantered before summoning Ron and Harry to the library for some study sessions, planning to watch Harry's training after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Days turned into weeks. As November arrived, the weather turned exceedingly cold. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in snow. And the lake's surface was as frigid and hard as tempered steel, with frost covering the ground each morning. The biting cold made it increasingly difficult for Gu Zhili, who already struggled with getting out of bed, to rise, and it dampened her enthusiasm for studying considerably. Looking down from the top of Gryffindor Tower, she could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat made of mole fur, wearing rabbit fur gloves and enormous boots, clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch. On those early mornings, if she rose early enough, Hagrid's towering figure became a picturesque sight. After all, not everyone can rise so early to defrost the flying brooms and tidy up the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season has commenced, and after several weeks of training, Harry is set to participate in his very first match this Saturday. This game will see Gryffindor face off against Slytherin. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, their ranking in the House Cup will ascend to second place. Wood believes their chances of victory are slightly better this time, as no one has ever witnessed Harry play Quidditch, as Gryffindor's closely guarded secret weapon. Wood has been particularly discreet about Harry's participation. However, the information regarding Harry's role as Seeker has been leaked. Opinions among the students regarding Harry's debut as Seeker vary widely. Some encourage him, proclaiming he will excel and bring glory to Gryffindor, while others jest that he might need a mattress to cushion his falls during the game. A few even express hope that Harry won't be reduced to tears in defeat. Harry himself is uncertain which commentary is more disheartening. Yet the prevailing sentiment among his classmates leans toward the belief that he will fail. The incessant gossip swirling around Hogwarts has been a source of considerable vexation for Harry in recent days. It wasn't until the following day that Gu Zhili became aware of her brother's plight, besieged by various remarks. This realization ignited an inexplicable anger within her. It seems that, regardless of location, some individuals can never bear to see others thrive. Sitting in the library, Harry felt a sense of malaise. Resting his head on the long table, lacking the motivation to study. Although it wasn't the weekend, Professor McGonagall had decided to grant a day or two off to allow everyone to relax in preparation for the Quidditch match. This is why Harry and his friends found themselves in the library to study. Alas, this approach is hardly sustainable. Hermione, observing Harry's sullen demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern. Ron shared her sentiment, but couldn't devise a solution, feeling frustrated as he lamented, "Unfortunately, I can't think of any way to help Harry." The two turned their hopes toward Gu Zhili, who pondered how to shield her brother from being affected by such remarks before the match. Upon regaining her focus, she noticed two pairs of expectant eyes fixed upon her, which startled her. "You scared me," she exclaimed. "Vilia, what do you think we should do?" Hermione inquired. Gu Zhili glanced at her brother, bit her lip, and said, "Wait for me a moment." With that, she dashed out of the library, leaving Ron and Hermione exchanging bewildered glances. Having exited the library, Gu Zhili made her way directly to the dining hall. "Why, you ask?" "To procure something to cheer up her brother, of course." Inside the dining hall, a few Hufflepuff and Slytherin students sat scattered about, whispering amongst themselves. As Gu Zhili entered, they collectively fell silent, lowering their voices as if to conceal their conversation from her. The peculiar atmosphere made Gu Zhili somewhat uncomfortable, but she paid it little mind. She conjured a few pieces of chocolate from the long table and departed the hall. Once Gu Zhili left, the Hufflepuff and Slytherin students resumed their previous state, with one Hufflepuff boy audibly exclaiming, "That was close. We almost got caught by Harry's sister." The Hufflepuff girl sitting opposite him rolled her eyes and retorted, "If you were afraid, why did you even mention Harry? What a pointless endeavor." The boy was momentarily speechless, but quickly replied, "Aren't you worried that Harry will struggle in this Quidditch match?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression soured as she replied, "What does that have to do with you? I merely think Harry Potter is just a first year. That's why I have my doubts. I never said he would definitely fail." The two Hufflepuff students continued their banter, while the Slytherin students remained confident in their team's victory, convinced that a newcomer like Harry could never best their captain. Moreover, they believed their captain's prowess was unparalleled. Outside, Gu Zhili's expression darkened. Hearing this conversation felt entirely different from merely being told about it. She felt as though her heart was being tightly constricted. It pained her to realize that her brother had been enduring such doubts for days. No wonder his demeanor had been so grim when she saw him earlier. The sight of Harry slumped over at the library table filled Gu Zhili with a sense of guilt. Since arriving at Hogwarts, her attention toward her brother had waned considerably, to the point where she was only now becoming aware of the pressure he faced. With heavy footsteps, she returned to the library. Along the way, she reflected on her recent activities, fostering relationships with the Weasley twins for future assistance, studying under Professor Snape to better support her brother. She had been running around, but had seldom taken the time to have a heart-to-heart with Harry, as they used to do at Aunt Petunia's home. A sigh escaped her as she lamented, "I really am not a competent sister." "Vilia, you're back. Where did you just go?" Hermione, ever observant, noticed Gu Zhili entering the library. Gu Zhili smiled faintly and sat beside Hermione, answering, "Oh, just went to grab a snack." "A snack? What did you bring, Vilia?" Ron's interest piqued at the mention of food, his enthusiasm noticeably heightened. Gu Zhili replied, "It's not anything extravagant, just a few pieces of chocolate, Ron." She opened her palm to reveal the chocolate. Ron's enthusiasm waned. "Oh, just that? Well, it's better than nothing." He unwrapped a piece and began to savor it. Hermione and Gu Zhili exchanged exasperated glances, thinking, "Is this dim-wit ever satisfied? Why is he always like this? Can you not look at me like that?" Ron said, feeling the pressure under their gazes. Gu Zhili ignored Ron and carefully addressed Harry. "Brother, would you like some chocolate?" Harry's eyes exhibited a hint of fatigue as he furrowed his brow and lifted his head toward the source of the voice. That was Vilia, he thought. Seeing the emptiness in his brother's gaze pierced Gu Zhili's heart like a thousand needles. Harry's voice was somewhat muffled as he replied, "Vilia, what's up?" "Chocolate. Do you want some, brother?" Gu Zhili offered him a piece, her eyes brimming with concern and affection. Harry forced a smile as he accepted the chocolate, saying, "Of course, how could I refuse chocolate from my sister?" Ron observed the interaction between the siblings, feeling too bashful to ask Gu Zhili for another piece of chocolate. Hermione gazed at Harry with worry, realizing she had never seen him so downcast before. Sitting up straight, Harry unwrapped the chocolate and began to chew on it. The slightly bitter yet profoundly lingering taste eased the pressure that had been weighing on Harry during this time. Lifting his gaze, he found 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, each brimming with concern, and this warmth filled his heart. What did the opinions of others matter? For Harry Potter, having this group of friends was more than sufficient. Such subtle changes, of course, did not escape Gu Zhili, who had lived with Harry for a decade. Seeing the spark of joy return to her brother's eyes, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, her heart swelling with happiness. Gu Zhili gently inquired, "Brother, please don't mind what they say. They're just spouting nonsense." Ron smirked. "Indeed, Gu Zhili, your words, though coarse, carry undeniable truth. Only you could express such a rough idea in the gentlest of tones." Harry chuckled, feeling completely at ease, and responded, "Yes, Gu Zhili is right. They are indeed talking nonsense." Hermione observed, amused, as Harry was seemingly healed by a mere piece of chocolate. Was chocolate some sort of magical entity? How could one bite transform his demeanor so completely? Ahem, Harry, may I ask how consuming a piece of chocolate has made you feel so different? Hermione couldn't contain her curiosity. Taken aback, Harry glanced at Gu Zhili and murmured, "Honestly, I'm not sure, but after eating the chocolate, I felt considerably better." Gu Zhili smiled quietly, keeping their little secret to herself. The library was nearly deserted, leaving only the 4 of them. Ron was about to rise but was pulled back down abruptly, landing with a thud against the wooden bench, feeling quite uncomfortable. "What are you doing? We should be leaving." "Harry," Ron exclaimed, having been yanked back with force. Harry glanced apologetically at Ron. Sorry. Could you please wait a moment before you go?" Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. "What's wrong?" Hermione interjected. "There's still something we haven't discussed." "What is it?" Ron asked. "I thought we had covered everything." Gu Zhili shook her finger. No, we still need to address my brother's participation in Quidditch." Ron looked puzzled. "What's there to discuss? Isn't it just a normal participation?" Harry remained silent, sensing that his sister had something planned. As if confirming Harry's suspicions, Gu Zhili spoke up. "On my way back from the dining hall, I stumbled upon some gossip that I believe warrants a serious discussion about the chatter at Hogwarts." Harry thought, "This is not quite how I envisioned it." Gu Zhili believed that the harm inflicted by such rumors could be far more severe than physical wounds. A careless word could potentially ruin someone's life. Thus, during her return to the library, she devised a plan, reminiscent of the one Hermione had fought for regarding house elves. "Gu Zhili, is this really necessary?" "They're just idle talkers," Harry protested. Gu Zhili's eyes sparkled with seriousness as she replied, "Brother, it's different. As the subject of the gossip, your feelings must be quite hurt, right? How can it be pleasant to be the topic of trivial conversation?" Harry opened his mouth, but found no rebuttal. Indeed, as Gu Zhili pointed out, hearing others discuss him in the past few days felt rather uncomfortable. Noticing Harry's silence, Gu Zhili understood his thoughts well. If first-year students faced such discussions, then the uproar surrounding the heir of Slytherin in the second year would surely wound her brother deeply. She resolved that such a thing must not happen. Hermione, listening to Gu Zhili, began to grasp the situation and asked, "What do you propose to do, Gu Zhili?" Without questioning why, Hermione felt that the atmosphere among Hogwarts students should not harbor such malice. How could individuals be so cruel to one another? After a brief silence, Gu Zhili appeared contemplative. "Hermione, with the Quidditch match approaching, while action seems the best way to break this deadlock. But what if such a situation arises again in the future? What should the person being attacked do then?" Hermione mused, completing Gu Zhili's unfinished thought. Gu Zhili nodded in agreement, affirming that was indeed her concern. Ron, listening to the 2 scholars converse, felt as though their discussion had escalated from talking about Harry's Quidditch match to formulating a plan to change the world. He shivered. Wait. You 2 need to slow down. I feel like I'm struggling to keep up with your thoughts." With Ron's interruption, Hermione realized that this plan would require time to implement, but how to execute it would depend on Gu Zhili. Gu Zhili began to explain slowly. "Ron, I just think that the malice directed at my brother over these past few days has been excessive." After a lengthy explanation, Ron finally grasped Gu Zhili's intentions and acknowledged the seriousness of the issue. "Indeed, that is a grave matter, Gu Zhili," Ron stated. "However, I find this plan somewhat impractical." Harry felt that the idea was rather fanciful. They were merely 11 or 12 years old, new students at Hogwarts. How could they possibly succeed? Gu Zhili understood this as well. "Well, let us set this matter aside for now. It can wait. I think I'll work on a preliminary outline tonight, and then discuss it with the 3 of you." Finally feeling at ease, Harry didn't wish to doubt Gu Zhili, but he didn't want her to feel burdened because of him. She had little time to rest as it was. And if this plan came to fruition, wouldn't she lose even her sleeping hours? Gu Zhili. Brother, you're overthinking it. By the way, Harry, the match is this Saturday, right? Hermione asked, a touch uncertain. Harry nodded. Yes, it is this Saturday. Wood has already informed me in advance. Why? Hermione shook her head. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to confirm the timing to avoid any mistakes. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of the Quidditch match arrived. The morning was clear yet cold, and the enticing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall as everyone eagerly anticipated a thrilling Quidditch match, animatedly chatting away. Gu Zhili prepared some bacon and 2 sausages for her brother. Here, brother, you should eat more. Harry hesitated but eventually accepted the food from Gu Zhili. Feeling a mix of emotions. Gu Zhili, I really don't want to eat, then just have some toast, Hermione coaxed gently. No, I truly can't eat anymore. Harry declined Hermione as kindness. Harry, you need to maintain your energy, Seamus Finnegan chimed in. Seekers are always the focal point of the opposing team's defense. Being urged to eat by a crowd was an experience Harry wished to avoid for the rest of his life. After much persuasion, he reluctantly managed to consume the 2 sausages. At 11 o'clock in the morning, it seemed that the entire school faculty and student body had gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Many students had even brought binoculars, and Gu Zhili, upon noticing this equipment, couldn't help but smack her forehead in realization. How careless of her. Hermione, seeing her distress, swiftly produced 2 pairs of binoculars from her wizarding robe, handing 1 pair to Gu Zhili. Here, I've got you covered. Gu Zhili, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Oh, thank you, Hermione. The seats elevated into midair. Yet at times it remained challenging to discern the unfolding action of the match. In order to surprise Harry, the group had discreetly crafted a massive banner using a bedsheet sullied by the little mouse, Scabbers, inscribing it boldly with the words, Potter for the win. The artistically inclined Dean had even painted a Gryffindor lion beneath, while Hermione cast a clever charm, causing the paint on the banner to shimmer with a spectrum of colors. Meanwhile, within the changing room, Harry and his teammates were donning their vibrant red Quidditch robes. Wood cleared his throat, calling for silence, and commenced his pre-match pep talk. All right, lads, he began. And ladies, Angelina Johnson, the chaser, interjected. Ahem, and ladies, Wood conceded, it's time. The Weasley twins were already well versed in the ensuing discourse. Observing the spirited morale of the Gryffindor team, Wood smiled with satisfaction. Well then, the time has come. Best of luck to everyone. Harry followed George and Fred out of the changing room, making his way towards the roaring crowd in the stands. As he gazed upon the packed audience of the Quidditch pitch, he swallowed nervously, hoping his knees would not betray him. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the field, her own broomstick in hand, awaiting the players from both teams. Listen, I expect everyone to participate fairly and honestly, she stated as the players gathered around her. Harry noticed that her words seemed particularly directed at the Slytherin captain, 6th year Marcus Flint. Observing Flint, Harry felt he might possess a hint of trollish lineage. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught sight of the banner fluttering high above, emblazoned with the words Potter for the win. Instantly, his heart soared, filling him with courage and dissipating some of his earlier anxiety. Everyone, mount your brooms. Harry climbed onto his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with a forceful blast. In an instant, 15 broomsticks soared into the sky, ascending high above the ground. The match had commenced. In the stands, Gu Zhili raised her binoculars, straining to identify her brother amidst the throng. Truth be told, the sheer number of spectators left her somewhat dazed. The golden snitch was quickly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser known for her impressive skills and captivating appearance. Jordan, sorry, Professor Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, responded, serving as the commentator under Professor McGonagall's vigilant watch. After a warning from McGonagall, Lee composed himself and resumed his commentary. She's flying beautifully, passing to Alicia Spinnet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood last year when she was merely a reserve player. The ball is passed to Johnson. But oh no, Slytherin has snatched the quaffle. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seized the quaffle and sped forward, soaring through the air like an eagle, aiming to score. No. Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, executed a stunning maneuver, intercepting the ball. Now Gryffindor had possession. Lee's commentary brimmed with excitement, his enthusiasm for Gryffindor's play far surpassing that for Slytherin. Gryffindor scores. The jubilant cheers of Gryffindor reverberated through the chilly air, mingling with Slytherin's roars of frustration and discontent. Gu Zhili continued her search for her brother's figure. Truly, if she could not find him, she would feel utterly defeated, despite the impossibility of spotting him amidst the flying players. Draco glared as Gryffindor scored, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. The sight of the banner displaying Potter for the win only fueled his ire. What was there to be smug about? In the Gryffindor stands, Gu Zhili's face lit up as she exclaimed, Hermione, I see my brother. He is over there. Where? Hermione inquired excitedly. Gu Zhili pointed to a small black dot in the far right of the sky. Right there, see if that's my brother. Ron quickly turned to that direction, confidently stating, yes, that's Harry. They had found him. Hermione, peering through the binoculars, soon spotted Harry as well and felt a wave of joy. Excuse me. Pardon me, let me through. Hagrid's voice boomed as the trio shuffled to make space for him. I was just watching from my hut, Hagrid said, patting the large binoculars hanging from his neck, but it's not the same as being amidst the crowd. The snitch hasn't shown itself yet, has it? Ron replied, no. And Harry hasn't made any moves either. Oh, there. I just spotted Harry, over there, on the far right, Hermione added. As long as there's no trouble. We'll consider ourselves lucky, Hagrid remarked, lifting his binoculars to peer at the small black in the sky, which indeed was Harry. Harry floated gracefully high above the Quidditch pitch, squinting his eyes in search of the elusive snitch, a crucial part of the game plan devised with Wood. You stay hidden until you see the snitch, Wood had advised. We don't want you to be ambushed too early. After Angelina scored, Harry performed a few flips in delight. Now, he resumed his quest for the snitch. Gu Zhili felt a surge of worry as she watched Harry execute his flips, fearing he might fall from the sky, but she soon exhaled in relief as she saw he was unharmed. Brother, what is he doing? Why is he flipping around like that? It's terrifying, Gu Zhili muttered. Hermione, observing through her binoculars, echoed, exactly, Vilia. You must have a serious talk with him after the match. Gu Zhili nodded, her focus primarily fixed on Harry soaring through the sky. Yes, he needs a good talking to. Ron felt bemused by the differing concerns of the two girls, wondering why they were so perturbed over something as trivial as a flip. He truly did not comprehend the nature of girls. Hagrid, witnessing Gryffindor's score, exclaimed excitedly, They've scored. The match was now halfway through. Slytherin also managed to score. Yet Harry had yet to catch sight of the snitch. He had glimpsed a flash of gold earlier, but it turned out to be merely the reflection of a watch worn by one of the Weasley twins. Once again, a bludger decided to charge toward him like a cannonball. However, there was no cause for concern, as Harry deftly evaded it, with Fred racing after the ball. A murmur of whispers rippled through the crowd as Harry caught sight of the golden snitch. Overcome with excitement, he dove down, pursuing the shimmering streak of gold. The Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, also spotted it. The two sped side by side toward the snitch, while the beaters seemed to forget their duties, hovering in midair, transfixed. Gu Zhili and her companions, naturally, witnessed this spectacle and couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for their brother. Harry's speed surpassed Higgs's. He could see the tiny orb flitting ahead, its wings fluttering, and he surged forward with renewed vigor. A loud thud echoed as the Gryffindors erupted in furious shouts. It was Marcus Flint, who had deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to veer sharply off course. Yet, Harry held on tightly. Brother. Gu Zhili's heart ignited with rage as she watched Harry be struck. This anger coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble with indignation, unable to restrain her expletives. Was he truly a fool? This man was utterly deranged. Gu Zhili mentally noted Flint's transgression. Foul! The Gryffindors shouted in unison. Madam Hooch, seething with anger, reprimanded Flint and subsequently ordered a free shot for Gryffindor at the goalposts. Regrettably, amidst the chaos, the golden snitch vanished from everyone's sight once more. On the stands, Dean Thomas bellowed, "Send him off. Referee, red card." "This isn't football, Dean," Ron replied, somewhat regretfully, adding, "In Quidditch, players cannot be ejected." "And what is a red card?" Hagrid concurred with Dean, but his opinion bore little weight. They ought to amend the rules. Flint had nearly sent Harry plummeting to the ground. Lee Jordan found himself in a quandary, caught between impartiality and his own inclinations. "Jordan," Professor McGonagall snapped. Jordan, I remind you." All right, he acquiesced, adjusting his demeanor under McGonagall's stern scrutiny, and continued narrating the match. The Quidditch match, 12, pressed on. Yet Gu Zhili's attention had shifted to Professors Quirrell and Snape in the opposite stance. She nudged Hermione, saying, "Hermione, keep an eye on my brother. If anything seems off, let me know immediately." "What is going on?" Hermione queried, perplexed by the meaning behind Gu Zhili's words. What was she planning? Gu Zhili succinctly summarized her suspicions. "I sense someone may pose a threat to my brother, not from the field, but from the stands." Hermione frowned at this, responding, "Is that your intuition?" "Yes," Gu Zhili replied, recalling vividly certain plot points from the original storyline. Hermione fell silent, recognizing that if Gu Zhili's premonitions had proven true before, she might as well accept that her foresight was indeed uncanny. Gu Zhili, actually, there was no need for this. Just as Harry dodged another bludger that whizzed perilously close to his head, he felt that had he not evaded it, he would have lost his hair. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. His broom suddenly trembled violently, and for an instant, Harry feared he would plummet. He clutched the broom tightly with both hands and clamped it with his knees. He had never felt such terror before. Gu Zhili, Harry, something's wrong with Harry, Hermione exclaimed, having been vigilantly watching him. Gu Zhili's gaze sharpened as she trained her binoculars on Quirrell. Indeed, his eyes were fixated on her brother, and he had not diverted his gaze since. Snape was attempting to intervene. I understand now, Hermione, Gu Zhili replied, rising. Hermione, startled, asked, what are you going to do? Settle the score? Gu Zhili coldly declared, pushing through the throng, calling out, excuse me, everyone, make way. Concerned for Gu Zhili, Hermione resolved to follow her, while Ron, still trying to comprehend her intentions, saw Hermione prepare to leave and panicked, grasping her arm. Hey, Hermione, where are you going? Hermione frowned, saying, it's nothing. She was unsure of Gu Zhili's motives. After all, Gu Zhili had mentioned settling a score, but with whom? Ron urged Hermione to remain seated, suggesting, maybe Gu Zhili just needs to use the restroom? Just sit tight. Though Hermione felt uneasy, she remembered Gu Zhili's request to watch over Harry and settled back, continuing to monitor his condition through her binoculars. However, it was evident that Harry was in dire straits. His broom seemed intent on tossing him off. Logically, the Nimbus 2000 should not have suddenly decided to betray its master. Harry struggled to steer the broom toward the Gryffindor goalposts, vaguely sensing he should signal Wood to call for a timeout. His broom was completely out of control. He could not redirect it. He was utterly powerless to command the Nimbus 2000. The broom swerved wildly in the air, shaking violently, nearly dislodging him. Lee Jordan was commentating, seemingly oblivious to Harry's predicament. The Slytherin team had possession, with Flint securing the quaffle, weaving past Spinnet, and dodging Bell, only to be struck squarely in the face by a bludger, potentially breaking his nose. Apologies, Professor, just a jest. Oh dear. Slytherin scored. The Quidditch match, 13, continued. The broom thrashing and twisting, gradually lifting Harry higher and higher, drifting away from the pitch. Hagrid watched Harry in confusion, muttering, I wonder what Harry is up to. If I didn't know him so well, I might think he couldn't control his broom, but that's impossible. The others peered through their binoculars, and Hermione's heart sank. Echoing Gu Zhili's earlier sentiment, someone was indeed targeting Harry. Suddenly, the crowd pointed skyward, as Harry's broom began to tumble uncontrollably, leaving him struggling to hold on. The Nimbus 2000 twisted frantically, and Harry was flung from it, now barely clinging to the broomstick with one hand, suspended in midair. The scene was perilous. Gu Zhili had reached the base of the stands and surveyed the chaotic crowd above, furrowing her brow. She quickened her pace, racing upward, hoping Hermione would not suspect Quirrell's involvement. She should have informed Hermione sooner. Alas, hindsight is invaluable. Regrettably, as in the original narrative, Hermione did indeed spot Snape muttering a spell, entirely oblivious to Quirrell lurking behind him. After all, compared to the incantations uttered by Snape, Quirrell's presence, as he employed the nonverbal spell, was remarkably insubstantial. Anyone would perceive Professor Quirrell merely as a serious spectator of the match, and none would believe he would cast spells on the students' brooms. Hermione, unable to remain seated, promptly rose and departed from her seat. Before Ron could utter a word, Hermione had vanished from sight. Was it truly that swift? Wouldn't she wait for him? Well, he might as well continue watching Harry. Hermione's speed rivaled that of Gu Zhili as she swiftly reached the ground. Within mere seconds, she identified the stand where Professor Snape was seated and dashed towards it. Gu Zhili had already concealed herself beneath the seats of several professors, yet her keen ears caught the sound of footsteps. Who could it be? With eyes sharp and cold as steel, Gu Zhili appeared ready to unleash her wrath upon anyone who dared to impede her. Vilia? Hermione, spotting Gu Zhili, experienced a brief moment of disorientation before exclaiming, So, are you intending to confront Professor Snape? Upon recognizing Hermione, Gu Zhili felt a wave of relief wash over her. But upon hearing Hermione's words, she couldn't help but defend Snape. It's not Professor Snape. Sigh, never mind, I'll explain later. If I don't stop this fool soon, my brother will be in serious trouble. Hermione remained silent, and Gu Zhili drew her wand, uttering a spell she had learned aimed at Quirrell's robes. Incendio. With a flash, Quirrell's purple robes ignited in flames, yet he remained oblivious. Gu Zhili did not leave. She was waiting for the perfect moment. Hermione furrowed her brow, puzzled, but chose not to speak. Hey, Professor Quirrell, your clothes are on fire. Finally, someone noticed the flames consuming Quirrell's robes. Quirrell promptly glanced down at his attire. And indeed, flames were ablaze. Without Quirrell's control, Harry's broomstick returned to normal. The stands erupted into chaos, a cacophony of confusion. In the midst of it all, Gu Zhili seized the opportunity to set another fire at Quirrell's rear. That should do it. Let's go. Observing Quirrell's frantic antics, Gu Zhili felt a deep sense of satisfaction with her actions. A warm reminder from Alan. Dear children, please do not attempt this at home. Below the stands, Hermione hesitated. And Gu Zhili, recalling the need to explain herself, finally spoke. Hermione, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Upon hearing this, Hermione opened up. Vilia, why did you set Professor Quirrell's robes on fire? Wasn't Professor Snape the one casting dark spells on Harry? Gu Zhili felt it necessary to rectify the image of Snape in the minds of the Golden Trio. No, Hermione, think about it. Don't you see that Professor Snape was actually trying to save my brother? Hermione frowned, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. But I clearly saw Professor Snape casting a spell on Harry's broom. Gu Zhili paused momentarily, recognizing the truth of Hermione's observation. After a moment of contemplation, she organized her thoughts and replied, however, don't you think the likelihood of Professor Quirrell using a nonverbal spell is greater? But Quirrell has no reason to target Harry. Whereas Professor Snape has been fixated on Harry since the beginning of the term, Hermione countered. Gu Zhili recalled the recent moments when her brother had been the recipient of Snape's undue attention in potions class. She smiled wryly. While what you say is not without merit, the truth is, it was indeed Professor Quirrell's doing. I swear on my honor. Hermione replied, what? You can swear on your honor? Gu Zhili compelled her to think deeply. Hermione felt a swirl of confusion, although her suspicions regarding Snape lingered. Her interactions with Vilia and Snape had indeed left her somewhat unsettled. Perhaps this time it truly wasn't him? Forced to abandon the stands, Quirrell retreated to his chamber to change clothes. Harry's broomstick had yet to fully regain its normal function when Fred soared to Harry's side, inquiring, Are you all right, Harry? Harry, still shaken, quickly regained his composure and replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, Harry dove toward the ground, akin to the Firebolt 2000 spiraling out of control. Gu Zhili, still not back at the stands, witnessed the scene through her binoculars, her pupils contracting in alarm. What on earth was happening? On the sandy ground, people saw Harry clutching his mouth, as if he were about to vomit, before landing on all fours and coughing violently. Subsequently, a golden object fell into his palm. I've caught the snitch, Harry exclaimed triumphantly, raising the small ball high above his head as the match concluded amid chaos. He hadn't actually caught the snitch. He had nearly swallowed it. 20 minutes later, Flint continued to shout in frustration, but it was of no consequence, for Harry had violated no rules. And Lee Jordan was joyfully announcing the match's outcome. Gryffindor had triumphed with a score of 170-60. However, Harry did not hear any of this. At that moment, he was in Hagrid's hut, enjoying a cup of strong tea with Ron, Hermione, and Gu Zhili. How absurd. Hagrid was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? Under Gu Zhili's encouragement, Hermione opted to refrain from engaging in that topic. Ron, however, was different. Hermione saw him casting a dark spell on Harry's broom. Didn't you, Hermione? Embarrassed, Hermione scratched her face with a finger and explained, well, it's not that certain. Ron stared at Hermione in disbelief. Didn't you say you saw it? Hermione averted her gaze, offering no response. Harry decided to speak candidly. I've discovered something about him. Earlier, he went to the 4th floor. He intended to get past that 3-headed dog. Gu Zhili felt a sense of foreboding. Wait, I remember now. You all mentioned having been on the 4th floor before. Did you encounter Fluffy? Hagrid's expression shifted to one of understanding. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili felt something was amiss. Fluffy? Hadn't it been Fong? How had it changed to Fluffy? Had the plot altered? Had she misremembered or had it been altered? The name Fluffy flickered a distant memory in Gu Zhili's mind. Furrowing her brow, she recalled that in the film, Hagrid had referred to it as Fong, hadn't he? The original text was too vast. Her memories were somewhat muddled. With a serious demeanor, Hagrid questioned, You all were deceiving me earlier, weren't you? Hermione lowered her head in embarrassment, while Ron fumbled for an explanation. Harry looked to Gu Zhili, hoping she could resolve the matter. Receiving her brother's pleading gaze, Gu Zhili reluctantly steeled herself to explain, Well, Hagrid, we just stumbled in by accident. It wasn't intentional. Hagrid regarded the group with suspicion, furrowing his brow. You accidentally stumbled into Fluffy's territory? Gu Zhili's words clearly lacked credibility. As Hagrid's statement confirmed her fears, a sense of dread washed over Gu Zhili, leaving her uneasy about the integrity of her own memories. She bit her lip and cautiously probed, Hagrid, I remember you said that 3-headed dog was named Fong, right? Fong. Hagrid mulled over the name, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, Oh, I thought you were referring to someone else. Fong is my. As Hagrid began to speak, he abruptly realized something was amiss. What are you asking this for? Vilia? Gu Zhili had not anticipated Hagrid's sudden vigilance. Well, it's just curiosity, you know? Gu Zhili attempted to feign innocence, but it was evidently ineffective this time. I shall not divulge that, Hagrid declared with utmost conviction. Gu Zhili conceded that she had underestimated Hagrid. The group chose not to discuss the matter of Mau Mau any further. Yet Gu Zhili remained preoccupied with that name. After all, was Mao Mao the same as Lu Wei or a different creature entirely? It lingered in her memory, albeit frustratingly forgotten. Hagrid, bearing 5 cups of strong tea, distributed them one by one to Gu Zhili and the others. He took a sip, savoring it, and remarked, "This tea is quite delightful." As he raised the cup again for another taste, he suddenly halted, coughing. He had choked on the strong tea, a few droplets staining his lips. As if recollecting something, he said, "Oh right, the feather quills and parchment you 2 young ladies mentioned. I have brought them for you." He rose and approached a drawer in a bookcase, retrieving 2 small bags. After discerning their contents, he handed one to Gu Zhili and the other to Hermione, stating, "This is yours, and this is for Hermione." Gu Zhili accepted the small bag, glanced inside, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Hermione, having received her needed items, politely thanked Hagrid as well. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for thanks, as it was merely a trifling effort. "By the way, you mentioned Snape causing Harry's broomstick to go out of control. What is the story behind that?" Hagrid felt he had missed something significant. Upon hearing this, Hermione turned to Gu Zhili, eager to see how she would clarify. Gu Zhili, wishing to prevent any misinterpretation of Professor Snape's character, promptly interjected, "It wasn't Professor Snape. It was Professor Quirrell." "Professor Quirrell?" Harry was perplexed as to why Quirrell would cast a spell on his broomstick. There seemed to be no rationale for it. Ron shared similar sentiments, believing that if anyone were to sabotage Harry, it would undoubtedly be Snape. "Snape, am I to blame?" Hagrid frowned, inquiring, "Why would Professor Quirrell do such a thing?" "To eliminate." Gu Zhili nearly blurted out the truth regarding Quirrell's intentions to remove Harry in furtherance of Voldemort's plans. "Eliminate? Eliminate what?" Ron was utterly bewildered. The truth was difficult to articulate, and Gu Zhili fell silent, opting not to elaborate. Seeing the truth so close at hand, Ron grew anxious and urged, "Come on, Vilia, just tell us. Eliminate what? What was Quirrell's objective?" Hermione quickly intervened, stopping Ron. "All right, Ron, don't press her. Can't you see Vilia is reluctant to share? Perhaps she has her own reasons for not speaking." Gu Zhili, upon hearing this, moved her lips but remained silent. Indeed, she could not speak. To do so would violate the narrative. The first rule upon arriving in this world was that Nine had warned her against disrupting the storyline. She could assist the plot's progression but must never alter it. This principle was clear to her, especially after having coerced Nine into altering Hermione's memory. Now, without certainty regarding Lu Wei's situation, she could not afford to speak recklessly. However, Ron was insistent, prompting Harry to interject. "All right, Ron, perhaps the timing just isn't right." Hagrid found these children quite amusing, displaying a maturity beyond their years. "I don't quite understand what you're discussing. Although I'm not sure why Professor Quirrell would wish harm upon Harry, I suspect there may be some misunderstanding involved." Hagrid sipped his tea, adding, "I do believe there is some confusion here." Gu Zhili, silent as she was, inwardly countered, "No, there is no misunderstanding. Professor Quirrell has been possessed by Voldemort." After spending an afternoon in Hagrid's cozy abode, Gu Zhili refrained from inquiring about Nicholas Flamel or the matters concerning Lu Wei and Mao Mao. After all, broaching such topics today would have been rather foolish. Before departing Hagrid's hut, he cheerfully offered his assistance whenever needed, which left Gu Zhili feeling quite appreciative. As Hagrid was indeed a good-natured individual, nonetheless, she felt it imperative to consult Nine regarding the narrative, for with her decade-long immersion in the magical world, coupled with her incessant studies and errands, remembering the plot was one thing, but retaining the significant characters and pivotal moments was paramount. Should she inadvertently overlook something crucial, it could lead to dire consequences in this magical realm, rendering her a perpetrator of chaos. As night fell, Hogwarts descended into tranquility. Caretaker Filch, accompanied by his cat Mrs. Norris, patrolled the corridors with a lantern, ensuring no students were out of their dormitories at such an hour. In Gryffindor Tower, the girls' dormitory, Gu Zhili sat in contemplative silence, reflecting on the day's events, feeling somewhat weary. While Hermione had already succumbed to sleep, Gu Zhili found herself restless. In the system space, Nine observed Gu Zhili still awake and furrowed its brow, ultimately asking, "Host, why are you still awake?" At the sound of Nine's voice, Gu Zhili momentarily froze, then closed her eyes to engage in a mental dialogue. "I can't sleep. It feels as though I've disrupted the trajectory of this magical world's narrative." A sense of inexplicable guilt reverberated within her, leading her to harbor self-contempt and disdain. Nine responded, "Host, do not overthink it. Based on your previous conduct, the narrative continues to unfold. You have merely accelerated the process, which is not a significant issue. But when they questioned me, I couldn't provide answers. After all, I cannot divulge anything," Gu Zhili lamented, feeling truly conflicted. She knew her actions were misguided, yet she felt compelled to act. Was she not inviting trouble upon herself? After a moment of silence, Nine pondered the absurdity of a system which thrived on the essence of time and guided lost souls, feeling empathy for its host. Why should it care? After a prolonged silence without response, Gu Zhili furrowed her brow. What's the matter? Nine, why are you silent? Are you still there? Nine, seated quietly, replied, I am here. Upon hearing Nine's voice, Gu Zhili felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness you're still here. After considering for a moment, she asked, Nine, can you download the original text of Harry Potter? Instantly, Nine snapped out of its previous concern for Gu Zhili, exclaiming, what do you want to do? Gu Zhili smirked slyly. Well, could you arrange for me to have the original text to help me out? How can you ask that? Nine was taken aback by its host's request, incredulous that she would suggest it download the original text for her to cheat. Gu Zhili shrugged her shoulders. I do tend to forget things easily. Besides, I'm begging you. Never before had anyone witnessed the adorable antics of Nine, causing her cheeks to flush and her temper to flare. Well, let me think this over, she stammered. All right then. Seeing Nine's willingness to ponder the matter, Gu Zhili, ever understanding, recognized that she was the one who sought assistance from the entity. After much contemplation, Nine ultimately decided against downloading the original text. There was no particular reason. It was simply a resolute intuition from the nine-tailed cat. Host, I regret to inform you that I still cannot acquiesce to this request. At most, I can remind you of significant plot points, and when they occur, such trivialities, I can assist you with. Gu Zhili stood momentarily stunned, then, with a look of disdain, she exclaimed, Nine, what about the promised golden finger? Clearly, Gu Zhili had reverted to her usual demeanor, her self-doubt vanishing in mere minutes. This had been a skill honed since childhood. After all, one might wallow in despair for a moment, but one cannot languish in it for a lifetime. Nine, though lacking justification, retorted defiantly, it simply cannot be done. Take it or leave it. Naturally, Gu Zhili needed it. Otherwise, with her memory, she would likely forget crucial details before reaching the conclusion. With a hint of grievance, she pleaded, is it really impossible? After a late-night conversation with Nine, Gu Zhili felt an immediate lift in her spirits. As for Lu Wei and Mao Mao, Professor Quirrell and Voldemort, let them worry if they must. For now, she yearned only for slumber. A lack of enthusiasm for sleep indicated troubled thoughts. The following morning, Gu Zhili arose, stretching luxuriously, feeling invigorated as if the despondent individual from the previous night was a mere stranger. Good morning, Hermione, she greeted, spotting Hermione emerging from the washroom with a smile. Hermione, adjusting her tousled hair, replied, Good morning, Vilia. After tidying their beds, completing their morning routines, and donning their wizarding robes, the day commenced. As they stepped out of the dormitory, Hermione felt compelled to inquire, Vilia, about yesterday. Gu Zhili glanced at Hermione, sensing the need to clarify certain matters. After all, Nine had mentioned that she had not significantly influenced the plot's trajectory, which provided her with a temporary sense of reassurance. Well, I thought it inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of Hagrid. Given his familiarity with the two professors, it would be hard for anyone to believe that students were in danger, don't you think? Hermione nodded, acknowledging the logic, but feeling a peculiar discomfort she couldn't quite articulate. At precisely 8 o'clock, in the library, Harry and Ron sauntered in, noticeably late, having spent the previous evening discussing their experiences during the Quidditch match. As for the incidents with Hagrid, they seemed to instinctively avoid that topic. You're finally here, Hermione exclaimed upon their arrival. Sorry for being late. Let us get started. Ron quickly diverted the conversation, eager to begin their tutoring session. Hermione wasted no time, diving straight into the lesson, and for the entire morning, the four of them tacitly avoided discussing the events of the previous day. Time flew by, and before long, several weeks had passed. The weather grew increasingly chilly, prompting Gu Zhili to wrap herself in her Gryffindor scarf and don her gloves. Strolling slowly along the corridors of Hogwarts, Gu Zhili savored the majestic allure of the castle with each deliberate step. Since the beginning of term, she had longed to spend a day wandering through Hogwarts, immersing herself in the enchantment of magic. Recently, Professor McGonagall had informed everyone that Christmas was approaching, heralding the onset of the holiday. Regrettably, Hermione would not be able to spend this Christmas at Hogwarts, as she needed to pack her belongings and return home, planning to return after the holidays. This left Gu Zhili feeling somewhat lonely. Her only confidant was going home, leaving her with only her brother and the oblivious Ron. Sighing, she pondered her predicament. Although she could seek out Moaning Myrtle, based on her recent encounters, it appeared that Myrtle was somewhat disdainful of her. Vilia, hearing her name called, Gu Zhili halted and turned to see Hermione approaching. A smile brightened her face as she ran towards Hermione. Hermione, what brings you here? Is that what you wish to ask? Hermione replied. Gu Zhili nodded, adding, Christmas is fast approaching. Shouldn't you be packing your things? Hermione linked arms with Gu Zhili as they walked, saying, Yes, I've already packed. In a day or two, I'll likely be heading home. Hearing this, Gu Zhili's spirits inevitably dipped. I really don't want you to leave, but your parents are waiting for you. Hermione, sharing a sense of regret about not spending Christmas with Gu Zhili, offered reassurance. Oh, it's only for a few days. By the way, don't forget about your Christmas gift. Gu Zhili laughed, responding, I won't forget. The two continued their conversation, strolling through Hogwarts. As night fell, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, Gu Zhili, Harry, and Ron gathered by the fireplace, not in pajamas but rather in their wizarding robes. Are you ready? Gu Zhili asked, her gaze resolute as she surveyed the group. Ron nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Turning to Hermione and Harry, she inquired, what about you two? Hermione signaled an okay, indicating her readiness, while Harry nodded in agreement. Satisfied that everyone was prepared, Gu Zhili declared, excellent. Let us now seek out Hagrid. After all this time, he likely doesn't recall what we discussed. Hermione nodded in agreement, saying, right? I initially thought Vilia was hesitant to ask, but later realized she must have other plans. However, I didn't expect you to approach Hagrid just days before Christmas. Gu Zhili chuckled sheepishly. I've just been a bit busy. Now let us set off. The group silently departed from Gryffindor Tower. As they walked toward Hagrid's hut, a corner of the corridor revealed Draco, who smirked, finally making his move. He had been watching them for quite some time. Since the Quidditch match concluded, he had awaited this moment. The gleam of mischief in Draco's eyes promised that these foolish lions would soon face retribution. A dragon egg. Gu Zhili and her companions tread carefully, tiptoeing through the biting wind. BRR, the wind howled, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Ron exhaled a puff of warm breath, exclaiming, it's freezing. We should have come during the day. Harry, his teeth chattering, stammered, I think so too. Hermione and Gu Zhili walked closely together, hands intertwined. And Gu Zhili, not looking back, remarked, but there's no time during the day, so we had no choice but to come at night. Besides, don't you find it easier to ask questions at night? Ron, nearly frozen, thought to himself that he certainly did not want to feel that way. Harry felt a buzzing in his head, a sensation akin to the whirring of an emotionless automaton. Not far behind the four, Draco could not suppress a sneeze and muttered under his breath, are these four fools? What on earth are they doing out here on a chilly night? Although he secretly hoped they would be caught, allowing him to report them, he still found it utterly incomprehensible that they would venture out at such an hour. At Hagrid's hut, a series of knocks echoed on the wooden door. Hagrid, furrowing his brow in confusion, wondered who could be seeking him at this hour. Could it be Professor Dumbledore? The thought propelled him to hastily open the door, revealing four small figures resembling little turnips. Hagrid exclaimed, what on earth are you lot doing out here at this late hour? Don't you intend to sleep? Upon seeing the four children, he felt a wave of exasperation but nonetheless stepped aside to let them enter his cozy abode. After adding some coal to the fireplace, he inquired, what brings you here at this hour? Gu Zhili decided to be direct and said, Hagrid, I would like to ask you about Dumbledore. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds emanated from a corner of the hut, and Hagrid's face lit up with joy. Oh, it's my egg. I must go check on it. Gu Zhili had no choice but to swallow her unasked questions as she watched Hagrid retrieve a smooth, exquisite egg. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. What was going on? How had Hagrid come into possession of a dragon egg? Hagrid beamed as he declared, this is a dragon egg. I'm going to name it Fluffy. What do you think? Gu Zhili responded incredulously, Fluffy? You mean this thing? Wait, did Hagrid already have this dragon egg back then? Realizing this, she found herself pondering further. As Hermione observed the egg developing cracks, a tiny dragon emerged, breaking free from its shell. Wow, that's incredible, Ron exclaimed, somewhat dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing a dragon hatch. Harry, equally excited, had never seen a dragon egg, let alone a dragon. Hagrid watched the newborn dragon with a broad smile, chattering away, I've wanted to raise a dragon for ages. Thanks to that stranger. Gu Zhili quickly seized upon this detail, asking, stranger? Hagrid, who is this stranger? Hagrid explained, while shopping outside Hogwarts. Someone insisted on giving me this egg, though he was a bit peculiar. Just as Hagrid attempted to cradle the dragon, it coughed and released a small plume of fire, nearly igniting his bushy beard. Gu Zhili grimaced. This dragon, no, Fluffy, might not be the most suitable name after all. Hermione shivered in fright, Ron stared wide-eyed, and Harry appeared momentarily dazed, clearly taken aback by the sudden burst of flames. Be good now, Hagrid said, swiftly patting his beard to extinguish the small fire, which vanished almost instantly. All is well, my dear Fluffy, you are simply adorable, he remarked, gazing affectionately at the little dragon. Gu Zhili thought to herself, indeed. Hagrid possesses an extraordinary filter for animal beauty. But is it cute? Hermione queried, still skeptical. Isn't this supposed to be dangerous? Where's the cuteness in that? Harry interjected. Indeed. This dragon is undoubtedly a dangerous creature. Ron chuckled, affirming the notion. Meanwhile, Draco quietly pressed his ear against the wooden door of Hagrid's hut, straining to catch snippets of their conversation. What are they discussing that causes such astonishment? He wondered, irritation bubbling within him as he glared at the door obstructing his eavesdropping. Outside, the biting cold wind contrasted sharply with the warm glow of the fire within, creating an inviting ambience. By the way, Vilia, what were you saying earlier? Hagrid finally remembered that Gu Zhili had posed a question. She remained nonchalant, but after a moment's reflection, decided to approach her inquiry with caution. Hagrid, we are quite interested in the creature you referred to as Fluffy. Gu Zhili's eyes gleamed as she recalled Hagrid mentioning that Fluffy was now the three-headed dog. However, to her surprise, everyone else seemed to accept this notion without question. The previous conversation had been upended, and Hagrid reiterated, Fluffy. Yes, that's the creature I lent to Dumbledore for supervision. Hagrid paused, as if realizing he had divulged too much. I cannot say more. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. Hermione frowned and interjected, but Fluffy. Harry's worry about Snape's intentions regarding Fluffy lingered in the air. Gu Zhili's mind raced. Why had Hermione and the others so readily accepted Fluffy's identity? This was entirely inconsistent. Was there an unforeseen twist in the narrative? It is not an unforeseen twist. The voice of Nine echoed in Gu Zhili's mind. She furrowed her brow, remaining silent while mentally inquiring, not an unforeseen twist? What is going on, Nine? Nine explained, this is something I forgot to mention earlier. If you encounter a storyline that is similar or altered, the laws of this world will correct it. After saying this, Nine felt it would soon face a storm of discontent. Gu Zhili took a moment to absorb this information, exclaiming, wait, does that mean any deviation from the original plot will revert me back to the old storyline? Nine, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, added, not quite. If you make a significant alteration, there will be consequences. What is happening now is merely a minor change. Gu Zhili's expression turned cold. Then tell me, what constitutes a significant change? Nine hesitated, offering a vague response. It's hard to define. Just behave yourself, and don't cause trouble. And I'll be able to guide you through this life and back into the cycle again. If you misbehave, you may find yourself in a rather unfriendly place for reincarnators. At this, Gu Zhili felt her eyelid twitch. Are you referring to hell? I've got you. Nine feigned contemplation before mockingly threatening. Close enough. It might be akin to the underworld or the 18 levels of hell you've mentioned. Gu Zhili felt her heart skip a beat, taking a deep breath. Well then, I suppose I should behave. Nine was pleased with her response. Hagrid, still believing that Snape would never harm a student, advised, don't overthink things. Gu Zhili shot Hagrid a glance and casually asked, so that top secret item is what you retrieved from Gringotts Vault 713? Wait, Vilia, are you trying to pry information from me? At first, Hagrid remained oblivious. However, halfway through his speech, he cast a resigned glance at Gu Zhili. How vexatious that Vilia always seems to enjoy prying into his words. Gu Zhili innocently shrugged her shoulders and asserted, I did not. I am not. Hagrid, do not speak nonsense. The trio of denials elicited a chuckle from Hermione. It seemed only Vilia could manage such a trifecta of refutation. Uh-huh, exclaimed Harry. Hagrid, you are aware of this matter, are you not? We need not discuss Snape. But surely you can speak of Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid, with a heavy heart, lamented, could I possibly remain silent? Headmaster Dumbledore, I apologize. Truly, Hagrid felt utterly helpless. After several attempts to extract information, he realized he was ill-suited for secrecy, particularly in the presence of these four mischievous youngsters. Why not inquire tomorrow instead? Hagrid attempted to buy time. Ron, however, thought that since they had come this far, there was no need to delay until the morrow. Hagrid, Ron began, but his query was abruptly interrupted by a panicked voice. All five turned simultaneously towards the wooden door, where Draco had inadvertently stumbled, and quickly rose, threatening, do not laugh. Uffed. Ron, ever the simpleton, could not contain himself, and was the first to break into laughter. Draco shot him a venomous glare before executing a swift, graceful turn and fleeing Hagrid's hut at an astonishing speed. Gu Zhili immediately sprang from her chair, exclaiming, oh no, we must chase after Draco. He intends to report us. With that, she took off, desperately pursuing Draco, who was making a beeline for a professor's office at Hogwarts. The other three wasted no time and followed suit, rising without hesitation. Hermione managed to bid a hasty farewell to a still-dazed Hagrid, who, yet to process Draco's sudden appearance, merely responded with a vacant goodbye. Draco, stop right there, Gu Zhili shouted, but realizing this would only draw the professor's attention, she lowered her voice to a hushed warning. Draco, unperturbed, called back without a glance, not a chance. The group raced through the corridors of Hogwarts, urgency driving them forward. Whoa, the sounds echoed in succession, compelling Gu Zhili and her companions to halt abruptly. Quickly, let us flee. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gu Zhili resolved to escape. Everyone freeze. Do not move, came an irate voice. The familiar tone instantly tightened the hearts of the Gryffindor quartet, and they collectively thought, oh no, this is bad, punishment looms. Draco, upon realizing he had collided with Professor McGonagall, promptly reported, Professor, I saw these four out of their dormitory at this late hour. They should be punished. McGonagall's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Gu Zhili, who had been poised to flee, and stated, Miss Vilia, I presume you and your companions were attempting to escape, were you not? With a guilty fidget, Gu Zhili nodded, Professor McGonagall, save your breath. All five of you will follow me and stand in that classroom while you explain yourselves, one by one. McGonagall commanded, pointing to the classroom lectern. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, this is the end. Gu Zhili thought despairingly. At the lectern, McGonagall's expression was far from pleasant. Any professor would be displeased to find their students wandering about in the dead of night. So, Malfoy claimed you for left Hogwarts? She interrogated the silent quartet. Draco savored the scene, his demeanor tinged with delight. Who among you will clarify whether what Malfoy said is true? McGonagall continued. Gu Zhili bit her lip and explained. We did not leave Hogwarts. We were seeking Hagrid. Draco, inexplicably enthusiastic, added, yes. McGonagall shot a sidelong glance at Draco. Is that so? Do not offer any further distractions, Miss Vilia. Gu Zhili resignedly nodded. Indeed, Professor. At this, McGonagall regarded the Gryffindor quartet with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. So you do recognize I am your head of house. The moment her words registered, their heads bowed in shame. Meanwhile, Draco reveled in the situation. As McGonagall swiftly rendered her verdict, since you four are so fond of seeking Hagrid, you shall accompany him into the Forbidden Forest today. Upon hearing this punishment, Draco's delight only intensified. Huh, into the Forbidden Forest? You think you will fare well? Of course, you too, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall added. Draco's joy quickly dissipated at the unwelcome news. This has nothing to do with me. I did not seek Hagrid. McGonagall's expression remained impassive. Though you informed me of their whereabouts, you are equally culpable. Draco was left speechless, realizing he should have devised a better plan. In truth, the Gryffindor quartet found little dismay in the prospect of entering the Forbidden Forest, as it offered an opportunity to continue their inquiries with Hagrid. However, upon learning that Draco would accompany them, they could not help but feel that poetic justice had been served. What goes around comes around. Suppressing her laughter, Gu Zhili cast a glance at Draco, her eyes seemingly conveying, is this not a foolish tactic that harms both the enemy and yourself? Professor McGonagall escorted the five children to Hagrid, who could hardly believe his eyes as they returned for punishment. Had he merely dreamt of their earlier escapade? Had I known you would face consequences, why did you even run? Gu Zhili, I am at a loss for words and must concede you make a valid point. Hermione, indeed. Ron, I think I can manage this. Harry, perhaps this punishment is not so severe after all. Draco, he is too annoyed to speak. In the Forbidden Forest, McGonagall entrusted the five children to Hagrid before departing. Hagrid regarded his returning charges with a sense of exasperation. They truly were relentless. After arranging for the baby dragon, Fong, Hagrid led the group into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Under the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, Hagrid, lantern in hand and Fong by his side, addressed the six of them. Perfect, 6 in total. Harry, Vilia, and Malfoy, you three shall take Fong and investigate that area for any flora of the Forbidden Forest. As for Hermione and Ron, you shall accompany me for patrol. Draco wished to protest this arrangement, but Hagrid allowed no room for dissent. How dare he? Draco fumed, finding the situation wholly unsatisfactory. Gu Zhili, however, was unfazed. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest alongside her brother was acceptable, and as for the esteemed young Master Malfoy, she thought, let him be. Brother, let us proceed. As Gu Zhili was about to lift the oil lamp that Hagrid had placed on the ground, it was snatched away by Draco. I'll use this oil lamp, and you and your brother can share the other one. Gu Zhili retorted, rendered speechless. Harry picked up another oil lamp from the ground and said, ignore him, let's go. The trio walked on, glancing around. The Forbidden Forest appeared shrouded in darkness. Yet it felt intriguingly mysterious. Gu Zhili whispered, brother, I believe the Forbidden Forest isn't as terrifying as Professor Dumbledore suggested, or rather, not as perilous. Harry surveyed their surroundings, noting merely a multitude of trees, and nodded in agreement, responding, I think so too. Draco's expression soured as he glared at the Potter siblings, who were whispering to each other. How annoying. What nonsense are they spouting? As they ventured deeper, Gu Zhili squinted at a dark, indistinct shape and inquired, is that a person? Harry raised the oil lamp higher, but still couldn't discern clearly. It should be, right? Suddenly, Fong began to bark frantically. Gu Zhili's heart raced. and her mind flashed back to the memories of the Forbidden Forest. That was Quirrell. No, it was Quirrell merged with Voldemort, drinking the blood of a unicorn. Ah! Draco exclaimed nervously as the figure in black approached them. Gu Zhili's expression hardened, and she promptly drew her wand from her robes, declaring, "Flames, arise." The figure in black deftly evaded Gu Zhili's attack, inciting a sense of foreboding within her. The figure pressed closer, when suddenly, a cacophony of sounds caused it to turn. It was Centaurs. The dark figure, realizing the threat, abandoned its assault and fled. The Centaurs swiftly reached the lifeless unicorn, then approached Gu Zhili and Harry. As for Draco, he had run away. The Centaur regarded Gu Zhili and Harry, and Gu Zhili swallowed hard, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the towering Centaur before her. Those who harm unicorns and drink their blood shall face punishment, the Centaur proclaimed. Gu Zhili meekly explained. We did not harm the unicorn. It was that black-clad figure earlier. The Centaur frowned, but remained silent. Hagrid, upon hearing Draco's scream, rushed over from the other side. Fong had been taken away. By the time Hagrid reached Gu Zhili and Harry, the danger had dissipated, and the Centaur was conversing with Hagrid about the earlier events. Gu Zhili felt that this incident truly warranted informing Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore, but how should she convey the message? Noticing Gu Zhili's prolonged silence, Harry assumed she was shaken by the recent events and comforted her, saying, "Vilia, it's all right." Gu Zhili, utterly perplexed, responded, "Brother, what are you talking about? I know everything is fine." Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, wishing he could disappear into the ground. It turned out Vilia was not scared at all. Hermione and Ron arrived late, both deeply worried upon hearing Draco's cries, especially Hermione, who meticulously examined Gu Zhili for any injuries. After confirming that Gu Zhili was unharmed, she sighed with relief, which warmed Gu Zhili's heart. Her little angel Hermione was truly wonderful. Ron, with a worried expression, asked, "What did you encounter?" "I could hear Malfoy's screams from where I was." "By the way, where's Malfoy?" Gu Zhili shrugged, indicating her uncertainty about Draco's whereabouts. Harry chimed in, "We saw a figure in black drinking the blood of a unicorn, and Vilia attacked him. He was about to retaliate when the Centaurs scared him off." As for Draco, Harry was at a loss for words. "I think he might have fled back to Slytherin," Gu Zhili teased. Barking grew closer. It was Fong. Hagrid smiled upon seeing Fong rush towards him, petting the dog as it reached his feet, while he continued to confirm the unicorn's death with the Centaur. In the late hours of the night, Hagrid escorted the four back to Gryffindor and informed Professor McGonagall about Draco's fright and the encounter with the figure that attacked and consumed the unicorn. This news caused Professor McGonagall to furrow her brow, her expression grave. "Are you certain?" she inquired repeatedly. Hagrid, with a serious demeanor, affirmed, "Yes, I'm certain, Professor. The leader of the Centaurs has already informed me, and Vilia and Harry witnessed the scene firsthand." "Wait, are you saying Vilia and Harry faced that figure directly?" Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. Hagrid paused before responding. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Professor, Vilia even cast flames, arise, at the figure. Unfortunately, she missed, and he evaded her attack." Professor McGonagall fell silent for a moment before saying, "I understand. Hagrid, I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this. By the way, regarding your dragon." Hagrid, feeling despondent, pleaded, "Professor McGonagall, please, can't you reconsider? Don't send it away." Professor McGonagall, equally helpless, replied with sincere regret, "I am truly sorry, Hagrid. But this matter is beyond my control. It must be decided by Professor Dumbledore." Hagrid wished to say more, but he knew that no matter how much he spoke, it would be futile. Defeated, he left Professor McGonagall's office. When Gu Zhili and the others returned to Gryffindor with Hagrid, it was already late at night, and nearly everyone was fast asleep. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Hermione yawned, washed up, and laid down in bed, while Gu Zhili had already snuggled into her warm blankets, with only her head peeking out as she watched Hermione settle in. "Psst," Gu Zhili whispered softly to catch Hermione's attention. Hermione, still drowsy, sluggishly asked, "What's up, Vilia?" Gu Zhili momentarily forgot what she wanted to say, feeling a bit awkward. "Well, if nothing's the matter, I'll head to sleep now. Vilia, we have to get up early to organize our textbooks. In a few days, I'll be going home," Hermione murmured, her voice growing softer as she succumbed to sleepiness. Gu Zhili moved her lips, realizing that Hermione was truly exhausted, and decided not to continue. The thought of Hermione leaving in a few days cast a shadow over her mood. "Good night, my Hermione," Gu Zhili whispered to the already slumbering Hermione. The only response she received was Hermione's steady breathing. In the system space, Number 9 was idly toying with one of its tails. Gu Zhili found herself unable to sleep. The events of the day had been somewhat stimulating, leaving her, how should she put it? Well, a bit exhilarated. She inquired within her mind, "Number 9, are you there?" "Yes, what's up, host?" Number 9 lazily curled up into a ball. Gu Zhili pulled her blanket closer and said, I can't sleep. Could you keep me company for a while? Well, what would you like to discuss? The $5 topic or the $50 one? Nine squinted his eyes and inquired. Gu Zhili exclaimed, damn it. Who do you think you're fooling? You can't play games like this when chatting. Angrily, she added, let us talk about something worth a dime. Nine smiled slightly, as if his cunning plan had succeeded, and said, very well. May I ask if the host prefers WeChat Pay or cash? You sly merchant. First, we chat, then we pay? Gu Zhili scoffed. Of course. Dear. Nine replied in a tone reminiscent of a certain online customer service representative, which made Gu Zhili feel a strange familiarity. Thank you. Gu Zhili recognized that Nine spoke this way to help her dismiss her earlier fears and anxieties. Nine arrogantly turned his head, saying, what are you thanking me for? You are my host, so naturally, I must look out for your well-being. The warmth in Gu Zhili's eyes betrayed her gratitude towards Nine. Do you think those who have passed away can return? Gu Zhili asked, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. If possible. She wished that those who should not have died could all live on. After a moment of silence, Nine replied, life and death are predetermined. Though Nine's words trailed off, Gu Zhili understood that it was impossible. If life and death were truly altered, it would either come at an exorbitant cost or require a life for a life. The atmosphere grew heavy. After a prolonged silence, Gu Zhili spoke again. What if I wanted to resurrect my parents? Is there any way? After contemplating for a moment, Nine countered, what do you think? Exchanging a life for a life? Gu Zhili suggested a scenario likely to occur in a novel, but Nine shook his head, saying, it's not that simple. While there are methods, no one can bear the price, including you. To put it plainly, it means losing one's soul and spirit, not reincarnating, and eternally falling into the depths of hell. Do not rush to respond. This principle has long been accepted. I warn you, do not harbor such thoughts, or the magical world will collapse because of you. Gu Zhili fell silent, having initially thought she could rescue those lost after the great battle. However, it now seemed impossible. If her desires led to the demise of this world and those who once existed, she would be no better than Voldemort. Indeed, she might be worse. After grasping the cost of resurrection, Gu Zhili quelled her yearning to save others. She could not allow the magical world to cease to exist. If that were the case, how many fans like her, who deeply cherished the Harry Potter universe, would be left disappointed? Alas, those virtuous and just individuals. This seemingly trivial conversation led Gu Zhili to reassess the rules of this world. She recognized the need to live her hard-won life to the fullest. At the very least, she must strive to master magic, hoping to alleviate the suffering of good souls, like her godfather, Sirius. Morning dawned at 6:40. Gu Zhili remained in slumber, prompting Hermione to wonder, what is going on? Usually, Vilia would be up and freshening up by now. Hermione approached Gu Zhili's bedside and gently nudged her, saying, Vilia, wake up. Gu Zhili felt a throbbing headache and, with a hint of irritation in her voice, replied, no, let me sleep a little longer. With a sigh, Hermione adjusted Gu Zhili's blanket, saying, all right, I'll let you sleep until 7. Is that acceptable? Gu Zhili mumbled an unconscious agreement. Observing Vilia's reluctance to rise, Hermione found it unusual. Was she still affected by yesterday's fright? Hermione shook her head and began to quietly pack her belongings. At 7, Gu Zhili awoke in a daze. Her hair tousled as she sat on the bed, stretching and yawning. Squinting, she spotted Hermione perched on the windowsill, engrossed in a book. Good morning, Hermione. Hearing the greeting, Hermione turned to see Gu Zhili's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Good morning, Vilia. Gu Zhili rubbed her eyes, got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and headed to the washroom. Oh my hair. Upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, Gu Zhili couldn't help but marvel at the state of her hair, as if a bird's nest had taken residence atop her head. Hermione, hearing her exclamation, appeared somewhat exasperated as she resumed her reading, sighing, what to do with you, Vilia? In just 10 minutes, Gu Zhili had dressed and groomed herself, appearing somewhat presentable. No, she should be described as refreshed. Hermione had finished her book and, upon seeing Gu Zhili emerge from the washroom, said, let us go. Since we have a few days off, we should visit Hagrid and check on Fong. Gu Zhili suggested. After contemplating, Hermione agreed, realizing that spending the entire day in the library could strain their eyes. Visiting Fong, after all, was a delightful idea. Just yesterday, she had seen a real, live dragon that could breathe fire. As this thought crossed her mind, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure, let us go. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, Hermione and Gu Zhili had expected to find Harry there, practicing Quidditch with wood, but were instead surprised to see Harry and Ron. What are you two doing here? Gu Zhili inquired, glancing at the pair who had come to visit Hagrid. Ron scratched his head, saying, Harry and I came to see Fong. You two aren't here to see him too, are you? Hermione raised her chin, retorting, Why not? Is it only permissible for you to come? Seeing the tension between Ron and Hermione, Harry quickly intervened. No. Everyone is welcome here. Now let us hurry inside. Gu Zhili belatedly realized that Hermione and Ron had been about to engage in a verbal sparring match. What had transpired the previous night that she was unaware of? Christmas, too. Knock, knock, knock. Ron stepped forward to knock on Hagrid's wooden door, calling out, Hagrid, it's us. Are you there? With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid's weary and despondent face, which immediately caused concern among the four friends. Gu Zhili was the first to speak. Hagrid. With a lackluster tone, Hagrid replied, come in. Once inside Hagrid's hut, the four friends found seats. Gu Zhili, visibly worried, asked, Hagrid, what's wrong? You seem quite unhappy. Hermione furrowed her brow and added, yes, what has happened? Harry fidgeted with his wizard robe and urged, Hagrid, if something is bothering you, you must share it with us. Ron looked around, inquiring, Hagrid, where's Fong? The barrage of questions left Hagrid feeling overwhelmed, but Ron's inquiry only deepened his sorrow. Fong has been sent away. Hagrid's voice was filled with profound sadness. Gu Zhili's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. How could this be? Just yesterday, she had hatched Mau Mau, and now it was being sent away. This was impossible. Hermione, equally astonished, exclaimed, this can't be true. Ron stood there dumbfounded, the words slipping from his lips painfully. Can't Mau Mau stay at Hogwarts? Where has it been taken? Will we never see it again? Gu Zhili thought to herself. Ron truly embodies his character. His words are heart-wrenching. Hermione added, isn't it obvious that Ron cannot see how heartbroken Hagrid is right now? Harry interjected, could someone possibly seal Ron's mouth? When Ron noticed the silence enveloping the group, he asked with a puzzled expression, what's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet? Did I say something wrong? Hagrid sighed, resembling a dejected hound, and said, Professor Dumbledore informed me that Mau Mau cannot remain at Hogwarts due to safety concerns for the students. He told me it has been sent to your brother Charlie Weasley, as it should be with dragons. This last statement was directed at Ron. Ron touched his nose, a hint of remorse crossing his face. Clearly realizing that his earlier words had hurt Hagrid, Hagrid stared blankly at the fireplace and said, by the way, are you all here to ask me questions again? To pry into my thoughts? It was evident that the quartet had left Hagrid feeling somewhat apprehensive about their inquiries. Gu Zhili chuckled awkwardly and remarked, well, with Christmas approaching, we just wanted to come and let you know. We'll be on our way now. Gu Zhili felt that today was not suitable for discussing other topics, especially since Mau Mau had been sent away and Hagrid was likely heartbroken. The other three, seeing Gu Zhili making her exit, hurriedly bid farewell to Hagrid and left. Hagrid mournfully lamented, such sadness, oh Mau Mau, my little dragon. In the Hogwarts corridors, Gu Zhili sat on a wooden bench and mused. Who would have thought? Mau Mau was sent away in such a short time. Hermione echoed her sentiments. Indeed, I thought it would stay a bit longer. Although the group felt a sense of loss regarding Mau Mau's departure, they understood that keeping a dragon at Hogwarts was not a prudent decision. Days passed, and Hermione had returned home with her luggage, leaving Gu Zhili alone in the girls' dormitory. Gazing out at the softly falling snowflakes, she became lost in thought. If only the snowflakes would linger like pear blossoms. Wouldn't they preserve so much beauty? Gu Zhili murmured to herself. With the dormitory empty, she spoke aloud. 9. Her companion noticed her despondent demeanor due to Hermione's departure and felt a twinge of helplessness. Host, you could go out and explore a bit instead of lingering in the dormitory all the time, couldn't you? Gu Zhili propped her chin on her hands and replied, but where else can I go besides the dormitory, library, Professor Snape's office, and the dining hall? Don't tell me you want me to spend my days in the restroom chatting with moaning Myrtle about life. She recalled how Myrtle had nearly wanted to retreat into the toilet upon seeing her the last time. 9 recalled that incident with a hint of embarrassment. That does sound reasonable, but is it truly okay for you to remain cooped up in the dormitory? Christmas is approaching. Gu Zhili maintained her indifferent expression. Replying so, 9 felt exasperated with her host's lack of initiative, exclaiming, have you forgotten that you need to prepare gifts for Christmas? Gu Zhili's eyes lit up in realization. Oh right. 9, witnessing Gu Zhili's sudden clarity, could hardly bear to look, saying, Gu Zhili, have you been frozen into a fool by this weather? Gu Zhili quickly reverted to her usual lazy demeanor, responding, not at all. I just find it rather dull. Suddenly invigorated, she exclaimed, speaking of gifts, that reminds me. What should I prepare for Hermione? 9 dramatically slapped its paws against its face. Exasperated. Can't you think for yourself? Come up with your own ideas. Hermione. It felt like Gu Zhili thought of nothing else. 9 couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, displaying its unreasonable side. However, it was clear that Gu Zhili finally decided to leave the dormitory and began preparing Christmas gifts. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry sat by the warm fireplace, engaged in conversation. Ron warmed his hands by the flames and asked, "Harry, what are you planning to gift Ginny for Christmas?" Harry pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't decided yet, but since it's my first Christmas at Hogwarts, I feel I should prepare a meaningful gift for Ginny as her brother. Unfortunately, I still haven't figured out what to give her. It's quite daunting." Ron suggested, "Have you asked Ginny what she wants?" Harry looked at Ron as if he were daft, saying, "Ron, if you ask for a gift, can it still be called a gift?" Ron retorted, "Well, fine. If I'm not supposed to speak, it's as if I can't control my own mouth." Just then, Gu Zhili turned the corner from the dormitory and heard Ron's chuckle, prompting her to curiously inquire, "What is going on?" Noticing Gu Zhili's arrival, Harry quickly gave Ron a look, signaling him to keep silent, hoping he wouldn't utter a word. "No, not even half a word." Ron replied, all right. I won't say anything. It's as if I can't control my own mouth." Gu Zhili approached and sat down on the sofa closest to Harry, asking, "Brother, what were you just talking about?" Harry responded, "Oh, nothing much. We were just thinking about how Christmas is approaching, and since Hermione has already gone home, what we three should plan to do." Gu Zhili eyed Harry suspiciously and remarked, "Are you sure that's what you were discussing?" Harry felt a bit uneasy but managed to maintain his facade, saying, "Of course." Gu Zhili pointed at Ron, whose face was etched with resignation and who had been forced into silence, saying, "Are you certain? Ron seems awfully quiet now. I heard him chuckle just a moment ago, and now he won't say a word." Ron turned to Harry, saying, "I just don't feel like talking right now. I'm being forced into silence. I swear." "Really?" Gu Zhili clearly didn't quite believe him. Based on her understanding of Ron, the loquacious and endearing Ron would never remain silent. There was undoubtedly a secret at play. Ron raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his eyes wide with feigned sincerity, exclaiming, "I swear on galleons." Gu Zhili narrowed her eyes, standing up and circling around the two, scrutinizing them for a while, adopting the demeanor of a detective on a case. "Brother, lying is not the behavior of a good child." Gu Zhili suddenly leaned closer to Harry, their eyes meeting, causing Harry to nervously swallow. "Vilia, please do not stand so close to me." Harry felt quite embarrassed by his sister's proximity. Gu Zhili glanced at the distance between herself and Harry, realizing it was indeed a bit too close, and promptly stepped back, saying, "All right then. Now, reveal your true thoughts from earlier." Harry sighed. "Oh, my sister. There really is no need for such probing." Ron hesitated, contemplating whether he should speak up. If he did, he feared Harry would certainly give him a thorough thrashing, perhaps even before Christmas. Noticing their reluctance to share, Gu Zhili sighed in exasperation. "Fine, if you won't say anything. Then help me think of a solution." Harry eagerly responded, "What kind of solution are we talking about?" "Vilia, you tell us." Gu Zhili returned to the sofa, visibly distressed, and asked, "Brother, what do you think I should get Hermione for Christmas?" Harry's friendly smile cracked, revealing a semblance of despair. What? What did my sister just say? What should I prepare for Hermione for Christmas? Did I hear that correctly? Why didn't Vilia think of a gift for her brother? Am I no longer important? The thought deepened Harry's sorrow. Seeing Harry's mood plummet, Gu Zhili panicked. Hey, brother, please don't scare me." Ron, witnessing the unfolding drama, couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Serves you right for not letting me speak. It seems Vilia doesn't even remember Harry. If that's the case, then I, Ron, must be even more forgettable. Realizing this, Ron's expression soured, feeling rather unremarkable himself. Gu Zhili looked helplessly at Harry, turning to seek Ron's assistance, only to find him equally dejected. "What on earth is happening? Ron, why do you look so down too?" Seeing both of them in distress, Gu Zhili momentarily forgot about the gift issue. "Brother, please don't be like this," she said, flustered. She felt incapable of comforting Harry and didn't know how to console Ron either. This was all so confusing. Harry stared blankly at the flames in the fireplace, his expression vacant. "Vilia, I feel as though you no longer love me." Gu Zhili was taken aback. "Huh? Why would you say something so strange? How could my brother think that? Brother, have you taken the wrong medicine?" She reached out to touch his forehead, concerned he might be feverish. Harry brushed her hand away, his earnest green eyes locking onto hers as he insisted, "I haven't taken the wrong medicine." Gu Zhili, upon meeting his gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over her. "Ever since you became friends with Hermione, it seems like you've been gradually ignoring me, your brother," Harry said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Listening to this accusation, Gu Zhili sheepishly scratched her hair. "I suppose it does seem that way. I'm sorry, brother. I will definitely pay more attention from now on." She hadn't realized how much her brother cared for her. With Gu Zhili's reassurance, Harry's mood improved slightly, while Ron felt increasingly sidelined. "Hey, can you two please acknowledge my presence? I, Ron Weasley, also deserve some recognition." Gu Zhili looked at Ron, bemused, and asked, honestly, "Ron, While I can understand why my brother was upset, what was bothering you? Ron, about to voice his thoughts, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit he felt overlooked and uncared for. That would be too dramatic. He wouldn't say that. With the atmosphere returning to normal, Gu Zhili asked, "Brother, do you have any plans for Christmas gifts?" Harry shook his head, replying, "No, but I will prepare a gift for you. After all, his sister deserved something special. She should be cherished. And what about you, Ron?" Seeing Harry still hadn't made a decision, Gu Zhili inquired further. "Me?" Ron pointed to himself. "I haven't thought that much about it. In the Weasley household, the one thing we are never short of is my mother's sweaters. We receive them every year." Gu Zhili pondered this. "Sweaters, huh? That's actually a nice idea, but learning to knit one now might be a bit too time-consuming." With that thought, she dismissed the idea. Harry, observing his sister deep in thought, asked, "What about you, Vilia?" "Me?" Gu Zhili snapped back to reality, saying, "I only have a rough idea, nothing concrete." "Then let me," Harry began, but Gu Zhili interrupted. Hey, you can't ask, that's a secret. You'll only find out on Christmas Day, so you can't say I don't love you, brother." Harry looked at Gu Zhili with exasperation and affection. All right, I want to ask." Ron, intrigued, chimed in, "If you can't tell Harry, then surely you can tell me, right?" He thought he had a clever plan to discover what gift Vilia had in store. Gu Zhili felt as if the words "I'm a fool" were hovering above Ron's head. Why did he always manage to make her feel so exasperated? As the day unfolded, Ron, once again catching Harry's bewildered gaze, felt his temper flare. "Hey, what's the deal with you two? Why are you both looking at me like that?" Gu Zhili retorted. "Isn't it just because your foolishness is too evident?" Harry averted his gaze, trying to evade Ron's accusations. He didn't mean to. Sometimes, he just found Ron a bit daft. As silence enveloped them, Ron's discomfort grew. "You two are doing this on purpose, aren't you?" he exclaimed. "Just you wait." With that, Ron grabbed a throw pillow and hurled it at Harry, hitting him squarely on the head. "Ouch! Ron, you sneak attack!" Harry exclaimed, jolted by the impact, and quickly retaliated by tossing the pillow back at Ron. Ron intercepted it, deflecting the incoming projectile. "Ron, look over here." Gu Zhili, unwilling to let her brother be bullied, started drawing Ron's attention away. The sibling duo quickly turned the one-on-one skirmish into a two-on-one pillow battle. "Unfair. You two are ganging up on me," Ron protested. Despite his complaints, he continued to fight back with fervor. Thus, the three of them engaged in a delightful morning pillow fight, momentarily allowing Gu Zhili to forget her worries amid the joyous chaos. As for number 9, it pondered that since it was Christmas, it would be best not to burden its host with unnecessary worries, allowing her to fully relish the joys of childhood. Although the pillow fight had been immensely enjoyable, inevitable consequences were still at hand. Upon returning from Professor McGonagall's office, Percy was greeted by the chaotic scene of the common room, and he felt a surge of adrenaline. "Vilia, Harry, Ron, you three, cease this instant." An angry voice resonated behind the trio, its effect rivaling that of Mrs. Weasley's most thunderous howls. The three were momentarily stunned by the outburst, nervously glancing back at the furious Percy. Gu Zhili thought, "We're doomed." Ron mused, "Should I plead for mercy from my brother?" Harry sighed, "Well, it seems we must accept our fate." Percy strode purposefully towards them, and upon seeing the trio lined up with their heads bowed, he was nearly beside himself with rage. "You three, who granted you permission to engage in a pillow fight in the common room? Do you think yourselves 3-year-olds? Ron looked up at Percy, attempting to feign nonchalance. "Percy, it's not that serious, is it?" Percy's expression remained icy as he regarded his younger brother, Ron. "I suggest you take a good look at the aftermath of your antics before you speak." Ron awkwardly surveyed the disarray. Indeed, several cushions were strewn about, and chaos reigned over the coffee table, carpet, and fireplace. Well, Gu Zhili stole a glance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She sincerely apologized to Percy. "I'm sorry. We will tidy up this mess." The furrowed brow of Percy finally relaxed as he said, "You have half an hour." All right, Harry quickly responded, fearing Percy might shorten that time to a mere 15 minutes. Ron wanted to negotiate further with Percy, but he was restrained by Harry and Gu Zhili. Under Percy's watchful eye, the trio diligently cleaned the common room, restoring it to its former neatness. Observing the now orderly space, Percy's demeanor softened. "You three, be more mindful in the future. Understand? If their essay next time, it won't be so simple." Gu Zhili nodded vigorously. Yes, Prefect. You can rest assured, we will not repeat this." MHM. Harry echoed, also nodding fervently. As time flowed swiftly like droplets of water, Christmas Day arrived. Ron, rarely an early riser, eagerly awoke Harry. "Wake up, Harry, rise and shine." Harry, still bleary-eyed, clearly hadn't grasped what was transpiring. "What's the matter?" "It's early," We don't need to wake up this early on break, do we? His voice dwindled, revealing his desire to continue sleeping. Ron burrowed from his own bed into Harry's, instantly subjecting Harry to a chilly sensation. Ouch! Ron, must you do that? It's freezing. The cold draft seeped into the covers, forcing Harry to fully awaken. Ron chuckled. Hey, if I don't do this, how will you get up? Harry rolled his eyes. I don't wish to converse with you. Ron wasted no time allowing Harry to drift back to sleep. Harry, don't sleep. It's Christmas. Have you prepared your gift for Vilia? And what about mine? Have you got something for me? Ron's excitement was palpable. He could hardly contain his anticipation for this year's Christmas gifts. Gradually, Harry's mind cleared. Gifts? Christmas? He sprang up, causing Ron to tumble from the bed. Ouch! Could you at least warn me when you get up? Sorry, Harry said apologetically to Ron, who waved off the apology as he got to his feet. By the way, you just said today is Christmas, right? Harry sought confirmation from Ron. Ron climbed back into his bed, hiding slightly. That's right. So, have you prepared your gift? Don't tell me you forgot. Harry replied, not at all. He met Ron's gaze with a familiar expression of exasperation. How could I forget? I just didn't expect Christmas to arrive so swiftly. Not too swiftly, really. It hasn't been long since Percy made us clean the common room, Ron remarked. True enough, Harry conceded. The two then got out of bed and began their morning routines. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Zhili was cocooned like a silkworm, deep in slumber. Number 9 in the system space observed its host's rather peculiar sleeping posture, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of its mouth. Is there truly anyone who sleeps like this? Gu Zhili. Indeed, there is. That would be me. Hee. The fogged-up window obscured the view outside. But light filtered through, casting a warm glow on Gu Zhili's face, prompting her to frown slightly. As she opened one eye, she noticed the empty bed beside her. Sigh, time to rise. Without Hermione, I feel no motivation to get up. Hermione, don't use me as an excuse. Even if I were here, you still wouldn't feel motivated to rise. After completing her morning routine, Gu Zhili donned a thick outfit, wrapped a scarf around her neck, pulled on gloves, and bundled herself up snugly before stepping out of the dormitory. In the common room, a pile of beautifully wrapped gifts lay before the fireplace. Harry and Ron had arrived a few minutes earlier than Gu Zhili. Merry Christmas! Ron exclaimed. Merry Christmas! My dearest brother, Gu Zhili greeted as she spotted Ron and Harry rummaging through the gifts. Ron, joyfully clutching a gift he had just uncovered, declared, Merry Christmas! Vilia, look at my present. Harry paused his search, smiling warmly at Vilia. Merry Christmas, my sweetest sister. As Gu Zhili approached the fireplace, the warmth enveloped her, as if her cheeks were being caressed by a cozy cloud. Ron eagerly tore into the gift he had found, his expression abruptly freezing in delight. Observing Ron's stunned smile, Harry leaned closer to see a dark purple-red sweater emblazoned with an R. Isn't that lovely? Ron, why do you seem less than pleased? Is this gift not to your liking? Harry inquired, puzzled. Ron shook his head, about to express something when the Weasley twins appeared, each wearing matching sweaters adorned with different letters. George tugged at his sweater, showcasing the obvious letter. Hey, what do you think? Isn't this sweater splendid? Quite nice. Gu Zhili agreed, genuinely admiring the Weasley family's distinctive sweaters. George nudged Fred beside him. See? I told you the little witch would find it appealing. Fred, slightly exasperated, replied, and what of it? My sweater looks splendid too. The Weasley twins have once again commenced their playful banter. But just as they were about to critique each other's sweaters, Fred turned to Ron and exclaimed, Ron, why have you not yet donned the sweater lovingly crafted by our dear mother? Gu Zhili glanced at Ron, recalling that he seemed rather displeased upon seeing the sweater earlier. I've only just unwrapped it, Ron replied, pouting slightly as he retrieved the garment and promptly put it on. Now that's more like it. The Weasley twins were thoroughly pleased with their brother's immediate compliance. Gu Zhili leaned closer to Ron and whispered, Ron, do you not fancy this sweater? Ron shook his head and replied, it's not that. I merely feel that receiving a sweater every Christmas diminishes the element of surprise when it comes to gifts. Oh, I see. I thought you didn't appreciate the sweater your mother knitted for you. Harry chimed in, having approached the two without Ron noticing. Seeing that their brother had finally put on the sweater, the Weasley twins decided to seek out Percy and encourage him to wear his as well. Meanwhile, Harry rummaged through a pile of exquisite gifts and discovered a paper-wrapped package. Curiosity piqued. He picked it up and felt it surprisingly lightweight, reminiscent of a gentle touch upon the surface of water. He unwrapped it, and a silvery gray substance cascaded to the floor, coalescing into a shimmering pile. Ron gasped, and Gu Zhili's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Invisibility cloak. Ron couldn't help but marvel. This is far more precious than the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans Hermione gifted me. If I'm not mistaken, this item is exceedingly rare and incredibly valuable. Harry furrowed his brow. What is it? An invisibility cloak. Ron replied, his face alight with awe. I'm certain of it, Harry. You must try it on. Harry picked up the gleaming fabric from the floor. It felt peculiar in his hands, as if woven from water itself. Gu Zhili watched eagerly, yearning to witness the cloak's magic, wondering if it would be as wondrous as depicted in films. An invisibility cloak. This is my first time seeing one, she exclaimed. With this cloak in hand, I could venture out at night without fear of being discovered by the professors. Is this truly the reason you covet the invisibility cloak so? 9 questioned incredulously. Gu Zhili's anticipation grew as she turned to Harry, eager to see the cloak in action. Brother, Ron is right. You must try it on. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and Ron let out a triumphant shout. Look down. Gu Zhili's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank, filled only with the thought of what on earth. Harry glanced down at his feet, puzzled to find them vanished. He hurried to the mirror. Indeed, in the reflection, only his head floated in midair, his body completely concealed. When he pulled the cloak over his head, his entire form disappeared from view. As Gu Zhili beheld the transformation, she couldn't help but envision how she would look wearing the cloak herself. If she possessed such an item, would it not allow her to play tricks on Draco at will? 9. Understanding her thoughts, remarked, this magical treasure, and you're only thinking about pranking others. My host. How far you have fallen. Hey, their essay note. Ron suddenly exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting a piece of paper that had slipped from the cloak. Harry removed the cloak and snatched the letter. Written in a delicate, unfamiliar script were the words, your father left this for me before he passed. It is time it returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. The note bore no signature. Gu Zhili leaned closer to read, surmising it was likely penned by Professor Dumbledore. Harry stared at the note in a daze, while Ron marveled at the cloak. To Ron, possessing this cloak would make him forego everything else. Truly. Gu Zhili tucked the note away and patted Harry's shoulder, asking, brother, how do you plan to use this cloak? She posed the question with anticipation, for such a singular item should not be carelessly divided. Harry remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the shimmering cloak. He felt something was amiss. Who had sent the cloak? Had it truly belonged to his father? Noticing Harry's daze, Gu Zhili understood he likely harbored doubts regarding the cloak's origins and refrained from pressing him for answers. Merry Christmas. The Weasley twins returned to the common room, noticeably more cheerful than before. Perhaps their delight stemmed from having persuaded Percy to wear the prominently labeled sweater. Hurry, Harry. You must try yours on. They clamored, one clad in a blue sweater and the other in yellow, both proudly displaying their respective initials, F and G. Harry's is better than ours, Fred declared, lifting Harry's sweater to inspect it before handing it over. Clearly, Mum puts in extra care for those not of the family. George urged. Ron, quit dawdling and put on your Weasley sweater. All right, Ron replied. Had he known Fred and George would return to check if he wore it, he certainly wouldn't have removed it earlier due to the heat. Gu Zhili, too, had received her own exclusive Weasley sweater, providing her with a much-needed warmth during the frigid winter. Hers was a soft lavender, adorned with the letter V. She mused that it must stand for Varia, considering Harry's H also represented the first letter of his name. As for Fred and George, they were quite amusing. Sometimes they would switch sweaters, and earlier, George had lamented how their mother would call them by the combined names of Gred and Forge. To this, Gu Zhili remarked that if either of them had a penchant for less mischief or even a hint of individuality, Mrs. Molly Weasley, nay, Aunt Molly, would not frequently confuse them. The Christmas feast commenced. Clad in their respective Weasley sweaters, the group made their way to the dining hall for the celebration. Regarding gifts, Gu Zhili informed Harry that hers would remain a secret until they returned that evening. For Harry, as long as his sister was happy and he received gifts, he was content. It was another day of Harry is perfect in every way for him. Harry and Gu Zhili had never before attended such a Christmas feast, at least not since before entering Hogwarts. 100 plump roasted turkeys, piles of succulent meats and potatoes, platters of delectable sausages, bowls of buttered peas, and thick, rich gravies accompanied by cranberry sauce graced the tables, with colorful wizarding crackers waiting at every few steps along the dining table. These splendid colorful firecrackers are markedly different from the meager and mundane Muggle firecrackers purchased by the Dursleys, which merely contained a few flimsy plastic toys and fragile paper hats. Gu Zhili's spirits soared as she eagerly scanned her surroundings in search of intriguing novelties. Harry and Fred pulled one of the colorful firecrackers, which erupted not with a dull bang, but with the resounding blast reminiscent of cannon fire, enveloping them in a cloud of blue smoke. From within, a naval captain's hat and several lively little white mice burst forth. The tremendous noise startled Gu Zhili, who had been engrossed in savoring chocolate marshmallows. However, upon catching sight of the little white mice, all her previous concerns vanished. Oh my goodness, such adorable little mice! Gu Zhili exclaimed. hastily finishing her marshmallow before darting toward the mice. Yet it was evident that the little creatures were startled by the raucous call of a certain girl. Ron, trailing behind George, noticed Gu Zhili's evident affection for the mice and couldn't help but approach, saying, "Vilia, you seem quite fond of those little mice." Gu Zhili, still searching for the mice that had scurried away in fright, replied, "Indeed, these tiny, charming creatures are simply enchanting." Ron, thinking of his pet rat Scabbers, added, "Well, if that's the case, I believe you would adore my Scabbers." Gu Zhili abruptly halted her search and, rising suddenly, startled Ron. Her gaze turned icy and devoid of warmth, tinged with a hint of disdain as she retorted, "I would not." With that, she spun on her heel, leaving Ron perplexed and unaware of his misstep. Ron glanced at George, asking, "Did I say something wrong?" George shrugged, indicating his own confusion. Gu Zhili settled into a nearby seat, her earlier good mood thoroughly spoiled by Ron's mention of Scabbers. Harry, keenly attuned to his sister's altered demeanor, approached her, inquiring, "What's the matter, Vilia?" "Oh, it's nothing, just some thoughts on my mind. I'll be fine soon, brother," Gu Zhili replied, forcing a smile to reassure Harry. Harry silently noted her distress, replying, "All right, but if anything's amiss, you must tell me." Gu Zhili waved him off, saying, "I understand. Now go find Fred." Harry turned back multiple times, but Gu Zhili insisted she was fine, allowing him to depart. In the system space, Nine observed the myriad of delectable dishes displayed on the screen, all exuding tantalizing aromas, and felt a twinge of disappointment. "Oh, if only I could go out to eat." This heartfelt lament happened to reach Gu Zhili's ears. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Are you craving something to eat, Nine?" Nine licked its paw and replied, "Yes. I'm yearning for little sausages and dried fish." Gu Zhili teased, "I thought you didn't need to eat?" Nine retorted, "So? How many delectable treats have I missed out on?" Upon hearing this, Nine felt even more disheartened. "So, from what you've said, it seems I've missed out on a great deal of food." Gu Zhili nodded earnestly, "Naturally. If you had told me sooner, I could have." She paused, realizing she could directly share food with Nine. Nine remained silent. After an extended silence, Gu Zhili finally spoke, "So, if neither of us says anything, how have you survived these past few days?" Nine felt a few dark lines appear above its head and replied, "My host. You should consider that it was you who didn't ask me. Besides, I don't necessarily need to eat to survive." Gu Zhili retorted, "So this is somehow my fault." The two shared a moment of mutual incredulity, with Nine clearly conveying its sentiment. "Yes, it is indeed your fault." Gu Zhili felt a slight itch in her hand. How could this little Nine be so cheeky? As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. Following the turkey, a bright red Christmas pudding was served. Percy nearly cracked a tooth on a silver sickle hidden within his pudding. Harry watched as Hagrid continuously downed glass after glass of wine, his chest growing redder, culminating in an unexpected kiss on Professor McGonagall's cheek. This spectacle caused Gu Zhili to regard Hagrid with a teasing, albeit bashful, glimmer in her eyes. "Oh my, Hagrid kissed Professor McGonagall, can you believe it?" Gu Zhili's attention was briefly captured by this amusing incident, but what astonished her and Harry alike was the sight of Professor McGonagall, giggling and blushing. Her tall black hat askew. Gu Zhili's gaze turned mischievous again. "Hee, Professor McGonagall is blushing," despite being momentarily distracted by trivial occurrences. Gu Zhili felt overall joy during the Christmas feast. She discreetly fed Nine an abundance of Hogwarts delicacies, hoping to compensate for not bringing it any delightful treats earlier. The proud cat was thoroughly pleased with its host's attentiveness. When Harry departed the table, he was laden with a bounty of items that had erupted from the colorful firecracker, including a bag of non-exploding balloons, a device mimicking a growth, and a set of his own wizard chess. Regrettably, the little white mice were nowhere to be found, leaving both Harry and Gu Zhili somewhat disappointed, as Harry speculated that the little creatures had likely become Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. Gu Zhili, however, felt even more disheartened. After finally seeing those adorable mice, she hadn't even had the chance to touch them. How infuriating! Although she had received a plethora of gifts, her preparations for her brother and Ron were anything but ordinary. She hoped these two simpletons would appreciate them. After the Christmas feast, the Potter siblings and the Weasley brothers engaged in a spirited snowball fight on the grounds, reveling in their merriment until the cold became unbearable, at which point they returned, breathless, to the warmth of the common room. Gu Zhili first returned to the girls' dormitory to change into dry clothes, then borrowed the use of the system space to brew a pot of ginger tea, which she poured into small cups to share with Harry and the others in the common room. She distributed the steaming ginger tea, declaring, "This is ginger tea. It might be a bit bitter, but it's good for you all, so you must drink it." Ron leaned in to sniff the somewhat ginger-hued concoction, hesitating. "Vilia, where did you conjure this from?" Gu Zhili replied proudly, "Guess what? There will be plenty more surprises like this in the future. You can look forward to it. As for the Christmas gifts, when Harry accepted the steaming bowl of ginger tea from Gu Zhili, he smiled and said, "Thanks, Vilia." Ron, eyeing the bowl of suspiciously ginger-colored liquid, hesitated. Is this really safe to drink? Harry took a breath, grimaced slightly, yet gradually finished the bowl of ginger soup. Ron, witnessing Harry's consumption of the concoction, couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it really be drinkable? Harry, how does it taste? He inquired, curiosity piqued, although it appeared unappealing. Seeing Harry drink, it ignited a flicker of anticipation within Ron about the sensations this ginger soup might evoke for him. Harry smacked his lips, savoring the flavor before responding. Well, at first it has a hint of bitterness and spiciness, but overall, it's quite delightful. By the end, I even detected a subtle sweetness. Ron looked at Harry with skepticism, questioning, is it truly as marvelous as you claim? Gu Zhili, noticing Ron's reluctance to partake, frowned in displeasure and asserted, "This is my secret recipe. Ron, you must give it a try. Brown sugar ginger soup wards off cold and keeps you warm, an essential for every girl." The Weasley twins, however, readily drank their bowls of ginger soup, leaving Ron as the sole holdout. As he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, he suddenly grew anxious. "You all shouldn't watch me drink. It makes me quite nervous." Gu Zhili, arms crossed and an icy expression on her face, retorted, "If you don't drink, then your gift will be forfeited. Drink up, my dear Ron, or you might catch a cold." Upon hearing that his gift was at stake, Ron downed the soup in one gulp, the bitter and slightly spicy taste resonating in his mouth, contorting his face into a complex expression. Content. Gu Zhili nodded approvingly and declared, "Now that's more like it. Wait here, I shall fetch your gifts." Back in the girls' dormitory, she retrieved several modestly wrapped parcels from her small cupboard, wondering whether they would appreciate her creations. As she looked at the gifts in her hands, a wave of doubt washed over her. Were they perhaps too trivial? Seeing her hesitation, the system's entity 9 inquired, "Why are you not going out?" Gu Zhili, filled with apprehension, confessed, "I fear they might not like them." 9's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't tell me you're contemplating backing out. Is that permissible?" Gu Zhili asked tentatively. 9, exasperated, replied, "What do you think?" Realizing that if she delayed any longer, Ron and the others might assume she had prepared gifts. She took a deep breath and stepped outside, resigning herself to fate and hoping she wouldn't be met with harsh criticism. In the common room, Gu Zhili distributed the little packages to everyone, feigning nonchalance as she said, "Here, I've given you your gifts. If they don't suit your tastes, feel free to return them on the spot." With that, she nervously twirled a strand of her hair. The notion of returning gifts was absurd. Ron eagerly tore open his parcel, revealing a glass jar sealed tight, with some elongated spicy strips inside. As he opened the lid, an intriguing aroma wafted through the common room, making everyone's mouths water. Gu Zhili, nervously biting her fingers, wondered if they would enjoy the spicy strips she had prepared. Before her time travel, she often dabbled in creating various snacks, making it a secondary passion alongside her writing. Spicy strips, a delectable delight one simply cannot refuse. Ron pulled out a piece and asked, "Vilia, what is this?" Flustered, Gu Zhili fidgeted. "These are homemade spicy strips. You should try them, if they're not to your liking." Before she could finish, Harry opened his own package, which also contained spicy strips, but in greater quantity, alongside some chocolate and a small wooden carving resembling him. Ron glanced at his spicy strips, then at the wooden figure in Harry's hands, feeling a pang of disappointment as the allure of his own snack diminished. With a sullen expression, he took a bite, and the invigorating and novel flavor exploded on his palate, leaving him astonished. "Wow, this is incredible," he exclaimed. Seeing Ron's reaction, the Weasley twins eagerly opened their packages. Also finding spicy strips, they exchanged glances and simultaneously bit into their snacks, exclaiming, "What a marvelous delicacy. Little witch, you are truly remarkable." Gu Zhili felt a bit bashful at the praise, scratching her head as she replied, "Actually, I haven't shown you the other gifts yet. I just couldn't carry them all at once." "More gifts?" Ron exclaimed, mouth full of spicy strips. "Does this mean Vilia has prepared even more delicious treats?" Harry, munching on his strips, had already devoured 3, unable to resist the delightful taste. The wooden figure was crafted in his likeness, and he felt it was his favorite gift. Gu Zhili pointed towards the dormitory and said, "Yes, there are more gifts. I intended to wait until you return to the dormitory, but I think it's best to give them to you now." The Weasley brothers savored the spicy strips, marveling at Vilia's culinary prowess. Gu Zhili retrieved several more simple packages wrapped in old newspapers from the second shelf of her cupboard. Holding the gifts, she mused that perhaps it would have been better to wrap them in cloth instead of making multiple trips. Nevertheless, seeing the satisfaction on everyone's faces eased her worries. She had feared they might not enjoy the spicy strips. In the common room, the Weasley twins and Ron were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war over the last few spicy strips in the glass jar. Ron clung tightly to his jar, insisting, "You have your own. Why are you stealing mine? This is my gift." George, attacking from the left, replied, "My dear little brother Ron, you must understand that a brother's love is unparalleled, so do share those spicy strips with us." Ron, fiercely resisting, declared, "I refuse. Can't you take Harry's instead?" Fred, with a nonchalant tone, chimed in, "Ron, you fool, Harry's spicy strips are long gone." Sitting aside, Harry, with a feigned smile, tucked his jar deeper into his robes, determined not to let anyone take away the treats his sister had prepared for him. As Gu Zhili returned to the common room, she was greeted by the sight of the Weasley brothers embroiled in a chaotic struggle over a few spicy strips. Gu Zhili's expressions transitioned dramatically from bewilderment to a moment of enlightenment, and finally to a realization that was almost theatrical. With a mischievous grin, she whispered to number 9, "Hee, I knew that no one could resist the allure of spicy strips." Number 9, utterly exasperated, retorted, "Have some dignity, will you? Who was just saying they were afraid they wouldn't be liked?" After a fierce battle, Ron ultimately succeeded in safeguarding his precious spicy strips. Much to the ire of the Weasley twins, Gu Zhili approached the group, holding a fabric-wrapped gift, and remarked, "Time is of the essence. My wooden carvings may be a tad crude, but I hope you won't mind." As she unveiled the package, she meticulously identified each wooden figurine and distributed them to the Weasley brothers. Ron examined the delicate wooden figures in his hands, scrutinizing them with great interest. "Viola, did you really make these?" His admiration for Gu Zhili was palpable. Not only could she cook, but she was also adept at woodworking and excelled in potion making. What could she possibly not master? Harry, observing the wooden figurines that everyone had received, couldn't help but harbor a flicker of doubt. When had Viola learned woodworking and cooking? With a beaming smile, Gu Zhili affirmed, "Of course, they are my creations. They may not be perfect, but are my Christmas gifts acceptable?" Ron, utterly charmed by the wooden figure, exclaimed, "Absolutely. I adore this little figurine." The Weasley twins found the craftsmanship remarkable, especially as Gu Zhili had cleverly sculpted one of them riding a broomstick and the other holding a broomstick, making their identities unmistakable. This thoughtful and tender gesture warmed the hearts of the Weasley twins, who felt that this little witch not only aligned with their tastes, but also genuinely cared for them. Time passed swiftly, and after the Weasley brothers had returned to their dormitory, only Ron, Harry, and Gu Zhili remained in the common room. With great enthusiasm, Gu Zhili began rummaging beneath the Christmas tree for her own gifts. Harry sat on the nearby sofa, watching his sister with a shadow of suspicion. It seemed she was hiding something from him. I found one for me," Gu Zhili exclaimed as she uncovered a gift bearing her name. She excitedly tore off the wrapping, but her joy quickly froze on her face, akin to Ron's earlier reaction. For within the package lay a comprehensive tome on potion knowledge. As she opened the first page, a note slipped out. "I hope you study this potion compendium thoroughly. Next time during the quiz, remember to retain some information. Also, Merry Christmas, Severus." Gu Zhili stared at the book and the note in silence for quite some time. Ron approached, and, upon seeing the hefty volume, couldn't help but feel a mix of schadenfreude and sympathy for Gu Zhili. "So the very first Christmas gift I opened is a study guide from Professor Snape." Gu Zhili thought she might just crumble under the weight of her disappointment. Yet, despite her verbal disdain for the book, she carefully tucked it away and continued her search for the next gift. The second package she unearthed was from Hermione, igniting her excitement as she wondered what treasure her dear friend had sent her. Upon opening it, she found a notebook, a blue feather quill, a jar of cookies, and a note. Gu Zhili glanced at the note, a smile creeping onto her face as she looked at the cookie jar. The note contained Hermione's warm wishes. The cookies were homemade, and the blue feather quill had been dyed by Hermione herself, imbued with a small charm to keep its color. Gu Zhili cherished this gift deeply. The next presents were from Harry and Ron. Ron's gift consisted of chocolate frog cards and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, reminding Gu Zhili of their first encounter on the Hogwarts Express, which she had missed due to time constraints. However, receiving them as Christmas gifts was a delightful surprise. Harry's gift, however, was something else entirely, a personal-sized birthday cake. "A girl's gift should be unique," he had declared. Gu Zhili stared at the single serving of birthday cake, her eyes inexplicably moistening. "Is this a special gift just for me from my brother?" A warm wave of affection washed over her as she gazed at Harry, her eyes brimming with emotion. "Brother, this cake." Gu Zhili sniffled, feeling tears welling up as she said, "I love it. I truly do. Nothing could compare to this singular birthday cake. It was perfect." Throughout her life, her birthdays had been merely marked by a bowl of noodles, even in the wizarding world. She had never celebrated a proper birthday at Aunt Petunia's. The only time she had a cake was when Hagrid had made one for her and her brother. Seeing his sister's eyes glisten, Harry felt a pang in his heart and rushed to her side. "Oh dear, why are you crying? A girl's gift should indeed be unique. Right? No tears now, Viola." Gu Zhili pouted, feeling even more inclined to cry. "Brother, you're just too wonderful." Harry, tenderly stroking her hair, replied, "If I don't treat you well, who will? This birthday cake may not be the prettiest, but I promise to prepare a special cake just for you every year from now on, rather than waiting for Christmas to make up for it." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili's tears flowed freely as she hugged Harry, softly sobbing. "Brother, how can you be so kind?" Harry held Gu Zhili close, quietly comforting his deeply moved sister. "All right, no more crying. Viola, it's Christmas, let us not do this." Gu Zhili wiped her tears and retorted, "Isn't it because you moved me? It's your fault." Harry nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, it's all my fault." Gu Zhili, now smiling through her tears, took a bite of the somewhat imperfect birthday cake. It was a tad rich, yet it sweetened her heart. Harry eagerly asked, "So, Viola, how is the cake?" "It should be decent, right?" With a satisfied grin, Gu Zhili replied, "It's delicious. I really like it." Hearing her response, Harry let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't inedible. Ron, witnessing the emotional exchange between the siblings, felt utterly perplexed. "It's just a cake, I assent it. Was it necessary to be this moved?" Ron shook his head in disbelief, before swaggering over to Gu Zhili's side with a mischievous grin, saying, "Vilia, could you possibly make more of these spicy strips in the future?" Gu Zhili observed Ron's fervent desire for the spicy snack and pretended to contemplate deeply. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "Well, this is." As Ron's heart tightened in apprehension, fearing she might decline, he urged, "Can you, please?" With a smile, Gu Zhili affirmed, "Of course. However, there are conditions. As long as you agree, I will acquiesce to any other demands." Ron, disregarding the terms, was willing to barter all his snacks for just one taste of the spicy strips. Gu Zhili glanced at Ron and inquired, "Are you sure?" Ron confidently assured her, "Absolutely." "Then, you must pass every test from now on. Does that sound reasonable?" Gu Zhili feigned seriousness, her eyes glimmering with inquiry. "That is fine." Ron initially failed to grasp the implications, but by the time he did, it was far too late. Ron lamented, "It feels like there is no love in this world." The moment the gifts were unwrapped, night descended upon them. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Ron and Harry returned to the boys' dormitory, while Gu Zhili took her gifts back to the girls' dormitory. Later that night, in the boys' dormitory, Harry awoke and glanced over at Ron, who was fast asleep in the adjacent bed. Stealthily, he rose and retrieved the invisibility cloak from beneath his bed, gently caressing the fabric. This had been the most joyous Christmas he had ever experienced. Although he was somewhat unclear about his sister's wooden sculpture, it didn't concern him much. What intrigued him was the cloak. Was it truly his father's? Did it genuinely belong to him? Who had sent him this cloak? Harry let the fabric glide through his fingers, smoother than silk and lighter than air. Use it wisely, the note had instructed. He felt compelled to test it. Silently, he slipped off his bed and wrapped the cloak around himself. Looking down at his feet, he saw only moonlight and shadows. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. Use it wisely. The thought invigorated Harry. Clad in the invisibility cloak, Hogwarts was now his playground. He stood amidst the darkness and silence, exhilaration coursing through him. Wearing the cloak, he could venture anywhere. Filch would never know. Ron mumbled in his sleep. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken Ron, but ultimately decided against it. He wished to experience his father's cloak alone for the first time. Alone, Harry made his way to the library, recalling that upperclassmen had mentioned a restricted section. Thus, he imagined that information regarding Nicholas Flamel could be found there, making things easier for Vilia. Meanwhile, Gu Zhili remained blissfully unaware that her brother was donning their father's invisibility cloak to explore the library's restricted section that very night. Given Gu Zhili's chaotic memory, it would likely be a long time before she recalled the existence of the restricted section in the library. In the system space, Nine was feeling quite sprightly these past few days, akin to a night watchman vigilantly monitoring the main character's every move. This included Harry, who was currently traversing the library's restricted section while cloaked. Nine mused that Gu Zhili and Harry were indeed siblings, as they both seemed inexplicably drawn to engaging in activities that ordinary students would shy away from. Alas, Nine sighed, feeling aged and out of touch with the whims of youth. What is he up to now? It watched as Harry deftly evaded Filch and Snape, entering an unfamiliar room, and its alertness heightened. This situation warranted serious attention. Inside the unfamiliar small room, Harry stood trembling in a corner, too fearful to make a sound that might attract Filch and Snape's attention. After all, while the cloak rendered him invisible, it did not make him immaterial. Minutes passed before Harry began to take in his surroundings within this makeshift refuge. The room appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with numerous desks and chairs stacked against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. Additionally, an overturned wastebasket lay nearby. However, directly in front of him stood an imposing mirror, seemingly out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of space. It was an exceptionally grand mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. At the top, an inscription read, Eris Stella Eru Alatubai Kafru Atung Vohes. Time slipped away, and soon, all sounds of Filch and Snape had faded. Harry's anxious demeanor relaxed as he approached the magnificent mirror, eager to see his reflection, only to find it utterly vacant. He stepped closer, standing directly before the mirror. At that moment, he had to cover his mouth with his hand to stifle a scream. Whirling around, his heart raced faster than when he had first encountered that book, for not only did he see himself reflected, but he also beheld a multitude of figures standing behind him. Yet, there was no one else in the room. Breathing heavily, Harry turned to face the mirror once more. Indeed, there he was, pale and terrified, but behind him stood at least a dozen individuals. He spun around to look behind him, but the room remained empty. In the system space, 9 observed as Harry gazed into the mirror repeatedly, blinking in disbelief. This child seems rather daft, it thought. With a sigh, 9 licked its paw and continued to observe, inadvertently catching sight of Gu Zhili in the girls' dormitory, lost in thought. Instantly alert, it whispered, "Host, you're still awake?" Gu Zhili, still in a daze, replied, I'm not asleep yet. Today is Christmas. I reckon my brother might find the mirror of Erist." 9 paused, then remarked, "Oh, in that case, he may have already encountered the mirror." Gu Zhili blinked in surprise, asking, "What do you mean? He has already gone out?" 9 nodded, saying yes. That foolish child seems to be questioning his existence. He probably thinks he has seen a ghost. Gu Zhili was taken aback. He has already gone out. And he has found the mirror so quickly? Harry stared at the figures emerging in the mirror for what felt like an eternity before realizing that the woman with eyes identical to his own was his mother. The man who bore such a striking resemblance to him was his father. Overwhelmed by a mix of excitement and joy at the sight of his parents, Harry whispered, "Mom? Dad?" They all gazed at him, their smiles warm and inviting. Harry slowly scrutinized the faces of the others reflected in the mirror, discovering that they all bore his identical green eyes and matching nose. One little old man even possessed the same uneven knees as Harry. This was the first time Harry was looking at his family, and the Potters waved at him with cheerful smiles. He stared at them with an insatiable longing, pressing his hands against the glass of the mirror as if he wished to leap inside and remain with them. A profound ache surged within Harry, a blend of joy and deep sorrow. He lingered in front of the mirror for what felt like an eternity, unaware of the passage of time. Captivated by the unyielding image before him, unable to tear his gaze away. It was only the distant sounds that brought him back to reality. Reminding him that he could no longer stay, he had to return to his slumber. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze from his mother's face and, his voice barely above a whisper, murmured, "I will come back, with Vilia." With that, he hurriedly exited the abandoned classroom. In her small bed, wrapped in her quilt, Gu Zhili sat in a daze. 9. If I were to see the mirror of Erist, what would it reflect? Would I see Mom and Dad like my brother? 9 scratched his head in distress and replied, "How could I possibly know? Isn't it said that this mirror reflects one's deepest desires?" Gu Zhili frowned at his words, asking, "Then what do you think my desire is?" 9, in utter exasperation, retorted, "How would I know? Your desire? I'm not a worm in your belly. How could I possibly know what you desire? Are you out of your mind?" With that, 9 abruptly logged off, leaving Gu Zhili calling after him in vain. Sighing in resignation, she returned to her cozy cocoon of blankets and drifted into a deep sleep. As Harry traversed the corridor and passed through the portrait of the fat lady, he hesitated, uncertain whether he should go to the girls' dormitory to awaken Vilia so she too could witness that marvelous mirror. As for the already sleeping Gu Zhili, "Are you mad, brother, for waking me up now?" After much contemplation, Harry decided it was too late and resolved to invite Vilia to see it the following day, particularly since he was unsure of her exact location within the dormitory. He could not simply barge into each room, for that would make him appear rather peculiar. With this thought, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and returned to his dormitory, carefully folding the cloak and placing it beneath his bed before snuggling into his own blankets. "Spicy strips, how delightful," Ron mumbled in his sleep. Hearing Ron's dream talk reminded Harry of the delectable spicy strips he had tasted before. He shook his head, chuckled softly, pulled up the covers, closed his eyes, and soon fell into slumber. When Harry awoke, Ron had already emerged from the bathroom, adjusting his wizarding robes. Ron noticed Harry was awake and commented, "Harry, you're up quite late today." Harry sat up, stretched lazily, and replied, "Perhaps it's because yesterday was Christmas." I was a bit too excited and went to bed late. Oh, I see. Well, hurry and wash up, Ron encouraged, pointing towards the bathroom. Harry slid out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, responding, sure. In the great hall, Gu Zhili donned a red knitted hat, her ears slightly flushed, as she enjoyed the aroma of roasted sausages. So, are you two planning to keep staring at me all day? She remarked, glancing at the Weasley twins who sat across from her with amusement. George grinned widely and asked, Little witch, do you have any spicy strips left? If you give us some, we won't be staring at you anymore. Fred echoed with a smile. Exactly, little imp. Chewing on her sausage, Gu Zhili replied. In a few days, I'll make some more for you when I have the time. All right. George and Fred exchanged a high five in celebration of their satisfaction. Gu Zhili mused that had she anticipated such a scenario, she should have prepared a different Chinese delicacy. With their request met with affirmation, the Weasley twins departed contentedly. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the hall, the Slytherin quartet, Draco, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe, observed Gu Zhili and the Weasley twins forming some sort of pact with a hint of disdain. Pansy shot Gu Zhili a scornful glance, exclaiming, I really don't understand what the Weasley twins and that Potter find so interesting to talk about. Draco, appearing contemplative, glanced at Gu Zhili and remarked, that might not necessarily be true. However, judging by her demeanor, it seems she is eating breakfast alone because no one is paying her any attention. Just as Draco made his remark about Gu Zhili eating breakfast alone, Ron and Harry entered, looking lively, and headed directly toward her, taking a seat. Draco's expression soured immediately upon witnessing this. What the? Could they not wait a moment longer? Why must they come right after I finish saying that? Seeing Draco's displeasure, Pansy quickly diverted the topic, asking, by the way, Malfoy, did that plan you mentioned earlier come to fruition? The mention of this only aggravated Draco further. He shot her a furious glare and snapped, What does that matter to you, Parkinson? You'd best mind your own business. With that, Draco stormed off, leaving Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe in awkward silence, utterly perplexed by his sudden outburst. With Draco gone, the other three soon finished their breakfast and left the hall. Gu Zhili forked another piece of sausage and savored it happily, for food must always be enjoyed with gratitude and delight. Good morning, Vilia. Ron greeted as he sat opposite Gu Zhili. She waved a hand, swallowing her sausage, and replied, Good morning, Ron. Good morning, brother. Harry then settled beside Ron, and two additional breakfasts appeared on the table. They immediately began to indulge in their morning meal. However, Harry's demeanor seemed somewhat off. He ate distractedly, lost in thought. Observing her brother's preoccupied state, Gu Zhili furrowed her brow and asked, Brother, are you all right? You seem a bit off. Harry snapped back to reality, stammering, I'm fine, really. The scrutinizing gaze from Gu Zhili caused a flutter of unease in Harry's chest. He felt an inexplicable panic creep in. Gu Zhili narrowed her eyes and pressed, Brother, are you hiding something from me? Of course not. Harry retorted defensively. Speaking of hiding, Vilia, I wanted to ask you, when did you learn wood carving? Gu Zhili paused, realizing that the matter of the wooden sculpture pertained to her, not to Vilia Potter. She wiped the sweat from her brow and, with a calm demeanor and an air of confidence, declared, Brother, are you aware of a concept known as talent? This wooden sculpture is a manifestation of my discovered gift. Harry responded, I haven't read much, so don't deceive me. Ron chimed in, that sounds a bit dubious, doesn't it? Gu Zhili felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had inadvertently revealed this. Her initial intention was merely to create a thoughtful gift for them, never anticipating that this would come to light. Harry gazed at Gu Zhili, lost in contemplation, while she, observing his silence, felt a surge of panic. Could it be that he thought she was being disingenuous? The voice of Nine, the inner commentator, interjected. Host, you are overthinking. Upon hearing Nine's words, Gu Zhili breathed a sigh of relief and retorted in her mind. Nine, tell me honestly, are you eavesdropping on my thoughts? Nine, feeling somewhat guilty, pawed at its own cat paw and replied, Well, occasionally I do hear you, but it's not intentional. Truly it's not. Gu Zhili countered. If it's neither intentional nor deliberate, does that mean I willingly consented? Understanding the unethical nature of its actions, Nine promptly fell silent. Harry finished his breakfast in contemplative silence, while Ron, embodying the essence of a food lover, expressed no such reservations. Once breakfast concluded, Harry hesitated before speaking up. Vilia, Ron, there's something I need you to keep confidential. Gu Zhili furrowed her brow at this, then relaxed, saying, Brother, what is it? Between us, is there really any need for secrecy? You know we would never divulge anything. Ron nodded in agreement. Exactly, Harry. Feeling relieved by their responses, Harry continued, Yesterday, I ventured out wearing the invisibility cloak into the restricted section of the library. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhili suddenly recalled that the library indeed had a restricted area, one she had forgotten about. The now silent Nine remarked, It knew that once the host remembered, the plot would have already progressed halfway. Eris's Mirror, 5. As Harry recounted the events of the previous night, his escapades in the restricted section, evading Filch and Snape, and encountering the mirror that allowed him to see his parents, Gu Zhili observed the sparkle in Harry's emerald eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow for her brother. How could he endure such hardship? Gu Zhili thought to herself, how could my brother be so unfortunate? She empathized with Harry's exhilaration upon seeing his parents in the mirror, a feeling she could not fully grasp. Yet, the sight of Harry in such a state stirred a deep sense of compassion within her. She bit her lip, gazing at Harry with concern, and said, "Brother." Before she could finish, Harry excitedly exclaimed, "Vilia, I truly saw Dad and Mom. Really, you look so much like Mom. I think we should all go back there tonight." Harry's hopeful gaze left Gu Zhili with no choice but to agree. Ron, having absorbed the entire tale, couldn't help but marvel at the surreal nature of it all. "Wow, Harry, you snuck out yesterday." And Ron stumbled over his words, yet his excitement remained palpable. "You should have woken me. I want to see your parents too. I would love to meet your entire family, to see the Weasley clan. You could introduce us to your other brothers and all your relatives," Harry said with a smile. "You can see them anytime," Ron replied. "You should come to my house this summer. But the mirror may only show the deceased. Alas, it's truly regrettable that we haven't found any information on LeMay." Upon hearing the name LeMay, Harry recalled that he had ventured into the restricted section to seek information about LeMay, ultimately leading him to the mirror and the reunion with his parents. He had nearly forgotten about LeMay, as this encounter overshadowed any concerns about it. What did it matter what the three-headed dog was guarding? Even if Snape managed to steal it, what difference would it make? In that moment, Harry's sole desire was for nightfall to arrive swiftly so he could reunite with his parents. His greatest worry was finding the room that housed the mirror. As night descended, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron, Harry, and Gu Zhili stealthily made their way inside. Harry donned the gossamer invisibility cloak, draping it over his shoulders, and instructed, "Come in one at a time." Gu Zhili was the first to slip beneath the cloak, followed closely by Ron, whose movements were cautious since the cloak could accommodate only 3 people, rendering them slow. They traversed the portrait of the fat lady and entered the library. Making their way to the restricted section, they sought to retrace Harry's route from the library, wandering aimlessly in the dim corridor for nearly an hour. Ron shivered and said, "I'm freezing. Let us just go back." "No way. That cannot be." 2 hoarse voices, one belonging to Harry and the other to Gu Zhili, protested in unison. This was their sole chance to see their parents. How could the siblings easily give up? Although Gu Zhili's feelings towards her parents were somewhat nebulous, she understood that her brother longed to see them, and she was determined to accompany him. Moreover, they were her parents too. After a prolonged search, they finally found the abandoned classroom. Upon entering, Harry swiftly removed the invisibility cloak and rushed towards the Eris mirror. Eris's Mirror, 6. "This is it. This is definitely the place." Harry's voice trembled with excitement as he stood before the mirror, once again catching sight of his parents. They were still there, and as soon as his father and mother spotted him, their faces lit up with joy. "Did you see them?" Harry called back to Ron and Gu Zhili, pointing at his parents in the mirror. Ron shook his head, rubbing his hands together. "I didn't see anything." "Vilia, come over here." Harry, undeterred by Ron's lack of sight, urged Gu Zhili to witness their parents as well. Hearing her name, Gu Zhili quickly tucked away the invisibility cloak and dashed to the Eris mirror. Harry excitedly pointed at the figures in the mirror, exclaiming, "Do you see them?" "Vilia, it's Dad and Mom." Gu Zhili stood transfixed, gazing at Lily and James waving at her from the mirror. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her, and her eyes grew misty as she struggled to find her voice. Behind her, Ron was taken aback by this unexpected vulnerability from Gu Zhili, typically known for her toughness and eccentricity. Vilia. Harry noticed that Gu Zhili was silent for quite a while, and, thinking she had not seen him, felt a surge of anxiety. Gu Zhili trembled as she reached out to touch the mirror of Eris, murmuring to herself, "Am I, perhaps, dreaming? Brother." Upon hearing this, Harry realized that Gu Zhili had been rendered speechless by the overwhelming excitement of seeing Vilia. He nodded reassuringly, saying, "Indeed, it is true. Father, Mother, and all our family are right here." Suddenly, Gu Zhili buried herself in Harry's embrace, her voice muffled as she confessed, "Brother, I feel like crying. And I don't even know why, but I just want to cry." Harry paused for a moment, then gently stroked her hair, softly comforting her. "Then let your tears flow." Gu Zhili held on to Harry without uttering a sound, but he could sense that the fabric of his shirt was becoming damp against his chest. While he understood the siblings' excitement at seeing their parents, Ron felt it was necessary to remind them of his presence. He was Ron Weasley, after all, and he refused to be overlooked. Clearing his throat, he quietly interjected, "Could you let me take a look as well?" Only then did Harry realize that Ron had yet to see his parents. He enthusiastically made space for Ron, while Gu Zhili wiped away her tears and, with slightly reddened eyes, moved to a nearby spot, still clutching the invisibility cloak. Ron approached the mirror, curiosity etched on his face, but he was left in utter disbelief. His mouth agape. "Look at me," he exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "Can you see your family, or my parents?" "No, it's just me, but it's different now. I seem a bit older, and I'm still the student council president." "What?" Harry responded, confusion evident on his face. "What is going on?" "I'm wearing a badge that Bill used to wear, holding the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. I'm still the captain of the Quidditch team." Ron struggled to tear his gaze away from the magnificent sight, his excitement palpable as he looked at Harry and Gu Zhili. With an air of speculation, Ron gazed longingly at the enchanted mirror of Erist and pondered aloud. "Do you think this mirror could foretell the future? How could it? Our family members have all passed away. Let me see again." Hearing Ron's words, Harry's expression dimmed. He could only glimpse his parents in this mirror. "But you've already looked for quite some time, Harry." "Allow me a moment," Ron insisted. Harry resolutely replied, "You're merely holding the Quidditch Cup. What's so fascinating about that?" "I want to see my parents." Although Gu Zhili remained silent, her eyes, filled with yearning, betrayed her desire to see James and Lily once more. "Don't push me," she said, as a sudden voice echoed in the corridor, abruptly halting their quarrel. They had not realized how loud their conversation had been. Quick, Gu Zhili, ever perceptive, glanced at the two boys, eager to continue their dispute, and hastily draped the invisibility cloak over them before slipping beneath it herself. "Shoo," she signaled for silence. And just as they concealed themselves, Mrs. Norris, with her gleaming eyes, entered the room. This compelled the trio to collectively hold their breaths, fearing Mrs. Norris might discover their presence. Time felt interminably stretched as Mrs. Norris finally turned to leave. "This place is no longer safe. I'm certain our voices were heard. Mrs. Norris might be off to find Filch," Gu Zhili stated gravely as she removed the invisibility cloak. Ron nodded in agreement, and Gu Zhili gestured towards the door, saying, "We must not delay. Let us leave quickly." Ron, still reluctant to part from the mirror, grasped Harry's hand, while Gu Zhili supported the cloak, guiding them out of the room. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the warm glow of the fireplace enveloped Gu Zhili in a soothing embrace. How delightful it felt. Despite traces of tears still marking her cheeks, this did not deter her from inching closer to the fire. Harry sat absent-mindedly on the sofa, lost in thoughts of the mirror, while Ron, noticing Harry's preoccupation, urged, "Harry, you." Gu Zhili, hearing the conversation, quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Ron promptly lowered his voice, giving an okay gesture, and continued, "Harry, we should return for now. It's already quite late." Harry, understanding the lateness of the hour, conceded that it was impossible to return to the classroom and nodded like a puppet, replying, "I understand." Gu Zhili, observing Harry's demeanor, felt a pang of empathy. She parted her lips but refrained from speaking, for she was somewhat aware of her brother's thoughts. "Well then, good night. Wishing you sweet dreams." Gu Zhili called to the two boys as they made their way to the staircase. Harry forced a not-so-genuine smile, replying, "Good night, Vilia." "Good night," Ron waved as he said. The following morning, the snow had yet to melt. Hogwarts was blanketed in a pristine layer of white. In the dining hall, Ron asked, "Care for a game of chess?" "Not really," Harry replied, his voice lacking enthusiasm. Ron suggested again, "How about we go see Hagrid?" Harry once more declined. "No, you go ahead, Ron." Ron furrowed his brow, stating, "I know what you're thinking. Harry, you're thinking about that mirror, right? Don't go back tonight.